Li Dao's betrayal of the emperor's orders was unforgivable. Had it not been for Princess Mingyu's intervention, he would have been executed today without a burial place. Now, he was nothing but prisoner number 9527, a condemned man stripped of identity and rights, left only to await death. In the haze of awakening, memories flooded back like a rising tide. He suddenly sat up, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, eyes scanning the dark, damp cell reeking with foulness. He looked down at his tattered white prison uniform, the character for prisoner boldly emblazoned across his chest and death marked on his back. This was his new identity, a condemned man. In the dim corners, the shapes of other prisoners in similar garb lurked faintly. A month, Li Dao muttered to himself. This must truly be a rebirth. Though unwilling to accept this grim reality, the facts were undeniable. His downfall could be summed up in one phrase. Drinking led to trouble, and reckless lust brought ruin. A month ago, as a third-rank earl, he had been invited to a royal banquet of the Great Qian Dynasty. He struggled with a splitting headache and tried to dull the pain with wine. But the alcohol only worsened the ache. Dazed, he rose to leave and accidentally wandered into the stunning quarters of Princess Mingyue. Her surroundings were a sea of white, and the princess herself was as pale and exquisite as fresh snow, her beauty instantly dispelling his headache and flooding him with memories. Intoxicated and overcome by desire, he lost control and defiled the princess' honor. When brought before the emperor, he only then learned the woman was the emperor's most beloved Princess Mingyue. The emperor's rage was boundless, sentenced Li Dao and his entire clan to death by slow slicing. Only the prince's plea spared his life. Yet the emperor devised a cruel fate for him, a death sentence, branded and exiled to the hellish prisoner camp on the northern frontier bordering the barbarian Lansa, place ravaged by war, where survival was uncertain. This prison camp was a graveyard for the broken, where all lives were trampled like grass, rich or poor, noble or base, all discarded like refuse. Even the commonest soldier could expect no mercy, let alone a forsaken prisoner rejected by the emperor. Mealtime! Mealtime! The sharp cry shattered the cell's silence. Prisoners scrambled for the meager rations. Shouting and shoving filled the air, chaotic and feral. Armed guards entered with buckets, ordering everyone into line and silence. But the clatter of wooden spoons against the bars froze all movement instantly because the unspoken law here was simple. Whoever strikes first survives. Holding his bowl in line, Li Dao grasped a scoop of cold water and a piece of hard, coarse bread. Eating was his only hope of survival. He dipped the bread to soften it before eating. But just as he was about to begin, a tall, brutal-looking man blocked his view. The man's predatory grin was knife-like as his greedy eyes fixed on Li Dao's bread. Food was precious here. The law of the jungle ruled. Seeing Li Dao resigned, the brute coldly threatened, "Kid, hand over your food or don't expect to leave alive." No one intervened. Around him, prisoners watched with either indifference or amusement, knowing the weak never last and envy that they weren't the first to strike. Li Dao said nothing, seeming to accept the grim truth. As the thug reached for the bowl, suddenly Li Dao's hand shot up. A sharp wooden spear stained with blood plunged into the man's eye. Then, his chains wrapped tightly around the man's neck, yanked with brutal force. The man howled and struggled in agony. Li Dao's muscles bulged with the effort as he strangled the man until his neck turned purple. The thug begged for mercy, but Li Dao was unmoved. Only the desperate gasps of life echoed in the cell. In the end, the man died, blind and exhausted. Li Dao sighed deeply and lay back on the floor, murmuring that killing was far more exhausting than he imagined. Had long prepared himself for the brutal prison life where killing and being killed were routine. Here, no one mourned the weak. In the past month, he had witnessed 7 or 8 prisoners dying from hunger or being preyed upon. He refused to be next, and so he fought to live. Picking up the fallen bread, he moved silently to a corner. The prisoners' faces turned pale, hastily stepping away as if from a ghost. Killing was common, but killing without a sound instilled true fear, since nobody could predict when the next blow would fall. Li Dao faced this coldly, knowing at least for now, no one would bother him. Killing was easy in this place. Most prisoners had spilled blood. After all, only death row criminals ended up here. But those who killed quietly, without a sound, that was what truly terrified others. No one knew when such a person might suddenly strike again. Li Dao was pleased to see their reactions. At least it meant he would not be troubled anytime soon. Leaning back in the corner, Li Dao took out a flatbread, brushed off the dust, and was about to bring it to his lips. Just as the bread was about to touch his mouth, a cold, sharp notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! First enemy kill achieved. Enemy kill attribute boost system activated. Enemy killed. 0.2 attribute points dropped. First kill bonus. 1 extra attribute point. A blinding white light flashed, and in front of his eyes appeared a translucent panel, reminiscent of a video game interface from his past life. At the same time, a brief intro to the system flooded his mind. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 0.8. Available attribute points, 1.2. System? Cheat code. Li Dao was stunned. After his memories returned, he had wondered if he might have a system like those legendary transmigrators. But no matter how much he hoped or tried, nothing happened. He hadn't expected that killing someone was the key to activating it. If he hadn't gone to that death row prison or fought through bloodshed, he might have forever remained the pampered son of the Yuan Marquis, burying the system in eternal dormancy. His heart pounded with excitement. Suppressing his emotions, he looked closer at the painlet contained only 3 lines, painfully simple, and the most rustic system interface he had ever seen. The instructions in his mind were just as straightforward. 1. Kill enemies to earn attribute points. 2. Attribute points can be freely allocated to personal stats. Yet, he only saw one stat: physique. No speed, no spirit, no strength. None of the usual attributes were listed. Despite his confusion, he decided to test it out. Li Dao silently allocated 0.2 points to physique. Physique, 1. Available attribute points, 1. As the numbers changed, a burning warmth suddenly surged through his body. His muscles, bones, blood, even his mental realm felt soaked in that heat. After a few breaths, the warmth faded. Looking down, his once thin arm now showed faint muscle contours. His mind felt clearer, as if he had been reforged. After a moment of realization, he finally understood why only physique was displayed. It encompassed all fundamental attributes: strength, speed, constitution, spirit in one solid stat. Simple and crude, but effective. The system's note said, the average person's physique is 1. That meant the 0.2 points he just gained barely elevated him to normal human level. A proud playboy noble's son, yet weaker than an average commoner. How ridiculous. Seeing the remaining 1 point on the panel, he didn't hesitate and allocated it immediately. The next moment, an even stronger heat burst through his body. Under the influence of this surge of heat, the body hidden beneath his prison clothes began to undergo noticeable changes. His muscles continuously swelled and contracted, and even his internal organs stretched and relaxed in an unusual rhythm. His mind, swept by a clear stream of energy, grew sharper and clearer. The fiery warmth spread slowly up his spine, and his originally hazy memories flooded back like a rising tide, vivid scenes flashing rapidly through his mind. After more than a dozen breaths, the heat finally dissipated completely, as if nothing had happened, yet he felt renewed from the inside out. Li Dao looked down at himself. After this near-second phase of development and enhancement, his body contours were more defined, his shoulders and back broader. The loose prison clothing clung tightly against his muscles, stretching taut and seeming on the verge of tearing. Fortunately, the cell was dimly lit, so others wouldn't easily notice. He clenched his fists experimentally, feeling the newfound strength surging through his knuckles and forearms enough to almost snap the handcuffs and shackles. But he knew better. This was only an illusion caused by the sudden increase in power. Iron chains as thick as his thumb were no ordinary restraint for a human to break. The system had clearly stated, killing enemies grants you 1/10 of their overall attributes. That burly man's physique was already twice that of an average person, yet could not snap the chains. There was no way Li Dao could do it. Judging by the system's formula, to break these chains, he would need a physique level of at least 5 times that of a normal human. According to the system's calculations, to accumulate 5 physique points, he had to kill 50 ordinary enemies. Thinking this, he instinctively glanced at the other death row inmates in the cell. But he quickly suppressed the thought. He wanted to grow stronger, but he would not mindlessly slaughter. Killing blindly for power would only make him a slave to strength. Then, would he still be himself? Besides, the system was called kill enemies to burst attributes, and those enemies had to truly be enemies. These prisoners, though condemned to death, had no grudge or conflict with him and did not count as enemies. Of course, the judgment was ultimately his to make. If he truly disliked someone, he could regard that person as an enemy, but it was not yet at that point. A rumble of protest came from his stomach, fiercer than before. Li Dao rubbed his belly, pondering. Side effect? No, stronger bodies simply needed more energy. But all he had was a soggy piece of flatbread swollen with water. Flicking off the dust, he stuffed it in his mouth barely enough to fill the cracks between his teeth. Now he understood why that burly man had fought so viciously for food. This meager amount simply wasn't enough. Hunger clawed at his stomach like restless insects. He pressed himself against the wall and sat down, squinting his eyes to force sleep, hoping to reduce energy consumption. His right hand still gripped the sharpened wooden spike tightly, his knuckles whitening from the force. Though his physique had doubled compared to a normal person, he remained a mortal man. One well-placed stab could still kill him. When caution mattered, he dared not be careless. How long had passed, he wasn't sure. A faint sound of footsteps and the clinking of chains stirred him awake. Opening his eyes, he saw 2 armored soldiers pushing open the cell door and stepping inside. Oh, another one died. They glanced dispassionately at the corpse of the burly man in the corner, as if used to it. One of the soldiers grinned cheerfully. Looks like this one's mine. Your ear, one soldier said with a wave of his hand. The first soldier to speak broke into a smile. He drew a narrow, gleaming dagger from his waist, and crouched beside the corpse of the burly man. The blade was cold, its chill flickering faintly in the dim dungeon light. In the next moment, with a soft shink, the knife's tip sliced along the man's ear, cleanly severing the left ear. Blood droplets quickly rolled down, splattering red on the stone floor. The soldier showed no disgust. Instead, he eagerly wrapped the bloodied ear in a greasy, tattered cloth and stuffed it into his pocket. After dealing with their trophy, the two soldiers glanced at the iron-barred prison cell, grabbed the dead man's ankles, and dragged the body along the damp corridor. A dark bloodstain trailed behind them, fading into the shadowy distance. Li Dao silently watched the scene. His face, unreadable, had long since grown numb to this kind of spectacle. He knew all too well why they cut off ears. At the borders of Qian, the left ear was proof of merit. The Qian army, modeled somewhat after the Qian Dynasty's military rank system of a previous life, rewarded battlefield kills with military ranks. These ranks brought promotions, pay raises, and land grants. The method of counting accomplishments was brutally straightforward. Each enemy soldier only had one left ear, and cutting it off served as evidence that the enemy had been decapitated. Ears were catalogued, merits officially recorded, and once enough were gathered, an officer could rise in rank, receive extra pay, and claim land. This burly man's left ear would clearly be claimed by the two soldiers as proof of a kill. Fortunately, the Ministry of War strictly controlled the death camp. Although prisoners could fight and kill each other, soldiers outside had no right to execute inmates privately. Otherwise, the lowest soldiers would have already turned the camp into an ear bank. Even so, the death row inmates here had virtually no rights. Still, the death camp was not completely hopeless. Since Qian's founding, there had been a strict rule: any inmate who accumulated enough battlefield merits could leave the camp with honor, earning a new identity and having their crimes erased. The catch was they had to collect exactly 500 enemy left ears themselves, meaning personally killing 500 people. What did this mean? For most ordinary criminals, it was pure fantasy. Even if 500 enemies stood around waiting to be slaughtered, a normal person would tire until their arms went numb. Not to mention surviving the chaos of battle with blood and flesh flying. Death camp inmates were always used as frontline cannon fodder. The mortality rate was terrifyingly high. 9 out of 10 inmates turned to bones before their first mission ended, let alone had a chance to claim ears for merit. So this hope for survival was also a cruel abyss that swallowed most. When Li Dao first learned of this rule, he had been despairing too. But now he saw things differently. 500 enemies was terrifying, but if he survived, he had confidence in the mysterious system inside him to reach the goal. For now, he wanted not only to leave the death camp alive, but to live with glory on this land. After all, he had tasted the comforts of the upper class and knew how addictive such luxury was. Start with a small goal, collect 500 left ears, and get out of the death camp, Li Dao thought to himself quietly. Time passed slowly. Before long, a week had gone by. Li Dao remained as usual, curled up in the corner of his cell, chewing on hard biscuits softened with cold water. Since the terrifying show of force a week ago, no one with any sense dared provoke him. The other cells stayed peaceful. No one was sure if the person they wanted to pick a fight with might be like Li Dao, frail on the outside, but deadly underneath. If things went south in the shadows, ending up like that burly man killed, ears cut off, and dumped in the wilderness to feed wild beasts was simply too costly. For the other death row inmates, this past week had been relatively calm. Before the system arrived, Li Dao would have been perfectly content too. But now, with a system that let him grow stronger through conflict, he found himself a bit vexed. His earlier intimidation had scared everyone off, which meant no one dared stir trouble, and without that, he couldn't trigger the system to level up. Thinking this, he sighed quietly. Just wait a little longer. This death row camp was never short on maniacs looking for trouble. At that moment, chaotic footsteps and low shouts came down the corridor. Wake up, everyone, wake up. Outside the cell doors, torches flickered as several guards surrounded a soldier clad in refined iron armor, carrying twin rods on his shoulders. His sharp gaze set him apart from the common soldiers, clearly a higher-ranked officer. One guard bowed low and smiled ingratiatingly. Captain Liu, what brings you here today? Before he finished, Captain Liu raised a hand to cut him off, his voice low but commanding. I have an order to transfer 20 death row inmates from this camp. The words were few, but they pierced clearly into several cells. Instantly, inmates who had been slouched or dozing snapped upright, their faces filled with panic. Transfer usually meant following the regular army on military missions. Death row prisoners were cannon fodder, used to draw enemy fire. If even 1 out of 10 survived and returned, it was considered incredible luck. What kind of inmates will you be selecting, Captain Liu? The guard hurriedly asked with a forced smile. No very old or disabled ones, Liu said coldly. You pick the rest. Make sure there are 20. As soon as he finished speaking, the older prisoners visibly relaxed, while the younger, stronger men stiffened as if a noose tightened around their necks. Sweat broke on their brows as they shrank back into the shadows, silently praying not to be chosen. I understand. We'll pick them now, the guard replied promptly. The first cell he randomly opened just happened to be Li Dao's. Two guards pushed the door open and entered sharply, their eyes cutting through the crowd like blades. The death row inmates quickly lowered their heads and stepped back, wishing they could dissolve into the walls. "You, come out." One guard pointed abruptly. A moment of silence. No one responded. The guard's lips curled into a cold smile, trying to hide. "Think you can?" He shoved into the crowd, grabbed the chosen man by the hair, and dragged him out by force. "No, I don't want to leave here." The inmate kicked and flailed, his nails scraping against the floor with a shrill sound. "Disrespecting orders?" The guard's face darkened. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, and his long knife slid from its sheath, pressing against the inmate's neck. "Refuse to go? Then you die right here." Instantly, under the icy touch of the blade, the inmate froze, too terrified to move. Suddenly, the prisoner seemed to have made up his mind. Without hesitation, he bit down hard on his left thumb. Crack! The sharp sound of bone breaking echoed. A muffled groan followed as the bloody knuckle fell to the ground. Blood dripped from his palm, but he wore a twisted, eerie smile. According to the Great Qian law, losing a thumb means you're disabled. Since I'm already useless, I might as well not go, right? The guards in the cell were stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. The guard who had drawn his sword moments before sheathed it and slapped the prisoner's shoulder teasingly. "Didn't expect a convict like you to know the Great Qian law." The prisoner's shoulder jolted from the slap, but he still held his head high, as if recalling past glory, a hint of pride curling his lips. "I used to be an 8th-ranked official in the court. I studied the law since childhood. How could I not understand something so basic?" 8th rank. The guard sneered coldly. "Even if you were a 1st-rank official, once you're locked up in the death camp, it's the same. Now, you have two choices. Bite off your right thumb, or get out." The prisoner froze, eyes dropping to his bloody right hand. Losing his left thumb was bearable. He could still manage somehow. But without his right thumb, anyone here could easily end his life. After a brief struggle, his face paled, and he sighed deeply before stepping out of the cell. Outside, there might still be a sliver of hope. But lose another finger, and even survival would be impossible. The guard snorted coldly and waved his sword toward the crowd without another glance. The cramped cell stank, and the prisoners tried desperately to shrink into corners, but there was no hiding. One by one, they were dragged out, faces drained of color. "You, all limbs intact, come out." A guard barked, pointing to a figure in the corner. Li Dao. He was alone now, with nowhere to hide. Li Dao rose slowly, expression calm, and stepped into the selected group. His composure made the guard look twice, but he quickly sneered, "A pretty boy like you? Wait till you hit the battlefield, you'll probably wet your pants." Though outwardly composed, Li Dao's heart raced with excitement and fear. It had been nearly a month since he entered this stinking death camp. Today, he would finally step outside but also face his first real blood-soaked mission. The last time against that tough man, he had spent days planning and relied on a sneak attack. Now, he would face true enemies hidden. Thankfully, his golden ability only grew stronger by killing. If he survived this first battle, his future path would widen. He silently encouraged himself. One cell wasn't enough. The guards picked a few men from the next cell to make a group of 20 prisoners. The stench of blood mingled with rust filled the air, and cries and whispers wove a suffocating chorus. The chief guard, Lu Fuzhong, counted heads carefully. Satisfied, he nodded to his men. "We'll take these ones." Without another word, they led the prisoners away. The prison guards echoed in unison from behind as Captain Lu strode forward. Li Dao and the other death row prisoners were herded after him. Passing through the dim corridor, they stopped at the foot of a staircase. Looking up, pale white light spilled from the top, as if the world beyond the cave mouth was beckoning them. Their breaths grew quick in an instant. This was the freedom they all dreamed about, day and night. "Let's go." Captain Lu glanced back to make sure everyone was accounted for before stepping onto the stairs. Creak. The wooden doors embedded in the ground were pushed open from both sides. Blinding sunlight poured in, forcing everyone to squint. The prisoners crossed the threshold and greedily inhaled the warm air, as if it carried the very scent of liberty. But the cold weight of their shackles soon reminded them of their reality, muffling their breaths. Li Dao raised his head to the blazing sun, the wind carrying dust to his nose. He looked around. Rows of simple military tents stood side by side. Patrolling soldiers marched along dirt roads, their armor clanking sharply. "Stick close and don't wander off," Captain Lu warned coldly. "Anyone who tries to bolt will be shot dead on the spot as a fleeing prisoner." No one dared slack off. They were quickly led into a large tent. Inside lay a pile of worn military uniforms identical to the soldiers' standard issue. "Change into these clothes, then listen carefully to tonight's mission." The prisoners nodded numbly and selected their outfits. Their malnourished bodies looked even more gaunt in the oversized uniforms. Li Dao picked out a relatively clean set and slipped it on, shedding the tattered prison garb that marked him as a convict. A few minutes later, everyone was changed. Captain Lu cast his gaze over the group and nodded in approval. "Listen carefully tonight. You will accompany us on a raid against a small northern barbarian outpost. If you succeed, your death row status won't be immediately lifted, but you'll earn combat merits that might get you better treatment in the prison camp. He paused, then lowered his voice. Also, I promise you meat and wine after the mission. Plenty to eat and drink. Meat, wine? Some of the prisoners' eyes lit up instantly. A few swallowed hard. God only knew how long it had been since they last had either. Li Dao's stomach growled involuntarily. One dry biscuit a day no longer filled the emptiness within. Captain Lu caught the reaction and instructed a nearby soldier, keep an eye on them. We leave the city before dark. Don't forget to issue weapons. Yes, sir. Bring some bread and water as well. Captain, isn't that wasteful? If they don't eat well, how can they have the strength to take a hit for you? Understood, Captain. You're sharp as always. Humph. That's why I'm the captain and you are just a soldier. Night fell. A few soldiers escorted Li Dao and the others to a grassy clearing outside the camp. The bright moon was half hidden behind clouds, and only the sound of wind rustling grass surrounded them. There they saw Captain Lu again. Weapons ready. A soldier brought over a wooden crate and dumped its contents onto the ground. Clanging sounds arose as long spears, broken clubs, and notched broadswords sprawled out, nothing but worn-out old weapons. Divided among them, everyone quickly grabbed a piece. Some got a 1-meter spear dripping with dew. Others held half-broken clubs with splintered wood jabbling their hands. Some only had a remnant of a blade. Li Dao looked down at his rusty machete. Its dulled edge curved like a sickle, mockingly called the tetanus blade. He wasn't surprised. Equipping unruly death row prisoners with decent weapons was a death sentence for the army. These men were cannon fodder sent to die. The prisoners knew it too, only mumbling complaints under their breath without raising their voices. With clothes and weapons in hand, the prisoners, led by Captain Lu, mingled among hundreds of soldiers and headed toward the vast grasslands under the cloak of night. Late at night on the grassland, Li Dao and his group didn't know how long they had been walking before they finally stopped. We're here. At the sound, he and the other dozens of prisoners followed Captain Liu's gesture to look. At the edge of the grassland under the night sky, a cluster of campfires danced in the wind, their flames illuminating figures clad in fur and wearing bone ornaments around their waists. These were not uniforms of the Great Qian soldiers, but the marks of the northern barbarian nomads. Captain Lu turned around and lowered his voice. Soon, you'll follow us to sneak in. Your job's simple: charge the camp and set fires, cause a commotion, draw all the barbarians' attention, and give us the chance to strike from behind. As the words fell, the prisoners' faces turned pale in unison. Sending a group of convicts to storm a northern barbarian camp, even if it's just a small unit, was nearly a suicide mission. The enemy were well-trained regular troops, while these were just a ragtag bunch shackled in chains. Seeing their hesitation, Captain Lu added with a serious tone, "Don't worry, we're not sending you to die for nothing. Once you've started the fires and distracted them, we'll immediately converge. You just need to retreat and avoid the fighting. We don't expect you to kill anyone." His words brought some comfort to a few of the prisoners. They glanced again at the 100 or so Great Qian soldiers behind Lu, then at the modest-sized northern barbarian camp not far away, and finally nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Captain Lu raised his arm, and the 100 regular soldiers spread out silently like flowing water, surrounding the camp under cover of darkness. Before long, Li Dao followed the team stealthily, now only a few dozen steps from the northern forces. Captain Lu and 2 guards crouched low, walking side by side. "Take out the sentries," came the command, and the 2 soldiers darted into the shadows. After a moment of silence, a short whistle mimicking a partridge call sounded from ahead. Lu nodded slightly and signaled, "The outpost is clear. Now it's your turn. When you hear my whistle, attack immediately." The prisoners exchanged glances, gripping their worn and broken weapons tightly as they slowly drew closer to the camp. Li Dao stayed in the middle of the line, neither stepping forward nor lagging behind. His right hand clenched the rusted, tetanus-ridden blade tightly. His knuckles turned white from the grip, as if only this small chill could bring him a sliver of calm. Only a dozen steps from the camp, a sharp whistle suddenly cut through the night. "Go. You northern barbarians, no respect for me just because I'm a convict. Attack. Don't hesitate if you want to live." Someone shouted fiercely. With the whistle's blast, there was no turning back. The prisoners scattered into several groups, charging toward the northern camp with savage cries. The northern barbarian soldiers inside reacted quickly, the clash of weapons ringing out one after another. "Enemy attack. Grab your weapons. It's the Qian soldiers, leave none alive. For the bear god, kill." The shouts echoed through the night, and the previously quiet camp suddenly erupted into chaos. At one corner of the camp, Li Dao held his rusted long sword, carefully weaving through the turmoil. Whenever he reached a tent, he used the blade's tip to stir the nearby tinder piles, setting fire to the canvas, letting the flames roar, disrupting the enemy's sight. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." A sudden scream shattered the sound of the wind in his ears. Li Dao whipped around to see, just 10 steps away, a frail prisoner collided with a northern soldier. With only a flash of recognition, the weak prisoner was thrown to the ground. Facing the fear of death, The condemned prisoner instantly began begging for mercy. The northern barbarian soldier showed no pity for such weakness. With a swift, decisive stroke, he swung his blade, and the prisoner's head rolled to the ground, blood splattering and staining the yellow earth beneath. Li Dao and the soldier happened to stand in a straight line. As the soldier looked up, his cold, hard gaze immediately met Li Dao's. Having finished off the prisoner, the barbarian soldier, brimming with killing intent, saw the frail Li Dao before him. Too impatient to call his comrades, he charged forward alone, raising his blade. Man of Qian, die. Before the words had even left his mouth, the long blade whipped down with the force of a gale. Li Dao had no time to think. He raised his rusty knife to block. Clang! The two blades clashed, bright sparks flying as their steel locked in midair. The soldier had expected an easy victory, but as he felt the counterforce from the other side, disbelief flashed across his face. How could such a thin, weak man withstand his full strength? The soldier was momentarily stunned, but Li Dao, realizing the danger he was in, wasted no time. With a sudden surge of power, he pushed the enemy's blade aside. Whoosh! His rusty knife swung backhand toward the soldier's neck. Flash! The blade bit into flesh, spraying a spatter of blood onto Li Dao's cheek. But then came the surprise: the dull blade got stuck on the neck bone, failing to decapitate. A shiver ran down Li Dao's spine. Ah! The northern soldier screamed in unbearable pain, clutching his neck as he collapsed and rolled on the ground, blood pouring out. Li Dao silently apologized to himself. It wasn't kindness that spared the man, but the fault of his wretched blade. If it weren't for his own strength, someone else might not even have broken the skin. As the soldier fell, the rusty knife was pulled to one side. Li Dao quickly grabbed the enemy's dropped fine iron long sword, feeling its weight and balance. It was stable and comfortable in his hand, filling his expression with newfound confidence. Looking down at the soldier still twitching on the ground, Li Dao didn't hesitate. With one clean stroke, he ended the man's suffering and casually sliced off his left ear. For if he was to kill, he might as well claim his war merits. Immediately, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Enemy killed. 0.15 attribute points. Seeing the small numbers reassured Li Dao, who promptly allocated all his points to his physique. After a few steady breaths, a surge of power exploded through his limbs, and his grip on the sword felt suddenly light. Around him, chaos and shouts of battle raged on without pause. Li Dao raised his sword and crouched low, moving cautiously through the noise until he reached a northern barbarian tent. Just as he was about to set it on fire, faint sounds came from inside. Li Dao's eyes narrowed. He pressed close to the tent flap and held his breath. The cloth lifted, and sure enough, someone peeked out. Swish! A cold gleam flashed, and a pillar of blood shot upward. The system prompt chimed again. Enemy killed. 0.12 attribute points. The strike was precise this time, without hesitation or delay. Ada, what's wrong? Came a voice urgently from within the tent. It sounds like something's happening outside. Hearing the noise, Li Dao took a deep breath, decisively drew his blade, and slipped into the tent. You, Dakian man. Why? Before the northern barbarian soldier could finish speaking, a flash of cold steel appeared, and a splash of blood stained the white canvas. The soldier's words abruptly stopped. Inside the tent, blood was splattered everywhere, chaos reigning, mixed with a pungent metallic stench. Li Dao frowned and kicked the fallen soldier's corpse with disgust, muttering under his breath, "Damn faggot." As the man exhaled his last breath, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Killed one enemy. Attribute 0.13. Stats. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 2.15. Available attributes, 0.25. He glanced at it briefly, then focused, pouring all available attribute points into physique. Warm energy instantly coursed through his limbs and body, his bones feeling as if cast in molten iron, muscles swelling with strength. Moments later, the stats refreshed. Physique, 2.40. Available attributes, 0. Nearly 2.5 times that of an average person. This physique finally gave him some measure of security. Yet he knew that to truly conquer death without fear, he would need to push this stat to at least 10. Outside the tent, the sounds of battle grew more intense. Li Dao did not plan to hide. Instead, he cut off the left ears of two northern barbarian soldiers with his blade, wrapped them in cloth, stuffed them into his chest, and strode out boldly. Meanwhile, the prisoners' uprising had thrown the northern barbarian camp into chaos. Company leader Lu judged the moment ripe and blew a whistle, leading his regular troops in a fierce assault on the camp. The enemy formation faltered. The once fierce northern soldiers lost much of their hostility upon seeing the Dakian banners, shifting from offense to defense. Amid the turmoil, Li Dao wielded his blade like a whirlwind. Whenever he found an isolated foe, he struck without hesitation. Thanks to his extraordinary physique, even lacking any refined technique, ordinary northern soldiers were no match for him. As he fought, his movements became more decisive, his strikes evolving from clumsy swings to sharp, deadly cuts. With more and more bodies piling up, The northern warriors finally noticed the presence of this madman. They began grouping together for mutual protection. The Dacian soldiers, impressed by his ferocity, willingly followed his lead in the coordinated sweep. Li Dao raised his greatsword, blocking an enemy's steel blade meant for a fellow soldier. Using the momentum, he countered with a reverse slash, beheading the northern warrior. "Thanks," the rescued comrade exclaimed gratefully. Li Dao had no time to respond before the system notification popped up again. Killed one enemy. Attribute 0.20. An elite monster, he thought with quiet delight. Two birds with one stone. Just as he planned to continue his slaughter, Liu's voice suddenly rang out across the camp. "Drop your weapons. Surrender and live." Surrender and live? A sharp pang tightened Li Dao's heart. Cutting off enemy resources was like killing their parents. This ceasefire meant cutting off his source of attributes. Before the northern soldiers fully lowered their weapons, he scooped up a blade with his left hand, wielding twin swords as he charged alongside the Dacian troops into the enemy ranks. Li Dao's frenzied assault shattered the already fragile morale of the northern barbarians. "I surrender. Don't kill me. We surrender, we surrender." Weapons clattered to the ground, and the northern soldiers cowered, clutching their heads. Li Dao's blade hovered at one man's throat. The soldier relaxed, but a flicker of defiance shone in his eyes. "Shhhk." A flash of cold steel, and the head rolled onto the dusty ground. "What are you doing? He's already surrendered. That's a war crime. You can't do this." The northern rebellion erupted in protests. Li Dao shrugged, voice indifferent. "Sorry, slipped." Before the angry shouts could escalate, another swift blade cut through the air. The second head fell, tumbling onto the ground. Suddenly, all noise died away. Even the Dacian soldiers stood frozen. One slip could be an accident, but twice? Hard to call that a mistake. Li Dao calmly looked at the gathered northern soldiers and said evenly, "Sorry, slipped again." This time, no one dared speak. They could only stare back in terror, silently cursing him in their hearts. Who's killing the prisoners? Trying to die and failing? A shout exploded from the ranks of the Dacian soldiers, the noisy crowd abruptly frozen in place. A broad-shouldered figure pushed through his comrades and strode forward. It was Captain Liu. Blood soaked his clothes under the night sky, and his eyes were as sharp as drawn blades. "Who's killing the prisoners?" His voice was low and icy as he scanned the area. The glint of a blade still lingered in the air. Everyone's gaze shifted simultaneously toward a dusty young man whose hands still dripped with blood. "Li Dao. What's your name?" Captain Liu narrowed his eyes, fixing his stare on him. Li Dao casually plunged his still warm steel blade into the ground, dusted the blood from his palm, and replied, evenly, 9527. 9527. Liu's eyes flickered in surprise before snapping upward as he barked. "You're from the death row camp?" "Yes," Li Dao nodded calmly. A collective gulp rippled through the Dacian soldiers and the captured Baiman tribesmen alike. Most death row prisoners they'd seen were miserable souls. Last-minute cannon fodder on the battlefield or frightened wrecks cowering in corners before the fight even began. But here was one charging the front line carrying twin blades, and alive as ever, a freak rarer than a national treasure. Liu suppressed his shock and demanded again, "Why kill the prisoners?" "Slipped," Li Dao answered casually. "Slipped twice." Liu's voice rose sharply. "First time with my left hand, second time with my right." Li Dao's expression was serious. "They're not the same." Liu was speechless. The captured Baiman soldiers burst into curses, crude and furious. Anger and fear clashed in a chaotic roar until suddenly, whiz, a flash of cold steel pierced the chest of the loudest cursing prisoner, blood spraying as the man's eyes went wide, and he collapsed. The camp fell into a heavier silence. 9527. Liu's face flushed red with anger. "What do you have to say now?" "Sorry," Li Dao shrugged. "This time it was my left foot that slipped." "So if that's true, will your right foot slip next?" Liu sneered in disbelief. Li Dao gave no clear answer. Who knows? The Baiman prisoners were too terrified even to make a sound. Already beaten by a death row inmate, they had surrendered white flags reluctantly. Now even begging for mercy seemed out of reach. Their chances of survival evaporated completely. Liu looked at Li Dao, who seemed unbothered as if nothing could faze him, and felt furious but no outlet for his anger. Then he reconsidered. This night raid had been a flawless success, and 9527 had played a vital role. Punish him by military law? He was, after all, already a condemned man. Kill him? This fierce warrior might have saved countless brothers on the front line. Caught in an internal battle, Liu swallowed his rage and feigned authority. Fine. 9527, for unlawfully killing prisoners. None of the battle glory this time. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. And what about killing the enemy? The enemy? How many have you killed? Before Liu finished, Li Dao pulled a blood-stained gray cloth from his pocket and slapped it onto the ground. Over 20 severed left ears of Baiman tribesmen spilled out, the pungent metallic scent of blood and sweat filling the air. He looked down to count casually, then met Liu's eyes. 18 in total. Including these 3 on the ground, that makes 21. Liu's face turned ashen staring at the 3 fallen Baiman corpses. Those don't count. Killing prisoners can't be counted as battle achievements. If they did, the whole army would be doing the same. Li Dao said nothing, his tone still steady. Then 18 it is. Since I already had the attributes, the ears didn't really matter anymore. But the row of 18 bloodstained ears still shocked every Great Qian soldier to the point of gasping sharply. Great Qian and the northern barbarians had been locked in fierce battle for a century, with victories and losses evenly matched. The casualty ratio always hovered around 1 to a little over 1, meaning one Great Qian soldier typically only killed one northern barbarian soldier in return. Tonight's night raid might push that ratio closer to 1 to 2, but number 9527 had single-handedly severed the heads of 18 northern barbarian soldiers. That figure alone eclipsed the lifetime achievements of most regular troops. Commander Liu had originally only sent 9,527 to retrieve ears as proof, never expecting him to kill off all the prisoners. Staring at the rough cloth sacks still dripping blood from the ears inside, he took a deep breath and said gravely, "Killing prisoners is punishable by law. Consider this time's basic commendation for the camp mission waived. If you do it again, not only will your enemy kill credits be revoked, but any others as well." Li Dao smiled wryly and clasped his fists in thanks. "Thank you, Commander." Having already tasted the benefits of attribute points, he no longer prized military honors above all else. As long as he was strong enough, battle achievements would come naturally. Liu snorted coldly. "I don't know what sent you to death row, but since you have this skill, cherish it. Don't get cocky, and don't think about running away." Understood. Li Dao knew the warning was to stop him from using his strength to escape secretly. In fact, with the speed and power head just shown, he could disappear at any time if he wanted. But what good would running do? The moment he entered death row, his original identity was erasity became a complete nonentity. Wherever he went, he'd be questioned and treated like a wanted fugitive. Even outside Great Qian's borders, identification was essential in this world. Without it, life was nearly impossible. More importantly, in this life, he still had family. To return safely, he had to earn a new, clean identity through legitimate merits. Escape was never an option. The northern barbarian soldiers had been disarmed and taken into custody, leaving only the clearing of the battlefield. Normally, death row prisoners would be held temporarily before being escorted back to camp for disposition. But 9,527's extraordinary actions, along with rescuing many Great Qian soldiers, meant no one mentioned locking him up. Records showed that of the 20 death row prisoners brought along, only he survived, so others were unwilling to question him further. Outside the tent, the fire crackled as a lamb leg, roasted to shiny, golden perfection, was skewered over the flames. Li Dao walked straight over, grabbed the leg, tore off a big chunk, and chewed heartily. The long-missed mixture of fat and iron tang filled his mouth, and he exhaled deeply. Swallowing, he silently mouthed, "Panel." In the next moment, a pale golden light shimmered into view. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 3.16. Available attributes, 1.24. After the initial fighting, his physique had already reached over 3 times that of a normal person. The fighting had been so intense earlier that he hadn't had time to allocate his gained attributes, which had piled up considerably. Now, squatting by the fire with a whole roasted lamb leg in hand, lamb fat dripping between his fingers, Li Dao tore into the meat while mentally pouring all the accumulated attribute points into his physique stat at once. In that instant, a molten hot current surged through his meridians, as if trying to reforge every bone and muscle in his body. The backlash from the sudden boost hit immediately. His empty stomach churned painfully, hunger roaring like a storm. With a sharp crack, he bit down like a wolf, crushing the coarse lamb bone along with the meat and swallowing it whole. His triple-strength physique had made his teeth as hard as steel pincers, pulverizing the bone shards to dust. After a dozen breaths, the burning heat finally ebbed, replaced by a new sense of power seeping from his skin deep into his bones. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 4.40. Available attribute points, 0. Note, equivalent to 4 times the physique of an ordinary person. The cold numbers on the display reminded him. He was now 4 times stronger than an average man. Li Dao clenched his fist, the joints cracking loudly. Even wielding his original rusty blade, he could now slice an enemy cleanly in two. If Head had this strength before, he could have easily rushed through the northern barbarian soldiers and slaughtered recklessly. The quadruple physique was an overall multiplier strength, stamina, recovery, speed, and reflexes all doubled. Individually, each factor might not dominate the battlefield, but combined, they made him a war monster. 4 times strength, swinging an iron club casually could shatter armor. 4 times stamina, nearly inexhaustible, capable of wielding a blade all night without fatigue. Extraordinary speed, strikes lethal before ordinary soldiers could even react. Superhuman reflexes, foes appeared to him in slow motion, their weaknesses crystal clear. In a cold weapon era, such power would be magnified infinitely. And this was only the beginning. Since activating the system just a week ago, had only fought once. Yet his attributes were already snowballing crazily. After the northern barbarian squad died, the battlefield was soon cleared by soldiers, but hardly anything valuable was found. Li Dao sat by the campfire, eating his fill with satisfaction. The taste couldn't compare to the seasoning blends had known in his previous life, but compared to the foul swill in the prison camp, it was a feast worthy of the gods. 9527. A low call sounded nearby. Li Dao turned his head to see squad leader Lu had silently approached, leading a chestnut horse whose mane fluttered in the night breeze. Do you know how to ride? Lu asked, stroking the horse's neck. Yes, Li Dao replied promptly. When granted his third-class military merit title of earl, had been specially tested in mounted archery, barely passed through bribery, but his basic riding skills were solid. Lu nodded, handing him the reins. Then ride with the squad back to camp. One more reminder: someone with your ability could probably walk out of this prison camp with your head held high. Don't make the wrong choices. I understand. Li Dao swung onto the horse. They had come on foot under cover of night, but now galloped back swiftly, soon reaching the border garrison at Changgu town. Before the hooves stopped moving, Lu appeared with a set of handcuffs and shackles. Put these on. Without resistance, Li Dao took the familiar heavy chains and locked them on himself. What had once been shackles to bind him were now just a temporary Steph knew he'd be free of them soon enough. Not long after, they returned him to the cramped, damp death row cell. The iron door slammed open, and the other prisoners gaped in shock. Li Dao had come back alive and alone. Exchanging looks, they all silently agreed. This guy was not someone to mess with. Li Dao ignored their stares and went straight to the corner to sit. His adrenaline faded, replaced by deep sleepiness. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes, breathing steadily. This time, he didn't clutch a wooden spike. His physique and senses had long since surpassed the crude weapon. His fourfold heightened perception let him sense every rustle and movement nearby. If anyone dared approach, he'd know instantly, so he no longer worried about that. Li Dao slept soundly for a full 8 hours. It wasn't until noon the next day that he slowly opened his eyes in the damp, chilly prison cell. So comfortable. He stretched out lazily, his knuckles cracking loudly, as if waking every inch of his body from a night's deep sleep. At that moment, a rich aroma suddenly filled his nostrils, the smoky, caramelized scent of roasted meat, mingled with the faint headiness of wine, quickly invading the entire cell. Meat? There was meat. Really, actual meat. I want to eat meat. And the smell of wine too. Someone please have mercy, and let me have a sip. Just one bite of meat and one sip of wine. I'd rather die right now. The scent grew stronger, stirring madness in every prisoner. Especially those who had been locked up so long they'd forgotten what the taste of meat was like. Their eyes bloodshot, they squinted and stared fixedly down the corridor. They pressed their faces against the iron bars, like starving beasts, flaring their nostrils, desperate to catch even a hint of this long-lost flavor. The scrape of iron chains cut through the silence. A guard appeared from the dark corridor carrying a wooden tray. On it sat a golden roast chicken steaming hot, alongside a tightly sealed pot of wine. The prisoners went wild. Some even pressed their faces so hard against the bars they looked distorted, closing their eyes and desperately imagining the crisp chicken skin and the smooth taste of the wine, as though that alone could rescue their abused taste buds. The guard stopped in front of Li Dao's cell. With a click, the iron lock was undone, and he pushed the tray inside. Who is 9527? He asked, scanning dozens of eyes filled with longing. Li Dao stood and stepped forward. I am 9527. The guard smiled slightly. 9527. You did well on the last mission. This is Lieutenant Liu's personal reward for you. Li Dao took the chicken and wine with both hands and smiled faintly. Please thank Lieutenant Liu through the head of the cell. I will. The guard seemed to know something, his tone warmer than usual for a convict. He patted Li Dao on the shoulder and leaned close to say quietly, eat quickly. Then he turned and left. The door locked behind him, leaving only the smell of food and wine more rampant than ever. Li Dao leaned against the cold wall, tore off a drumstick, and bit down hard. The grease dripped between his fingers. He popped the cork on the wine and tilted his head back, swallowing a spicy, clear mouthful. Around him, the prisoners' Adam's apples bobbed as they swallowed hard, their eyes nearly burning holes into Li Dao's hands. Finally, one could no longer hold back. A gaunt middle-aged man stood, swaying slightly as he approached. Hey, little brother, could you spare me one bite? Just one bite. I promise I won't ask for more. He wiped his face as he spoke, deliberately wearing a kindly expression. Li Dao cast him a glance, lingering on that wrinkled, smiling face. You see? The man's expression stiffened for a moment. Then he forced a smile. No, I'm innocent. I'm a 9th rank official of the Imperial Court. 9th rank official? Yes. Li Dao casually traced a character on the ground with his grease-stained finger. Do you know this character? Oh, that's an unfamiliar character. Ah, right. It's unfamiliar. I wasn't quick enough to recognize it. Li Dao sneered. Sorry, I was wrong. That's not an unfamiliar character. The man's embarrassment instantly turned to anger. You're mocking me? And if I am, I'll kill you. The kind old man's face twisted, his right hand suddenly lunging toward Li Dao's face. Li Dao's pupils contracted sharply as he spotted a thin wooden splinter clutched between the man's fingers, clearly an attempt at a sneak attack, mimicking Li Dao's previous move. Had this happened when he was first imprisoned, he might have been caught off guard. But now, with his Bodis mutation boosting his reflexes fourfold, the man's motion was painfully slow, like a slow-motion replay. With a flick of his wrist, Li Dao grabbed the shriveled hand. A crisp crack rang out. With a sharp snap, the old man's wrist was bent back and broken on the spot. Faced with the old man's screams, Li Dao remained unfazed, a faint smile appearing on his lips. You old geezer, you don't even know what the word death means, and yet you hold office? The excruciating pain caused the white-haired old man to instantly collapse. He curled up in a corner, clutching his head, his voice trembling as he pleaded repeatedly, "Don't kill me. I won't eat anymore. Don't kill me, the traffickers deserve to die." Before he finished speaking, Li Dao delivered a fierce kick. Bang! The small, frail figure was sent flying backward, slamming heavily against the damp stone wall like an old, tattered canvas, hanging there briefly before sliding down lifelessly. As he hit the ground, a large pool of blood seeped from the back of his head, the crimson liquid winding across the floor. Ding! A cold, robotic voice sounded in Li Dao's mind. Enemy killed. 1. Attribute points gained. 0.09. Li Dao raised an eyebrow in surprise. The old man's body is pretty sturdy for someone with white hair, he thought. Then, recalling the man's identity, he let it go. If the trafficker didn't have physical fitness, he would have been beaten to death long ago in the business. Traffickers, known as Yazi, were human smugglers. Some old hags, wearing a mask of kindness, excelled at deceiving people's trust. Li Dao had seen that gentle and kindly smile countless times in photos of traffickers during his previous life fight was instantly recognizable. The moment he realized the smiling man was scrutinizing him in the death row camp, all his murderous intent flared uncontrollably. After the kick, he casually returned to the wooden bucket and continued eating, as if the bloody scene just moments ago had nothing to do with him. The other prisoners, who had been restless before, were now cowed by his ruthless display, swallowing their rebellious thoughts. No one dared to come forward. Yet internally, Li Dao felt a faint regret. If the man hadn't been a trafficker, he might have spared his Lefino mercy for such scum. Minutes later, Li Dao finished the meal cleanly, even chewing the chicken bones into powder. Nearby prisoners hoping to scavenge leftovers were discouraged, turning away with disappointment. Li Dao ignored them and closed his eyes to summon the system panel, channeling all 0.09 attribute points he just earned into his physique. Host, Li Dao. Physique, 4.49. Available attributes, 0. I've worked so hard and I still got stronger, Li Dao murmured, shaking his wrist. The heavy chains around his ankles now felt loose. Still marked as a death row prisoner, the shackles remained, but he was patient, waiting for the right moment. For the next 3 days, he alternated between sleeping and meditating, still as a rock. Since that crushing kick which silenced everyone, no one in the prison dared challenge him. He was confident that his display of strength wouldn't go unnoticed by Lu Fuzhong and others in the military camp. A sharp sword like himself wouldn't be left to rust behind bars. Sure enough, on the morning of the 3rd day, orderly footsteps echoed down the corridor. The iron door creaked open, and a guard holding a bunch of keys called loudly, 9527. Come out. Li Dao stretched lazily, the chains clinking as he stood. He stepped outside, passing the cold stares and schadenfreude of the other inmates to them. The fact that he survived last time was pure luck, and this time was likely his doom. Outside the cell block, a familiar figure awaited him. Lu Fuzhong, clad in armor with his hair tied back, stood with arms folded, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 9527. I didn't go back on my word, did I? When Lu Fuzhong saw Li Dao, he took the initiative to greet him. Li Dao responded with a faint smile and raised his hand in a gesture. The meat was delicious, and the wine was good. Having survived life and death together, there was no awkwardness between them now. Lu Fuzhong stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and lowered his voice with a smile. If you complete this mission again, the same reward will be yours doubled. Lu Fuzhong, it seems this mission isn't going to be easy? Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Lu Fuzhong vanished his smile and dropped his voice even lower. It's definitely tough. We have to ambush a cavalry unit from the Northern Barbarian tribe. Northern Barbarian cavalry? Li Dao sighed silently. This was far more than a bit difficult. For an ordinary death row prisoner, it was practically a living hell. The Northern Barbarian Dynasty was made up of countless nomadic tribes renowned for their horse mastery. Rumor had it their children learned to mount horses by age 3, which meant their elite cavalry was terrifyingly skilled. Plus, their mobility made them nearly impossible to intercept. Yet Li Dao felt no fear at all. The system-given abilities had already turned dread into excitement. Coupled with his recent surge in power, he was eager for the fight. If he were still the weakling he used to be, he would have run far away instead of volunteering for battle. Are we leading the charge again? he asked casually. Before Lu Fuzhong could answer, a large group of guards began ushering in rows of death row prisoners. Lu Fuzhong didn't respond directly but blinked and glanced over Li Dao's prison uniform in unspoken confirmation. The procedure was almost the same as last time. The prisoners were taken out of their cells, through damp, chilly corridors, and brought to the frontline tent to change into military uniforms. Though the armor was crude, it was still better than prison clothes. Then Lu Fuzhong announced the mission on the spot. Ambush the northern barbarian cavalry. The moment these words hit their ears, all the prisoners in the tent went pale. Some instinctively took a step back. But the Gongwa soldiers surrounding them had already drawn their blades halfway out, the cold steel glinting with warning anyone who spoke again would be beheaded on the spot. Silence fell as everyone understood. Fight, and there was a chance to survive, cause trouble, and death would come immediately. Time was tight, and after the briefing, the soldiers began distributing weapons. Unlike the rusty broken knives Li Dao had received last time, this time 2 brand new, shining long swords lay before him, their black sheaths gleaming coldly like water. In contrast, the other prisoners received either chipped, blunted blades or rusty, pitted weapons. Outraged voices immediately erupted. I don't accept this. Why do we all get these crappy weapons while he gets new ones? Exactly. We want new weapons too. This is discrimination. Why does he, a pretty boy, get the good blades? Amid the noise, a sudden fierce shout cut through. Quiet, all of you. A murderous aura accompanied the voice, silencing everyone instantly. Lu Fuzhong swept his cold gaze across the crowd and spoke evenly, but so firmly it pressed on their chests. If you want weapons like number 9527, go and take them from the northern barbarian cavalry yourselves. If you manage to grab one, it's yours. What about him? Someone asked defiantly. Lu Fuzhong chuckled and pointed at Li Dao. Sorry, those 2 swords of his are precisely the ones he took from northern barbarian soldiers during the last mission. Hearing this, the group of death row prisoners all wore expressions of disbelief. The ones singled out this time for the dangerous mission were all burly, muscular tough guys, except Li Dao, who still looked slim and lean. Despite several rounds of gene enhancement, he hadn't bulked up much physically. Standing amid a crowd of beefy men, he seemed particularly slight. No wonder everyone was skeptical. Captain Lu caught the restlessness stirring among them and raised the corner of his mouth slightly, eyes resting on Li Dao. 9527, you can try talking them into it. Li Dao nodded calmly, scanning the crowd with a faint smile tugging at his lips. If anyone objects, step forward. Win against me, and these 2 knives are yours. Before he finished speaking, the crowd was forcefully parted. A nearly 2-meter tall man strode out, his dark skin stretched tight over bulging muscles that made his prison clothes creak. He was like a moving iron wall. The other prisoners, caught off guard, cursed themselves for being a step too slow. The large black man grinned arrogantly, wiping his nose with a big hand, disdain flashing in his eyes. Pretty boy, hand over the knives. I'm in a good mood. Maybe you'll go easy on you. Otherwise one cut, and you're dead. Before he finished, with a sharp whoosh, Li Dao threw a gleaming long knife into the ground at his feet, then beckoned with a raised finger. Cut the crap. You're asking for it. The big man roared, pulling out his own long knife. With a swung arm gathering force, he brought the blade down, the wind of the strike aiming straight for Li Dao's face. Everyone gasped, bracing for bloodshed. But Li Dao simply lifted the blade in his hand ever so slightly, and then unleashed a burst of power. Crack! A crisp snapping sound rang out. The crowd froze. Li Dao's knife remained intact, but the black man's blade had snapped clean in 2. Tryik. The sound of tearing air followed as a line of blood erupted from the man's forehead down to his abdomen. He widened his eyes in shock, then collapsed with a heavy thud. 1 enemy down, attributes gained. The prompt from the 0.22 system lit up Li Dao's eyes. That hulking brute wasn't just bulk for nothing, provided a surprising amount of attribute points. The large black man's body hit the ground with a thud, as if it also crashed into the hearts of the other condemned prisoners. Some had still felt sympathy for him moments ago, but now that feeling was replaced by relief, a quiet gratitude that they hadn't rushed out to meet the same fate. Captain Lu swept his gaze over the group, his voice low and steady. Any objections? The prisoners shook their heads in unison. None dared to speak with the fresh corpse at their feet as a grim reminder. Then let's move out. 2 hours later, the group reached the designated ambush site. This narrow, worn mountain path lay between 2 peaks, flanked by thick underbrush and tangled woods. The plan was clear. When the northern barbarian cavalry entered the pass, the prisoners would block their way first, then link up with Captain Liu's soldiers to trap the enemy here and crush them. Stay hidden here and wait, Liu ordered, scattering his men in concealed positions nearby. 2 scouts were sent forward to scout the approaching enemy. Li Dao leaned against a tree, cradling his long blade as he sharpened the edge slowly against a flat stone. No matter how strong he was, killing required efficiency. A razor-sharp blade was far deadlier than bare hands. As he honed his weapon, he quietly absorbed the attribute points left behind by the fallen black man. Owner. Li Dao Constitution, 4.71. Available attribute points, 0. Now his physique was nearly 5 times that of an ordinary man. Li Dao wondered silently if these stats could stack without limit. If so, that would be absurdly powerful. Before long, the scouts came rushing back. Captain, the Northern Barbarian Cavalry is almost here. Lu rose immediately, voice firm and low. Get ready to ambush. When you hear my whistle, attack all at once. No one escapes. Clutching his blade, Li Dao moved to the position he had chosen. This second ambush felt different from his first battle. His nerves had calmed, and an inexplicable thrill stirred deep inside. Time passed slowly, like the ticking of a clock. After what felt like a full incense stick burning, a line of dark shapes appeared on the distant mountain path, the silhouettes of the Northern Barbarian Cavalry. Li Dao's sharp senses noticed the breaths of the prisoners and Dacian soldiers around him growing heavy with tension. The Northern Barbarians were notorious for their ferocity, enough to put anyone on high alert. The cavalry steadily entered the valley mouth. Liu's hand pressed to his lips. When the enemy fully stepped into the trap, a piercing whistle suddenly split the air. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The concealed Dacian soldiers unleashed a volley of arrows, a dense rain of lethal shafts pouring down from above. Everyone expected this strike to deal a decisive blow, but the imposing northern tribal leader at the head of the cavalry already wore a cold sneer. Fall back, he roared. In an instant, the northern barbarians moved in perfect unison, drawing heavy iron shields from packs at their saddles to form a protective wall. The arrows rained down with a clang. Most shattered harmlessly on the shields, only a few embedding in the horses' hides. Negligible wounds that mattered little as long as the riders remained unharmed. Here, Lu Fuzhong also sensed that the situation was turning grim. The reaction of the northern barbarian cavalry was almost unbelievably swift, as if they had anticipated everything unfolding before them and moved instinctively with lightning speed. Yet, there was no time for him to speculate further. The moment he blew his whistle, the death row prisoners from the camp prepared their horses and troops fiercely, then charged forward without hesitation. Li Dao noticed the abnormality too. Though a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, he quickly resolved to follow the crowd of prisoners into the battlefield. He knew very well that with his powerful physique, testing the enemy briefly was safe enough, and if the tide turned against him, he could still retreat in time. He would not give up his life so easily. Seeing the prisoners charge like a tidal wave, Lu Fuzhong rapidly calculated how to respond. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, surge forward all at once, break through by sheer force, take them down one by one. No sooner had he given the command than the prisoners came roaring down the slope like a flood breaking through a dam. Yet the northern barbarian cavalry remained perfectly calm, clearly poised for the attack. The cavalry on both flanks simultaneously drew their 3-meter-long spears and thrust them uniformly toward the charging prisoners. The first wave of spears tore through nearly half the prisoners, sending them crashing to the ground in bloody defeat, a shocking scene. The remaining prisoners faltered, wavering uncertainly between charge and retreat. But Li Dao ignored the chaos around him and surged forward, swinging his blade without hesitation. Spears would be deadly for ordinary people, but they could not stop his body, which was almost 5 times as strong as an average man's. The northern cavalry soon noticed Li Dao breaking through their defensive line. Just as he was about to plunge into their ranks, several long spears suddenly shot out from behind the frontline cavalrymen, aimed precisely at his vital points. Each spear targeted a lethal spot with unerring accuracy. A normal person facing this finely tuned trap would surely lose composure and be pierced by the spears. But Li Dao's gaze burned bright and steady, his focus razor sharp, as if time slowed around him. Relying on his powerful build and agile movements, he slipped nimbly through the gaps between the spears, forcing his way into the heart of the northern cavalry's encirclement. This breakthrough stunned the surrounding riders. None expected anyone to so deftly evade their trap, and it instantly roused their vigilance. Li Dao gave his foes no chance to catch their breath. Fixing his eyes on an armored cavalryman nearby, he swung his heavy blade down in a sharp strike. A clear crack split through the armor, and the rider fell from his horse as Li Dao followed up quickly with a killing blow, slicing through the man's face. Killing one enemy triggered a system prompt. Attribute increase 0.21. He thought to himself, the northern barbarian cavalry truly lived up to their fearsome reputation, their physical prowess alone far surpassing that of regular soldiers. This move also fully awakened the northern cavalry around him. While the front line still braced with spears, the rear ranks swiftly drew their long swords and began chopping fiercely towards Li Dao. Without looking back, he flipped nimbly onto the horse of the cavalryman, head just slain, and swung his blade to meet the oncoming blows. Meanwhile, facing the ambush by the Great Qian soldiers, the northern barbarian cavalry's defense was nearly flawless. What they had not expected was a wild card like Li Dao among the ranks, capable of shattering their ironclad formation. This breakthrough created a rare fissure in the northern cavalry's battle line. Lu Fuzhong became a centurion partly because of his military insight, He immediately recognized the unexpected asset that was number 9527. Without hesitation, he ordered, "Right wing, press forward to that kid's position." That command blocked most of the northern barbarian cavalry's assault on Li Dao. Although Li Dao possessed a physique 4 or 5 times stronger than an average man's, he still couldn't fight unchecked against a group of highly trained cavalry. Blades and spears show no mercy. Flesh and blood can't stand against steel. When he was surrounded earlier, he had fought desperately just to survive. Escaping death was already a small miracle. When reinforcements arrived, the pent-up Li Dao finally had room to maneuver. He spurred his horse forward, raised his blade, and charged into the chaotic enemy lines with only one thought: kill. He cut down anyone in his way, whether friend or foe, with ruthless efficiency. His heavy blade struck with brutal force, each blow knocking a northern barbarian horseman to the ground, slicing through horse and rider alike, or cleaving through armor and skull. Blood splattered as the northern barbarian ranks broke in confusion and disorder. Seeing Li Dao's fierce onslaught, Lu Fuzhong inwardly felt relieved. Luckily, among the death row prisoners he brought along was a deadly weapon like number 9527. Without him, success in this ambush would be doubtful, and they might not have survived either. Without hesitation, Lu drew his sword and spurred his horse into the increasingly desperate melee. Meanwhile, Li Dao, bloodlust raging, charged dozens of yards forward. Suddenly, he realized the area around him had cleared. Looking down, he found he had broken through the northern barbarian encirclement. Glancing back at the badly wounded enemy cavalrymen his allies were now harvesting, he felt a pang of anguish. Those were his attribute points. Without hesitation, he pulled his horse around, slammed his blade against the horse's rump, and kicked up dust as he plunged back into the fray. This time he was smarter, targeting only enemies he could dispatch with a single strike. Pleasant system prompts sounded repeatedly in his ears. Enemy killed, 0.22 attribute. Enemy killed, 0.20 attribute. Enemy killed, 0.19 attribute. His available attributes surged rapidly. Such dazzling performance soon caught the attention of the northern barbarian cavalry leader. At the moment their formation was broken, he only assumed the Dacian warrior had lucked out. But now, seeing him fight ever fiercer and slaughter without respite, he finally realized this man was no ordinary foe. Drawing his sword and spurring his horse, he resolved to personally kill Li Dao. Li Dao busily collected his attributes when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Die! A fierce shout accompanied a blade cutting through the air. Li Dao instinctively ducked. The cold steel grazed his scalp, and cold sweat drenched his back. This was the closest he had come to death since his rebirth. Before he could recover, a second blade followed closely. He raised his sword to block, but felt a brutal force push back along the edge, suppressing even his normally unbeatable strength. In a flash, he realized losing focus on the battlefield is a death sentence. "You brat, now you won't have a chance to be arrogant." The northern barbarian leader snarled, raising his sword again as Li Dao was thrown from his horse. Bang! A deafening clang of metal rang out. A horizontal blade came precisely from the side, blocking the deadly strike. Li Dao glanced over and saw Lu Fuzhong had ridden up without him noticing. Lu glanced briefly at Li Dao to make sure he was okay, then glared at the northern barbarian leader. "You northern barbarians, you're supposed to be postnatal martial artists, yet you pick on an ordinary person? That's hardly fair." Postnatal martial artist? Hearing the term, Li Dao was momentarily stunned. A childhood memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. At that time, Li Dao's memories had not yet awakened, and he was not yet the Yuan Bo. His father in this life held that title. He was only 7 years old, still very much a child, but already able to recall past events word for word. After all, his mental capacity was nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person. That day, 2 little girls stood beside him. One was his gentle and shy younger sister, and the other was someone who even in his memories caused him to pause in astonishment: his fiancée. But at that age, he paid no attention to such titles. All his focus was on the upcoming aptitude test. His father had invited an elderly Taoist priest clad in a pale moon-colored robe. The old man's hair and beard were white as snow, yet his back remained straight as a rod. The cuffs of his sleeves were embroidered with swirling cloud patterns, exuding an aura of ethereal grace and spiritual depth. The sedan chair stopped at the mansion gate, and his father personally came out to greet the priest with respectful words. "Taoist, thank you for coming today." "No trouble at all. Testing one's aptitude is my duty," the old priest responded calmly, lightly waving a duster in his hand. After some polite exchanges, the Taoist raised his hand to signal, and the father quickly brought the sister forward. The priest placed his fingers on her delicate wrist, slender like a lotus root segment, and within just a few breaths, withdrew. The father anxiously asked, "Taoist, how is my daughter's aptitude?" "Her aptitude is good. She can cultivate." The priest nodded slightly. "That's good. That's good," the father said, beaming with relief. Next, it was the little fiancé's turn. The girl obediently extended her wrist, her sleeve slipping back to reveal a pale, smooth arm. The Taoist closed his eyes in concentration, this time lingering for more than 10 breaths. His expression shifted subtly several times, finally breaking into a quiet, impressed sigh. Unexpectedly, today I have seen what is said to be a top-tier aptitude, he said, shaking his head with a hint of regret, but alas, it is a girl. Hearing this, the father was first stunned, then joyful, then puzzled. Taoist, why is Yue's aptitude a pity? Is she ill? You misunderstand, sir, the Taoist smiled wryly. At the Baiyun temple where I serve, we only accept male disciples. A rare top-tier aptitude like hers comes once in 100 years, yet she is not destined for our temple such a waste. So what should we do for Yue? Fear not, the Taoist stroked his beard. I know of a sect above ours, specializing in female disciples, called Yaoqi. It would suit her perfectly. With matters settled, the father finally turned his attention to young Li Dao, his tone filled with hope. Taoist, please test my son's aptitude as well. Of course. The priest reached out and touched Li Dao's pulse point. In just a few breaths, his brow gradually furrowed, and finally he sighed deeply and withdrew his hand. The father's heart sank, but he forced calm. Taoist, how is my son's aptitude? Sir, forgive my bluntness. The priest shook his head solemnly. Your son is born with severed channels she cannot cultivate. Severed channels? The father murmured. To cultivate, one must have pathways within the body for true energy to flow. I examined him closely. There are none at all. Naturally, cultivation is impossible. I see. The father fell silent for a long time, finally sighing and trying to accept it. So be it. Since he cannot cultivate, he will inherit my title and live an ordinary life. After this, Li Dao's memories grew hazy, leaving only faint shadows of flickering lamps and the scent of sandalwood. He remembered that soon after, his fiancée was taken away by a veiled woman radiating celestial grace. The younger sister was later taken as a disciple by the lady warrior and brought away to train. From that point on, Li Dao's parents suddenly loosened their strict control over him. Their former stern discipline turned into indulgence, allowing him to do whatever he pleased. This carefree life continued until the tragic accident that claimed his parents' lives in his previous life. Without anyone to restrain him, he completely let himself go and became a notorious playboy in the capital. Ultimately, it was that drunken episode at the palace banquet, the awakening of memories, the humiliation of a noble maiden, and being thrown into the prison camp that dragged his fate into the abyss. It turned out that Li Dao had been exposed to cultivation at the age of 7, but due to his average talent, he failed to officially enter the path. This meant that acquired warriors were not mere legends, and that cultivators did indeed exist. Reflecting on this, Li Dao's emotions churned. He had once believed that with the system on his side, he could easily dominate this age of cold weapons. Yet now, a group of extraordinary beings had suddenly appeared. The skills just displayed by the northern barbarian leader were clear proof despite Li Dao's own physique being 5 times that of an ordinary person. Facing these so-called acquired warriors was by no means easy. His thoughts raced, but he soon steadied himself. With the system backing him and his attributes still upgradable, his future might not be any worse than that of the cultivators. The most urgent thing now was to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. As for distant enemies and conspiracies, those could be left for his future self to handle. These thoughts felt as if they passed over centuries in his mind, but in reality, only a blink of an eye had passed. Just as his focus returned, the battle before him had reached its peak. Commander Liu, raising his blade, roared and clashed heat-in with the northern barbarian leader in a king versus king showdown. Whirlwind blade. The northern barbarian leader shouted fiercely. His long sword unleashed a torrent of fierce wind currents. Its gleaming arc struck directly toward Liu's face. Liu met the strike without hesitation, steel clashing against steel, sparks flying wildly. The very air seemed torn by visible cracks. The violent wind and swirling dust forced the surrounding soldiers to retreat, unwilling to approach. Even Li Dao, with a body 5 times stronger than ordinary men, felt his skin stinging painfully from the sheer force of the energy waves nearby. True Qi, he stared at the turbulent energy between the two, his heart tightening. Then he took a deep breath and whispered, Panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 4.71. Available attributes, 2.13. Full upgrade to physique, he confirmed without hesitation. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 6.84. Available attributes, 0. In the next second, a familiar heat surged through his body like a flood. His skin flushed bright crimson from the blood and energy rushing within. Strength skyrocketed as if his bones were hammered by iron, the heavy echo in his shin bones and arm bones making him almost want to roar, releasing all this overwhelming power in one burst. At that moment, a northern barbarian cavalryman noticed Li Dao's sudden energy spike. Thinking he had found an opening, he charged forward with a thunderous swing from his horse. But faster still was the cold flash in Li Dao's hand. Flash. The blade's gleam flashed, shattering the barbarian's chest armor as blood sprayed and rippled under the night sky. Killed enemy. 1. Gained attributes, 0.24. And this was only the beginning. Li Dao vaulted onto his horse, gripping his blade tightly, and plunged back into the fray without hesitation. Without the North barbarian leader blocking him, the barbarian cavalry fell like dominoes wherever he passed. After further boosting his abilities, no one on the battlefield besides Lu Fuzhong and the North barbarian leader could stop him. Everyone else was no match. Blades flashed as he thundered through hooves and screams, his attribute panel lighting up one after another. Killed an enemy, 0.21 attributes. Killed an enemy, 0.18 attributes. Killed an enemy, 0.23 attributes. In mere moments, 3 notifications popped up in quick succession. His fierce charge instantly drew the attention of the nearby Qian soldiers. Originally scattered and fighting on their own, the troops spontaneously fell into formation behind him, forming a spearhead that crushed everything before them. While the North barbarian cavalry had initially held the advantage with their charge, this sudden surge shattered their lines, and they quickly found themselves surrounded and trapped. The tremendous commotion soon caught the eyes of Lu Fuzhong, and the North barbarian leader locked in fierce combat. Lu Fuzhong caught a glimpse of his own troops' rising morale and couldn't help but feel elated. In contrast, the North barbarian leader's face darkened like the bottom of a pot had believed his strategy was flawless and couldn't fathom how the tide turned so quickly. Steel clashed, and sparks flew. Lu Fuzhong parried a blade and shouted mockingly, "Barbarian! The battle is decided, surrender now." Surrender? The North barbarian leader growled through gritted teeth. "Our cavalry dies before it ever surrenders. Kill." With his roar, his aura leapt dramatically. Lu Fuzhong's pupils contracted sharply, and he cursed under his breath, "No honor in your battle tactics," pulling a breakthrough out of nowhere. The North barbarian leader froze momentarily, then sensed a surge of immense inner energy and threw back his head in wild laughter. "Huh. With the bear god's blessing, I ascend to the 5th rank of the afterworld." As he finished, his cold gaze locked onto Lu Fuzhong. "Now let's see how you stop me." The two clashed once more. After his breakthrough, the North barbarian leader's sword strikes were heavier and faster. Crack! Lu Fuzhong's long sword snapped in two, his face draining of color. "Die!" The North barbarian leader laughed wildly as he swung down, intent on cleaving his opponent in half. At the critical moment, a long sword stabbed horizontally between them. At the same time, a hand forcibly yanked Lu Fuzhong out of harm's way. "Who?" The interrupted North barbarian leader's eyes blazed angrily. Fixing his gaze, he saw the very Bane who had robbed him of his advantage, Li Dao. Li Dao smiled faintly and said to Lu Fuzhong, "You saved me once. I save you this time." "Even Steven." Lu Fuzhong paused, then laughed heartily. "Not even close. You had enough left to dodge back then. This time I was really seconds from death. So I owe you a life." He cast a glance at the murderous North barbarian leader. "But if you want me to repay the favor, you'll have to help me take care of this guy first." "Leave it to me," Li Dao said calmly. "Leave it to you?" Lu Fuzhong was surprised. He had planned to join forces, never expecting this 95-27 to take on the enemy alone. Li Dao nodded with a casual air. "Just leave it to me. I don't want you stealing the glory again." Though he said glory, what really mattered to him were those cascading attribute increases. Lu Fuzhong gaped, thinking to himself, "I've seen plenty compete for glory, but never anyone so eager to risk their life chasing it." Seeing Li Dao make his decision, Captain Lu couldn't say much and simply warned, "Be careful." Meanwhile, the leader of the northern barbarians had long learned that his opponent had changed again, but he showed no sign of worry. In his eyes, this pale-faced youth was even weaker than the previous one. When Li Dao hadn't yet broken through to the 5th grade of the postnatal realm, he could easily suppress him. Now, it was even easier. "Kill." With a sharp battle cry, he swung his blade, a cold gleam flashing through the air as both horse and rider charged straight at Li Dao. Li Dao planted his feet firmly and gripped his long blade, meeting the attack head-on. Whoosh! Their blades clashed fiercely, sparks flying. In that instant, both felt a jolt in their hearts. The other's strength had increased again since before. The brief moment of surprise lasted no more than a blink, and soon they were locked in close combat, blades flashing wildly, armor ringing sharply with each impact. Not far off, Captain Liu's pupils narrowed in surprise. Why was 9527 getting stronger by the moment? After several exchanges, the two forces collided head-on once more. Amid the crisp clash of metal, they pulled back simultaneously. The northern barbarian leader reined in his horse and held his blade in one hand with a fierce grin. "If that's all you've got, you're far from escaping death." Li Dao's lips curled slightly. "Then by all means, try me." "Try me, huh? I will." Before the words had even faded, the northern leader surged forward, changing his blade's motion mid-charge. Wild wind blade technique. Suddenly, the blade's energy exploded outward, casting countless afterimages that intertwined. Both speed and power surged to a new level. His smile deepened. This move had long been planned, catching his opponent unprepared. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Dao caught the shift in the blade's momentum and thought to himself, now's the time. Power up. The attribute points earned from his previous kill instantly poured into his body, a bursting force exploding from every limb and bone. In the next moment, he raised his blade and slashed horizontally, moving so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Clang. The two figures crossed paths. SSSHH. Blood trickled down from a gash on Li Dao's right arm. Crack. But it was the northern leader's battle blade that shattered. His eyes dulled as he murmured, I actually lost. Then, from his neck down to his waist, fine cracks appeared on his armor. A moment later, a spray of blood burst forth, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. At the same time, the system's prompt echoed in Li Dao's mind. Killing one enemy granted an attribute increase of 0.69. Seeing the system's notification, Li Dao couldn't help but feel surprised. Based on the rule that killing an enemy yields 1/10 of their attributes, the Northern Barbarian leader's overall strength must be at least 7 times that of an ordinary person. Yet from his earlier observations, the leader's physique did not seem particularly robust, only about 2 or 3 times that of a normal human. The reason for such a high attribute value was most likely because he was a cultivator, possessing extra qualities like true qi. At that thought, Li Dao infused the 0.69 attribute points into himself. A warm energy surged through his meridians instantly. Though this time the impact was noticeably milder, his body was gradually adapting to this level of enhancement. The status panel updated accordingly. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 9.38. Available attributes, 0. A physique nearly 10 times that of a normal person. Li Dao's lips curved in a smile. Compared to when he first arrived, he was close to fulfilling the goal of the first stage. But now the target should be raised. If his opponents were only ordinary people, a 10-fold physique was enough to dominate cold weapon battlefields. Yet facing cultivators, he still wouldn't feel safe without several hundred points in physique. Meanwhile, the moment the Northern Barbarian leader was slain, Lu Fuzhong, who had been watching from the sidelines, froze. He had only hoped the 9,527 unit could hold the leader for a dozen rounds at most, which would have seemed miraculous, never expecting he'd be killed outright. After his shock, joy overwhelmed him. He scanned the area and shouted loudly, Your leader is dead. Surrender now. The leader is dead? The scattered surviving Northern Barbarian cavalry all stared at the fallen man. His radiant armor stood out sharply from theirs, marking his status clearly. Confirmation of his death caused their morale to collapse like water hastily draining from a bucket. Their formation disintegrated and their attack faltered. Eventually, one Northern Barbarian rider threw down his weapon and dropped to his knees with a thud. Once the first surrendered, the second and third quickly followed suit. In a moment, the remaining riders refused to fight and laid down their arms to surrender. Watching the scene before him, Li Dao was momentarily speechless. Had he known this would happen, maybe he should have cleansed the weaker troops first before cutting off the head. But if he hadn't acted when he did, Lu Fuzhong might have already been killed by the Northern Barbarian leader, and their side might have collapsed after losing their commander. In the end, gains and losses balanced out. Had obtained a massive increase. Before leaving camp, his physique hadn't even reached 5 points, and now it was close to 10, more than doubling. Suddenly, he noticed something wedged in the crack of the Northern Barbarian leader's broken chest armor. Curiosity urged him closer. Bending down for a better look, he saw a piece of blood-stained yellow cloth partially exposed. Reaching in, he pulled out the cloth, which seemed to be wrapped around something inside. Opening the box, 2 books appeared before him. One had a pitch-black cover titled Huang Riju, while the other was inscribed with Fierce Wind Blade Technique. Li Dao's expression flickered. These were clearly a cultivation manual and a swordsmanship guide. Judging by their covers and binding, they were most likely the personal study materials of the Northern Barbarian commander. You're luckier than most. 9527, came the cheerful voice of Captain Lu from behind. Li Dao turned to see the once fierce Northern Barbarian cavalry now disarmed and bound, while the remaining Great Qian soldiers were busy, as usual, confiscating supplies and clearing the battlefield. Do these need to be handed in? Li Dao shook the 2 manuals in his hands without trying to hide them. He knew well that prisoners returning to camp had to strip, wash, and change into thin prison clothes with nothing left hidden. Unless shuddering at the thought of self-harm to conceal books, he absolutely refused to try that. Captain Lu leaned in for a glance and lowered his voice. Regulations say all spoils from the battlefield must be turned in. But he shifted, clearing his throat quietly. Sometimes there are exceptions. Keep them yourself. I didn't see anything. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Liu's retreating figure, Li Dao shook his head with a wry smile. After these 2 brutal battles, he had clearly earned some trust in the Centurion's eyes. To be honest, Li Dao felt some fondness for the officer. After all, he had risked his neck to pull him back from the edge of death. He pressed the 2 books close to his chest, silently deciding. Tonight he would try practicing according to these manuals. Although the old Taoist priest of his childhood had declared him naturally blocked, unable to cultivate at all, what if the old man was mistaken or half-blind? These days, there were plenty of frauds and charlatans, after all. Half an hour later, the battlefield was finally cleared, and everyone regrouped. On the bloodied mud lay broken spears and shattered horse armor, grim reminders of the fight. Captain Lu looked over the exhausted men and asked in a deep voice, "How's the tally?" A soldier unfolded a paper slip and announced loudly, "Statistics complete. The prisoner unit deployed 55 soldiers, 54 died in action, only one survived." All eyes turned toward the tree not far off. Li Dao leaned against the trunk, a dark blood-stained cloth wrapped around his temple, his expression calm as a detached bystander. Some of the Great Qian soldiers were seeing him for the first time, others the second, but no matter how many times, his stubborn will to survive had left a deep impression on them. Li Dao wasn't surprised that he was the only one left, even he had nearly died under the northern barbarian commander's blade, let alone the other prisoner soldiers who lacked any cultivation. The soldier continued the report. The northern barbarian commander was slain on the spot. Of over 100 cavalry, 80% were killed or wounded, with only about 20 taken prisoner. The Great Qian force, including the prisoner unit, numbered around 200. Now with just over 50 survivors, it was a costly victory, without question. Captain Lu sighed deeply upon hearing the numbers. He had expected heavy losses, but hearing the names confirmed it in his heart. These men fell right under his watch. Yet, this was war. And this was only a minor skirmish between the Great Qian and northern barbarian dynasties on the frontier. If they really went to full-scale battle, men like these might never even make a ripple. Once everyone was ready, Captain Lu raised his hand, signaling to depart after wrapping up. Shortly after, the group crossed a series of rolling hills and re-entered Changgu town. Unlike last time, Li Dao was given a special escort by Captain Liuhe, was directly taken to the dark, damp death row cell. The two mysterious books he carried had to be kept absolutely secret. In front of the cell door, Captain Lu lowered his voice and said to Li Dao, "This is as far as I can take you. You saved my life. If you ever need anything, have the guards come find me. If it's within my power, I will never refuse." Li Dao nodded in thanks and stepped inside the death cell he knew all too well, without hesitation. The iron bars clanged shut behind him, and the inmates' eyes turned sharply. They could hardly believe he had come back alive again. This was the second time. But Li Dao stayed calm, choosing a shadowy corner against the wall, sitting cross-legged as if all this was nothing out of the ordinary. Before long, the familiar scent of roasted meat wafted down the corridor. The cell door opened, and a guard entered carrying a steaming roast chicken and a jug of wine. His tone was more courteous than before. 9527. This is from Captain Lu for you. Thank you, Li Dao said, rising to take it. The guard quickly waved it off. No need to thank Captain Lu. I'm just outside, call me if you need anything. Much appreciated. Li Dao nodded and closed the door behind him. The other prisoners, seeing him speak quietly with the guard, felt uneasy and dared no longer approach the fragrant chicken. Li Dao enjoyed the quiet, tearing into the crispy golden skin with big bites. The rich aroma of wine mingled with the savory meat filled his mouth. When the bones were picked clean and the jug half empty, he leaned against the wall, eyes half closed in a warm, drunken haze. As the night deepened, the corridor fell silent, broken only by occasional snores. Li Dao suddenly opened his eyes. After confirming all inmates were asleep, he reached inside his robe and quietly drew out the two books he had taken from the northern barbarian leader. He first opened the book titled Huang Riju. The pages were slightly yellowed but well preserved. It was brief and described methods for refining true qi, teaching how to cultivate genuine energy. Li Dao's mental focus was far beyond normal. He could scan pages almost a dozen at a time and instantly absorbed the whole book into his mind. Then he closed it carefully, tucked it away, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to begin practicing as described. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and sighed coldly, whispering, "Trash." He had concentrated fully, probing for any sign of the so-called meridians inside his body, but not the faintest response came. The old Taoist priest had said he was born without meridians, and now this was confirmed. If even a trace existed, with his tenfold mental acuity, he would have detected it long ago, especially now. With his physique enhanced tenfold over normal, any meridian should have shown amplified signs, but there was nothing. The logic was as simple as an equation. 0 times any multiple is still 0. No meridians meant no meridians. Even if he increased his physical strength by 100 million times, he still couldn't cultivate true qi. Li Dao shrugged, feeling only mild disappointment. After all, his ace was the system, focused mainly on physical enhancement. If cultivation didn't work, then so be it. If 10 points of physique wasn't enough, he'd push it to 100. If that failed, 1,000, then 10,000, 100,000, even 1,000,000. He refused to believe that when he could topple cities with a single punch, anyone would still argue about cultivation. Tucking away the Huang Riju, he pulled out the other book, the Wild Wind Blade Technique. He flipped through it, muttering to himself. He wondered if any of these blade techniques would be useful without true qi at all. Li Dao opened the Wild Wind Blade Manual, which was different from typical cultivation texts. It combined images with written instructions. Relying on his incredible memory, he scanned through each page in a single glance, absorbing the entire sword technique into his mind at once. Then he tucked the manual back under his arm. With no blade in the cell, he closed his eyes and mentally simulated every stance and move in his consciousness. The enhanced physique gave him more than just strength, it also boosted his mental capacity to 10 times that of a normal person. The sword shadows in his mind were so vivid it was as if the blades were roaring right before his eyes. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Looking down at his hands, he could clearly feel that as long as he held a sword, he could flawlessly perform the wild wind blade technique. He recalled his previous fight against the barbarian leader. Back then, he had relied mostly on brute strength. But now, if they faced off again, just this sword technique alone would allow him to pierce through the opponent's flaws, counter blade with blade, and completely dominate. Is this a new skill gained from my enhanced physique? Li Dao pondered silently. He had assumed his path would be one strength to break endless techniques, but the leap in his mental power gave him the ability to master a technique after a single glance. Although the wild wind blade wasn't too complex, the ability to perfectly learn it from one viewing was still extraordinary. He couldn't help but imagine, what if he combined one strength breaks all techniques with one skill breaks all techniques? With a transcendent body paired with a transcendent killing move, as long as his strength overwhelmed the opponent, they would inevitably fall under his blade. In that case, something like unable to cultivate true qi would become irrelevant. Strictly speaking, his infinitely enhanced body was already a form of cultivation, just brute force training. Time passed slowly in the death row cell. Because of heavy losses on the last mission, Commander Lu hadn't sent new prisoners for a full week. Li Dao had no choice but to doze, sleep, or keep dissecting the wild wind blade in his mind, performing a surgical analysis on this technique with his accelerated brain. Over 7 days, he practiced repeatedly in his mind, breaking down every move. Eventually, he removed several fancy actions that required true qi and replaced them with fierce, straightforward slashes better suited to his physique. The modified technique became simpler and more direct, optimized for reaping lives on the battlefield. Another day passed. Sitting cross-legged in the corner of the cell, Li Dao was meditating when he suddenly heard steady footsteps outside. He immediately opened his eyes and focused on the iron bars. Moments later, Commander Liu's face appeared in the dim light. 9527. Come out. The guard called as the door opened, and his voice echoed through the cell. Li Dao rose, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and stepped out. Another mission? Looking at Commander Liu, Li Dao spoke first without hesitation. Captain Liu shook his head. There were no missions for now. This time he came to see you for a different reason. Li Dao raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that his only value was probably to kill. What else could there be? At Captain Liu's signal, the guard pulled out a heavy set of keys and clinked them twice, unlocking the iron shackles from his wrists and ankles. The guard casually called out, "Follow me, and you'll find out." Saying this, he took the lead, heading deeper into the death row cells. The moment the chains fell away, the faint pain from the marks on Li Dao's wrists made him instinctively rub them. He fixed his gaze on Captain Liu's broad back and silently followed. The further they went, the emptier the cells became. Iron cages once packed with condemned prisoners now stood mostly empty, with only tattered straw and dark crimson stains behind the bars. Is this place empty? Li Dao looked around and asked casually. There's been a lot of border skirmishes lately. Prisoners get used up fast. Captain Liu's calm voice echoed through the corridor, betraying no emotion. Then he shifted his tone and glanced at Li Dao. But don't worry, you're different from them. You have more value, so you won't be treated like expendables. Li Dao only nodded. He didn't mind being called expendable at all. To him, if someone was truly meant to die, being sent to the battlefield was only natural. Some people wouldn't even have the chance to die if they wanted to. They continued walking until a heavy iron door blocked their path. This is where I want to take you. Captain Liu stopped and pushed the door open. Once inside, you'll understand. Don't worry, this isn't, but in fact, it could be good. Whether you make the most of it depends on you. With that cryptic remark, he stepped aside and motioned for Li Dao to enter. Good? Li Dao murmured to himself wryly, but kept walking. He stepped inside and faced a dim, narrow corridor, faint light shimmering at the far end. With senses 10 times sharper than normal, he clearly caught the presence of several living people up ahead. His footsteps echoed between the stone walls as he drew closer. He noticed their breathing was unlike ordinary humans. It matched the paced rhythm of cultivators like Captain Liu and the northern barbarian leader he had encountered before. Clearly, they were all practitioners. At the corridor's end, a space opened into a stone cabin where 5 people were gathered. Li Dao's eyes were immediately drawn to the giant standing closest to him, over 2.5 meters tall, heavily muscled, like a living iron pillar. He radiated an overwhelming sense of threat simply by standing still. Even more terrifying was the brutal, beast-like aura about him, as if he might attack at any moment. Perhaps Li Dao's gaze was too direct suddenly. The giant turned, and those beastly eyes locked onto him. For an instant, Li Dao felt like a tiger had zeroed in on its prey, a heaviness settling in his chest. After a moment, the giant seemed unaware and leaned back against the wall, lost in thought again. Li Dao's attention then shifted to a smaller figure standing beside the giant. Calling him small isn't about comparing him to the giant, it's that he truly is tiny. Under 4 feet tall, his fragile frame looked as if a gust of wind could blow him away. His skin was smudged gray-black with dirt, and his tangled hair stuck to the side of his face like old twine mixed with weeds. Yet Li Dao sensed a fiercer intensity from this little figure than from the towering giant beside him. More precisely, raw madness laid bare. The small man suddenly noticed Li Dao's gaze and whipped his head around with a harsh shriek, revealing half his face. His mouth was full of jagged, serrated teeth layered in rows. But his eyes, wild and insane, held an eerie clarity like a beast ready to pounce and tear at any moment. In comparison, the 2 figures flanking this madman seemed somewhat normal. One was a greasy-faced, lecherous-looking middle-aged fat man. The other an old man muttering strange incantations under his breath. The only one truly appearing normal was the middle-aged man standing squarely between them. He wore high-grade Qian standard armor, similar to Lu Fuchang's but clearly superior, standing straight with a restrained yet sharp aura. At a glance, Li Dao knew this was the most dangerous person in the room. You finally came. You were the last one missing, the middle-aged man said, nodding slightly with a faint smile. And you are? Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Wei Yun, Grand Commander of the Waiwiying, the man answered simply. Grand Commander of Waiwiying? Li Dao's heart skipped. The Waiwiying guarded Changgu town, and the Grand Commander was the highest leader of this force, Lu Fuchang's direct superior. With that thought, Li Dao glanced around, then found a stone to sit on. Tell me honestly, Commander Wei, why summon a lowly condemned man like me? Lowly? Wei Yun shook his head, smiling. You've completed only 2 death-sentenced missions, yet slew nearly 50 men, plus wiped out 100 cavalry from the northern barbarians. That's hardly lowly. Li Dao said nothing, waiting for more. Since everyone has gathered, it'll be straightforward, Wei Yun said calmly. I want you all to join forces and help our Waiwiying settle some matters. Before he finished, the fat man suddenly jumped forward with a sneer. What a joke. You expect Shen San to help the court? In your dreams. I say this here and now. Even if I die today, I will never serve the court. Having said his piece, he spun around and stomped off so heavily it felt like he might dig a hole in the ground. Wei Yun remained expressionless, a smile still tugging at his lips. So be it. I had hoped you'd help finish the task, so I could return your household registration and grant you freedom. The voice was quiet, but it clearly pierced Shen San's ears. In the next instant, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Everyone's vision blurred, and Shen San suddenly floated back from the hallway's far end. In the blink of an eye, he gripped Wei Yun's armor tightly, excitement written all over his face. You really mean it? You can give me my household registration back. Set me free? Didn't you say you wouldn't help the court? Wei Yun smiled, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean by helping the court? I'm just voluntarily lending a hand. Shen San argued confidently. But you said you'd never change your mind even if you died. The problem is, I haven't died yet. Hearing this, Wei Yun smiled faintly and said, I'm telling the truth. So do you agree? I agree. I agree. Shen San nodded so vigorously it was like a rattle, shouting loudly as if afraid no one could hear him, instantly proving the sure thing theory in full force. Wei Yun glanced at Li Dao and the other 3, his tone slowing but firm and unquestionable. But one person's agreement isn't enough. The other 4 have to agree too. What we're about to do might be dangerous. We can't afford to be short one. Shen San turned and waved at his companions, clapping his hands as he shouted. What are you all frozen for? This is freedom. A dry cough echoed in the cold air of the prison camp. The only old man among them spoke in a hoarse voice slowly. I'll agree, but Fatty, you have to be my medicine boy. Me. Shen San almost jumped up. Why do I have to test the medicine? In the martial world, a medicine boy was basically a human guinea pig for trying out new drugs. One false move, and it could mean death. The old man glanced at him coldly and retorted emotionlessly. Then I won't agree. We'll just rot here in this prison camp together. Yu Shunsen could only laugh bitterly. There was no way to change this stubborn old man's mind. So he sighed and compromised. Fine, fine. But your medicine won't kill me, right? I've practiced medicine my entire life, and never once caused death with my herbs. The old man snorted with confidence. Shunsen narrowed his suspicious eyes. Just as he hesitated, Wei Yun interjected, Shunsan, you can trust him's never made a mistake. Really? Really? All right then, only one trial dose, pinky swear. Shunsan held out his stubby finger. The old man scoffed, but still nodded. Amid the dusty camp, Li Dao had been silently observing. Now he lifted his eyes to Wei Yun, his inner wariness toward this ever-smiling young man growing stronger. Shunsan, after taking a loss, turned to Li Dao with a big grin. This little handsome brother here, you'll agree, right? You're so young it's such a shame to be trapped in a prison camp like this. Li Dao looked first at Shin San, then at Wei Yun, speaking calmly. "I'll agree, but you have to answer a few questions first." Wei Yun smiled and nodded in agreement. "Sure. First question, how many tasks are we expected to complete for you?" Wei Yun raised his eyebrows and stretched out both hands. 10. Li Dao's expression instantly darkened. No way. He knew well that the kind of mission that would allow 5 death row prisoners to act freely definitely wouldn't be simple. 10 tasks? Better to earn merit the honest way. Wei Yun shrugged, a bit disappointed. "Then how many do you say?" Shin San's mouth dropped open in surprise. Turns out you could bargain? If only Head known earlier, Head have haggled as well. Li Dao held up 3 fingers. 3. Shin San clicked his tongue quietly. This was even harsher than cutting the offer in half. Just as he worried Wei Yun might lose his temper, Wei Yun paused, then smiled and nodded. "All right, 3 it is." Having agreed on the terms, Li Dao posed the second question. "Will there be any missions that are guaranteed death?" At this, Shin San and the old man both froze, eyes sharpening on Wei Yun. "Why do you ask?" Wei Yun raised an eyebrow, curious to hear the reason. Li Dao calmly quoted a well-known saying from his previous life. "When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the birds have all flown, the good bough is put away. This has always been the way of the world." Wei Yun repeated the saying softly, his fingers lightly tracing the table as a wave of bitterness washed over him at the thought of how people are quickly forgotten once they are gone. He took a deep breath, then dispelled his earlier coldness and spoke with solemn assurance. "Rest assured, I am no one to discard loyal allies once they are no longer needed. Though the situation is dangerous, I would never purposely trap you." "Brother, those are some damn fine words." Shin San gave a thumbs up, his round face full of admiration. "You're wasting your talents locked up in this death row cell. Go take the imperial exams. Maybe luck will smile on you. You might even marry a princess and sleep beside her every night." What he didn't know was that the very man he praised had already embraced the most honored princess of the Great Qian Dynasty long ago, even without becoming a royal son-in-law. Li Dao glanced sideways at Shin San, offering no explanation. The past and the present reality felt incompatible. In his mind, he mused that even without that one fateful night or the system, just relying on his poetry and writings from his previous life, he might have made a mark in this strange world. Yet fate did not grant him the chance to be a mere literary drone. Instead, it forced him to taste the cutthroat existence of a death row inmate first. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Wei Yun asked again, "Any more questions?" "None." Li Dao shook his head. The toughest doubt gnawing at him had been resolved. Shin San then shifted his gaze to the other 2 prisoners, a towering little giant like an iron pillar, and a wildeed little lunatic. He took a deep breath and decided to deal with the seemingly friendly-sized madman first. "Shin San," Wei Yun warned, "I advise you to be careful. Don't worry, a little guy like that is nothing. I've got this," Shin San declared, rolling up his sleeves and charging ahead. After some time, only the sounds of frantic running and howling remained in the room. The crowd saw 2 figures darting wildly. Shin San fleeing, the madman in hot pursuit. Shin San's clothes were torn to shreds, and fresh, bloody bite marks appeared on his buttocks and arms. "Big brother, help! Save me!" Shin San screamed for help. The white-haired old man was too weak to intervene and could only watch helplessly. Wei Yun had already said he must handle it himself. No help was coming. Finally, Shin San looked pleadingly at Li Dao, the only one in the cell who seemed capable of stepping in. "Bro, please save me." Before the words even passed his lips, Shin San dashed toward Li Dao, hoping to lure trouble away. Li Dao saw through the fat man's little plan. Just as Shin San reached him, Li Dao lifted his leg and kicked him down to the floor. The madman lunged toward Li Dao right after, fangs bared. Li Dao reacted swiftly, clamping his fingers around the madman's neck like pincers and lifting him with one arm. Despite the madman's wild struggling and beast-like screams, he couldn't escape. "Brother, you went too hard on me," Shin San groaned, clutching his sore backside as he got up, full of resentment. Li Dao ignored him, tightening his grip to keep the madman's frenzy in check, muttering to himself, "Have to subdue this guy completely first, otherwise, hell just bring trouble when we work together later." A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he suddenly said, "Let me show you the big windmill." With that, Li Dao spun the madman around with one hand, standing in place. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 by the 10th time, the speed matched that of a spinning top. At first, the madman struggled a bit, but once the rotation passed a threshold, he couldn't hold on. The crazed look in his bloodshot eyes vanished abruptly, replaced by terror and confusion, until all that remained was blank, panicked bewilderment. This scene left Shin San and the others utterly stunned. They could never have imagined that Li Dao would use such a simple and brutal spinning windmill move to subdue the little madman. He spun him around more than a dozen times, and only after judging the moment was right did he let go. With a dull thud, the little madman collapsed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. His eyes stared blankly ahead like a puppet's, frozen for several minutes, as if he truly glimpsed his great-grandmother waving at him through the dizziness. About 5 minutes later, The focus gradually returned to the little madman's eyes, and the wild gleam in them rekindled. But when his gaze shifted to Li Dao standing nearby, that spark of madness immediately surrendered to fear. He let out a strange howl and scrambled fearfully into a corner, trembling as he stared at Li Dao from a distance, terrified of being grabbed and spun again like a top. Brother, you really know how to handle things. Shinsen couldn't help but give Li Dao a thumbs up, then turned to Wei Yun and asked, so, does that count as taming the little madman? Wei Yun snapped back to reality and nodded slightly. That whole scene had shaken him as well, deepening his respect for Li Dao's method. That just leaves that big guy now, Shinsen said, glancing over at the nearby little giant, his gaze instantly deflating. If Li Dao struggled to handle the little madman, how could they possibly take on this towering iron tower? Shinsen himself was no lightweight, but his flabby bulk didn't stand a chance against those rippling muscles. Helplessly, he looked back at Li Dao and pleaded in a low voice, brother, maybe you should give it a try? Li Dao gave the sneaky, scrawny fat guy a sidelong look. Seeing Wei Yun just watching quietly, he knew he was the only one brave enough to step up. As he weighed his strategy, the previously expressionless little giant suddenly turned around and thundered, beat me in strength, and he'll listen to you. Before Li Dao could respond, Shunsen jumped up. Hey, big guy, look at your own weight. If you want to compare strength with this brother, why don't you try matching wits with that little guy on agility? He pointed toward the little madman still curled up in the corner. The little madman bared his teeth defiantly at first, but upon catching sight of Li Dao, immediately shriveled up like a quail and ducked his head again. The little giant ignored Shinsen and fixed his steely gaze on Li Dao. All right, I'm in, Li Dao nodded. Had been curious to test this iron tower's arm strength for a while. Having 10 times a normal person's physique wasn't just talk. Foolish. Shunsen stomped anxiously, thought Li Dao was just walking into a trap. Wei Yun, however, folded his arms, watching with keen interest. Tell me, how are we measuring this? Li Dao asked directly. Like this. The little giant stretched out his palm the size of a fan and slammed it heavily onto the only stone table in the room. Li Dao glanced down at the table and nodded. Fine. The two stood side by side at the table, clasping hands. Although Li Dao's palm was broad and sturdy, it looked relatively slight compared to the little giant's massive, iron crab-like grip. Any onlooker could instantly tell the huge difference in their builds. Come on, brother, you've got this. Although he knew the chances of winning were slim, Shunsen still stood to the side to cheer on Li Dao. After all, it's better to encourage than to be a downer. Then he'll be the judge this time, Wei Yun said calmly as he walked over to the stone table. He stretched out his arms, grabbing Li Dao's wrist with one hand and the little giant's thick, tree-trunk-like wrist with the other. Begin. The moment the command was given, two surging forces clashed in midair. Li Dao felt his wrist bones crushed under a giant hammer. His entire forearm was nearly forced down onto the table. He exhaled heavily, his chest swelling as his muscles bulged like they might burst, veins standing out as he painfully forced his arm back from the downward pressure. Their arms locked stiffly in midair. The little giant gritted his rear molars but couldn't push any further, and Li Dao's strength 10 times that of a normal person called counterback. After just a few seconds, the pressure on the stone table began to leak through. The surface trembled, and under everyone's watchful eyes, spiderweb-like cracks radiated out from where their elbows pressed. Crack! The stone table finally shattered into pieces, with chunks flying about. Instinctively, both men released their hands, leaving only debris scattered on the ground. How do we judge this? How exactly do we judge this? Shunsen immediately chased after Wei Yun to ask. Wei Yun twitched his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Then the little giant suddenly spoke in a muffled, drum-like voice. You're strong. I admit defeat. With that, he walked on his own to a corner and stood there, lost in thought. Shinsen's face lit up with joy. He turned to Wei Yun. So now all 5 of us finally agree, right? But Li Dao only shook his head and quietly stepped aside. Wei Yun smiled gently as he looked around. Didn't I say from the start? I came today to ask all of you to help the Weiwu camp. How could I possibly disagree myself? Shunsen frowned. Wait, since you're the one asking, shouldn't you be the one convincing us 5? How did it end up with us convincing ourselves? Who knows? Wei Yun shrugged. Suspicious, Shunsen glanced back and saw Li Dao wearing a knew-it expression, then quickly asked, Brother, did you figure it out long ago? Li Dao nodded. Ever since Shunsen first returned, he had seen through this whole play of the scheming leader toying with a creepy middle-aged fat guy. Shunsen scratched his head, looking resentful. Then why didn't you warn us? Li Dao raised his hand, pointing to the little madman next to him, who was flailing around excitedly. Did I get a chance to say anything? Shunsen was immediately embarrassed. Thinking it over carefully, indeed Shunsen had been the one making a mess from start to finish. Li Dao didn't mind. Since they had to work together, it was good to first gauge the strength of the team. With everything out in the open, Shunsen was no fool. After a moment's thought, he grasped the whole story and couldn't help but complain to Wei Yun, you really aren't human. After the incense burned halfway, The five finally sat around a newly moved wooden table. Shin San, the old man, and the little giant were each quiet. The little madman had been about to cause trouble, but was silenced by Li Dao's indifferent glance, so he reluctantly shrank back into his chair. Wei Yun adjusted his cuffs, smiling as he surveyed everyone. As I said at the start, I have asked you five to help with 3 matters concerning the Weiwu camp. None of these is a death sentence. Once completed, I will return your household registrations and grant you freedom. Are these conditions acceptable? No problem, Shin San was about to say, but suddenly remembered what happened before. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, glanced nervously at Li Dao, and whispered, "Hey brother, are you sure what this guy said really checks out?" Li Dao shot him a brief look and replied calmly, "No problem." Wei Yun's gaze shifted between the two, and he couldn't help but sigh. "If only you weren't so clever," he muttered. "If it weren't for this 9527 suddenly appearing out of nowhere, my conditions wouldn't have been forced to become so simple." "Curious," he asked, 9527. "Can you tell me how you knew exactly that my bottom line was 3 things?" "I don't know," Li Dao said lightly. "You don't know? Then why did you just mention 3 things so confidently?" Li Dao shrugged. "Just normal haggling. Who knew when I casually said 3 things, you'd agree so readily?" Such a straightforward answer left Wei Yun momentarily speechless. "Ha ha ha." Shunsen burst out laughing loudly. "Even you get played sometimes." Wei Yun snapped back to himself, took a deep breath, and stared at Li Dao. "Are you lying to me?" "Commander Wei, don't take it personally." Li Dao smiled and cupped his hands. "Just a little joke." Unexpectedly, Wei Yun did not get angry. Instead, he nodded approvingly. "Looks like Captain Lu picked the right person. You're clever enough, definitely fit to lead the 4 of them." He then pulled a thin notebook from his chest pocket and handed it to Li Dao. "What's this?" Li Dao asked as he took it. "A registry," Wei Yun explained. "It contains information on those 4, but not you. Why am I the only one missing? You're different from them. Your identity has been completely erased. To the outside world, you're already dead. The 4 others, due to special circumstances, were registered long ago, so their records remain." Wei Yun frowned slightly. "Logically, with your skills, there should be some record of you, just don't know why there's none at all." Upon hearing this, Li Dao understood internally. Ordinary death row inmates usually meet bad ends, so their records aren't critical. But exceptional cases like Shun San's must be documented just in case. As for himself, without the system's help, he likely would have been done for during his first death row mission and never made it onto this 5-person squad. He opened the book. The first page came into view. Name, Shin San. Gender, male. Age, 36. Crimes, theft, extortion, kidnapping. Skill level, postnatal grade 6. Details, expert in lightness skill, hidden weapons, lockpicking, and traps. Shin San leaned over eagerly, then burst out indignantly. Hey, you got it wrong, right? I'm a master thief, never did any kidnapping." Wei Yun flipped the page expressionlessly. "Last time you operated, didn't you bind a kid in passing? Who expected the brat to suddenly show up? I just tied him up to keep him quiet. That counts as kidnapping?" Shin San's eyes widened. Wei Yun lifted his gaze and smiled faintly. "That kid is the emperor's brother-in-law. Otherwise, why would the Jinyui intervene personally for a petty thief like you?" "Am emperor's brother-in-law." Shin San's face instantly turned ashen. He looked completely drained. Meanwhile, Li Dao paid little attention to the verbal sparring between the two. Holding the registry, he now understood why Wei Yun had handed it to him apparently. As the others said, he was to be the leader of these 5. Glancing over the other 4, he couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Just one look at them made him feel this team's leadership wouldn't be so easy after all. A big, slow-witted giant, a mystic old man, a little lunatic, and finally a big fool. Can such a team really be trusted? Li Dao closed the creaky wooden door behind him, rubbing his forehead before shaking his head and sighing. He flipped open the worn black leather registry book, thick pages rustling under his fingertips, finally stopping at the file containing only 3 names. First entry. Name, Little Madman. Gender, male. Age, 17. Crimes, assaulting the Imperial Guards, resisting arrest. Cultivation, none. Details, extremely fast, agile movements. Bones as hard as steel, nails sharp like blades. Second entry. Name, Old Ghost. Gender, male. Age, 101. Crimes, selling fake medicine, hoarding deadly poisons, unlicensed practicing of medicine. Cultivation, postnatal grade 1. Details, expert in medical arts, poisons, and health cultivation. Third entry. Name, Su Hu. Gender, male. Age, 12. Crimes, resisting arrest, murder. Cultivation, postnatal grade 9. Details, born with divine strength. Li Dao's eyes scanned the pages back and forth. In the back of the registry were a few lines of notes written in red ink. To make them clearer, he lifted the book toward the window, where the dim sunlight made the characters glare sharply. Little Madman was once an ordinary child. Several years ago, he was abducted by a certain alien and turned into a poison child. The poison magic locked his bones and muscles into permanent form, and the cruel refining process twisted his mind. When the alien was caught, it unleashed him to fight the Dacian Imperial Guards. The alien was beheaded on the spot, and with no one to control him, Little Madman was quickly subdued and imprisoned until now. Old Ghost was an ordinary disciple from the Medicine King Valley. After curing an illness, he became obsessed with bizarre human diseases and went mad studying them. His cultivation technique, strengthen root and nourish essence technique, is easy to learn but hard to master. It prolongs life and strengthens health, but offers no real combat power. Though he reached postnatal grade 1, his fighting skills remain mediocre. His only reliance is on poisons. However, he swore, "I only heal, never kill," so he never uses poisons to take life. The government worries he might go rogue eventually, and, having offended a powerful official, locked him away in the heavenly prison. Suhu is an orphan. At birth, he was enormous, and his mother died in childbirth. His father abandoned him angrily in the wild. Fortunately, a nursing tigress took him in and raised him. Taking his father's surname Su, he named himself Suhu. Raised on tiger's milk and blessed with extraordinary bone quality, by age 12 he already stood over 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and thick arms, looking like a wall of flesh. Last month, his tigress mother was killed by hunters. In a rage, Suhu tore the hunters apart with his bare hands in revenge. The Imperial Guards responded with force and captured him with heavy nets. Tests showed traces of true energy within him, marking him as postnatal grade 9. Li Dao closed the registry again and looked up at the three behind the iron bars. Little Madman curled up in the corner, his claw-like nails scraping harshly against the stone floor as his eyes darted wildly. Old Ghost rested on his thin cane, a smile teasing the corners of his mouth as if plotting some cunning remedy or poison. Suhu, his head nearly brushing the ceiling, stared blankly at his massive hands like a docile giant beast. Can these guys really get anything done for the court? Li Dao muttered under his breath as he slipped the registry back into his robe. How they managed to cultivate true energy nobody knew. Flipping through the roster in his hands, Li Dao felt that aside from Shin San, the rest were just 3 problematic kids. But the more he looked, the more he thought hidden gems these 3 troublemakers were clearly rare talents. First on the list was the skinny, bony little lunatic. In the past, he had been turned into a Gu Childa poison-crafted weapon causing his mind to spiral into chaos. Yet his lucky fate preserved some clarity. The fact that he instinctively flinched when seeing Li Dao showed he wasn't completely out of his mind. Even more impressive was how the Gu poison had transformed his muscles and bones. Bulging veins, steel-like sinews, and a terrifying running speed. Even Shin San, a Lightfoot expert with a 6th grade cultivation, struggled to shake him off. If only he had gifted spiritual aptitude, his future would be limitless. Next came the Old Ghost, an ancient who had lived over 100 years, a rarity even by former world standards. They say older equals more demon-like, and he was living proof. Though his behavior was eccentric and strange, he was a walking encyclopedia with vast experience. Anyone who dared dismiss him deserved to be laughed at. Third was Suhu. This boy was a blessing from heaven. A 12-year-old with the build of a grown man, defined muscles, thick bones, and immense strength. If he were born a soldier, he'd be a sharp blade on the battlefield. With even a bit of cultivation talent, he'd turn into a human meat grinder. Including himself, Li Dao thought this team's lineup was absurdly strong. He secretly admired Wei Yun's eyes for talent. No wonder the Kijavala dared to guarantee that this death camp was full of hidden gems. As for Shin San, Li Dao glanced at the dazed, oversized man still standing in place. Looked more like a mascot than a fighter. Unfortunately, having him around probably brought more bad luck than good. At best, just decoration. That's enough. Fatty, the Old Ghost couldn't stand it any longer and cleared his throat. Stop dwelling on how you got captured. Figuring out how to get out of this death camp is what matters. Only then did Shin San come back to his senses and shot Wei Yun a resentful look, forced to accept his bad luck. Li Dao closed the roster and cut to the chase. Is there a mission now? Wei Yun paused for a moment. You 5 just got together. Shouldn't you warm up first? Li Dao glanced at his 4 teammates, thinking briefly, then shook his head. No need. Better to sharpen your blades on the battlefield than in the camp. Fine. Wei Yun agreed readily. There's an urgent task that needs you assassinate the 3rd prince of the Luoyuan tribe. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Wei Yun then laid out the full intelligence. Though the Baiman call themselves an empire, internally they were a coalition of many tribes, often clashing openly and secretly. The biggest threat to Dacian now was the Tiamu tribe. Winter was coming, and the Tiamu, short on supplies, wanted to raid south. Border friction with Dacian had already bred deep resentment. Now the Tiamu sought to ally with Luoyuan tribe in a joint attack against Dacian. The Luoyuan 3rd prince was their emissary. If the alliance succeeded, the frontier situation would worsen dramatically. The news came suddenly, and the Dacian court had no time to send elite guards, so they had to pick manpower locally from the border death camp. But the operation could not be traced back to Dacian. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, no internal army personnel could be involved. At this point, The special death row prisoners became the backup candidates for the mission. Changgu Town and the third prince of the Luoyun tribe were separated by only a mountain, so Wei Yun was suddenly assigned to find someone to carry out an assassination. The tent was dimly lit as he spread the intel on the table. Shinsen couldn't help but sneer. Commander Wei, I have to say, this Luoyun tribe really seems to be cursed for you. Wei Yun ignored the mockery and looked at Li Dao. Are you taking the job or not? What if I don't? Li Dao raised his eyes casually. Doesn't matter much, Wei Yun shrugged. The higher-ups gave an urgent order. Even if it falls through, it's not on me. But if you pull it off, you'll get some credit. Li Dao nodded, then asked, who's escorting the third prince? Of course there is. Wei Yun leaned over the map and pointed twice. They rushed out of the negotiation, so probably no real top-tier fighters. Even if they have any, their level won't be that high. But there's a lot of regular soldiers, at least 300, from what I've found. 300 soldiers, but no top fighters? Li Dao paused, quietly calculating in his mind. Rather than risking everything against a few top warriors, better to take out a crowd of ordinary troops, big reward with less risk. If this is true, it's a godsend mission. But seeing Li Dao silent, Wei Yun thought he was hesitating. What's wrong? Think it's too hard? Indeed, 5 of you against 300 is a long shot. Wait, Li Dao suddenly said, we accept. Really? Yes. But there might still be some hidden experts. And you're only 5 men. Wei Yun was confused. He intended the 5 special death row prisoners to run errands or do grunt work, not to send them on a suicide mission. He had already said he wouldn't force them into a certain death. From his perspective, even if they managed to kill the third prince, most of them probably wouldn't come back. Li Dao smiled faintly. You've got to let you break even, right? Wei Yun was momentarily at a loss. He wanted to remind Li Dao that breaking even wasn't quite like that. But since they agreed, he couldn't push back. After all, whether they succeed or fail wouldn't cost him anything. They're already labeled as death row inmates. If he could squeeze some value from them, great. If not, no big loss. He added, you sure you don't want to ask the others' opinions? He glanced at the other 4. He recognized Li Dao as their leader, but if the others resisted, it would be a problem. Li Dao turned and looked at his companions. I'm with you. You decide, gruff Su Hu said quietly. The little crazy one had already been swayed by Li Dao and kept nodding. The old ghost, holding a creepy vial, chuckled, just 300 men? Back in my day, the medicine boys I tested were way more. Let me play along. Only Shunsen stammered, seeing all eyes on him. He forced a smile. You all don't object. What else can I say? Li Dao turned back. All votes in favor. Wei Yin gave a thumbs up. All right, you all really work well together. The job's yours. Ask for whatever you need now. After a stick of incense burned down, Shunsan cradled the newly issued crossbow, clearly attached to it. The old ghost held a pile of colorful bottles, muttering to himself as he analyzed their properties. The little crazy one and Su Hu squatted in a corner, devouring rations like they hadn't eaten in ages in the death cell. Wei Yin finally looked at Li Dao. What about you? What do you want? Me? Li Dao thought for a moment. If you're giving, give me a knife that won't dull after killing 300 men. Planning to do it all alone? Wei Yin raised an eyebrow. If I'm thinking that, whether it actually happens depends on luck. Li Dao shrugged. You're something else. Wei Yin smiled wryly and handed over the long knife at his waist. Century-old dark steel. They'll lend it to you. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Generous? Aren't you worried it'll fail and let the Luoyun tribe take this knife? Wei Yun's laugh was low and deep. At first, I thought you were crazy. But then I realized, you're smart enough not to take on something you can't handle. I bet you'll come back if I lose. It's just a knife. If you lose your life. Li Dao took the mysterious black iron sword Wei Yun handed him. The first thing he noticed was how heavy it felt in his hand. He quietly weighed it. Its shape was nearly identical to the standard military longsword, yet its weight was easily 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary blade. An average soldier would likely struggle just to lift it. With a swift shake of his right arm, a cold glint flashed from the scabbard's mouth. The blade's edge was as sharp as ice. Its keen brilliance was visible even to the naked eye, sending a chill deep into the heart. A fine sword, Li Dao murmured, running his fingers along the spine. Compared to the worn blade head carried before, this black iron sword seemed almost made for him. Thinking of the Fury Wind sword technique he had invented, he was itching to unleash a full set right then and there. Raising his eyes, he asked Wei Yun, when do we depart? Without hesitation, Wei Yun replied, if we can leave early, tonight would be best. Then what are we waiting for? Li Dao tightened the reins and turned. Prepare the horses. Just before nightfall, outside Changgu Town, the 5 riders met up with Wei Yun. The sound of horses' hooves striking gravel mingled with the swirling dust caught in the twilight. Shunsan sat rigidly on his horse, looking uneasy because the little madman was tightly bound with ropes just behind him. The child's sharp teeth were uneven as he snarled at Shunsan. His neck muscles tensed like a drawn bowstring, and occasional hisses escaped his throat. The grinding of his teeth made one's scalp tingle. Wei Yun. Shunsan averted his gaze, lowering his voice. Why do I have to bring this little lunatic along? Wei Yun chuckled softly. You're the best fit. Shunsen glanced at the others. The leader Li Dao needed no mention. The madman had been disciplined by him and dared not get too close. Suhu rode a massive stallion, but the beast's broad frame almost flattened the saddle. Seeing the trembling of its legs made Shunsan's heart ache for it. Then there was the old ghost, over 100 years old. So frail, he could be blown over by a strong breeze. How could he endure the madman's antics? Thinking it through, Shunsen bitterly concluded that he truly was the most suitable one. Fine, it is what it is. He sighed, already used to being put in difficult spots. Wei Yun approached Li Dao's horse again, handing over a dark red sheepskin map. Positions are marked. According to scouts, there's an 80% chance the third prince of the Luoyun tribe's party will pass by here tonight. If you hurry, you can set an ambush ahead of them. Got it. Li Dao nodded, tucking the map away. Then you should leave now. Wei Yun stepped back. Li Dao raised his hand and shouted sharply, "Move out." The 5 riders spurred their horses forward, stones scattering, and a trail of dust stirred by the night wind. At the same time, on a frontier road in the northern barbarian lands, hundreds of cavalry moved in formation, their banners fluttering fiercely. Leading them, a tall warhorse as red as blood caught the eye. Atop the horse sat a young man in splendid brocade. His sharp features proclaiming nobility was the third prince of the Luoyun tribe, traveling to negotiate with the TMU tribe. Beside him, a heavily armored giant wielding a spear rode close, the prince's personal chief bodyguard. The bodyguard spoke softly. "Third prince, are we really in such a hurry? Shouldn't we inform His Majesty first?" The prince waved a hand dismissively, his smile faint. "It's a minor matter, no need to trouble father. I will handle it properly. Once the talks conclude, we'll report back directly." The bodyguard remained uneasy. But the TMU tribe borders the Great Qian frontier. If Great Qian learns we intend to form an alliance, they might take this chance to stir trouble. Before he finished, the young man cut him off. "What's there to fear? Luoyun is a major tribe too. As long as we don't make the first move, I don't believe Great Qian would dare provoke us." The bodyguard was about to protest again when the prince cracked the whip and spurred his horse ahead, calling back, "Enough with the worries. There aren't that many what-ifs. We just need to finish negotiating the division of interests with the TMU tribe, and then report back. That's all." Prince Luoyun, the third prince, didn't take the head guard's words seriously at all. He yawned lazily and turned his head to ask, "Chief Guard Jinsheng, what time is it now?" "Your Highness, it's half an hour until midnight," Jinsheng replied respectfully. "Is it that late already?" The third prince lifted the carriage curtain and scanned the moonlit grasslands. "Then we'll stop and camp in half an hour. I want to rest." "Your Highness, I suggest we keep moving and go straight to the TMU tribe," Jinsheng urged softly. "But I'm tired," the third prince said firmly, clearly unwilling to argue. Jinsheng wanted to continue persuading him, but the prince raised a hand to cut him off. "Jinsheng, just one question. Can you keep me safe?" "Yes," Jinsheng answered without hesitation. As head guard to the third prince, if he couldn't protect his master, he couldn't protect himself either. Prince Luoyun smiled slightly. "Since you're so confident, what's wrong with me resting a bit?" Jinsheng opened his mouth to argue but swallowed the words and bowed his head in agreement. Seeing him relent, the prince announced proudly, "We march another half hour. Then everyone may camp on the spot to rest." "Yes, third prince." Half an hour passed quickly. Under the moonlight, the procession halted on time. Torches were lit, and leather tents quickly went up. The efficiency of the grassland nomads was well deserved. In less than the time it took for incense to burn, the camp was neatly set. About 100 steps from the camp, behind a gentle slope, Li Dao and 4 others crouched hidden in the grass. "Fatty, is this the foolproof trap you promised?" Li Dao gestured with his chin toward the newly established camp. Shunsen looked aggrieved. "I didn't expect them to camp halfway." He glanced at the carefully set trap left behind and cursed inwardly. Why stop here? Couldn't they have moved a few more steps? Nearby, the old spirit grumbled nonstop. "Fatty, you wasted all my poison." Neither Li Dao nor Shunsen had a retort, but no one wanted to argue with the centenarian old ghost. Shunsen flushed. "Poison that can't even kill? What kind of nonsense is that? My poison isn't meant to kill people." The old ghost snorted. "If it doesn't kill, what's the point of poison? Why don't you try it yourself?" Shunsen retorted. Their quarrel was in full swing when Li Dao suddenly kicked Shunsen in the butt. "Shut up." He didn't kick the old ghost. That would be asking for trouble with a man over 100 years old. "The trap's useless now. Boss, what do we do?" "We can't wait till daylight. Hat'll make it easy for them to spot the traps." Shunsen quickly steered the conversation back to the plan. Ever since he learned Li Dao was the leader, he called him boss to stay on his good side. Li Dao looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky. "Not waiting until morning. When they fall asleep, we strike at night." "A night raid?" Shunsen felt uneasy. "Boss, there are 300 of them. Who knows if there are experts among them? What if we get discovered?" "Discovered?" Li Dao's tone was calm. "Then kill them all. No one will live to tell." Shunsen froze. "Boss, listen to yourself." In the end, the plan was set. 1. The old ghost would sneak in the poison. 2. Little madman and Sue, who would create chaos if exposed. 3. Li Dao would coordinate and lead the operation. 4. As for Sun San, his key task was to successfully capture the main prize. Assassinate the third prince of Luoyang. But who else was Li Dao to rely on but his mastery of light-foot movement? Of course, that was only superficial. His real goal was to use these over 300 northern barbarian soldiers to harvest attributes. When the mission was given, Sun San's fat body trembled, his voice shaky and changed with nervousness. Boss, if I get caught, you've got to save me. Li Dao patted his shoulder and tossed out. Perseverance is victory. As night deepened, only scattered campfires flickered against the dark. Li Dao led Sun San, Old Ghost, Su Hu, and the little madman with his mouth sealed by gauze creeping along the grassy slope. Every step carefully placed between dry leaves so even the crackling fires drowned out their footsteps. Old Ghost, apply the poison, Li Dao whispered. What kind? I have. Old Ghost started rummaging through bottles and jars, but was cut off by Li Dao's raised hand. Don't be picky. Just make sure they don't wake up. Got it. You want. Enough. Li Dao pulled back his gaze and signaled to Sun San. After he finishes, you go assassinate the prince. Boss, don't leave me behind. I know. No nonsense. Su Hu nodded silently by the side. The little madman tried to struggle but froze under Li Dao's glare, allowing Su Hu to grab his collar. Normally hostile to people, the madman now just hummed unhappily, no longer attacking since they had shared meat earlier. After a moment, Old Ghost poured powder made from herbs into a jade bottle, tested the wind direction, then opened the stopper. Pale yellow mist slipped with the night breeze into the camp, soon blending with the darkness. Minutes later, he stopped and nodded, ready. Quick to prepare, but as long as no big noise, they won't wake up. Li Dao nodded at Sun San. Swallowing nervously, Sun San leapt over the encircling fence. His fat flesh jiggled, but didn't slow him as he vanished among the tent shadows in a few quick bounds. Watching Sun San's retreating figure, Li Dao thought silently. Once Sun San succeeds, the four of them withdraw first. He'll stay behind to cause a commotion. The mission is important, but harvesting attributes is even more so. Wei Yin said he wouldn't betray me after use, but I can't bet my life on promises. Any chance to improve strength must be seized. Time dragged slowly. Occasional snaps of burning wood punctuated the night. Suddenly, urgent shouts erupted from the camp. Who's there? Where are the guards? Assassin! Assassin! How dare you attempt to kill the third prince? Die! Li Dao's brow knit tightly. The fat guy's been exposed. Old Ghost, is your poison working? Definitely working. Then why the commotion? Old Ghost hesitated. Maybe the fatty met someone unusual. What do you mean? My poison only affects ordinary soldiers. Before Li Dao could respond, a figure lunged forward. Li Dao's wrist flicked, his black iron blade nearly unsheathed. Wait, it's me. Sun San panted heavily, sweat beading his forehead. What's the situation inside? I got spotted as I got near the third prince's tent. If I hadn't run fast, that guy would have cut me dead. Who caught you? No idea. A loud roar exploded from deep in the camp. Bastards. Assassins are here, and you idiots are still asleep? Get up. Rough voices rose over the night wind as sleeping soldiers snapped awake. Everyone stared sharply at Old Ghost. He raised his hand, sensing the wind. His face suddenly drained pale. Bad news. The wind changed. The poison didn't blow in. Li Dao clenched his black iron knife. Relying on others is useless. Since that move failed, switch to Plan B. Sun San blinked. Plan B? Kill everyone who spotted you. Sun San. Truth be told, this was Li Dao's original intention. If not for considering Sun San and the others, he would have charged in headlong without hesitation. Li Dao glanced back at the others. If anyone hesitated at the critical moment, he wouldn't force them, but if they were to turn back the way they came, he would have to unleash a full-scale slaughter first. There was no way he'd come all this way in vain. Su Hu said nothing but tensed up all over, his wild, primal energy practically radiating from his body. The crazy kid seemed to understand human speech, yanking the cloth gag from his mouth and grabbing Su Hu's shoulder, baring his teeth and growling toward the camp. I'm no stranger to chaos. This is nothing, the old ghost said, patting his chest with confidence despite having almost failed moments earlier. The remaining Sun San, seeing everyone else agreeing, swallowed nervously and forced out, I'm good with this too. Li Dao nodded slightly. Since everyone's ready, let's go. Before his words finished, he drew the black iron blade at his waist, its cold gleam like a waterfall, and charged toward the camp first. Roar! A beast-like howl burst from Su Hu's throat as he surged after him. The crazy kid jumped on Su Hu's shoulder, wildly flailing his arms and screaming continuously. The old ghost sighed as he watched these three young men charge fiercely, shaking his head to himself. Youth is all impulsiveness. Then he pulled several small bottles from his chest, poured them into a gourd, shook it up, and followed steadily, a strange smile twisting the corner of his mouth. Sun San stared at their backs and clenched his teeth bitterly. If they all died, he'd be doomed too. Might as well go all out. He picked up his blade and ran after them. As Li Dao's figure stepped into the camp, the guards of Li Yun's third prince shouted, Who are you? Their only response was a flash of sharp blade. The black iron swords slashed across throats. 3 guards clutched their bleeding necks, falling before even a grunt escaped. Familiar and pleasant notification sounds exploded in Li Dao's ears one after another. Enemy killed, attributes gained, 0.18. Enemy killed, attributes gained, 0.20. Enemy killed, attributes gained, 0.21. The high rewards curved a satisfied smile on his lips. Meanwhile, other guards in the distance bore witness to the scene. Enemies, hurry, go kill him. I've got enemy contact here. But he's so big. I have a madman here. What is this? I'm in pain. A mix of shouts rang out, and the already chaotic night camp erupted. On the opposite side, Su Hu, the old ghost, the crazy kid, and Shun Sen burst in from different breaches, turning the camp into utter turmoil. Thick torches were knocked over, sparks flying. Shouts, clashing metal, beastly roars, and wild laughter blended into a cacophony as the smell of blood quickly permeated the night air. Meanwhile, in the main tent of the Luoyun tribe leader, Jin Sheng, what's going on out there? Why all the noise? The third prince of Luoyun sat up abruptly, rubbing his sleepy eyes and frowning tightly. His personal guard Jin Sheng hurried forward, kneeling on one knee. Third prince, there are enemies breaking into the camp, suspected assassins. The guards are fighting. An assassination attempt on me? The prince snapped, fully awake, raising his voice. Why would anyone want to kill me? Jin Sheng's face darkened, silently thinking, didn't I warn this before? But he replied respectfully, it's possible someone wants to sabotage your negotiations with the TMU tribe. They actually want to harm me. The prince's voice trembled with a mix of anger and fear as he suddenly grabbed Jin Sheng's sleeve. The assassins won't get to me, right? Jin Sheng patted his chest and assured him, don't worry. There are only 5 of them. We have 300 guards plus reinforcements here. It's impossible for them to reach you. Hearing this, the prince finally relaxed, but a spark of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Can I go see how these assassins die? Jin Sheng had originally intended to refuse, but at the thought that showing the third prince the fierce prowess of their guard team might earn even greater trust from him, he found himself agreeing almost involuntarily. With me here, the third prince can watch safely and without worry. Let's go then. Third prince, please. He lifted the curtain of the main tent, speaking with quiet confidence. At the center of the military camp, armor and flesh were tangled together in chaos. Li Dao wielded a dark iron blade in his left hand and danced with a whirlwind of strikes from his right. His figure weaved through the guards like a shadow. Every flicker of his blade was accompanied by falling limbs and flying blood. No matter what angle the enemy's weapons came from, he skillfully deflected them with the back of his blade or evasive movements. The stat points on the interface screen soared wildly upward, leaping with each kill, and a crazed smile grew wider on his face as his blade strikes grew ever more fierce. At the other end of the camp, others battled with equal ferocity. Towering over 2.5 meters tall, Su Hu seemed like an unstoppable beast clad in bronze walls. He abandoned his weapons, relying solely on his fists blasting to both sides. Each punch landed amidst cracking bones and muffled grunts. No guard could hold his ground within a meter of him. Meanwhile, the wild little lunatic fully unleashed her nature, dashing swiftly through gaps in the crowd with her small but agile frame. Throat slices, rib stabs, groin kicks, each move ruthless and precise. When caught up in the slaughter, she would leap onto Su Hu's shoulder, baring her teeth and snarling at the surrounding guards, or even letting out shrill yells before lunging to tear at faces with sharp teeth and claws, more like a savage game than killing. The strangest was the old ghost. His previous questionable actions left others uncertain about his skill, but now he held a gray-black gourd emitting swirling green mist wherever he went. Any guard who inhaled even a breath would have eyes turning blood red, biting wildly at friend and foe alike like rabid dogs. The file said the old ghost never killed with poison himself, and here it was proven true. He had his victims tear each other apart to end their own lives. As for Shin San, he still played his role as the team's mascot, silently sneaking and hiding, sometimes slipping behind fallen corpses, sometimes sliding along tent poles. Nobody knew his true intent, but his shadow was always present. Outside the main tent, Jin Sheng called out again while lifting the curtain. Third prince, please watch, your guards are fighting desperately to protect you. Before he could finish, a figure suddenly hurled themselves from a distance. Third prince, watch out. Jin Sheng's leg shot up like lightning, delivering a kick. But when the figure crashed to the ground, he realized with shock that he had struck one of his own guards. Attack! Came a deafening roar piercing through the haze of blood. Jin Sheng whipped his head around, only to see a hulking giant charging toward the main tent with a savage grimacite. Was the feral Su Hu. Now bare-chested, his worm-like muscles bulged under the firelight, each sinew marked by fresh and old scars. His flesh was torn but not deeply, stained crimson by spilled blood. His fists foamed with blood, and he howled like a rampaging tiger. The little lunatic still rode his shoulders, leaping and biting at every face she saw, shrieking fiercely. The third Prince Luoyun had just stepped out of the tent, only to witness this frenzy. Raised in pampered comfort, he had never before seen such blood and madness. He trembled all over, then suddenly felt warmth spreading below. Jin Sheng, hurry, stop them quickly, he stammered, pointing at Su Hu and the little lunatic, begging for help. As a warrior of the second rank born through training, Jin Sheng naturally sensed the third Prince Luoyun's condition. Even with his loyalty, a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. Glancing at Su Hu and the little madman, he couldn't help but frown. Your Highness, Jin Sheng whispered urgently, I suggest having the guards hold them off first. There are 3 other assassins over there. It would be safer if I stay close to you as your personal guard. But the third Prince Luoyun ignored him completely. The dampness between his legs burned like fire, scorching his face with both shame and rage. Those 2 men had to die. I command you to deal with them immediately. Your Highness, your safety. Still making excuses? Are you trying to defy me? The accusation of defiance struck Jin Sheng dumb. He knew he couldn't bear such a heavy accusation and reluctantly agreed. He waved and called over a dozen guards around him. Protect the third prince. With that, Jin Sheng charged straight at Su Hu and the little madman. Humiliation and anger churned inside him. He intended to use these 2 lives to wash away his earlier disgrace. Die! His fist came first. Jin Sheng threw a heavy punch at Su Hu's face. Su Hu had already sensed the man was strong. He tensed both arms and roared, swinging a fist as big as a sandbag. Boom! Fists collided with a thunderous crack, sending shockwaves through the air and kicking up dust from the ground. Jin Sheng's forearm went numb, surprising him, but he gritted his teeth and forced his internal energy forward. Retreat. Surging strength followed, and the locked fists suddenly exploded apart as Jin Sheng shoved Su Hu back by more than 7 feet. Su Hu's bloodshot eyes flickered with confusion. This man was stronger than expected, but the doubt quickly faded, replaced by even fiercer aggression. At the same time, Jin Sheng's mind reeled. The other man hadn't even used internal energy, relying solely on brute strength, yet had forced him to use 80% of his power. What kind of freak is this? Finding a worthy opponent to unleash his fury on, Su Hu's lips curled into a ferocious grin. Kill! He roared like a beast, springing forward with a bowed body. Jin Sheng snapped awake, a glint flashing in his eyes as he drew the long knife at his waist. He understood now this was no ordinary man, but more like a tiger driven into a berserk frenzy. If the opponent had been a man, he would have been more cautious, but since he was a wild beast, Jin Sheng knew he could hold the blade firmly. After all, a man is always above a beast. Elsewhere, Li Dao's reckless blade technique grew increasingly refined. Guards fell one after another before his sword, and the air quickly filled with the smell of blood, bodies strewn everywhere. In the end, the remaining guards only dared to encircle him at a distance. Whenever he stepped forward, they all retreated in unison, afraid to become the next corpse. Taking advantage of the brief pause, Li Dao glanced down at the status screen. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 9.38. Available attributes, 8.69. His suspicions confirmed. The numbers still startled him. His available attributes were nearly equal to his physique. With some attribute points added, his physical strength could easily double. A fierce surge of excitement shot up from his chest, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch upward. To the guards, that smile looked like a demon baring its teeth. Fear surged in their hearts, convinced he was about to slaughter again. Some of the guards even started to step back. The reason they were in this dire state was that after prolonged attacks, they had already lost 40 or 50 men, about 1/6 of their entire guard force. What was even more terrifying was that despite this heavy toll, they hadn't inflicted so much as a scratch on the enemy. No serious wounds, not even a minor cut. In fact, the opponent, who bore a human face, moved like a tireless monster. From start to finish, not once did their breathing quicken. Time and again, the group attacked and then scattered in defeat, with no glimmer of victory in sight. A wave of despair hung over everyone like a dark cloud. Die! Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded from afar, shaking the air. Following it came a roaring crash and a cloud of dust, as if 2 masters were engaged in fierce combat. Who was it? Li Dao's gaze sharpened instantly as he turned toward the sound. Only someone extraordinary could have caused such a commotion. And that unfamiliar roar didn't sound like the enemy. It felt more like an ally, a hidden expert within the crowd, taking action. In other words, someone among them was now locked in battle with that person. With this in mind, Li Dao quickly glanced over the guards beside him. The blood on his blade was still fresh. He flicked the crimson drops onto the ground and didn't stop moving as he strode swiftly toward the source of the noise. The guards blocking his path grew pale at the murderous aura he radiated. They scrambled aside, fearing that this killing machine might cut them down without a second thought. Li Dao knew that if he struck again now, he could claim more lives. But although these easy prey were tempting, he wasn't cruel enough to abandon his teammates. Even if this was only a temporary team, and even if these companions were erratic and annoying, since he had taken on the role of leader, he He was determined to bring everyone back alive, especially now that he believed he had the strength to handle the situation. What use is great strength if you lack genuine internal energy? Without true qi, you're nothing more than a wild beast. Jin Sheng struck blow after blow at Su Hu, each slash carried by the blade wind infused with his internal energy, forcing Su Hu to retreat step by step. With every strike, Jin Sheng sneered coldly, as if publicly affirming his own superiority. Blood soaked the little madman perched on Su Hu's shoulder. Seeing his master's wounds multiply, the little madman suddenly let out a roar and lunged fiercely at Jin Sheng from the shoulder. You're just a little beast too. Jin Sheng swung his long knife horizontally. The blade's 3-inch gleam exploded along its edge. The little madman screamed in agony as he was cut down and hurled heavily into the dust. Humph. Jin Sheng curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. The nearby guards, who had once been beaten by Su Hu and the little madman, seized the opportunity to shout out, "Long live Captain Hu Wei!" Surrounded by cheers, Jin Sheng's pride swelled. The third prince of Luoyun sat nearby, nodding with satisfaction. He twisted his waist and frowned, then ordered the guards beside him, "Go find me some underwear, and bring a chair. Today, I want to witness with my own eyes how these two assassins die." In the instant the little madman was struck down, Su Hu froze in place. Fragmented memories flooded his mind without warning. His foster mother, the old tiger who raised him, lay in a pool of blood, surrounded by a cheering crowd much like the current guards. And finally, someone wearing peeled tiger skin laughed maniacally. With the deepening memory, Su Hu's eyes turned blood red, and the wildness in his chest swelled like a rising tide. The nameless internal energy inside him flared wildly, as if ignited. Bang! An overwhelming aura exploded from his body, scattering dust and instantly catching Jin Sheng's attention. Fishes broken through? Jin Sheng's pupils shrank. But the momentum didn't stop. A second, then a third energy surge burst forth. Su Hu's figure visibly grew larger, muscles bulging with veins, his wildness pressing against the air like a tangible force. After 3 consecutive bursts, Su Hu finally reached his limit. He strode forward forcefully, the sand and dust cracking loudly beneath his steps. Kill! His roar tore through the air. Ignoring his many wounds, he charged straight at Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng's murderous intent deepened, jealousy and madness intertwining in his eyes. So what if you break through? Today you must die? Years of stagnation only sharpened his hunger for talent. Now, the only solace was to extinguish a genius. Video 3 absolutes. Black light twined fiercely around his blade as the blade wind howled, slashing toward the incoming fierce shadow. Su Hu did not flinch. He punched out, a phantom tiger claw appearing with his fist. Crash! The blade and fist collided, unleashing violent shockwaves. When the dust settled, Su Hu had held the line against the strike. Jin Sheng's eyes flashed with a colder light, and without hesitation, he raised his blade again. The dominating 3 absolute second absolute. The blade swept down, carrying a fierce, biting energy. Su Hu instinctively raised his arm to block. The clash of metal rang out like thunder, immense force pressing through his arm. The green bricks beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground. In that instant, the wound Jin Sheng had carved before suddenly burst open with a gush of fresh blood, like a sprung spring, rapidly staining half of Su Hu's body bright red. Jin Sheng sheathed his blade and stood tall, a mocking smile curling on his lips. Do you really think an external wound with knife energy is that simple? The blood vessels inside you shattered long ago by that energy. The bleeding won't stop. Just wait to die. He looked down at his long blade and sneered. Be thankful I'll send you off with my third strike. Before his words finished, his wrist flicked, and the cold gleam surged again. The dominating blade's 3rd absolute. This slash was even more ferocious than before. The blade's radiance, almost solid, aimed straight at Su Hu's face. Blood pouring from his wounds, Su Hu's knees buckled, his vision darkened, and even his mighty tiger-like body weakened to the point he could only stand stiffly, facing death heated. Die! Jin Sheng roared. He thought he already saw a genius falling under his blade, and felt a thrill surge up uncontrollably in his heart. One after another, none give me peace. At that moment came a calm, yet clear voice beside them. The next second, Jin Sheng's vision blurred Su, who vanished into thin air. Bang! The third slash missed, cutting sharply through the blue stone floor, leaving a thin, deep scar nearly a foot long. Who goes there? Jin Sheng shouted furiously, looking up. Not far stood a young man. At his waist hung a long sword. His left hand held a small, frail figure, none other than the little madman assassin Jin Sheng had just sent flying with a slash. With his right hand, he firmly supported the bloodied Su Hu. The 3 clearly worked together. Hiss! The little madman let out a faint whimper in the young man's grip. Though no one understood, the sound conveyed his relief and lightened spirit. That's enough. Take care of your wounds first, the young manly Dao said calmly. The little madman's injury was severe. If not for his goo child constitution and tough body, he would have died on the spot. Hiss. The little madman responded weakly, but managed to crawl on his Su-Hu's shoulder. Once settled, he finally quieted down. Seeing him unharmed, Su-Hu's wild gaze softened noticeably, and he gave a slow, simple smile. Li Dao glanced at the two wounded men and was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected these injured fighters together to seem more like brothers than allies. The scene of their quiet interaction was a blatant provocation to Jin Sheng. His face darkened as he barked orders to the nearby guards. What are you staring at? These 3 assassins have already crippled 2 of us. Hurry up and kill them. 100 gold for each assassin's head. In his eyes, the 2 strongest were no longer able to fight, and the young man left was nothing but a sitting duck. 100 gold? The guard's eyes brightened simultaneously, stirred by greed. Such a bounty was irresistible. In Great Qian, 1 gold was worth 100 taels of silver. 1 tael equaled 100 copper coins. The average person earned about 20 copper coins per day, so 1 gold was equivalent to 500 days' wages. 100 gold meant enough money to support a family of 3 comfortably for a century. The men swallowed hard, their eyes gleaming coldly with lust for gold as they raised their swords in unison. Kill. At last, the first guard could no longer hold back and charged straight at Li Dao and the other 2 with his blade raised. The sound of quick footsteps had just begun when the remaining guards, unable to contain their fear, drew their swords one after another and closed in around them. Yet amid the chaos, a few sharp-eyed guards quietly retreated, wary of being dragged into the bloody battle. As the blade flashes neared, Su-Hu instinctively wanted to meet the attack heat-in, but his ankle suddenly gave way, nearly bringing him to his knees. Leave this to me, Li Dao said quietly, stepping in front of the 2. If it were just himself, he might have escaped unscathed with his skill alone. But now he had to protect both Su-Hu and the madman. The situation became instantly precarious. In the next moment, his mind focused, and the system panel stretched open in his thoughts. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 9.38. Usable attribute points, 8.69. System allocate points. Light spots rapidly descended as his stats surged. Physique, 18.07. Can evolve. Usable attribute points, 0. Can evolve? What does that mean? The question flickered briefly in his mind. Along with the doubling of his physique came a rush of intense heat. His blood seemed to boil as his skin flushed bright red. A terrifying power shattered through his limbs, yet his mind grew unusually clear and the world around him appeared to slow infinitely. This head belongs to me. One guard roared madly, swinging his long blade down. To Li Dao, the blade moved like a frozen leaf drifting through the air. He raised his hand and struck. Swish. Crack. The blade shattered into over a dozen iron shards as small as knuckles. The immense force hurled the fragments, turning them into deadly projectiles that ricocheted toward nearby guards. Screams rang out relentlessly. Some were pierced in the chest by shards. Others had blood and flesh torn from their shoulders and arms. The unluckiest guard was struck through the eye by a shard. The back of his head exploding in a spray of blood died on the spot. Killing an enemy awarded Li Dao 0.18 attribute points. The system notification flashed past. More guards lunged at Su-Hu and the madman. The heat rushed in and out swiftly. His physique enhancement completed instantly. Now Li Dao's body, 18 times stronger than a normal man's, unleashed its true power. He jerked back his hand to pull Su-Hu and the madman to the left side, then swept his right leg with a mighty kick. Bang! The guard in front's eyes bulged as his spine bent bizarrely backward in a 180-degree arc. He flew like a cannonball, crashing into several companions behind him. They all keeled over, chests collapsing and blood spurting wildly, tumbling meters before coming to a halt. With a single blow, dozens of guards were toppled like weeds. A power more ferocious than Su-Hu's combined with a form more agile than the madman's created an almost unbeatable force. Amid the crowd, Li Dao shielded his 2 companions with one hand and moved lightly like a phantom, exploiting every guard's flaw. One guard tried to sneak up behind and raise his blade, only to have his throat shattered by Li Dao's elbow before the attack even started. Another swung his sword sideways, but before the cold steel could strike, Li Dao twisted his wrist and snapped the arm. Every strike landed crisply and decisive. No punch or slash ever missed. The guards grew increasingly desperate. Some already turned to flee, but most were still trapped by the illusion of encirclement, forcing themselves to charge on. Yet even so, not a single guard managed to get near the 3. Anyone struck by Li Dao's first attack would almost certainly die on the spot, no exceptions. After only a dozen or so moves, over 100 guards lay sprawled around Li Dao, many writhing in severe pain, more barely clinging to life, and some already breathless. The 300-strong contingent brought by Prince Luoyun had already lost over 100 to Li Dao's team earlier, and now over half of the remaining 200 had fallen. Add to that those 2 terrified to step forward, and virtually none were left to fight. Only then did Jin Sheng, not far away, come fully to his senses. Another monster had appeared, one even stronger than the previous 2. What was frightening was that this creature hadn't used a drop of true energy the entire time, relying solely on raw physical strength to sweep through the battlefield. Jin Sheng found it impossible to understand how a human body could be so powerful. Shock gave way to a burning urge to fight. To kill such a prodigy with his own hands would be an unparalleled achievement. Everyone, clear the way, he growled. The guards, seeing him as their savior, didn't hesitate but quickly stepped aside, fearful that any delay would be disrespectful to their captain. Jin Sheng drew his sword and advanced with a cold sneer. I don't know who sent you, but I have to thank whoever it was. No matter whose side you're on, losing talents like you will surely hurt. Li Dao scoffed inwardly hurt. These guys were just pawns picked from a prison camp. He didn't bother explaining and glanced past Jin Sheng to the rear there, surrounded by a dozen guards. Was a finely dressed youth cowering that was Prince Luoyun. Gathering attribute points and eliminating this prince was his true goal. Caught in Li Dao's piercing gaze, Prince Luoyun's amusement vanished. His face went pale as he shouted sharply, Captain Jin Sheng, kill these 3 assassins immediately. Right now? Yes. Jin Sheng answered without hesitation, just as he wished. None of you assassins will leave alive today. Before the sentence was finished, his long sword unsheathed, cascading light rushing like a waterfall directly at Li Dao's face. Recognizing a true expert, Li Dao responded with respect. He gently set Su Hu and the other on the ground and drew the dark iron blade at his waist. Triple Overlord Blade Technique Wild Wind Slash. 2 blade lights exploded almost simultaneously, one wrapped in icy sharpness, the other bursting with overwhelming brute force. Bang! The clash of metal resounded through the forest. In the next instant, a figure flew backward violently, flipping multiple times before landing steadily on the ground. How is this possible? Jin Sheng looked down at his trembling hands, horror etched across his face. The blade collision had sent bone-shattering shockwaves up the sword, almost splitting open his tiger's mouth. He had to retreat several steps to dissipate the energy, but his arms still tingled numb. He had long suspected the opponent's physique was extraordinary, but had still underestimated him. This force far exceeded what any normal body could bear. This was no longer power the body was meant to wield. What kind of monster are you? Jin Sheng stared in shock at Li Dao, whose physique looked normal but wielded strength far beyond human limits. Monster? Li Dao's lips curled into a faint smile. If being a monster means not being a useless wreck, then so be it. He had once been weak and powerless, and now if anyone called him a monster, he would welcome it gladly. With that, he grabbed the heavy dark iron blade and slammed his foot down hard. Dust exploded as his whole body launched forward like a cannonball aimed straight at Jin Sheng. Gale Blade Technique. The black blade cut through the air. Though it lacked the radiant aura of true energy, the speed and power it carried were so terrifying that the gusts it stirred left visible ripples in the air. Clang! Jin Sheng's arm tingled painfully as the raw force of the strike sent him flying backward, crashing heavily into the ground. Li Dao pressed his advantage, following up swiftly with howling slashes. With each stroke, his grasp of the Gale Blade technique deepened, his moves becoming more intricate and savage, like a real hurricane shredding the surroundings from all directions. Jin Sheng's face turned ashen as he struggled to withstand the crushing weight of the heavy blades while fending off their attacks from every angle. The pressure mounted intensely. Meanwhile, Prince Liyun's third son had been counting on the captain of the guards to turn the tide, but instead he watched Jin Sheng retreat step by step. Anyone with eyes could see Jin Sheng was near breaking point. No, I have to leave. I need to get help, muttered the third prince, his previous bravado evaporating entirely. At last, he steeled himself and whispered urgently, stop watching. While the captain keeps those assassins occupied, take me out of here quickly. Yes, third prince. The guards, snapping out of their daze, nodded repeatedly. They had no desire to confront such a terrifying opponent and wisely chose to flee with the prince. As for Jin Sheng, his past accomplishments had won their respect, but in this moment, they simply wished him good luck and hoped he could survive on his own. They slipped inside a military tent. The dim light flickered softly, and suddenly a faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air. What's that smell? The third prince wrinkled his nose. Before he could finish speaking, guards around him slumped to the ground one after another. Poisoned. His heart tightened in alarm. Are you the third prince of Luoyun? A cold sensation pressed against his throat as a dagger suddenly appeared at his neck. Trembling, the prince turned to see a chubby middle-aged man smiling smugly behind him, and from the shadows of the tent's corner stepped a hunched old man. It was Shen San and Lao Gui. Shen San glanced at the unconscious guard sprawled on the ground and sneered. Lao Gui, this poison actually worked this time. What was the crap you gave us before? Lao Gui snorted. Not my fault. The wind direction just suddenly changed. Enough. No more arguing. If we delay any longer, big guy and little madman might really die. Shen San kicked the third prince down coldly and said harshly, tell your guards to bring our men over here. You want. Shen San flicked his wrist, and the dagger gleamed as it precisely pierced the space between the prince's legs, stopping only half an inch from a vital spot. Startled, the third prince no longer dared to resist and hastily nodded in agreement. The guards outside the tent were busy watching the spectacle. Suddenly, the tent flap was pulled aside, and 3 figures filed out in single file. Someone immediately recognized the leader. The third prince of Leonand exclaimed, "Third prince, there's an assassin over here." "What? Where's the assassin?" The crowd buzzed with alarm, all their eyes turning sharply toward the 3 men. The shadow of rampant assassins still hung heavy over the camp. Everyone shouted, "Catch the assassin!" Yet not a single person dared step forward. Those 3 previous assassins had nearly single-handedly beaten them to a retreat. No one wanted to court disaster again. "Speak." Shinsen pressed a dagger to the third prince's ear, urging him quietly. The prince nodded rapidly, then shouted hoarsely, "Don't stand there. Hurry and carry those 2 fallen warriors over here." "Warriors? Aren't they assassins?" Someone muttered softly, but upon seeing the glint of the dagger at the prince's neck, they reluctantly forced themselves to move. As 2 guards stepped toward Su Hu and Little Madman, a fierce, beast-like pressure slammed into them. Their faces instantly drained of color. They instinctively backed away several paces, fearing they might be torn apart if they got any closer. "Do something." Despite his terror, the third prince roared at them. Still, compared to his commanding presence, Su Hu and Little Madman covered in blood and radiating murderous intent were far more terrifying. "Forget it, we'll do it ourselves." Shinsen sighed helplessly and dragged the third prince along with Lao Gui, taking slow, cautious steps toward the 2 gravely injured comrades. As they neared, Little Madman crouched low, growling like a wild animal, veins bulging. "It's me, not the enemy." Shinsen quickly called out to calm him. But the more he spoke, the fiercer Little Madman roared, shaking the guard's confidence to pieces. Luckily, the fierce man was only displaying dominance. After a few roars, he collapsed weakly against Su Hu's shoulder and didn't move again. Su Hu's condition was even worse. Blood loss left his skin waxy and pale, his cheeks ghostly white. Yet he kept his back straight, like a wounded tiger ready to spring at any foe. The bloodstains on the ground were splattered widely, making his shadow even more terrifying. Shinsen scanned the gruesome mess, then glanced at the deep wound on Su Hu's side before quietly asking Lao Gui, "Old ghost, with giant hurt this badly, do you think you can handle it?" Lao Gui snorted disdainfully and said proudly, "My healing skills are unbeatable." Before he finished, he reached into his satchel and pulled out a cluster of bottles and jars, filling his palm with them. Shinsen frowned. "Wait, you're not planning to go solo again, right? Didn't you use these same herbs for poisons before?" Lao Gui shot him a sidelong glance, but kept working with the herbs, explaining as he mixed, "None of these are poisons. They're my life's work. Though made from the same raw materials, I can transform them into hundreds of deadly toxins, or, conversely, life-saving remedies. Remember this, my healing is far wiser than my poison. Poison is self-defense. Saving lives is my true skill." As he finished speaking, he had already prepared several potions, the herbal scents wafting gently. Lao Gui hurried forward, dipping his fingertips in the medicine and pressing them directly onto Su Hu and Little Madman's wounds, completely unfazed by their razor-sharp, threatening aura. "Be careful." Shun San's heart pounded, fearing the 2 predators would suddenly turn on Lao Gui. But what happened next stunned him. Confronted by Lao Gui, Su Hu and Little Madman instantly lost their initial aggression. "Old ghost, what are you doing?" Shinsen looked surprised. Aside from Li Dao, Su Hu and the Little Madman had always been fiercely independent, never yielding to anyone. Yet now, here they were, sitting obediently before Old Ghost. The sight was strange no matter how you looked at it. Old Ghost remained calm, stroking his gray-white beard. "I have cultivated Changchun True Qi for nearly a century. It can imitate the natural energies of heaven and earth. Ordinary people might feel nothing, but for these 2, its effects are remarkable." As he spoke, he pulled out a jade bottle, twisted off the cap, and held the opening under Su Hu's nose. "Inhale." Su Hu took a deep breath. Instantly, a flush of rosy color spread from his neck to his cheeks, and his previously dull eyes brightened noticeably. Seeing this, the Little Madman obediently leaned forward and inhaled deeply as well. Old Ghost explained, "This is blood spirit Mystit locks life force for those with external wounds. Even if the internal organs are destroyed, it can sustain someone for half an hour." Then he produced a second porcelain jar and scooped out a thick, blood-colored ointment, smearing it on the savage blade wound on Su Hu's chest. "This is blood spirit paste, an intensified version of the mist. It's beyond the power of the living dead, but it might barely manage to regenerate flesh from severed flesh." No sooner had the ointment touched the wound than the bleeding stopped instantly. A dark scab formed rapidly, thickening visibly within moments. The Little Madman's injuries were treated the same way. The miraculous healing stunned not only Shin San, who was wide-eyed and speechless, but also the third prince of Luoyun and his nearby guards. Everyone knew that in the martial world and on the battlefield, The worst nightmare was wounds that would not heal. Such secret remedies were incredibly rare and precious. You old giant, you've cost me a lot of good medicine. After dressing Su Hu's wounds, Old Ghost touched the nearly emptied bottle with a pang of regret, then glanced around at the prince's guards. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed. He approached the third prince of Luoyun and smiled kindly. Little fellow, could you do me a small favor? What favor? Nothing complicated. Moments later, Shen Sen watched in disbelief as Old Ghost stood before a line of guards, each extending an arm for a blood draw. Old Ghost, what are you up to? Preparing medicine, Old Ghost said without looking up. You think my remedies just appear out of nowhere? Human blood is the most potent ingredient. To me, everything in the world can be medicine, were it not for my kindness. He cracked a sly smile, but didn't finish the sentence. The guards turned pale with fear. Meanwhile, Li Dao and Jin Sheng's fierce battle raged on. Li Dao's sinewy frame was like iron, each strike fierce and ruthless, pushing Jin Sheng back step by step. But Jin Sheng was still a second-rank prodigy. His true chi was not yet depleted, and his strength remained formidable. I block. I block. Jin Sheng's long blade danced wildly as he struggled to parry the storm of strikes. Suddenly, he sensed the attacks cease. Li Dao had withdrawn his blade. Jin Sheng started to speak, but the cold flash of steel cut through the air again. Instantly, he realized Li Dao's pause was intentional, designed to disrupt his rhythm. While Jin Sheng had gradually adjusted to the earlier relentless onslaught, this sudden stop followed by a piercing thrust left him completely off balance. Stop! Jin Sheng shouted desperately, but Li Dao's expression remained unreadable as his attack intensified. I'm done fighting. Let me go? The third prince of Luoyun will make it up to you. Jin Sheng begged urgently. Li Dao's gaze was icy. You think the third prince won't be hurt by this? And if he is? I want to live. Facing death, Jin Sheng's loyalty evaporated instantly, replaced only by the will to survive. Li Dao shook his head with a sigh. Too bad you've met me. Jin Sheng was stunned. What do you mean? To him, he was just an insignificant pawn. Why kill him so thoroughly? If it were someone else, maybe you'd still have a chance. Li Dao spoke calmly, his hand tightening on the sword. But for me, killing makes me stronger. You've wasted enough time already. Letting you go now would be too costly. Jin Sheng's face darkened as terror threatened to consume him. This blow is for you. With that, the mysterious iron greatsword changed stance abruptly, the slash striking sharp and swift as lightning. The nameless strike. This was a move Li Dao had refined through countless battles and mental training. Born from the whirlwind blade style but distinct from it, it had only two traits, speed and precision. A sharp, wet sound cut through the air. Jin Shenggang raised his long blade before his chest, but before the edge could fall, a cold gleam pierced his throat. Coughing violently, a rush of thick, metallic sweet blood poured out. He looked down in disbelief at the long blade stuck fast in his neck. A mere mortal's shock filled his eye. She, a formidable latestage rank 2 warrior, had been felled by a reckless youth relying on brute force alone. With a swift flick, Li Dao drew back his blade. Droplets of blood scattered from the black iron blade with a sharp hiss. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice whispered into his ear. Enemy killed. 1.54 attribute points gained. Truly a master, Li Dao thought to himself. Even just a tenth of his strength equals 1.5 times that of an ordinary man. Had he not already wiped out a large number of guards earlier, boosting his attributes dramatically, even he wouldn't have been able to shake this captain of the guards. Jin Shenggang collapsed with a thunderous crash. The remaining guards, still dazed, looked around like startled flies in a disturbed hive. Panic clouded their eyes. Fear quickly eclipsed courage. Run. The thought formed instantly and they scattered in all directions. But how could Li Dao let such a gift slip away? With a leap, he brandished his blade again. The blade's arc painted through the air like a rain of iron. Cries of agony mingled with the clash of weapons, blood splattered, obscuring the last glimmer of life in the northern barbarians. Even as some dropped their helmets and armor, falling to their knees, begging, "Spare me. I have a wife and children at home. I beg you. Don't kill me. Surrender." Li Dao's heart was as cold as the black iron blade in his hand. His answer to the northern barbarians was a single word: kill. Though memories lingered of his debauched days in the imperial capital, his knowledge of the bitter, historical animosity between the northern barbarians and the Great Qian Dynasty ran deep. The entire northern nation was a warlike people, raiding and slaughtering countless innocent Qian civilians every year. This blood debt stained every northern barbarian's head. An incense stick burned down. The battlefield fell silent. Li Dao stood amid a mountain of corpses and blood, his feet stained red with still warm blood. The system panel appeared again. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 18.07 transformable. Available attribute points, 4.63. Add points. He tried to invest attribute points in physique, but found the number wouldn't budge. Only the 3 words transformable flickered faintly. So I have to complete the transformation first. Li Dao clenched his fists. This isn't the right time. He'll do it later. Closing the panel, he sheathed his blade and ran toward the far side of the battlefield, ready to regroup with Su Hu and the others. Having been drawn off by the fight with Jin Shingang, he didn't yet know the other's situation. Judging in his mind, although both Su Hu and the madman Xiao were wounded, since he had drawn away the strongest guard captain, the remaining weaklings wouldn't easily overcome them. Elsewhere, Old Ghost, did you suck them all dry? Shinsen stared at the last guard suddenly collapsing, his face full of surprise. Old Ghost was gathering strands of soul energy into his sleeves, looking satisfied. I don't kill. I only draw out the soul and spare a little life. The rest is their own failure. To him, unless he personally delivered a killing blow, it didn't count as murder. After a long time with him, Shinsan was used to this twisted logic. He kicked the barely breathing falling cloud third prince to the ground and brushed the blood off his hands, sneering. Why don't you just suck this guy dry too? After all, we came here to kill him anyway. Him? Old Ghost glanced briefly and said bluntly, this guy's got every problem under the sun, poisoned in every way. Although he looks young, his body is completely drained from overindulgence. I don't want anything to do with him. Suit yourself. Fine, Shinsan said, gripping the dagger in his hand, looking down at Prince Luoyun with cold authority. All right, time to send you off. Don't worry, I'm not like Old Ghost who enjoys tormenting people. One quick knife slash, and he'll make sure your exit is painless. The third prince of the Luoyun tribe immediately broke down mentally. He wanted to live, not to exit painlessly. As the cold blade inched closer, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, voice trembling with tears. Please spare me. I'm the third prince of the northern barbarian Luoyun tribe. If you kill me, my father the king will never forgive you. Shunsen cracked a low grin. Third prince, do you recognize us? No. If you don't even recognize us, do you really think your father can find your killers? If we kill you, who's to say it was us? Hearing this, the prince desperately grabbed onto Hope, eyes flashing sharply. Wait, listen to me. You look like men from the Jianghu, not government agents, right? So what? Shun San's knife twitched. If it's the government, I accept my fate. But if this is a Jianghu matter, someone must have hired you. How much are they paying? They'll pay double. No, 10 times that. Spare me, and all the money is yours. Just as Shun San was about to speak, a voice called out from a distance. Do you have 50 lives to pay us? Shun San snapped his head around, shouting happily, boss? Li Dao walked up alone, casually replying, dead. Haha, I knew the boss could do it. That guy gave me a rough time before. Shin Sen laughed loudly. Next to them, the third prince of Luoyun heard dead and instantly paled. Just moments ago, he still held on to hope that Jin Sheng would come to save him, but now, that last glimmer was extinguished. Li Dao glanced at Su Hu and Xiao Fengzi, noticing their wounds had scabbed over, leaving only scars. She guessed who had done it. He shook his head with a smirk. Old Ghost, your healing skills are far more reliable than your poison tricks. Old Ghost scoffed indifferently. Healing was always better. Li Dao nodded and turned his gaze back to the kneeling third prince. Is this the target? Yes. I was about to finish him off, Shin Sen answered. Thunk. The dark iron blade cleanly pierced the third prince's chest. Blood dripped down the edge of the blade as the prince looked down at his wound, disbelief on his face. He had hoped to negotiate, but in an instant, only cold pain remained. His life was rapidly draining away, his breathing grew ragged. A few moments later, killed an enemy. Gained attribute points, 0.06. Li Dao saw the cold system prompt in his mind, frowning in confusion. He looked down at the corpse and muttered, how useless do you have to be to give me so few attribute points? Worse than my original constitution. Oh well, a little gain is a gain, I'm not going to give it back. Shinsen finally snapped out of it and dumbly asked, that's it? Just kill him? You want to keep him around for the new year? Li Dao shot back. Shinsen opened his mouth, but said nothing. The next second, he suddenly moved over to the third prince's body and started rummaging through his clothes. What are you doing? Li Dao was startled by Shun San's sudden movements. The guy was sketchy enough as it was, but now he was rummaging over a corpse. Could he really be that kind of person? Shun San didn't even look up. He just chuckled to himself. Killing and scavenging, I'm not about to waste anything. As he spoke, he pinched something between his fingers and pulled out a string of smooth beads from the body of the third prince of Luoyun, then held it up to Li Dao. Boss, these beads are pretty good quality. Want them? Only then did Li Dao realize Shun San was doing his old thing again, looting every kill thoroughly. He waved him off. Keep them yourself. Shun San didn't hesitate, stuffing the beads into his pocket, then crouched down again to search the third prince's body more carefully. Li Dao glanced over at Lao Gui, Jin Bei, Du Mu, and Tu Ying, and then gave the order, everyone rest for a bit. We'll head back to Changgu town in half an hour. With that, he picked a relatively clean spot, sat down heavily, and closed his eyes to calm himself. They'd killed dozens tonight. The mental burden was no joke. He wasn't some born psychopath. If he didn't settle his emotions now, he'd eventually turn into a monster. Half an hour passed quickly. The sky still hadn't brightened. Li Dao led the group quietly back toward Changgu town. Changgu town, main military tent. Wei Yun pulled aside the curtain, intending to ask a few casual questions. But when he saw the 5 of them, his jaw dropped. You wiped out the entire squad of the 3rd Prince of Luoyan. Had only tasked these 5 with assassinating the prince, not annihilating his entire unit. That was brutal. Hearing this, Shin San perked up. All thanks to the boss. He alone killed nearly 100 guards and took down their 2nd-rank guard captain. The rest of us just helped out. Lao Gui snorted in response. Who was really just along for the ride. At his age, he didn't bother arguing. Oh, Wei Yin looked at Li Dao in surprise. You managed to handle a 2nd-rank expert on your own? Li Dao shrugged. Maybe he was a bit overrated. He glanced sideways at Lao Gui. After all, the old man was 1st rank. Lao Gui's mind briefly reeled. Wei Yin waved a hand with a smile. Even if he was overrated, you're impressive. Among 2nd-rank fighters, anyone who can kill over 100 alone is top tier. True, your opponents weren't regular guards, but they were still skilled. No need to downplay yourself. Li Dao didn't argue, preferring to keep a low profile. Sensing the mood getting awkward, Wei Yin quickly changed the subject. After all that drama overnight, you must be exhausted. Go get some rest. Shin Sen immediately got suspicious. Commander Wei, you're not going to lock us back up in the death cells after letting us rest, are you? Wei Yin rolled his eyes with a smile. Of course not. You've done us a big favor. Each of you has your own tent to rest comfortably. That satisfied Shin San. Now that's better. Led by a soldier, the 5 arrived at 5 tents lined up side by side. Shin San, Lao Gui, and the others instinctively looked at Li Dao. Li Dao's voice was calm. Pick any. Rest well for the next 2 missions. Without waiting, he walked straight into the center tent. The other 4 exchanged glances, and then each picked a tent on their own. Inside, Li Dao saw the simple cot and a small table with steaming food. He ignored the food and sat cross-legged on the bed, silently focusing his mind. The master, Li Dao, had a physique stat of 18.07 that could undergo transformation, and a usable attribute of 4.63. Glancing at the words transformable, he hesitated only briefly before decisively confirming with his will. The next moment, it felt as if his entire body had been struck by a heavy hammer. His consciousness jolted sharply. A tearing sensation burst from within, not the simple pain of skin ripping, but countless cells simultaneously splitting and restructuring, so intense it defied description. Almost simultaneously, a flood of information about physique transformation rushed into his mind. 1. When the physique value hits a critical point, it encounters its limit. 2. To break through this limit, one must awaken deeper physical potential. 3. Practitioners can use true qi to shatter this barrier, achieving a profound rebirth-level breakthrough. 4. However, Li Dao had no true qi. He could only rely on raw physical power to forcibly push past the limit. For ordinary people, this task was nearly impossible, but he possessed a system. The right points invested would trigger the transformation. The only price was enduring the agonizing pain of breaking through the limit. If he couldn't withstand that pain, he didn't deserve the system anyway. More importantly, each transformation would induce a unique qualitative change in one bodily function, granting unexpected benefits. After understanding this, Li Dao forced himself to steady his breath, his teeth grinding audibly. He refused to let anyone detect his abnormality. This system must remain strictly secret. The tearing sensation intensified, pain crashing over him like successive waves, nearly swallowing his consciousness. Gradually, his nerves went numb, leaving only a vague sense of time passing. Time passed. No one knew how long until the destructive pain began to subside. Li Dao sensed a change inside. His transformation had officially begun. The first to be altered was his skin. He could clearly feel his epidermis being reshaped by an invisible force, cells rearranging themselves. His intuition told him this was a good sign. Anyone present would have seen his normal skin tone rapidly darken, as if a black shell were wrapping around him. After several minutes, the last lingering pain faded with his breath, signaling the completion of the transformation. Looking down, Li Dao found his entire body covered with a dark, aged layer of skin resembling cracked shell. Surprised, he reached out to tear it. Lightly shook. Dead skin cracked open, revealing the true skin beneath. That skin was paler than before, but still bore a healthy flush. He carefully touched it. The surface was smooth but revealed a distinct, new toughness under slight stretching. The new skin combined softness and resilience, clearly far surpassing what he had before. To be certain, he peeled away the dead skin piece by piece until every inch of his body was refreshed texture like jade, but tough as armor. Panel complete. Master Li Dao's physique showed 18.07 available attribute points. The transformation was indeed complete. The note in parentheses had vanished, but exactly how he had changed wasn't detailed on the status panel. Maybe I should try allocating some points? Li Dao thought to himself. In the next moment, he summoned the attribute panel in his mind, and without hesitation poured all available points into his physique. Master Li Dao's physique, 22.70 available points, now 0. The numbers updated smoothly, Without the imagined restrictions that points must be doubled to improve, each attribute point translated directly into a proportional increase, the rule unchanged. A familiar warmth spread instantly from his heart, like scalding river water rushing through his veins. Every muscle, bone, even nerve was reshaped anew. This time, the enhancement felt distinctly different from before. Li Dao looked down at himself and noticed faint electric sparks flickering beneath his skin, tightening the surface texture. The system's special transformation at last manifested in a concrete way. The skin. Has it gotten tougher? A sudden insight struck him as he reached for the heavy dark iron blade beside the bed. The metal gleamed coldly. He gripped the knife decisively and sliced toward his left arm. There was a light clang of metal on metal, but no drop of blood appeared. The sensation was more like a dull blade cutting thick leather, the tip firmly held by a resistant outer layer. Li Dao's gaze sharpened, excitement bubbling as he observed. Only a faint red mark remained on the skin, which was erased by his enhanced regeneration as he breathed. He recalled something he had read in his past life. Increasing human physical strength doesn't automatically mean equal increases in damage resistance. Even with 20 times normal physical power, if the external force exceeds muscle buffer limits, injury can still occur. Some theorists even estimated that ignoring bullets would require a body strength 10,000 times that of a normal person. Since the data came from online sources, not just author speculation, it showed how fragile the human body normally is. Yet what he saw now contradicted this common sense. To confirm, he kept escalating the test. At double normal strength, the dark iron blade left only a shallow white mark on the skin, quickly disappearing. At 5 times strength, the white mark deepened but still healed instantly. At 10 times strength, the blade finally broke the skin, leaving only a thin cut. Blood just began to show before scabbing over and then falling off. Finally, shouting sharply, he swung the blade with full force at his arm. The edge pierced the surface and barely sank into muscle, only to be tightly caught by dense muscle fibers, preventing any further penetration. This was assuming the sharpness of the dark iron blade. With an ordinary steel blade, the blade would likely break first and Li Dao would remain unharmed. Now, he could truly be called impervious to blades and spears. If a sharp weapon can't do this, what about other impacts? He wondered silently. His transformed skin hadn't just gained hardness, it had increased toughness, cushioning ability, and healing speed. All these improved along with his physique attributes. As he pondered, a strange thought popped up. What if I get appendicitis in the future? He joked dryly. Having 20 times a normal person's physique meant not just massive strength gains, but also an immune system boosted by the same factor. Ordinary viruses and bacteria would be virtually powerless to approach. Even if inflammation occurred, his efficient immunity would heal it fast, no need to cut open his abdomen. In fact, even a real inflammation could be rapidly resolved by his immune system without surgery at all. Realizing the changes within himself, Li Dao silently marveled that he now possessed a bit of self-preservation power. He tore off the layer of dead skin, like a snake shedding its old skin, piece by piece, piling it in a corner. Looking at his newly grown, gleaming skin, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. This new armor would buy him a few extra breaths in a crisis. After a simple cleanup, he put on fresh clothes, sat down at the wooden table, grabbed a coarse ceramic bowl, and ate heartily. He finished 3 bowls and drank half a pot of water until his stomach was pleasantly full, then put down his chopsticks. Letting out a satisfied burp, he rolled his shoulders, collapsed onto the wooden bed, and buried his head in the pillow, falling asleep immediately. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Since Li Dao and the other 4 successfully assassinated Prince Luo Yun, Wei Yun had not appeared. They kept watch over the military camp in various places and even went searching for Wei Yun, but couldn't catch so much as a shadow of him. Fortunately, the camp was much more comfortable than the death row prison. They were fed properly every day and able to sleep through the night. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Wei Yun finally sent someone to relay a message, inviting them to meet at the main command tent. Inside the main tent, the oil lamp flickered softly. Wei Yun sat upright in the seat of honor, raising his cup in a toast to Li Dao and the others. First, I must thank you all. With the death of Prince Luo Yun, the negotiations between the northern barbarian Tiamu tribe and the Luo Yun tribe have temporarily collapsed, easing pressure on the border. Saying this, he tilted his head back and drained his cup in one gulp. Shun Xin shuffled up to the table, swallowed a cup of wine, and his mouth moved faster than his action. Enough with the nice speeches. How about something practical for us guys? Like household registration, or our freedom? Wei Yun's lips twitched slightly. Clearly, he had only intended to give a polite verbal thanks. She hadn't expected Shun San to take it seriously. Not bothering to dignify that with a response, he turned his head toward Li Dao instead. While I can't offer you tangible rewards, I can help you finish your 3 tasks sooner. Today, I'm here to assign the second one. Shin San grumbled. And you call this a favor? Li Dao set down his cup calmly and asked, what's the second task? The sooner they completed their missions, the sooner they could shed their death row status. Wei Yun got straight to the point. We have severed the ties between the Tianmu tribe and the Luoyun tribe, but Tianmu hasn't stopped. Scouts report they have purchased 100,000 arrows from the northern barbarian fire tribe. They're likely aimed at our Qian army. Shen San's face fell. That Wei fellow isn't going to send us to intercept those 100,000 arrows, is he? Wei Yun shook his head. No. Just as Shen San relaxed, Wei Yun added, not to intercept your mission is to destroy those 100,000 arrows. Smack. Shen San slammed the table and jumped up in outrage. Those arrows are a strategic resource. The escort will be much heavier and better guarded than when we took down Prince Luo Yun. There will be expert fighters defending them too. You're basically sending us to die. Wei Yun showed no irritation at the outburst, as if arguing with a stubborn child was pointless. He shifted his gaze to Li Dao and calmly asked, 9527, what are your thoughts on this? Li Dao set down his wine cup and spoke softly. This mission truly isn't something just anyone can accomplish. Captain Wei, if you don't want to lose our trust, there must be more you haven't told us. Wei Yun couldn't help but lightly pat his horse, praising, I've clearly underestimated your cleverness. You're right, this is indeed a tough task. He suddenly turned to Shen San and continued, that's why not only will you five go, but I'll also be bringing some brothers from the Waiwing with me. Shen San curled his lips, but didn't interrupt since the leader himself was going. Protesting it's a suicide mission would only risk himself. Hearing that Wei Yun would personally accompany them, Li Dao's gaze hardened slightly and asked, is it that dangerous? It's definitely tricky, Wei Yun nodded. I've received word that among the escort team this time is a Xiantian martial artist. Xiantian martial artist? The group's expressions froze. Recently, Li Dao had roughly grasped the cultivation ranks from the old Ghost and others, Houtian, Xiantian, Zongshi, and Dazongshi. Dazongshi were the nation's treasures, rarely seen outside their strongholds. Zongshi stood at the top of the public martial world but were few, while Xiantian were the true mainstream fighters of the Jianghu. If this was a game, ordinary people were like mobs, Houtian martial artists were elites, and Xiantian were worthy boss-level opponents. Though Houtian and Xiantian differed by only one word, their strength often differed tenfold. The last time he dealt with Jin Sheng, he was only a second-rank Haushanot, even first rank. A Xiantian martial artist? You can't be joking. Who could take them on? Shen San shifted restlessly, too, understood Xiantian level power. Wei Yun said calmly, don't worry. He'll handle that person. Huh, you're Xiantian? Shen San exclaimed in surprise. Wei Yun smiled faintly, why not? Shen San was speechless, inwardly realizing. So all this time had been talking back to a top-tier Xiantian big shot. Brave indeed. Wei Yun withdrew his gaze and asked, have you made up your minds? Are you taking this mission or not? Taking it? Li Dao met his eyes evenly. Of course we want to refuse. But do you think you'd let us? Wei Yun shook his head. I wouldn't agree. Then there's no point wasting words. Li Dao shrugged. Wei Yun fell silent for a moment, and could only smile bitterly had indeed brought this on himself. 2 days later, outside Changgu town. The morning mist still lingered as Li Dao and the five mounted and gathered as usual. Unlike last time, dozens of armored soldiers from the Waiwing stood in formation nearby, armor clashing and ringing sharply. 9527, long time no see. A familiar face approached on horseback, waving to Li Dao. Captain Liu. Li Dao recognized him. The captain had been closely involved with him before. Liu's gaze swept over the five and said, if this mission goes well, you'll almost be able to leave the death row camp, right? 2 more missions left. Li Dao didn't hide it. Captain Liu already knew. TSK. Captain Liu could not help but sigh. Looks like you guys have this locked down. Golden red sunlight filtered through swirling sands, casting a warm glow over the camp. Li Dao leaned against his saddle, half smiling with self-mockery as he shrugged. No one knows how things will turn out until the very end. Unless one day we're truly free. Captain Liu chuckled softly and patted his shoulder without a word. After a brief chat, he donned his helmet and took his leave, being second only to Wei Yun among the mighty camp centurions. He and several peers had to regroup and stand ready. As night fully descended, Wei Yun mounted his horse, armor clinking sharply. With a command, hundreds of soldiers filed out in single file to secure the ambush site before the enemy's escort arrived. Wei Yun led the column ahead to the border between the Liehua tribe and the Tianmu tribe, a desolate desert plain bisected by a lonely trade route. This road was the Tianmu tribe's sole supply artery. Under cover of darkness, the troops dispersed to their hiding spots. Dry grass, rocky ridges, and ruined wolf-tooth trenches provided natural cover. Li Dao took position half squatting behind a sunlit sand slope, fingers lightly touching his bowstring as his eyes flicked warily over the surroundings. Just then, the crunch of gravel announced Captain Liu ascending to the ridge top with 100 guards lining up beside him. Captain Liu, what's this? Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Liu waved him off quietly. Ignore us. We want to ambush alongside you. Closer to you feels safer. Li Dao smiled wryly but ultimately nodded in agreement. Soon, familiar faces like Shen San and others also sneaked over, as if following a silent plan, and settled near Li Dao. The desert night's chill was just fading when the horizon lightened. The clock hands traced the hours of darkness, soon replaced by blazing sun. Through the long night, the sand road remained empty. No sign of the TMU escort. Sweat dripped down Shinsan's neck as he impatiently grabbed his collar. That way guy can't have messed this up, right? Why is no one showing up? Are we just waiting here for nothing? His words barely left his lips when Captain Lu and his men snapped their heads toward him, displeased at the casual use of Wei Yun's name. Shinsan shrugged defiantly. What? Even prisoners have a say, don't they? Enough. Something's coming. Li Dao raised his hand to silence them. Immediately, everyone dropped low behind the dunes. A cloud of sand rose in the distance as a convoy rattled along the narrow courier path. The wooden wheels creaked over the sand, and banners fluttered atop, the wagons emblazoned with the TMU tribe's colors. The target carrying those 100,000 arrows had arrived. Captain Lu squinted at the approaching force, frowning. Too many troops. At least 1,000. That was enough for a minor battle. Li Dao's gaze sharpened as he pointed at the banners. There's not just TMU flags too from the Liahua tribe as well. Looks like TMU brought in Liahua reinforcements, explaining the numbers. The Liahua tribe? Lu quickly pieced it together, probably because the Luoyun tribe had trouble before, and TMU called Liahua for backup. The news of the enemy's reinforcements dimmed the faces of the hidden soldiers. What was already a tough mission just grew even more dangerous. Li Dao observed that Wei Yun hadn't signaled a retreat, clearly sticking to the plan. He gripped his longbow tighter and whispered, "Perfect. Staying in ambush must be his strategy too." After all, from his perspective, as long as there were no exceptionally strong opponents, the more ordinary people or weaker postnatal warriors showed up, the better it was for him. Ever since his skin underwent that transformation, hordes of enemies no longer mattered. Most attacks couldn't even break his skin, turning those attackers into helpless prey. With his astounding stamina and regenerative abilities, he was confident that given enough time, he alone could wipe out this escort team of nearly 1,000 men. At this moment, the convoys from the TMU and Liahua tribes slowly approached across the plains, inching closer to the predetermined ambush zone. Hidden on the hillside, the ambushers held their breath in silence, bows drawn to the limit. Once the entire convoy stepped within range, a sharp whistle shattered the stillness. "Everyone, stand up, release." Captain Lu barked. Swish. 200 archers simultaneously sprang from both hillsides, unleashing a deadly volley of arrows like a dark storm. Only then did the convoy realize they had fallen into a trap. The leaders of the TMU and Liahua tribes shouted warnings at the top of their lungs, but it was already too late. The whistling arrows tore into the crowd. Thud. Several escorts dropped dead instantly. Before the enemy could regroup, Wei Yun raised his hand and commanded, "Second volley, fire." Another barrage rained down. "You'll pay for this." Furious roars erupted from the convoy's center. Suddenly, a figure shot upward with a sweeping arm. His sleeves fluttered, emitting an aura of true energy that deflected a large number of arrows midair, sending them crashing harmlessly onto the ground. True energy projection, a postnatal warrior, Li Dao murmured, narrowing his eyes as he immediately recognized the expert previously hiding within the TMU tribe. On the hillside, Wei Yun caught sight of that silhouette as well. Without hesitation, he ordered, "Vanguard, charge. Rear ranks provide cover fire, suppress the archers." Drawing his blade, he leapt forward straight at the postnatal warrior. His men split accordingly. Half surged downhill to engage the convoy, while the other half continued pressing with suppressive fire. Seeing this, Li Dao tightened his grip on his black iron blade, stepping over loose stones as he rushed ahead. The earlier he struck, the more trophies he could collect. "Everyone move out. Charge with 9,527. Captain Lu made a quick decision, ordering the rear ranks to follow Li Dao. Su Hu and the others, who had long established tacit trust with Li Dao, without hesitation raised their blades and stuck close. The mountain wind howled. Though the war drums had yet to sound, the thirst for battle was already igniting. Minutes ago, the land had been calm and quiet. Now, in just moments, two forces clashed fiercely in brutal combat. After entering the chaotic convoy, Li Dao didn't forget his mission even as he harvested attributes along the way. He dashed up beside a speeding carriage, and with a flash of his dark iron blade, the three guards escorting the convoy fell dead on the spot. Enemy killed. Attribute 0.21. Enemy killed. Attribute 0.20. Enemy killed. Attribute 0.23. The system's constant notification sounds echoed in his ears, but Li Dao paid no mind. He vaulted onto the carriage and lifted the wooden cover at the back. Inside the box, bundles of freshly made arrows were neatly stacked. The faint scent of wood told him these arrows were newly crafted and razor sharp. "Here," he called out, waving at Lu Fuzhong not far off. Lu Fuzhong and a few guards rushed over on hearing the voice, and saw the boxes piled high with fresh arrows. "You take your men and destroy the arrows. They'll cover you," Li Dao said briefly. "Got it." Lu Fuzhong nodded and immediately ordered his soldiers to act. Suddenly, the TMU tribe warriors realized their supplies were being sabotaged. Dozens of riders surged forward to stop them. Li Dao drew his blade to meet them. His knife glowed cold and sharp like lightning. Within mere breaths, the charging enemies were trampled and strewn about, their bodies turning into cold numbers on his status panel. At that moment, a towering figure burst forth from the crowd. Bare-chested, muscles bulging, wielding a heavy axe in each hand, his every step forced Dacian soldiers to fall back. None could match his strength. Clearly, he saw Li Dao as the greatest threat. Pointing his axes, he roared, "Villain, don't get cocky." Before the words faded, the man sprang up, axes slicing through the air with a screech, aimed straight at Li Dao's face. 9527, watch out. Lu Fuzhong shouted in alarm, spotting the fierce warrior's deadly move. He knew he couldn't survive even a single blow. Li Dao thought to himself, with such a huge convoy, there must be more than one innate warrior guarding it. Sure enough, he's found a postnatal master hiding. Before the thought finished, the terrifying dual axes were already closing in. His eyes showed no hesitation. He raised his hand and met the attack head-on with a single sword. The giant's anger flared when his double axes were blocked single-handedly. Contempt joined his fury. If he dares to challenge me, we'll show him real brute force. Die, he bellowed, axes striking with crushing force against the dark iron blade. Bang! Metal clashed, sparks flew. An incredible sight unfolded. Li Dao, holding his knife in one hand, stood firm and blocked all the power from the 2-meter-tall giant's heavy blow without stepping back an inch. Lu Fuzhong was stunned just days ago. Li Dao had barely held his own against a postnatal 5th-rank Baiman leader, and now he casually blocked a warrior of similar strength without using his true energy, relying purely on brute force. Impossible. The giant's veins bulged, but he found his axes trapped, unable to press forward at all. Li Dao smiled faintly. Good aim, but your power is lacking. The giant opened his mouth to retort, when suddenly a terrifying force surged up the axe handles. Li Dao's wrist twitched as he sharply lifted his dark iron blade. The giant's hand burned in pain, and his axes flew free, arcing through the air. The nameless slash. Li Dao flicked his Xiantai blade upward, slicing straight through the strong man's neck in an instant. Blood mingled with his true qi, bursting outward, as the man managed only a hoarse gasp before collapsing stiffly to the ground. A cold system prompt flashed enemy killed, 1.08 attribute points. Lu Fuzhong snapped back to attention, giving a thumbs up in approval. Li Dao nodded faintly, the tip of his blade already locking onto the next foe in the battle circle. Elsewhere, the main forces clashed in close quarters, blades flashing and arrows flying in a chaotic blur. A short distance away, Wei Yun was locked in fierce combat with a native warrior of the Tianmu tribe who possessed innate cultivation. Their true qi surged and roared, kicking up dust storms from the ground as no one dared come close. You people from Dacian, how dare you ambush my Tianmu escort convoy? Are you not afraid of provoking war with Baiman? The Tianmu innate fighter roared angrily. Watching 100,000 arrows ruined by explosive talismans and flaming oil left his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Wei Yun sneered, war? Don't play dumb. You know exactly who those arrows are meant for. As for Baimanot, all tribes want to turn against Dacian. If there's any war, it's between Dacian and your Tianmu tribe alone. The Tianmu innate fighter was silenced by this, but unleashed his pent-up rage through progressively fiercer palm strikes. Wei Yun moved calmly, darting in and out, steadily holding the opponent at bay. His mission was to destroy the arrows, not slaughter the escort. There was no need to risk an all-out brawl. Containing the enemy was enough. Frustration boiled in the opponent as he shouted, "People of the Liahua tribe, why hesitate? Don't forget what the tribal king said: if any arrows are lost, none of you will escape." Tianmu innate fighter Tashin whipped around to roar at his comrades. Wei Yun's heart sank, sensing trouble just as a figure slowly emerged from the Liahua ranks. The man wore a half-open fire-patterned armor and moved steadily. Though his true qi bore the marks of innate cultivation, it was clearly not fully perfected. Half-step innate. Wei Yun frowned deeply. This realm lay between the top level of postnatal and true innate cultivation. His strength was formidable. Many martial artists who fail to reach full innate stage stop at this half-step to preserve their lives and gather reserves, retaining part of the innate power. The newcomer, named Li Qian, smiled faintly. Tashin, I didn't expect you'd be asking favors. Li Qian, Tashin's eyes flashed with fury. Are you going to intervene or not? Of course I will. Li Qian lightly tapped his spear shaft. But your promised payment to the Tianmu tribe, it's going to be doubled. Doubled? Tashin's face turned ashen. Why don't you guys just steal it instead? Li Qian shrugged. Stealing? It's never as fast as ransoming. At the front lines, the Tianmu forces were pushed steadily back by Dacian's elite cavalry. Under pressure, Tashin grit his teeth. I agree. Make your move quickly. Don't worry. Liexin shouted to the men behind him. Sons of the Fire Tribe, show the Tamus what true warriors look like. With his roar, dozens of sturdy warriors from the Fire Tribe responded in unison, stamping their feet and gripping their simple yet sharp weapons. They charged noisily toward the Deqian soldiers who were tangled up with the Tamus. Liaxin, what about you? Tashin stepped in front, his gaze burning. Liaxin glanced at Wei Yun, his voice low but firm. I'm only half a step into the innate realm. I can't take on a true innate warrior heathen. You hold him off. He'll deal with these Deqian puny rats. Before he finished speaking, he swung his charred long staff and flanked around Tashin, launching straight into the Daiqian formation, paying no heed to Tashin's suddenly darkened expression. Seeing a figure break their ranks, the Daiqian soldiers roared and counterattacked. A mocking gleam flashed in Li Exin's eyes as he swept his staff horizontally. A scorching gust of wind swept across several soldiers. Bang! Bang! Several bodies were sent flying backward, falling heavily. Their armor was shattered, their chests and arms scorched black, accompanied by cries of pain. Wei Yun's face darkened instantly. If it were just ordinary Fire Tribe warriors, he wouldn't be afraid. What truly worried him was Liaxin himself, a half-step innate threat, one who, if breaking into their ranks, could deal a devastating blow. Worse, his leadership would massively boost enemy morale, crushing the Deqian soldiers' fighting spirit in turn. Ha ha ha, feeling what I did earlier? Tashin sneered. Don't worry, I won't let you through unless you kill me. Kill Tashin? Wei Yun knew well that a fight between equals in the same realm was unlikely to have a quick outcome unless one had a huge advantage. At this moment, he even entertained retreat. Leaving immediately might mean failure, but could save some brothers. Staying might lead to total annihilation of his men and possibly his own death, caught between Tashin and the half-step innate warrior. As Wei Yun hesitated, chaos suddenly erupted in the Deqian ranks. Both instinctively turned. Liaxin was engaged. Hey, big guy, die! Liaxin roared, his staff striking like a fiery snake toward a small giant Su Hu. Kill! Su Hu's eyes glowed crimson. His arms thick as iron pillars raised, fingers splayed like tiger claws to meet the staff. Boom! The clash exploded like a thunderclap. Li Exin's staff was forced off course by the brute power, but Su Hu's tiger paw was scorched horribly, forcing him back 2 steps, his palm blistered and bloody. Born with divine strength? Liaxin paused briefly before scoffing. Without entering the innate realm, all that strength is useless. He stomped, sending fiery energy into his staff. Flames flickered as he charged Su Hu fiercely again. At that moment, a small agile figure darted in front of Su Hu and flicked his hand. Take this, old-timer's secret weapon. A flash of cold light shot forward. Child's play. Liaxin flicked the tip of his staff. With a loud crack, it shattered the hidden dart into tiny metal fragments. A plume of gray-black dust burst out. Several Fire Tribe warriors rushing in inhaled the dust, their eyes instantly bloodshot, and, losing reason, began wildly attacking their own comrades. Poison. Li Exin's brow twitched. He held his breath and backed up fast. When he looked up, Su Hu was already being dragged away by that small figure, dashing toward the rear. Trying to run? Li Exin's fury surged. He stabbed his staff into the ground, sending sparks flying, and shot after them like a burning arrow. If you dare trick me, no one can save you today. Meanwhile, Tashin suddenly launched a fierce attack, his blade slashing toward Wei Yun. Don't bother looking. You've got no chance. Wei Yun summoned his inner energy to block, stones cracking and scattering underfoot. Yet in his mind flashed Su Hu's hulking figure, stirring memories of someone. A strange intuition told him that person might turn the tide of battle. The thought was odd but persistent, decided to take a gamble. Watching Tashin rush toward him, Wei Yun took a deep breath and resolved to wait a bit longer. Maybe, just maybe, a miracle would happen. Boss, help! Li Dao focused on chopping down the incoming feathered arrows when suddenly a familiar cry for help came from the side. He turned his head and saw Sun Sen staggering toward him, carrying the injured Su Hu. Behind them, a dark shadow was rapidly closing in, the distance shrinking fast. Still trying to run? Die? The pursuer was none other than Li Xian. Though Sun Sen's lightness skills were fast, they couldn't match Li Zin's near innate speed. Within just a few bounds, Li Xian caught up. Raising his staff, he swung it down with a silent roar of energy that tore through the air, smashing toward the two. Bang! At the last critical moment, a black iron long blade sliced in, blocking the staff precisely. The blade trembled violently, sparks flying everywhere. Boss! Sun Sen's face brightened with joy at the arrival of reinforcements. A helper? Li Zin's brow furrowed sharply. Here came another to spoil his plans. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. Without hesitation, he swung the staff again, channeling his true qi. Flaming staff technique. The outer layer of the iron staff instantly ignited, wrapped in bright red flames, sweeping fiercely toward Li Dao. Boss, watch out! Sun Sen shouted, but Li Dao kicked him aside, sending both Sun Sen and Su Hu crashing into the nearby grass. Gripping his blade firmly, Li Dao met the flaming staff with a fierce clash that rang out sharply. Li Xian used the staff's handle to leverage force. A cunning cold light flashed in his eyes. The flame slipped off the staff's main body, transforming into a scorching tongue of fire that lunged at Li Dao's face. Li Dao's eyes narrowed as he raised his left arm to shield himself. Huh, my blazing true chi isn't so easily blocked. Li Xian laughed with confidence, as if victory was assured. The flames quickly died down, revealing Li Dao's figure again. Li Xin's smile froze. Only saw an arm with slightly reddened skin. Impossible. Li Xian could hardly believe it. His flames, infused with near-innate true chi, would instantly blacken any ordinary martial artist's skin on contact. Yet Li Dao was left with only faint burns. Li Dao's gaze darkened as he looked down at his arm. Though burning, the skin was intact. He silently realized that the transformed skin from his recent metamorphosis clearly possessed untapped defensive power. Momentarily stunned, Li Xin's eyes suddenly gleamed sharply. Li Dao decisively struck, aiming his blade straight for Li Xin's face. The near-innate martial artist was impressive. Li Xian instinctively raised the staff to block, but the immense force pushed him back several steps. You. Li Xin's arrogance vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Li Dao pressed on relentlessly, his blade falling like a storm in rapid succession. Their moves clashed fiercely, blade against staff, sparks and leftover chi flames bursting everywhere. Nameless blade. Flaming staff technique. Li Dao's black iron blade sliced down as Li Xin's flaming staff swirled upward. The impact ignited even fiercer sparks. Occasionally, Li Dao raised his arm to shield his face, letting the residual flames burn his body. After all, they couldn't pierce the transformed skin. Yet Li Xin's near-innate foundation kept him steady, making him hard to break through in a short fight. This can't drag on. Li Dao knew that a stalemate, win or lose, would work against him. His mind raced. Silently, he muttered to himself, defense. Host Li Dao's physique grew stronger, with 22.70 attribute points available and 8.36 already invested. As his body grew more powerful, his speed at killing increased dramatically, especially in large chaotic battles like this, where he thrived effortlessly. In just a brief moment, he scavenged a large number of attribute points from the fight. At once, he poured all of them into his physique. The next second, the numbers on his status panel leapt. Host Li Dao's physique rose to 31.06, with 0 points left unused. His body felt infused with blazing fire. His strength and agility surged instantaneously. His blade strikes intensified, each one faster and heavier, crashing down like rolling thunder. The one who experienced this change most keenly was his opponent, Li Xian, locked in direct combat. At first, Li Xin's face was serious but composed, able to cope with the rhythm through experience. Half a breath later, surprise crept into his eyes. Then, disbelief completely overtook his expression. The opponent's speed and power kept climbing without end. Flash. A searing pain struck Li Xin's chest, blood spraying the first time his defense was broken. Li Dao's killing intent flared sharply, relentlessly pursuing his prey like a shadow. Li Xian barely started to speak when a barrage of blade shadows rushed at him, forcing him into silence. As Li Dao wielded his blade, his eyes rapidly tracked every subtle movement Li Xian made. With 30 times the normal mental processing speed, he quickly analyzed and deconstructed Li Xin's staff technique, piecing it back together in his mind to find exploitable flaws. An opportunity finally appeared. At the instant Li Xian raised his staff, Li Dao made his judgment. He did not raise his blade to block. Instead, with his right hand, he reached straight out. To Li Xian, this was certain death. Bang! The fiery staff slammed heavily into Li Dao's palm. But contrary to expectations of shattered bones and burning pain, Li Dao's hand firmly grasped the staff, unflinching as flames licked at his skin. An unnamed strike. Li Dao swung his black iron longblade in a reverse arc. Alarm bells rang in Li Xin's mind, and he instinctively tried to raise the staff to defend, but his weapon was held fast in Li Dao's iron grip. Slick. The cold blade pierced through his throat. No matter how strong a half-step innate warrior was, he was still flesh and blood, and death came swiftly upon being slain. Compared with that, Li Dao trusted the horizontal training system. Stack armor first, then kill the enemy. Survival was the true principle above all. As the long blade was withdrawn, blood gushed out. Li Xian trembled, lifting a finger to point at Li Dao, his pupils filled with pain and humiliation. An imposing half-step innate warrior, destined to rise to true innate level, now slain by a mere fodder soldier. Enough. If you want to die, just get it over with. Isn't it tiring to keep resisting so hard? Seeing his opponent stubbornly refusing to fall, Li Dao magnanimously stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. With a thud, Li Xian collapsed into a pool of blood, eyes wide open as he swallowed his last breath, never able to close them in death. The system notification sounded immediately. Enemy killed. 3.14 attributes gained. Li Dao nodded silently. This half-step innate opponent had nearly injured him, but the drop was generous. Most gains were in true chi attributes. If focusing on physical strength alone, the number would likely be much lower. He glanced down at his left hand. The blunt strike had left scorched, blackened trails on his skin, flesh curling back, but he knew with his current regeneration, the wound would heal in the blink of an eye. The clash between the two rival half-step innate warriors was second only to the legendary fight between Wei Yun and Ta Shan. Nearby onlookers had all turned their attention, seeing Li Xian fall and Li Dao victorious. Warriors from the Liehua and Tiamu tribes' faces went pale as if the sky had fallen. Meanwhile, soldiers from the Dacian faction erupted with excitement, nearly shouting themselves hoarse. Ha ha ha, 95-27. I knew following you would pay off. Captain Lu grinned, his eyes never leaving the scene. After the half-step innate was felled, he first admired Li Dao's strength, then threw his head back in laughter. Seizing the moment of the Baiman troops' shock, he bellowed, "Men, kill them all! Kill!" The Dacian soldiers charged like wildfires, yelling as they surged forward. Li Dao's face darkened. His comrades were fierce, but if he hesitated, had become a sitting duck. Raising his blade, he plunged back into the fray. Wherever the brilliant sword light flashed, soldiers of the Tiamu and Liehua tribes scattered desperately, none willing to be cut down so easily. The fierce scene caught the eyes of Ta Shan and Wei Yun, who were fighting nearby. What? Li Zan's dead. Ta Shan heard his clansmen shouting in shock, disbelief washing over him. A half-step innate wasn't just any stray dog. How could he simply die? On the other side, Wei Yun's heart leapt with joy, instantly realizing who had taken down his formidable rival, silently thankful he hadn't retreated in the first battle. Ta Shan, let's see what you say now. Wei Yun's mood soared, his sword moves growing even smoother. You deserve to die. Ta Shan's fury had nowhere to go. Watching his troops crumble under the Dacian onslaught only fueled his rage. Li Xian, you useless wretch. But no amount of yelling could change the tide. Time passed, and Dacian's morale soared. Under Captain Liu's command, they focused on destroying the arrow cart ski to the Baiman's counterattack. Most of the archers abandoned their posts. Without Ta Shan's presence, they would likely have fled long ago. Finally, the last cart of arrows turned to ash in the flames. Captain Liu wiped sweat from his brow and took out the whistle hanging around his neck. A clear, sharp call pierced across the wilds. Wei Yun's face brightened. This meant the mission was complete. With a powerful slash of his long blade, he forced Ta Shan back, then blew his own whistle. All units accounted for. Mission complete. Prepare to withdraw. Lu commanded. Yes. The Dacian soldiers replied in unison. Now that the objective was met, continuing the fight would only cause unnecessary losses. Li Dao casually cut down a Baiman soldier who failed to dodge, feeling a bit reluctant. But sheathing his blade and pulling back, new discipline was key, and that pushing the enemy too hard could cost them dearly. Already controlling the battlefield's tempo, the Dacian forces withdrew smoothly. The Tiamu and Liehua tribes were more than eager for them to leave, so no one bothered to block their retreat. Wei Yun covered the rear, slashing at chasing troops and slipping away from Ta Shan's reach. Don't let them get away. Ta Shan shouted furiously, giving chase, but the Dacian soldiers had already put distance between themselves, shielded by Wei Yun's defense. Against a determined innate like him, Ta Shan couldn't hold them back. In the end, all that was left for Ta Shan was a scene of utter devastation. To prevent pursuit by the Tiamu and the Fire tribes, Wei Yun led the remaining troops of the Waiwing on a swift ride, crossing mountains and ridges. They finally reached Changgu town just before sunset. As soon as he dismounted, he loudly ordered, Lu Neng, take a head count. Yes, sir. Lu Neng, the squad leader, responded immediately, turning to summon each team for a roll call. In the fading light, hoarse voices called out numbers one after another. After about 20 minutes, Lu Neng hurried back to Wei Yun, saluting as he reported, Commander, we started with 800 men. Now, 536 remain. We lost more than 200 brothers. Wei Yun's face darkened. He let out a long sigh. Lowering his voice, Lu Neng added, Commander, we owe this to Unit 9527. If they hadn't taken down that half-step Xiantian warrior from the Fire tribe, we might not have even completed the mission. Wei Yun nodded solemnly, his tone heavy but resolute. List all the fallen soldiers. Their families are to receive double the compensation without exception. Yes, sir. Lu Neng took his leave to carry out the order. After giving his commands, Wei Yun stepped forward to Li Dao and said gravely, Thank you. Without Li Dao, as Lu Neng said, the Waiwing might have been wiped out completely. Li Dao shook his head slightly. We each played our part. Wei Yun remained serious. I still have to thank you. He glanced at the dark iron blade in Li Dao's hand and smiled. That knife suits you well, doesn't it? It's pretty good, Li Dao said, weighing the blade in his hand. It's yours. Keep it. No need to return it, Wei Yun said with calm assurance. It saved many brothers alongside you. Li Dao's fingers brushed the cold hilt, a strange feeling crossing his mind that blade had boosted his own skills quite a bit. Report. Suddenly, urgent galloping interrupted the quiet moment. Everyone turned to see a cavalryman from Dacian vaulting off his horse, half kneeling before Wei Yun while holding up an urgent dispatch. Commander, critical news from the rear. An emergency mission? Wei Yun raised an eyebrow as he tore open the envelope and scanned its contents quickly. Moments later, His pupils contracted sharply, and he slammed his fist on the table. How dare they? His roar stunned the onlookers, all wondering what had happened. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Wei Yun turned toward Li Dao and the others with a stern voice. The rest of you return to your positions. Unit 9527, come with me to the main tent. Not long after, lantern light flickered inside the main tent, where Wei Yun sat at the head with a face as dark as still water. Everyone, our third mission will have to be issued ahead of schedule. Hearing this, Shun San's eyes gleamed with uncontrollable excitement. If they completed just one more mission, freedom would be theirs. Li Dao asked, Commander Wei, does this mission relate to that letter? All eyes shifted to the note in Wei Yun's hand. He did not hide it and nodded solemnly. Yes. Li Dao composed himself and said, then speak plainly. What is the mission this time? Wei Yun clenched the paper tightly, each word heavy as he spoke. While ambushing the TMU tribe's aero transport team, the TMU king secretly sent a unit to Daqian. Scouts report this group is led in person by the TMU king's son, with only one purpose: to negotiate a marriage alliance with our Daqian dynasty. A marriage alliance? Shinsen looked puzzled and asked, why worry about a political marriage? With Daqian's current national strength, can't we just refuse? What does this have to do with our mission? Wei Yun shook his head slightly, his tone serious. You probably don't know what's going on inside the court. In the past, the royal family wouldn't agree to such alliances, but this time is different. Shin San sneered dismissively. What's so different? Wei Yun glanced around to ensure no one was near the military tent, then lowered his voice and continued. A little over a month ago, there was a major scandal in the court. Li Dao's eyelid twitched involuntarily, a sense of dread rising in his chest. Shin San, who loved gossip, instantly perked up. A scandal? Tell us. Wei Yun cleared his throat. You can't spread this around after I tell you. Don't worry. Shin San patted his chest solemnly. In the martial world, they call me the honest and trustworthy young man. I keep secrets tight. Wei Yun nodded slightly and went on. The rumor is that someone brazenly broke into the royal inner court during a palace banquet and violated a princess' innocence. Crack. The sharp sound of a shattered cup exploded in the tent. Everyone whipped around to see Li Dao's palm holding shards, wine dripping from his fingers. He brushed off the fragments, expression blank. Carry on. Inside, turmoil churned anew as soon as he heard the beginning. This was about him. Even on the frontier, his messes followed him, which he hadn't expected. Seeing Li Dao unharmed, Shunsen couldn't help but marvel. That's incredibly bold daring to take a princess in broad daylight inside the palace. A role model indeed. Li Dao coughed dryly. Boss, are you alright? Shunsen asked with concern. Li Dao waved him off. Fine. Keep listening. Scratching his head, Shunsen turned back. Commander Wei, do you know which princess it was? Wei Yun lowered his voice even more. It was Princess Mingyue. What? Shunsen exclaimed loudly. Wei Yun quickly covered his mouth. Fatso, keep it down. Shunsen pushed his hand away, eyes reddening. Tell me who did it. I want to kill him. Li Dao was baffled. Wei Yun frowned. Shin-san, what does that have to do with you? It matters a lot. Shin-san ground his teeth. Mingyu's the most beautiful woman in Daqian and my dream girl. How could her purity fall into the hands of some scoundrel? Li Dao coughed again, barely swallowing the words he wanted to say. The one who disturbed the palace was no doubt a villain, but how could he explain that night was purely an accident? Moreover, from Shin-san, he learned that Princess Mingyue was known as Daqian's most beautiful woman. The image of a graceful figure in white robes, wrist raised lightly, flashed vividly in his Minda beauty that made his heart race. Silently, he admitted, Princess Mingyue was indeed the most beautiful person he had ever seen, both in appearance and in spirit. But soon Li Dao noticed something else. Frowning, he asked, Commander Wei, what does this marriage alliance have to do with the matter you mentioned? Wei Yun sighed and lowered his voice. The eldest prince of the TMU tribe is coming specifically for Princess Mingyue. Before he finished speaking, Li Dao's eyes sharpened and his fist clenched instinctively. Wei Yun caught the cold, hard movement but interpreted it as concern for the prince's safety. Wei Yun continued to explain. Given the emperor's affection for Princess Mingyue and her popularity among the people, even if that eldest prince really becomes the head of the TMU tribe and shamelessly asks for her hand, the royal family would most likely refuse. But at this critical moment, a scandal about the princess losing her virtue has surfaced in the palace. Someone in the imperial city is desperate to suppress it. The arrival of the TMU prince provides them a convenient way out. By marrying the princess off far away, they can both win over the TMU tribe and silence the gossip. Especially since there are those who have long disliked her and would jump at the chance to get rid of her. He paused, then added gravely, when the prince steps into the imperial capital, there may even be people fanning the flames to push the marriage through. Li Dao looked up. So what's our mission this time? Wei Yun placed a folded secret letter on the table and pressed down lightly with his fingertip. His voice was cold and firm. Stop the eldest prince of the TMU tribe before he crosses into the Daqian kingdom. This marriage alliance must be crushed. Lowering his voice even more, he warned, this intelligence comes from the Jinyue. Jinyue? The moment Li Dao heard this, he instantly understood. As the emperor's direct secret agents, the genuine's involvement often meant the will of the throne. This was undoubtedly a secret order personally issued by the Dacian emperor. Li Dao silently sighed. A daughter-obsessed emperor is not to be trifled with. As soon as a hint of trouble arises, it must be extinguished at the source. If it were in the past, given his strained relationship with the emperor, he probably would have stayed out of it. But the fleeting image of a stunning beauty in his mind stirred an inexplicable possessiveness deep in his heart. A woman he had been with could not be given easily to a barbarian. In that moment, he found a rare common ground with the emperor. When do we set out? Li Dao raised his head, his voice decisive. Shen San's eyes were bloodshot as he pressed. Yes. When do we start the mission? Even if Princess Mingyu's purity is lost, it's still not right for that barbarian to defile her. Li Dao glanced sideways, his heart skipping a beat. Shen seemed even more outraged than himself. Could this be the charm of Dacian's most beautiful woman? If Shen knew that Li Dao was actually the one who had tainted the princess name, he might well lose his temper on the spot. Wei Yun explained that because the mission was special, those of them recognized that the border couldn't take action. So only the 5 of them could go. 5 people. Again, just the 5 of us? Though impulsive by nature, Shen San was clear now there was no way their group of 5 could stop Crown Prince Tianmu from the southward advance. The Tianmu Crown Prince was very different from the 3rd Prince of Luoyun. The former was the future heir to the great northern barbarian tribe and the next tribal king. The latter was just one of many minor sons of the tribe's ruler. Their statuses were worlds apart, and so was the level of their accompanying guards. The Luoyun 3rd Prince's chief guard was barely a second-stage postnatal warrior, while the Tianmu Crown Prince's chief guard was at least a natal-stage martial artist. Li Dao had slain a half-step natal warrior with his bare hands, a feat unprecedented and astonishing. But the gap between a half-step and a true natal warrior was a fundamental one just in terms of strength. The difference was at least tenfold. Unless Li Dao could wipe out 10 half-step natal warriors in one go, he stood no chance against the chief natal guard. Everyone knew this well, so no one pinned all their hopes on Li Dao alone. Wei Yun raised his hand, signaling for silence. Don't worry, you're not the only one sent to intercept the Tianmu Crown Prince. You're just here to assist. Assist who? Shen San frowned. The embroidered uniform guard. Li Dao was surprised as well. The fact that the embroidered uniform guard was personally overseeing the mission showed the Great Qian Emperor's determination. Under no circumstances would they allow the Tianmu Crown Prince to cross the national border. Li Dao did not object to this approach and nodded, asking, Commander Wei, when do we depart? This is urgent, but the embroidered uniform guard is still on the way. They should arrive in about a day. You all should rest up for now, Wei Yun replied. As night fell, the military tent was dimly lit by flickering flames. Li Dao sat cross-legged on a thick carpet, opening his palm. After clashing with a half-step natal warrior, his flesh had been torn apart by the power of the staff blows. Now it was covered by a layer of blackened blood scabs. He gently rubbed them away, revealing unblemished skin underneath. Half-step natal, he muttered to himself. With his current physical strength, half-step natal warriors were not a match, but he had no confidence in handling a true natal warrior. In terms of pure destructive force, even a single strike from such a warrior could be fatal. His strength was still insufficient, had to temper his body again. Above the natal level were the masters and grandmasters. He had thought his rate of progress was incredible, but now it seemed too slow. Lost in thought, Li Dao activated his interface and began to plan his next steps. Master Li Dao's physique now had 31.06 available attribute points. After finishing off that half-step innate warrior, he had taken advantage of the morale drop in the Tianmu and Liahua tribes to harvest even more attributes. Since the points could only be used to strengthen his body right now, Li Dao didn't hesitate any longer. With a focused thought, he commanded, System, allocate points. A scorching warm flow poured through his limbs and bones like molten gold, the force so intense it felt as if it would tear and reforged his skeleton. This time, nearly a third of his total attribute points were poured in, and the transformation was visible to the naked eye. His skin tightened and thickened with each breath, shifting from a healthy wheat color to a bluish, tougher texture. Even the cold wind now seemed to meet an invisible layer of armor. After a dozen or so cycles of controlled breathing, the strengthening was complete. Master Li Dao's physique now had 40.74 attribute points available, 0 remaining. A physique 40 times stronger than a normal person. Li Dao clenched his fist, knuckles cracking softly. If an ordinary man could lift 100 gene, his baseline burst strength was now 4,000. With added speed and skill, that power multiplied like the beating of a war drum. And with 40 times the endurance and reflexes, he was now a walking weapon, blending offense and defense seamlessly. On an ancient battlefield, he alone could break an entire formation. Driven by hunger in his belly, he grabbed some rations from the table, eating heartily while pondering. Once the 3rd mission was complete, and if Wei Yun kept his promise, he would regain his freedom. Then where would he go? Back to the imperial capital? Roam the world? Thinking it over, he waved dismissively to decide once true freedom arrived. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Before dusk, Wei Yin sent for him. Li Dao and 4 teammates arrived at the main army tent. Just as they lifted the curtain, they saw Wei Yun quietly conversing with 2 strangers both clad in embroidered flying fish uniforms tailored for the embroidered spring blades, each with a blade at their waist. Their flowing sleeves shimmered with a cold gleam. As a former count of the imperial capital, Li Dao instantly recognized them. Bona fide Jinyui. You've arrived. Wei Yun waved, introducing the 2 to the group. These 5 will assist you too in completing the mission. The Jinyui on the left scanned them up and down. All 5 looked dust-covered and blood-stained, not much better than beggars. His brow instantly furrowed into a thin line. Captain Wei, are these really the people you picked for us? Are you mocking us? Or the Emperor himself? Wei Yin slapped his forehead, silently cursing his own oversight. He knew the 5's true capabilities well, so he didn't care about appearances. But from an outsider's viewpoint, they were undeniably ragged. He hurried to explain, rest assured, sirs, I, Wei Yun, would never fool His Majesty. These 5 are indeed talented. They can definitely lend you a helping hand. A helping hand? The Jinyui smirked. In an instant, his figure blurred as if dissolving into shadow, then vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then let me see if they truly have the ability. When the embroidered uniform guard appeared again, he was already standing in front of Li Dao, the leader. A cold gleam flashed as the blade sliced straight toward Li Dao's right ear. To an average person, that flash of the knife was so fast it left only a crimson afterimage. But Li Dao saw every detail clearly, the guard rising, stepping forward, and swinging the blade. The speed wasn't even particularly swift. The moment the blade cut through the air, Li Dao raised his right arm and gripped the cold steel with 5 fingers locked like an iron band. Those nearby only saw a blur, and when they regained focus, they witnessed a shocking sight. Li Dao held the shining blade firmly against his ear with one hand, the sharp edge stopping just a fraction away from his skin, unable to advance another inch. Surprise flickered in the guard's eyes. He hadn't expected his strike to be stopped barehanded. He applied a bit more force to pull the knife back, but the blade didn't budge as if it were forged into rock. He began, but Li Dao suddenly relaxed his grip. The blade lost its restraint, and the guard stepped back 3 paces with the momentum before regaining his balance. Once steady, he didn't show anger, but rather studied Li Dao with interest. Innate divine strength? Li Dao nodded. Impressive. The guard briefly acknowledged, then casually sheathed his sword with confidence. That was just a test. If I really wanted to harm you, I wouldn't use such a mild method. After speaking, he turned to Wei Yun and smiled. Commander Wei, it seems your assessment was accurate. Wei Yun returned the smile. If even a promising talent like Li Dao wasn't recognized, then among the mighty camp, the only one worth mentioning was this innate martial artist. Have you informed them about the mission? Asked the guard who had attacked. Explain it already. Wei Yun nodded. The guard scanned Li Dao and the other 4, his tone becoming serious. Because of the mission's nature, His Majesty only sent the 2 of us. We'll need your cooperation. Our objective is to prevent the crown prince of the Tama tribe from entering the Great Qian territory. Issues in the northern barbarian lands are their problem, but if anything happens within Great Qian, the responsibility falls on us. He paused, emphasizing his words. Remember, we must block, not assassinate. The goal is disruption. Scouts reported that to show sincerity, the Tama crown prince is bringing a tribal treasure as a betrothal gift. Our job is to seize that treasure. Without it, and given his pride, he will inevitably delay the marriage alliance. By winter, if this drags on, no one will care about that alliance anymore. Shin-san frowned and quietly asked Li Dao, Boss, why wouldn't it matter after winter? Li Dao thought briefly, then lowered his voice to explain. The Tama tribe constantly faces food shortages in winter. Their probing and harassment, as well as the marriage talks, are all about securing supplies. When winter hits and food is scarce, whether marriage or invasion, they'll have to postpone. Li Dao didn't lower his voice much, so Wei Yun and the 2 guards nearby heard everything clearly. The other silent guard finally spoke, his tone calm. Commander Wei, I didn't expect you to have such insightful people under your command. It's truly a pity to keep them stationed at the border camp. Wei Yun gave a dry laugh, but said nothing. Certainly couldn't tell them that these 5 were all desperate fugitives plucked from the prison camp. If these 2 guards knew their true status as death row convicts, who knew how they would react? The Jinyui officer in the fine clothes who had been sitting quietly suddenly stood up and said, Enough. Since the person has arrived, we'll move immediately. Once the mission is done, we can report back and be done with it. Wei Yun couldn't help but ask, is it really that urgent? Another Jinyui officer smiled faintly. If the matter wasn't something that needed to be handled personally by people like us, the ones who came wouldn't be us 2 captains, but the commanding officer. Commanding officer? Wei Yun's expression shifted slightly. He knew only too well that the Jinyui commanding officer was the highest-ranking official within the Jinyui, holding a 3rd-rank position at least, with cultivation no lower than a grandmaster level. If it had really come to that, it wouldn't just be about Prince Tiamu anymore, but the emperor of Qian personally ordering the death of the chief of the TMU tribe. Moreover, these two captains in front of him were not to be underestimated. It was well known that due to their unique status, Jin Wei officers outranked ordinary civil and military officials by one grade. Even Wei Yun as a company commander was only on equal footing with them, and that was already a result of the court's recent restrictions. Wei Yun nodded resignedly. All right, he'll escort you too. Gao Liang waved his hand. No need. It's easier for the 7 of us to move quickly. Let's go and be back soon. After a brief preparation, the 7 of them mounted their horses. Along the bumpy road, Li Dao and the others asked the names of the 2 Jin Wei officers. The one who had subdued Li Dao was Gao Liang, and the other was Sun Zheng. Captain Sun, Captain Gao, I wish you success in your mission, Wei Yun said respectfully, then looked solemnly at Li Dao and the others and nodded with gravity. This was to be the last mission for Li Dao's group of 5. If they succeeded, they would regain their household registration and freedom. If they failed, their lives would be forfeit. The mission came straight from the imperial capital. Whether it succeeded or failed, someone had to take the blame. Bringing these men along was partly to have scapegoats if things went wrong. Of course, it wasn't that Sun Zheng and Gao Liang were deliberately malicious. It was simply the way the current political climate and class system worked. The vast plains stretched endlessly as the 7 horses stirred up dust. Soon, they arrived at a narrow valley nestled between hills. Sun Zheng dismounted, spread out a map, and said, "This is the only route the TMU tribe takes when crossing into Qian territory. We'll set the ambush here." Then he glanced at Li Dao's group and asked, "Who among you is skilled in lightness kung fu?" All eyes turned sharply to Shin San. Him? Sun Zheng and Gao Liang exchanged look. Shin San weighed more than 200 pounds. He didn't look like someone who could fly across rooftops. They glanced again at the other 3 soldiers with Li Dao and found the squad's composition odd, but didn't say anything to avoid lowering morale. Sun Zheng promptly ordered, "Since you are skilled in lightness kung fu, you're tasked with scouting the target's position. The rest here, but stay ready." Though a bit reluctant, Shin San thought about how this was his last mission and freedom was just one step away. So he squared his shoulders and accepted the order respectfully. Wei Yun had a good temper and he might dare to speak up sometimes. But these 2 Jin Wei officers had clawed their way up through blood and struggling did not want to bring trouble upon himself. The others settled down to rest quietly after that. Li Dao took the initiative to speak, saying, "I heard you 2 are from the imperial capital and come from the Jinhui. You must know a lot of things." Gao Liang raised his eyebrows and asked bluntly, "Young man, you're from the imperial capital?" Li Dao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I suppose you could say that." He dared not mention the matter of his household registration being revoked and chose to be vague. "Suppose?" Gao Liang showed doubt. "Is there even a question of suppose?" Sun Zheng jumped in smoothly. "You look like you want to ask us something." Li Dao nodded again. "It's been a long time since I last returned to the imperial capital, so I'm curious about what's been going on there." Gao Liang suddenly laughed softly. "Curious? Could it be you want to inquire about Princess Mingyue?" "You guessed it," Li Dao admitted frankly. "That's natural," Gao Liang shrugged. "When the news first broke, the whole imperial capital was in an uproar. Since you're both involved in the mission and from the capital, it's only natural you'd be curious." Li Dao went ahead and asked, "So, can you tell me about it?" Gao Liang and Sun Zheng exchanged a glance and smiled. "If it were a secret, we couldn't say. But by now, it's practically common knowledge nationwide. Even Prince TMU knows about it, so it's no secret anymore. Anyway, since we're just killing time, it's a good topic to talk about. The Jinhui were normally strict and disciplined on their missions, but privately, they were just as fond of gossip. Neither minded discussing it." Li Dao asked directly, "I heard Princess Mingyue was defiled by a scoundrel. I want to know what happened to that villain afterward." At the word scoundrel, he felt awkward, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "The scoundrel's fate?" Gao Liang lowered his voice. "You're asking the right person. Officially, that count was imprisoned deep in the imperial prison after the princess pleaded for mercy. But I have a friend who works there and said someone came for him that same night the emperor had him executed in secret." Sun Zheng grabbed Gao Liang's arm abruptly. "Are you crazy? How can you spread rumors like that?" Gao Liang shrugged. "The whole city knows. It's not a secret. Our emperor loves his daughter dearly. The fact that he didn't have the count executed on the spot means his death was delayed enough." Sun Zheng nodded in agreement. That dog of a count deserved to die. If had fallen into the hands of the Jinhui, even a quick death would be impossible for him. Li Dao's lip twitched again. Was that count really that detestable? More than that, Gao Liang sneered. After his death, because of Princess Mingyue's intervention, no one dared touch the count's estate for the moment. But the princess is highly respected among the people. Every day, hundreds of pounds of rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables are thrown at the count's mansion and have to be cleaned up. There are even worse things. People have thrown buckets of filth. The officials ignore complaints, but if it were me, I wouldn't have a face to live with. Hearing this, Li Dao momentarily felt that perhaps it would be better if he were already dead. If he's still alive, that would be a social death for sure. Sun Zheng raised his hand in a helpless gesture and said to Li Dao, "These are just nasty little tactics. The real damage comes from the nobles and officials in the imperial capital crushing the Yuan Bo family. I heard they've used every trick in the book and practically ruined all the Yuan Bo estate's businesses. Even before we left the capital, rumors were spreading that the family was starting to sell off their property. At this rate, it won't be long before, even if the emperor doesn't intervene, those powerful figures will force the Yuan Bo family into ruin. Li Dao's fists clenched tightly until his knuckles turned white, his expression growing darker by the moment. Between his past life and this one, he had spent nearly 20 years living in the Yuan Bo estate. Every courtyard, every servant there, was more than just a memory, it was a part of him, woven into his flesh and blood. He could laugh off rotten vegetables, foul eggs, even buckets of filth thrown at him as mere jokes. But if someone was truly pushing the Yuan Bo family to the brink, he could never stand by and do nothing. Compared to that, if the Qian emperor wanted his life, he bore no great grudge after all. He was the one who ruined the emperor's reputation first, and being killed alone was already a mercy. He took a deep breath and asked, "Do either of those two know who was the cruelest in all this?" "More than a few," Sun Zheng shrugged. "Except for a few families originally friendly with the Yuan boss, most of the nobles in the capital got their hands dirty. But if you want to talk about the cruelest, it's the prime minister's household, no contest." Gao Liang took over. The prime minister's move was predictable. Everyone knows that the eldest son there has designs on Princess Mingyue. That's not surprising, Sun Zheng smiled. Princess Mingyue is the most beautiful woman in Qian. Which man wouldn't have feelings for her? Those nobles ganging up on the Yuan boss are driven by envy and hatred, but also by wanting to curry favor with the prime minister. Ambitious civil officials have to grab onto his coattails to climb upward. The prime minister's household, Li Dao repeated softly. Being from the imperial capital himself, he knew well the prime minister's standing in Qian. In his memories, he once had a major conflict with that eldest son and even fought him and ended up winning. Later he heard that son, ashamed and humiliated, left the capital to join a sect. It was revealed he had decent spiritual roots, and the prime minister's household even held a grand banquet to celebrate. Li Dao guessed at the time that the son must have been unwilling to admit defeat and left to hone his skills. He hadn't expected old grudges would resurface and new ones be added. Night had fallen, the campfire crackling softly while everyone else slept. Li Dao stood watch alone, reflecting on the day's talk with Sun Zheng and Gao Liang in the firelight. If he could get his household registration back, the first thing he'd do was return to the capital to check on the Yuan Bo family's fate. If he still had the strength, he wanted to apologize in person to Princess Mingyue. After all, this entire mess had started with him. Thanks to his remarkable physical condition, Li Dao was hardly affected by staying awake all night. At dawn, he stretched his limbs. The mountain breeze carried a biting chill, yet it couldn't dispel the pressing anxiety weighing on his mind. Meanwhile, Shen San, who had slept soundly through the night, was sent out again as planned to scout the trail of the eldest prince of the Tiamu tribe and his party. By late morning, dust stirred at the end of the mountain path. Shen San's round figure nearly jogged back, sweat pouring down his cheeks. "We've arrived. I spotted the Tiamu tribe's group, probably that eldest prince," he reported, out of breath. Finally, Sun Zheng stood abruptly, his brocade robe flapping in the wind. Gao Liang rose as well, setting aside the casual demeanor he had shown the night before. His voice dropped. "Everyone, stay sharp. Remember the key point of this mission." At the same time, on the other side of the valley, a caravan advanced slowly toward the entrance. Red dominated the scene. Big red silk flowers wrapped around the carts stood out against the bleak, ash-colored landscape. Dust billowed as two riders moved side by side. The young man on the white horse scowled impatiently, turning to the middle-aged man in the green robe beside him. "Lu Shi, do you think this is necessary? Marrying a woman who's lost her honor and bringing such a show of it?" The older man held the reins steadily, his tone calm. "It is. Princess Mingyue is the most favored of the Great Qian Emperor's daughters. Even without her honor, her rank still places her above all other princesses." The youth frowned. "Couldn't we wait until we're inside Great Qian territory to make a display?" "No. To get what we want, we must show our strength first." He gave a reluctant smirk. "They say Princess Mingyue is the most beautiful woman in Great Qian. If she's lost her honor, then so be it. Just treat this as a game." His words revealed his identity as eldest prince of the Tiamu tribe, and Lu Shi, his lifelong teacher and escort. The caravan draped in red silk wound along the mountain road, wheels crunching over stones as they neared the valley floor. Meanwhile, behind a rocky cliff on the valley's other side, Li Dao, Sun Zheng, Gao Liang, Shen San, and others had been waiting for some time. The grit whipped against their armor, making faint scratching sounds. "Gentlemen, how shall we divide the tasks from here?" Li Dao asked, aware that the mission was under the coordination of Sun Zheng and Gao Liang, and he wouldn't interfere. Sun Zheng's gaze swept toward the caravan below and quickly assessed. "Look, there are two men heavily guarded near the center, dressed differently. One must be the Tiamu eldest prince. At the rear, several carts adorned with red flowers, likely the bride price. Our target item is probably hidden in one of those. He retracted his gaze, voice steady. The plan is simple: create chaos first, then quietly steal the treasure while everyone's distracted. Mission accomplished if we get out with it. But one hard rule: the TMU eldest prince must not die by our hands. Li Dao nodded. How do we split the tasks? Any ideas? Sun Zheng asked. Shen Sen chuckled. I'm no good at killing, but sneaking around's my skill. Let me steal the treasure. Li Dao glanced at Lu Er, Zhou Qing, and Old Ghost, then gave orders. Old Ghost, and the other two will assist you. There will be plenty to watch our backs during the escort. Then he looked at Sun Zheng and Gao Liang and continued. They'll create some chaos with you. Not for any other reason. He just wanted to see with his own eyes what that toad craving swan meat actually looked like. Fine, Sun Zheng nodded decisively. Time passed by second after second as Prince Tamid's convoy slowly advanced along the valley, drawing ever closer to the hillside where the ambush was set. Release. Sun Zheng whispered sharply. Li Dao and Su Hu simultaneously pulled hard on the thick wooden wedges jammed into the boulders. With a thunderous roar, the giant stones tumbled down, scraping harshly as they crashed toward the valley floor. Charge! Gao Liang drew his sword and waved his hand. Over a dozen imperial guards in embroidered robes surged down the slope, their cloaks billowing behind them. At the valley bottom, the sound of wheels grinding over gravel filled the air as armored riders and carriages kept a steady formation. Suddenly, two deafening booms echoed through the open valley, kicking up clouds of dust. Looking up, two enormous boulders trailed pale dust streaks as they hurtled toward them. Ambush! The guards panicked, quickly clustering protectively around Prince Tamud. Master Lu. The prince's face paled slightly as he instinctively glanced at the gray-robed middle-aged man beside him. Your Highness, rest assured. It's nothing, replied the so-called Master Lu, eyes sharp as he fixed on the rushing black-clad figures descending the hillside. In a low voice he shouted, Assassins! Form a protective shield. Clangs of armor rang out as more than a dozen bodyguards instantly arranged themselves into a shield formation, encircling the prince in the center. Master Lu cupped his fist respectfully. Please wait here, Your Highness. I will capture the intruders. Before finishing, he stepped forward, scattering gravel, and became a moving shadow rushing toward the attackers. Halfway up the hillside, Gao Liang collided head-on with a bitterly cold chi force. A cold light flashed across his eyes. His opponent was clearly a martial artist of innate, or Xiantian, level. Incoming, Gao Liang called out, and leapt forward. As a captain of the Imperial Guards, he himself was Xiantian level, otherwise he wouldn't have attained his position. Humph. The middle-aged man sneered and struck out with his palm. Two streams of spiritual energy fiercely collided in midair. Bang! It felt as though the air exploded. Gao Liang was blasted back several steps, and barely managed to land by springing off the force. Lowering his gaze, he saw frost forming on the attacker's palm. The cold pierced like needles along the lines of the hand. This is the Tianshan sect's supreme technique, Ice Palm? Gao Liang's expression instantly darkened. The man stood there like a shadow, a slight smile curling his lips. So you're not completely clueless after all. Just then, Sun Zheng, Li Dao, and Su Hu rushed to Gao Liang's side and immediately saw that he was losing ground. Sun Zheng noticed the frost on the attacker's palm and felt a chill in his heart. Ice Palm. He raised his eyes to look at the man, whose brows radiated a chilling, murderous aura. Suddenly recalling the brutal rumors from the frontier 15 years ago, he couldn't help calling out, It's you. The infamous snow demon Zhao Dongyan, responsible for countless atrocities on the border 15 years ago. Oh. The man was momentarily taken aback, then smirked playfully. It's rare someone still remembers the name Snow Demon Zhao Dongyan after 15 years. So tell me, who are you? Who is this Snow Demon Zhao Dongyan? Shen Sen asked curiously from the side. Sun Zheng's face grew stern as he explained that Lu Yin was a traitor from the Tianshan sect of the Great Qian sect. 15 years ago, the Tianshan sect hunted him down to the borderlands, leaving a trail of bloodshed behind. It was said that back then, he was severely wounded by the sect's experts and fled in disgrace into the northern barbarians' territory. Everyone believed he was dead for sure, but unexpectedly, he survived. Shen Sen couldn't help but interrupt, is he that strong? 15 years ago, he was already a Xiantian innate martial artist. How strong do you think he is? Sun Zheng replied coldly. Already Xiantian 15 years ago. Shen Sen shivered and instinctively moved closer to Li Dao, only to be shot a warning look that made him freeze. At that moment, the middle-aged man shook his head with a wry smile. His voice was hoarse but tinged with amusement. Zhao Dongyan was my name 15 years ago. Now I have pledged myself to the TMU tribe and changed my identity. Call me Lu Yin. Sun Zheng sneered. No matter what name you take, you can't erase your nature as a master betrayer and bloodthirsty maniac. Now you can add traitor to your list. Lu Yin shrugged. Call me whatever you want. Today, you all will die anyway. He had survived the Tianshan sect experts thanks to both his skill and thick skin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to infiltrate the TMU tribe. In the next instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind a chilling afterimage as his palm lunged straight for Gao Liang's chest, clearly aiming to take out one opponent first. Sun Zheng didn't dare be careless and flashed in front of Gao Liang to block. Neither of them could face Lu Yin alone, so they had to fight together. A fierce wind roared as palm strikes and blade flashes twisted in a chaotic dance on the hillside. Shen San watched in shock and lowered his voice to Li Dao. Boss, what do we do? Should we run while there's a commotion? Run where? If they die, you really think you'd survive? Li Dao snapped back irritably. His gaze then swept toward the convoy below the hill. The mission continues. You all go find the treasure. What about you? I'm going to help those two. Seeing Shun San about to protest, Li Dao lifted his leg and headed off, scaring Shun San into silence as he quickly stepped aside. Passing by Old Ghost, he grinned and handed Li Dao a small porcelain bottle about the thickness of a thumb. Little boss, this stuff can help that genie away. Remember to take it back afterward. Take it back? Li Dao was caught off guard and had no time to ask more the burly Su, who was already silently trailing after the little madman toward the convoy. After everyone dispersed, Li Dao hurried toward Gao Liang holding the bottle. What are you doing? Gao Liang asked, parrying attacks but puzzled. Applying medicine, Li Dao blurted as he uncorked the bottle. From the bottle spilled a wriggling cluster of plump little worms. Gao Liang froze. How do you put this on a wound? Li Dao frowned. You don't mean ingest it? Not a chance. Gao Liang waved his hand emphatically. While they spoke, one worm slipped onto Gao Liang's frost-covered right hand. Instantly, it emitted a faint blue glow, and the frost visibly began to recede. Li Dao immediately understood and poured the rest of the worms onto Gao Liang's hand. After a few breaths, the worms turned rigid and bluish like stone, while Gao Liang's hand completely regained normal color. All done, Gao Liang exclaimed, flexing his fingers in delight. Li Dao bent down and carefully picked every stiffened worm back into the bottle, finally understanding what Old Ghost meant by take it back. Meanwhile, Sun Zheng was struggling more and more in the fight. Although they were all Xiantian level, the gap in cultivation was clear. More deadly was Lu Yan's ice palm technique. His chi condensed into frost, forming a layer of icy armor if you weren't careful. Sun Zheng dared not clash directly and could only retreat cautiously, trying to find an opening. Lu Yan saw Sun Zheng steadily losing ground in their fight, so he taunted him with words. If this is all the strength you have, then leave your life here. The mountain path was swept by a biting cold wind, ice shards swirling with their chi, cutting through the dust beneath their feet. Sun Zheng gritted his teeth, offering no reply. 15 years ago, the snow demon Lu Yan had already reached the innate realm, while Sun Zheng had only recently managed to make that breakthrough. With such a gap so obvious, saying another word would only hurt his own morale. Die? A flash of cold light. Relying on his overwhelming realm advantage and his near-perfect frost palm technique, Lu Yan seized an opening and struck out at the unguarded Sun Zheng. The freezing palm force, laced with frost, aimed straight for his throat. Don't think you can get away with this. A thunderous roar exploded. Suddenly, the bushes were torn apart as Gao Liang charged out fiercely, his long blade slashing diagonally across Lu Yan's back. Lu Yan's heart jolted. If he insisted on killing Sun Zheng, Gao Liang's blade would deliver a heavy blow to him. He spun around swiftly to block, and ice-cold chi clashed with the blade, stirring up shards of blue sparks in the air. The three fighters broke apart and stabilized on the ground. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes at Gao Liang's right hand, speaking coldly. You can instantly neutralize my frost chi? Sun Zheng was momentarily stunned as well had just accepted his fate. Gao Liang said nothing, instead raising his gaze to Sun Zheng. Fight side by side. Agreed. Sun Zheng nodded gravely, surging with chi. Though surprised his ultimate technique had been countered, Lu Yan still curled a confident smirk. Two early innate warriors, and you dare block me? I have been in mid-innate for years now, my frost palm nearly perfected. Before he finished, the three clashed fiercely again. Blades flashed, palm gusts roared, and fists struck shadows along the mountain trail. Cold energy and sword aura raged, sending rocks flying. Lu Yan relied on his cultivation to keep the upper hand, but facing the well-coordinated teamwork of Sun Zheng and Gao Liang, he found it difficult to overcome both. The battle stalemated. Elsewhere, Li Dao's sharp eyes flitted between the palm strike and blade slash, swiftly weighing his options. Suddenly, distant commotion arose from a caravan. He glanced over in time to see Shen San and others ambushing the convoy. Shouts and metal clashing blended into chaos. The betrothal gift carriage was torn open, jewels spilled onto the muddy ground, and startled horses neighed wildly. Prince Tama's face drained of color as he saw the assassins target the gifts. He shouted urgently, guards. Stop those thieves. Armored guards clashed as several drew swords and mounted horses, charging toward Shen San's group. Li Dao's gaze locked on the prince in lavish attire. The snow demon was fearsome but had a vulnerable point was the prince's personal guard. If the prince fell, the demon would be distracted. Instead of charging Hedon, he thought, catch the ringleader first. Resolving this, Li Dao stamped the ground and exploded his chi, blurring into an afterimage as he raced toward the prince's position. His move went unseen no longer. Nearby guards noticed immediately. Thief rushing the prince. Came the urgent cries, weapons raised. Prince Tiamu shouted, "How many? Stop him." Yes. 5 elite guards urged their mounts forward, hooves pounding and dust swirling, instantly blocking Li Dao's path. Attack. The lead guard swung his blade down, the sharp edge cutting through the air toward Li Dao's face. Perfect timing. Li Dao's eyes gleamed with fierce light as he stepped forward to meet the blade. Li Dao swiftly grabbed the black iron blade, planted his foot firmly, and unleashed a sudden strike. In the flash of lightning and sparks, he grazed past the mounted swordsman, who, in the very next second, was thrown off his horse like a rag doll and crashed heavily into the dust. The remaining 4 bodyguards immediately closed in, their blades aiming simultaneously for his chest, throat, ribs, and abdomen from sharp, cunning angles. In the past, Li Dao might have dodged, but now he didn't even bother to defend. The 4 believed their sneak attack had succeeded, until their blades pressed against his bare skin only, causing a slight indentation without piercing at all. Shocked, they found their strike stuck halfway, unable to withdraw. Seizing this fleeting opening, Li Dao swung his iron blade in a wide arc. Crack! Wherever the blade struck, armor shattered explosively. With muffled groans, all 4 were sent flying in blood-tinged sprays and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Immediately, the system's prompt sounded. Killed 4 enemies, gained attribute points, 3.56. This number revealed that these bodyguards were all trained fighters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have contributed so many attribute points. Li Dao glanced down at the aftermath out of 5, 4 were dead almost instantly. Only the first bodyguard he had knocked from his horse was still struggling. Though Li Dao's initial strike had been partially blocked by armor and blade, his tremendous force 4,000 gene augmented by the speed of the slash actually exerted over 8,000 gene of power beneath the armor. Though appearing unscathed on the surface, the man's internal organs were severely displaced. Soon after, the system sounded again. Killed 1 enemy, gained attribute points, 0.68. In just moments, all 5 close bodyguards lay dead. The great Prince Tiamu, who had been firmly mounted, suddenly turned pale. Seeing Li Dao advance with his blade, he instinctively recoiled and shouted hoarsely, "What are you waiting for? Attack him now." 10 elite guards answered the call, their weapons flashing coldly as a deadly aura surged forth. Yet minutes later, not one remained alive. All turned into cold numbers on Li Dao's status screen. Tiamu, unable to hold his nerves, saw the thief closing in step by step. Forgetting his dignity, he shouted harshly into the distance, "Lu Shi, save me." Elsewhere, Sun Zheng and Gao Liang fought back-to-back against the snow demon Lu Yin, steadily forced to retreat. Lu Yin grew wilder with each strike, icy palm energies surging from his body, filling the air with glittering frost crystals. Even though Sun and Gao were rarely hit, the penetrating cold seeping into their meridians was enough to stiffen their limbs. Suddenly, they heard Tamus' desperate cry, "Lu Shi, save me." Lu Yan's expression darkened sharply as he turned around only to see a figure stepping through pools of blood, no more than a few yards from the great prince. Around this person's feet and nearby lay the scattered corpses of guards, their blood turning the sand a shocking dark red. He looked again. One man was steadily closing in on Tiamu, surrounded by the bodies of fallen bodyguards. The remaining guards rushed forward but could not stop that man's advance. Images of Prince Tiamu trapped in a desperate siege flashed repeatedly through Lu Yan's mind. If he didn't hurry to provide support, the prince would fall into that man's hands in an instant. That was the bargaining chip he had carefully planned for over 15 years. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Lu Yan's eyes as he muttered under his breath, "Despicable." Yet his gaze remained fixed unwaveringly on Sun Zheng and Gao Liang not far away. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang caught a glimpse of the distant battle and quickly realized that Li Dao's sweeping assault was terrifying the guards. They immediately understood Lu Yan's accusation. Gao Liang sneered coldly, "You dare call others despicable? When you betrayed your sect to join the Tiamu tribe, did you even consider these consequences?" Sun Zheng voiced his agreement in a low tone, clearly harboring deep animosity toward Lu Yan. Lu Yan was indeed furious, but he also understood the gravity of the situation. As a fugitive wanted by the Great Qian Empire, if something happened to Prince Tiamu, there would be no safe refuge in the northern barbarians, let alone any hope of future royal favor. He suppressed his murderous intent, and in a flash of decision, resolved to spare Sun Zheng and Gao Liang for now. "You just wait," Lu Yan shouted fiercely, then spun on his heel and surged forward. His robes billowed wildly in the gale as he headed straight toward Prince Tamus' location. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang were about to relax when a sudden chill ran down their spines. Gao Liang muttered, "Damn, the ice demon went back. What about him now?" Then he shouted sharply, "Watch out. Lu Yan's returning." At that moment, Li Dao wielded his black iron blade, chopping through the guards with exhilarating fury. Blood sprayed as the blade gleamed like thunder. Suddenly, a familiar voice bellowed at him. "You're the one ruining my plans? Die!" A chilling murderous aura swept over him like an icy wave. Li Dao spun around abruptly to see Lu Yan's palm glowing with an eerie blue cold, the frost creeping like a tide. Ice palm. Lu Yan's hand was wreathed in frost as his internal energy surged. Li Dao instinctively raised his blade to strike. The black iron blade barely neared when it struck the bone-white palm. Thick frost immediately spread, even freezing Li Dao's wrist gripping the sword. The two forces collided violently. Clang! Ice shards shattered and scattered, cold mist slashing through the air like blades. A heaviness sank into Li Dao's chest. The power of an innate martial artist was truly superior to a cultivated one. His sword's momentum was entirely blocked, his right hand stiff and numb. Lu Yan suffered as well, his palm numb from the residual impact barely holding the shattered ice together. Seeing frost creeping up Li Dao's wrist, he felt a moment of satisfaction and grinned wickedly. Ice palm. He struck out once more with his left palm, frost surging wildly. Li Dao furrowed his brow, decisively loosening his grip on the sword to meet the palm with his own left hand. Bang! The palm force crashed like thunder. Lu Yan felt a stunned jolt straight to his heart, his arm nearly broken. He sneered, confident that his opponent was suffering even worse. Indeed, the furious cold climbed up Li Dao's entire arm, ice rapidly spreading along his muscles, seeping deep into his flesh. Die! Lu Yan growled. At that moment, two figures darted in, Sun Zheng and Gao Yang. Their blades flashed fiercely together, slicing at Lu Yan's arm. Lu Yan snorted coldly, withdrawing his palm quickly and retreating with agile grace to evade a fatal blow. In the next instant, he looked up to see Li Dao, Sun Zheng, and Gao Yang already retreating several dozen meters away, forming a pincer. The distant shouts of Prince Tiamu mixed with the guard's screams, the battlefield still in chaotic turmoil. "Are you okay?" Gao Yang hurried forward, his gaze falling on Li Dao's right arm, veins all frosted over, his heart sinking. Having suffered from the ice palm's effects before, he knew too well how fierce and hard to dispel that chilling internal energy was. Seeing Li Dao's entire arm enveloped in frost, Gao Yang's expression darkened. Had had first-hand experience with the ice palm and understood all too well the overwhelming power of this icy qi. Before Li Dao could answer, Lu Yan burst out laughing first. "Don't hold your breaths, already beyond saving." His words still ringing in the air, Gao Yang suddenly stepped forward, voice ringing out firmly. "What do you mean beyond saving? I just recovered moments ago." A cold sneer crept to the corner of Lu Yan's eyes as he raised a hand. "You only took a blow to your palm, but he's completely frozen from his shoulder down. Besides, you have innate true energy protecting you, temporarily resisting my cold ice, so your palm isn't ruined." But his sharp gaze locked onto Li Dao. "He doesn't even have true energy." "You don't have true energy?" Sun Zheng instinctively looked at Li Dao, shock clearly written all over his face. There was no need to hide it. Li Dao simply nodded. Gao Yang's gaze dropped to the left arm wrapped wholly in frost, his expression darkening. If Lu Yan was right, things looked grim. Lu Yan chuckled triumphantly. "Haha, just wait to die?" Sun Zheng and Gao Yang exchanged bitter looks, as though the verdict was already sealed. "Wait to die? Wait for what, death?" Li Dao suddenly spoke, his voice calm but explosive in the silence. Lu Yan's laughter stopped abruptly. He raised an eyebrow. "Right now, don't you feel a chill in your chest? Honestly, that's my cold ice qi closing in on your heart meridian. When it fully invades, even immortals can't save you." Li Dao frowned slightly. "But I don't feel any chill." "Liar." Lu Yan sneered. "The frost coating your arm is the ironclad proof of my cold ice qi." "You mean this?" Li Dao lifted the frozen left arm and gently shook it. Crack! With a slight twist of his knuckles, the frost instantly fractured, and in the next second, shards of ice scattered everywhere, revealing an arm that was completely intact and glowed with healthy blood. He deliberately rotated his wrist and bent his fingers at different angles, even lightly making a fist, and then opening it again, the joints clicking crisply. "Gone. So what now?" He shrugged leisurely. Lu Yan's face stiffened, horror frozen in his eyes. How is this possible? "You clearly took my cold ice qi, Heaton." "Facts are facts." Li Dao shrugged again. Only he himself fully understood what had happened when the cold ice qi seeped through his pores. He felt a stabbing chill try to penetrate. But his transformed skin acted like a tough fortress, blocking most of it outside. The tiny amount that did enter was flushed away by his surging blood qi. Coupled with his nearly abnormal healing speed, within just a few exchanges his arm was back to perfect health. From these experiences, he was more convinced than ever that after his skin's transformation, not only was his physical defense maxed out, but even elemental true energy attacks couldn't affect him. Otherwise, there was no way he could have so easily shrugged off Lu Yan's cold ice qi, or previously that half immortal's blazing fire true energy. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang were utterly dumbfounded by this display. Are you sure you really don't have true energy? Gao Liang's voice was trembling. He couldn't believe someone could withstand the attribute true energy of an innate master with just a body. Li Dao shook his head. Didn't you say I had innate godly strength? Gao Liang couldn't resist making a quick jab. Whose godly strength looks this absurd? Sun Zheng suddenly asked. So do you think you can keep withstanding his cold ice chi? As long as it's not long-term, Li Dao scratched the back of his neck. Calm but confident, I think I can. So far, Li Dao didn't feel that Sun Zheng or Gao Liang's fiercely feared cold ice, true, chi posed much of a lethal threat to him. After a brief exchange, he casually toyed with the true chi at his fingertips and said calmly, no matter. Sun Zheng's eyes lit up, a heavy burden lifting from his heart. That's good. Gao Liang exhaled deeply and seized the moment to suggest, perfect timing if the three of us join forces, our chances improve greatly. On the opposite side, Lu Yin had long since withdrawn his contemptuous expression. His gaze toward Li Dao grew noticeably cautious. His proud cold ice palm technique had been effortlessly neutralized, forcing him to reassess the situation. Seeing the three quietly confer, he immediately realized that if they successfully united, today would not end well for him. In a flash, Lu Yan's eyes flicked over the battlefield littered with fallen guards, the wreckage-strewn carriages nearby. Then he swiftly moved to stand before Prince Tianmu. Great Prince, why hasn't Master Lu struck yet? Prince Tianmu asked sharply, displeased. Lu Yin bowed his hand solemnly and said in a low voice, Great Prince, this opponent is formidable. If I unleash my full strength, I fear I won't be able to ensure your safety. What? Prince Tama's face changed instantly. To him, nothing in the world mattered more than his own life. He had previously allowed Lu to lead the charge only because many guards still protected him. Now, hearing Lu say he could not guarantee his safety, panic surged inside him. Then what do we do now? He pressed in a hushed tone. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, then said, It depends on your will. If we keep pressing the attack, I can hold off their three, but victory is uncertain. If we retreat, I'm 60% confident I can escort you safely back to the tribe. 60%? The prince's expression darkened further. There was still a 40% chance he would die here. Flashing through his mind were images of power, women, and wealth all passing to his brother, sending a chill down his spine. After a brief pause, he made his decision, clenching his teeth. Master Lu, protect me as we leave. Return to the Tianmu tribe. I refuse this marriage alliance. Very well. Today I will risk my life to escort you safely back, Lu Yin responded, clasping his fists with righteous resolve. Take care, great prince. The prince's eyes reddened as he murmured his reply. Without more words, Lu Yin loudly ordered, Everyone, fall back. Abandon all supplies. Focus entirely on escorting the prince back to the Tianmu tribe. Yes. The remaining guards responded in unison, swiftly mounting their horses and forming a protective circle around the prince before urging their mounts forward at full gallop. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang were both stunned at the scene. Lu Yin was actually calling off the fight? Lu Yin turned back to the trio at a distance and cast a parting remark. Today you'll spare your lives, but someday, I will take your heads. Move out. Before he finished, he spurred his horse and chased after the retreating group, raising a cloud of dust behind him. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. What's the point of shouting threats and then running away? Sun Zheng scratched his head. Does this mean our mission is essentially complete since we've driven off Prince Tianmu? Gao Liang probed cautiously. They looked at each other, then toward Li Dao, who said nothing but gave a faint nod. In truth, the dowry was lost, and the guard unit had suffered heavy casualties under such disgraceful conditions. Neither side would be willing to proceed with the marriage alliance. After all, losing the betrothal gifts and with their forces so badly depleted, nobody could face pursuing a marriage alliance in such a humiliating state. Boss, why is everyone running away? Shunsen shouted as he stumbled forward, leading old Gui and the others. Just moments ago, they were still searching for the so-called treasure. Now, they saw the guards who had been fighting them fiercely retreating en masse like a receding tide. The masters have already run off, so why wouldn't they? Li Dao shook the remaining frost off his shoulders calmly. Run off? Then what does that mean for our mission? Li Dao glanced over at the row of overloaded wagons. Isn't all the stuff right here? Look carefully. No need to look, Sun Zheng suddenly said. No need to look? Shin San and the others looked puzzled. Sun Zheng laid out his theory. They fled in such a mess, they must have gone straight back to the Tianmu tribe. They wouldn't run to Daiqian. In other words, this mission is already complete. Li Dao asked, but what if they regroup and continue the peace marriage? Gao Liang laughed loudly. Then that's another mission, none of our business. Li Dao thought bitterly. Just as expected, the workplace is the same no matter the world. Any chance to offload trouble, no one wants to carry it themselves. Since these three tasks are done for Wei Yun, the next step is to finally win my freedom. Half an hour later, the group buried the plundered goods in pits. 7 people obviously couldn't carry so much. Mission accomplished, we're leaving. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang clasped their fists. Leaving just like that? Not reporting to Commander Wei in Changgu Town? Li Dao asked. We only answer to His Majesty. Sun Zheng shook his head. All right, good luck to both of you. Gao Liang patted Li Dao's shoulder. Thanks to you this time. When we get back to the imperial capital, drinks are on us. Drinks? Li Dao smiled bitterly to himself. If only they knew his true identity, they'd be offering knives, not wine. Still, he nodded politely. Soon after, the two departed, leaving Li Dao and the other four behind. Li Dao looked around the ruined camp. Let's report back and get our freedom. Everyone was equally eager, so they rode hard all the way to Changgu Town without rest. But when they arrived, they were stunned. Outside the town lay corpses strewn everywhere. Both Dacian soldiers and unfamiliar figures in strange clothes. What happened here? Shun San's eyes widened. Li Dao was silent. Dismounting, he examined one corpse's clothes and murmured, Luoyan tribe? The unfamiliar body's outfits matched the Luoyan tribe's style, meaning Changgu Town had been attacked by the Luoyan. Let's go inside and take a look. The five led their horses into town. Deeper in, the bodies only increased. It was a mix of Dacian soldiers and Luoyan tribesmen, showing clearly the massacre was launched by the Luoyan side. Just as they stepped through the gate, a whooshing wind sound suddenly came. Swish! Li Dao's ears twitched. He reached out and caught an arrow steady in his palm. Who's there? Shin San and the others immediately drew their knives, alert and looking toward the arrow's origin. Luoyan barbarians. We're coming for you. At once, a group of ragged Dacian soldiers burst from hidden corners, led by Lu Nung Commander Lu himself, whom Li Dao recognized. Commander Lu. With just a single phrase from Li Dao, Lu Neng, who had been charging headlong into battle, shuddered sharply. He suddenly looked up and, seeing the approaching figure was on their side, hurriedly raised his hand to stop the others. Wait, don't attack one of us. Li Dao's gaze swept over the bloodstains crisscrossing Lu Neng's body as he asked grimly, what happened in Changgu Town? Lu Neng's face twisted bitterly, as if he had swallowed bitter gall. You left last night, and right after, the Luoyan tribe launched a surprise attack. We were caught completely off guard. As a result, Changgu Town fell. Is it just you guys left? Li Dao looked past Lu Neng at a ragged group of surviving soldiers standing behind him. Fewer than 200, all wounded. The Weiwu battalion should number over 1,000 men in full strength, and Changgu Town itself had more than 1,000 defenders. Even accounting for earlier losses, there should still be 700 or 800 left, yet overnight it was reduced to just this handful of dying embers. A weary, yes, came from Lu Neng. Then Li Dao's brow furrowed suddenly. What about Commander Wei? He's a natural warrior, wouldn't have died so easily, right? At the mention of Wei Yun, Lu Neng's expression grew even more miserable. At the battles in last night, when we couldn't hold back the enemy, Commander Wei led the remaining Luoyan pursuers away alone. After that, he disappeared. Li Dao's face darkened instantly. Taking a deep breath, he pressed. Did you see which direction he retreated? Nearby, Shinsen looked puzzled and muttered softly. Boss, it's been over half a day, he's probably in serious trouble by now, isn't he? Li Dao's eyes sliced through the air. If alive, we want to see him. If dead, we want proof. Shinsen scoffed under his breath. Is that really necessary? But Old Ghost cut in coldly. Chubby, if Wei Yun's dead, who's going to approve your freedom? The words freedom hit Shun San like a thunderbolt, and he shivered. Could it really be him who has to do it? Old Ghost chuckled darkly. Without him, who'd accept those terms you set? Shun San stomped anxiously, grabbing Lu Neng. Come on, tell us. Which way did Wei Yun go? Lu Neng didn't dare delay, hurriedly pointing northwest. Shin San turned back immediately. Boss, hurry and chase. Wei Yun can't die. Li Dao swung onto his horse and threw out only a sentence. You stay here. I'm going. But, Shun San started to protest. But before he could finish, Li Dao spurred his horse and vanished in a cloud of dust. Shin San glanced at Old Ghost. Should we follow? Old Ghost simply sat down on the ground and patted his knee. Chase? You go chase. Then his gaze swept over the wounded soldiers with a smile. Today, I'm feeling generous. Whoever needs treatment, line up here. After leaving Changgu Town, Li Dao rode with his eyes fixed on the ground. The hooves kicked up dust, and soon he found the trampled, chaotic grass marks new tracks left by the Luoyan tribe's pursuing forces. Confirming the direction, he urged his horse into a furious gallop. Several miles away in a forest clearing, a makeshift camp had been set up. At its center stood a rough wooden cage bound with iron locks crisscrossing around it. Inside was Wei Yun, wrapped in chains from head to toe, his bloodied body illuminated by the campfire, yet he still held his head high and back straight. This was the Luoyan tribe's temporary camp. A Luoyan warrior brought a bucket of cold water and splashed it over the cage, sending a chilling spray inside. His voice was heavy as he demanded, Speak. Did your Great Qian people kill our third prince? Wei Yun lifted his head, a faint smirk curling his bleeding lips as blood-tinged saliva spat out. Bah! Wei Yun spat without any restraint and sneered coldly. Damn your big shorts, what does your tribe's third prince have to do with our Great Qian? Before he finished speaking, someone grabbed the iron kettle bubbling over the campfire nearby and poured the entire pot of boiling water over him. The scalding water hissed as it slid over his skin, steam instantly enveloping Wei Yun's entire body. Veins bulged on his cheeks, but he gritted his teeth, saying nothing. A few warriors from the Luo Yun tribe stood with folded arms, sneering coldly as the firelight cast harsh shadows on their faces. Got a stubborn mouth, huh? One spat. Suddenly, the crowd parted as a burly man clad in black leather armor with golden patterns stepped forward. The Luo Yun tribe had sent two innate martial artists for the siege of Weiwu camp, Jinhua and Jinsha. The man before Wei Yun was Jinhua, also the leader of this mission. Jinhua stopped in front of Wei Yun, his gaze scanning the scorch marks covering his body, but his smile was void of warmth. I don't know if the death of our third prince is related to Great Qian. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But that doesn't matter. What matters is starting now. The third prince's death must be linked to Great Qian. He paused, raising his voice. If you admit it was your Great Qian who killed the third prince, not only will we spare you, we'll even welcome you into the great Luo Yun tribe. How about that? Wei Yun raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, you're the anti-Qin faction within the Luo Yun tribe. Among the northern barbarian tribes, Luo Yun outwardly maintained neutrality and had an ambiguous attitude toward Great Qian. But inside, it was already divided. One faction advocated peace and caution, the other thirsted for war against Great Qian like the Tiamu tribedo seized land and resources. The slain third prince of Luo Yun was the vanguard of the anti-Qian faction, which was why he secretly went to the Tiamu for negotiations without the tribal king's knowledge. Now these people were coercing confessions, trying to fabricate a reason to convince the hesitant within the tribe. Wei Yun saw through this and would not yield even if he had secretly arranged for the third prince's assassination. Jinhua's expression grew impatient. He glanced up at the blazing sun. Enough wasting time. Raise the flag and hang him up to bake. Two warriors dragged the battered Wei Yun and tied him to the top of a long, thick wooden pole, raising him high. The midday sun beat down mercilessly, scorching his flesh until it felt like it would split open. Wei Yun's lips cracked painfully, blood seeping out, but he whispered softly, sorry, 9527. Death was not terrifying. His only regret was failing to fulfill a promise he had made. Time ticked away, the sun's heat growing ever more oppressive as the moisture in his body seemed to steam away little by little. His vision blurred and darkened. In a daze, he saw a familiar figure approaching against the light in the distance. 9527. He chuckled bitterly to himself. They say people hallucinate before they die, guess it's true. To stay lucid, he bit down hard on his tongue, flooding his mouth with blood. Though he felt sorry for 9527, he refused to die thinking of a manha, wanted to think of a beauty instead. At least that way, his final moments might be a little more comfortable. The pain didn't erase the image before his eyes. The sound of horse hooves mixed with the night wind, growing louder from afar. Wei Yun shuddered all over. His mind instantly clearing this silhouette was no illusion. At the same time, Li Dao, rushing along, neared the camp and recognized it as the Luo Yun tribe's base. He looked up at the flagpole fluttering in the wind, where Wei Yun hung, bound and bloodied, barely clinging to life. With his keen eyesight, Li Dao immediately confirmed that Wei Yun was still alive, and relief flooded his heart. Luckily, he was still breathing, or this trip would have certainly angered his murderous intent. Li Dao urged his horse forward without hesitation. The Luo Yun scouts spotted him immediately. Alert stranger approaching. A shrill shout rang out. Torches were quickly lit in rows across the camp, soldiers rapidly gathering in the open ground, while two innate-level warriors stepped out. Wei Yun's throat was hoarse as he shouted, 9527, don't come for me. There are two innate-level warriors here. From his perspective, guards of this caliber were far beyond what Li Dao could overcome alone. Rushing to rescue him would only get him killed. But Li Dao's attention was locked on the two innate auras directly ahead. Without hesitation, he summoned his system panel. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 40.74. Available attribute points, 10.98. During the last battle to kill Prince Tiamu, even though the snow demon Lu Yin escaped, Li Dao had defeated many high-level guards, earning plentiful attribute points. Whether 50 times a normal person's strength would be enough, he wasn't sure, but retreat wasn't an option. Allocate points. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 51.72. Available attribute points, 0. A searing warmth flowed instantly through his limbs and bones. His blood surged, and his fighting spirit erupted like a volcano. Li Dao squeezed his horse's sides. It neighed and dashed forward as a dark shadow charging into the clustered Luo Yun warriors. Seeing him storm the formation alone, the two innate warriors sneered coldly and ordered, attack. Kill him. Kill. Nearly 100 soldiers charged out, blades and spears raised. To them, this reckless attacker was merely a madman rushing to his death. But to Li Dao, these soldiers were more like clueless sheep. With a heavy stomp, his warhorse shattered the ground. The first charge sent dozens flying, men and weapons alike. Blades flashed like a dense net, converging from all directions. Far away, the two innate warriors showed no concern, rather, they were eagerly making bets. Jinhua glanced at the chaotic battle and whistled softly. How long do you think he'll last? Jinsha crossed his arms, mocking, at most 30 seconds before he drops dead. Jinhua laughed loudly. You say 30? He'll give him a little credit. 40 seconds. All right, let's wait and see. Jinsha shrugged, already envisioning Li Dao being overwhelmed. Surrounded by countless blades attacking from all sides, Li Dao's reflexes could easily dodge each one flawlessly, but he had no intention to. Dodging would reduce his strike efficiency. In an instant, countless blades struck Li Dao's body. The cold glints crossed as his clothes were slashed open in multiple places, yet his muscles underneath remained completely unharmed. The soldiers of the Luoyun barbarians around him froze for a moment. Before they could even retract their blades, Li Dao flicked his wrist and swung his Xiantai blade. The heavy blade stirred up a swirling cloud of crimson mist, and 8 barbarians staggered to the ground. Killing 8 enemies granted him an attribute increase of 1.24. 1.24? Li Dao frowned slightly. Compared to the royal guards of the Tiamu tribe's crown prince, this was far inferior as expected. These were just ordinary foot soldiers without cultivation. Scanning the crowd, he saw the enemies were densely packed in layers. Lacking quality, he would make up for it with quantity. With that thought, he leapt down from his horse and charged straight into the throng. Jinhua and Jinsha watched from afar across the battlefield and shook their heads. Doesn't look like hell lasts 30 seconds, Jinsha sneered. Are all the Qian soldiers this stupid? Jinhua scoffed in agreement. They're just asking for death. Only Wei Yun, hung upside down from the battle standard, had a clear view of the scene from his vantage point. Li Dao broke through the encirclement as if no one stood in his way, swinging the Xiantai blade up and down, rows of Luoyun barbarians collapsing like dominoes. The blade's gleam unleashed bloodlines that spread like sheets of rain. Despite being bound in chains, Wei Yun's blood boiled watching it. He wished he could clap and shout in admiration. What shocked him even more was that Li Dao didn't dodge the blades at all. Cold weapons that even cultivators of innate rank had to repel with external energy, he took purely with his body. Wei Yun knew Li Dao harbored not a trace of true energy inside him. He also understood that while there were body-refining martial skills, once true energy dissipated, even the finest body reforging techniques only gave a slight edge over peers, never such overwhelming power. The man before him was simply beyond reason. For a moment, I really can't think of the right adjective, Wei Yun murmured to himself. Suddenly, remembering Li Dao's current status as a condemned prisoner, he grew even more unsettled. I wonder which fool threw away such a naturally gifted general as a death row inmate. Don't they feel any regret? The slaughter continued relentlessly. As time passed, the soldiers of the Luoyun tribe felt their hope slowly shatter. Despair grew deeper with each futile attack. No matter how fiercely they swung their sharp blades, not even a single hair on the enemy's body was harmed. Meanwhile, with effortless swings, the enemy took their lives one by one, leaving countless comrades sprawling on the blood-soaked ground. Over time, no one dared approach that cold, merciless face. Worse yet, the soldiers further back could not see the carnage up front, but kept pushing forward, squeezing the crowd step by step closer to the enemy. Those who had already been reluctant to fight were now left no room to retreat. To survive, they had to fight with all their might. Stop pushing. That guy's coming to kill. Someone shouted in alarm. Charge. Another shouted through gritted teeth. Don't bother, can't be killed. A voice cried out in desperation. Kill. Damn it, get away from me. The shouts of conflict and battle echoed like exploding powder kegs. Chaos mingled with despair and madness. In the end, the soldier who had fought with all his strength lost to Li Dao's deadly strike and collapsed into a pool of blood. When he finally reached Li Dao's side and saw the dense corpses and rivers of blood beneath his feet, he suddenly understood why others had desperately tried to stop him from approaching. At that moment, all he wished was that the comrade who had blocked him could come back to life. But all that awaited him was the gleaming Xiantai blade in Li Dao's hand and endless death. Li Dao had completely lost control by then, raging with murderous intent. Though he couldn't fight thousands at once, stepping amid the throng felt like entering a place where no one else existed. Ordinary soldiers confronted with him faced only merciless slaughter. Those with strong physiques held an absolute advantage over martial artists who relied solely on internal energy. Even the most skilled martial artist's energy would inevitably deplete over prolonged combat, reducing them to barely stronger than ordinary people. If the soldiers banded together and pressed on, they might even crush him by sheer weight. But Li Dao was different. He had no internal energy, yet possessed stamina beyond normal limits. Simple slashes and strikes posed little burden to him. Instead, with every kill, his heart felt freer, and his killing intent burned ever stronger, especially seeing the stats in his attributes panel climbing steadily, and his blade striking ever faster. At that moment, A pleasant system notification echoed repeatedly in Li Dao's mind, clear and rhythmic. Killed 4 enemies, gained 0.65 attribute points. Killed 6 enemies, gained 1.13 attribute points. Killed 5 enemies, gained 0.96 attribute points. Though each reward was small, the frequent feedback steadily strengthened his fighting power. Suddenly, a unique notification pierced through the noise of battle, forming a clear directive in his mind. Reach 100 consecutive kills, reward, 5 attribute points. 100 consecutive kills? Li Dao's heart jolted in surprise at such a hidden reward system. He recalled the faint attribute bonus from his first kill. Throughout the long stretch afterward, aside from small gains from enemy kills, he had never received additional system rewards. He had assumed there were no further grants beyond the first kill bonus. Unbeknownst to him, reaching 100 kills in a row was the key to unlocking this special system reward. Whether this 5-point boost was a one-time bonus, whether the system would continue to reward further streaks, or if higher kill counts were needed for the next gain, Li Dao did not yet know. Nevertheless, this sudden jump in attributes was a welcome surprise he had not expected. This unexpected system feedback poured fuel onto his killing intent, igniting a fierce surge of bloodlust within Li Dao that was impossible to resist. If killing was a job, then this unexpected overtime pay definitely ignited Li Dao's hard-working spirit to the fullest. Meanwhile, outside the encirclement, Jinhua and Jinsha's expressions grew increasingly grim. Time ticked by second after second. The battle dragged on far beyond their expectations. What's going on? Why isn't it over yet? Jinhua furrowed his brow, his face growing darker with worry. By all rights, a clash lasting 30 or 40 seconds should have a clear winner by now. But several minutes had passed, and the front line was still a chaotic melee. He could even faintly hear the agonized screams of his soldiers trapped inside the encirclement. This is bad. I need to see for myself. Unable to hold back any longer, Jinhua left behind a brief order, hold your ground, and charged out of the barrier. As he neared the battlefield, the scene before him shocked him to his core. Soldiers torn apart, blood everywhere, utter disorder. A black shadow moved ruthlessly through the bloodbath like a slaughter machine, cutting down his men without mercy. Bastard! Jinhua's eyes reddened with fury as he roared and charged into the fray, bellowing, "Everyone, retreat immediately." Originally, this ambush on Hanga Town to capture Wei Yun, the Great Qian commander, was supposed to be a huge victory for the Luo Yun tribe. But facing such savage slaughter from the enemy, their casualties had skyrocketed, and Jinhua couldn't just sit back and watch. On the other side of the battlefield, Li Dao's Xiantai blade sliced through several foes, showering blood everywhere. Suddenly, he felt a cold, murderous intent closing in from behind. Turning around, he saw a native martial artist step forward steadily, blocking his retreat. Just in time, Li Dao sneered coldly and glanced at his status panel. Constitution 51.72, available attributes 25.78. After the recent bloodbath and the system's gift of 5 attribute points, his free attribute points were close to 26, nearly half his constitution, the perfect moment for a breakthrough. System, allocate points. Li Dao ordered without hesitation. In an instant, his stats shifted dramatically. Constitution surged to 77.50, available points dropped to 0. A fierce heat coursed through his body like raging flames, spreading rapidly. His skin glowed a vivid red, and faint white breath swirled from his nostrils with each exhale. At this moment, Li Dao's murderous intent erupted like a volcano. His constitution swelled with explosive power. The native martial artist gradually closing in forced him to seriously reconsider his strength. Kill! He muttered fiercely, swinging his Xiantai blade directly toward Jinhua's direction. Meanwhile, Jinhua was contemplating how to capture and slowly torture this enemy to death, when he suddenly heard a furious roar and realized the man was charging straight at him. Seeking death, Jinhua growled coldly, forming a sharp eagle-like claw made of true energy with one hand. When faced with the incoming blade, he moved swiftly, evading it skillfully, then grabbed Li Dao's arm abruptly. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Dao's eyes. Judging by the attack style, this person was clearly a native martial artist skilled in hand-to-hand combat, agile and fierce. They'll cripple one of your hands first. Jinhua hissed beneath his breath, intensifying his grip and attacking with more brutality. Jinhua saw that his right hand had already landed on the opponent's arm, and a confident smile appeared on his face. In the next instant, his fingertips surged out true energy like cold lightning, shooting explosively along the joints of the bone shriek. His sleeve tore apart, droplets of blood splattered, as if sharp claws had ripped through silk. But when he withdrew his hand and looked closely, only a few scraps of cloth and some blood-stained skin flakes remained in his palm. He was stunned. How could this be? That claw strike should have torn off a large chunk of flesh, but instead, it only scraped off a thin layer of skin. Li Dao cast a glance at the 3 bloody scratches on his arm, his brow lifting slightly, tone casual. Innate martial artist? Why do you all use moves like women's? Back in school, when he had angered a female classmate. Similar scratches were left on him, but those light wounds would scab over in less than 15 minutes. Now, looking at the 3 blood streaks, they had already dried and caked up in the blink of an eye. He lightly shook his arm, and the scabs crumbled away with a crackle, leaving the skin intact as if nothing had happened, smooth without a single fine line. Women's moves? Jinhua's lips twitched. For the renowned divine eagle claw to be described this way stirred his anger like a firestorm. He charged forward again, refusing to believe it. This time, he gathered all his innate true energy into his fingertips and clawed at Li Dao's arm once more. As soon as his claws grazed the flesh, Jinhua distinctly felt his energy was blocked hard by a thin yet unyielding layer of skin, unable to pierce through. Gritting his teeth, he clawed harder and barely tore through the surface, only to immediately hit a dense, iron-like layer of muscle fibers beneath. Another harsh ripping sound rang out. When he pulled back, the gaps between his nails held only bits of bloody flesh, but his expression was darker than before. How could the divine eagle claw, which could shatter gold and crush stones, not even faze a mere human body? A chill ran through Jinhua's heart as he managed to utter, "Are you even human, or some kind of ghost?" Li Dao looked down at the wound that had just healed and vanished again, smiling faintly. "With blood and flesh, what else could I be, if not human?" Before finishing, he suddenly drew his blade. It was time to test the limits of his attacks now. The mysterious iron long knife sliced silently through the air, heavy yet thrown with lightning speed from one hand. The nameless slash. The blade's edge aimed straight for Jinhua's throat. Jinhua snapped out of his shock, pushing off the ground. His body darted sideways like a swallow. Using his lightness skill, he barely avoided the strike. But the blade was just a hair faster than he expected. Even though he had already slipped out of the blade's path, a sharp slicing sound rang out, and his robe's shoulder was torn open from the slash. Jinhua glimpsed the dark blade. It didn't carry any trace of true energy. Suddenly, a wave of alarm surged in his heart. Could this really be pure brute force cutting with such sharpness? This thought nearly made him question his very existence. What kind of freak was he dealing with? At that moment, the soldiers of the Luoyun tribe who were nearby saw their leader engaged in combat with the enemy, and they quickly withdrew. They had assumed their leader could end the fight with a single effortless strike, but after a brief exchange, he was steadily pushed back instead. Facing Jinhua, a born martial artist, Li Dao had only one strategy left, relying on his ironclad physique that made him almost impervious to weapons. He went all out. Although his opponent's true energy surged fiercely, it barely harmed him. Meanwhile, every slash Li Dao made carried the brute force of a charging bull, and just one glancing hit could seriously injure Jinhua. This extreme approach forced Jinhua into constant defensive retreat, leaving him no choice but to dodge endlessly with caution. Elsewhere, Wei Yun, tied to a flagpole, stared in disbelief. He had thought, 9527, could at most handle cultivators just reaching the innate level, never imagining they could push an actual innate master to such a desperate state. As the Luoyun soldiers dispersed, not far away Jinsha saw the fierce battle unfolding. Noticing Jinhua was on the back foot, he first straightened up anxiously, then leaned against a wooden post with a cold snort. "Still playing games, huh?" he muttered. In his view, Jinhua clearly had countless chances to counterattack, but was only dodging, with no real worry at all. What Jinsha didn't realize was that Jinhua was now walking a tightrope thousands of feet above ground, each step precariously close to death. Li Dao's long blade howled through the air, every strike fierce and precise, showing no hesitation. Even with perfect footwork, Jinhua could barely evade, cold sweat soaking his back in an instant. A monster, he cursed inwardly. He had planned to wear Li Dao down with speed, but despite repeated dodges, the opponent's breath remained steady while his own true energy was nearly depleted. Desperate, Jinhua roared, "Jinsha, come help me now. Play on your own. I'm just watching." Jinsha replied lazily and made no move to intervene. Jinhua grumbled darkly, his face turning pale. "Play?" He was clearly hanging by a thread. Li Dao gave no chance to breathe, his blade strokes growing even more fierce. Although the tempo seemed unchanged, his mind was racing, calculating at over 70 times normal speed, reconstructing every movement Jinhua had made. Unless the opponent made a fundamental change, Li Dao could predict and lock in on every weakness in advance. After a few more rounds of combat, Li Dao had fully decoded Jinhua's footwork. To the left, his eyes narrowed, and the blade that had been aimed straight ahead suddenly twisted midair, slashing across with a furious whistle. Jinhua, still moving left as usual, stepped forward, then suddenly light flashed before his eyes. With a tearing sound, everything was cut off abruptly. This time, Li Dao's blade no longer landed on clothing, it struck precisely at Jinhua's throat. A flash of cold light, and the black iron long knife sliced through flesh and skin, blood spurting out instantly. No matter how Jinhua's internal energy surged, his flesh and blood couldn't withstand the sharp strike. His eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat tightly, blood gushing through his fingers, disbelief written all over his face. He never expected the blade to curve back in such a strange, unexpected way. In truth, every move Jinhua made had already been perfectly rehearsed in Li Dao's mind. During their engagement, Li Dao predicted that in a critical moment Jinhua had a 90% chance of dodging left, based on his past footwork and habits. So at the exact right moment, Li Dao raised his wrist and sent the blade hard, cutting off Jinhua's only escape route. Enemy defeated. Attribute points gained 10.31. As Jinhua fell backward, blood pouring from his throat, the system notification echoed in Li Dao's mind. Seeing the numbers, he froze over 10 points. Converting that, a congenital martial artist's total attributes were more than 100 times greater than an ordinary person's, far surpassing Li Dao's current physical strength. Roughly comparing, Jinhua's physical toughness was only about 10 to 20 times that of a normal person, with the remaining 80% of his strength focused on internal energy. The gap for congenital martial artists was truly staggering. The air grew deathly silent after Jinhua collapsed. Li Dao looked up to see the soldiers of the falling cloud army, standing frozen, faces pale, and Adam's apples bobbing nervously. After a moment, one soldier instinctively stepped back. Then a second, a third. The retreat spread like a contagion, everyone hastily putting distance between themselves and Li Dao. Even their formidable leader Jinhua had fallen in an instant. Charging forward now would only mean certain death. Not far off, Jinshaho had been joking with Jinhua moments ago stood rigid, his mind blank. He still couldn't understand how Jinhua could suddenly die. What had seemed like casual sparring had ended in mortal peril. If Jinhua were conscious now and knew what Jinsha was thinking, he might angrily curse him. "I will," Jinsha started to say, but a sharp chill ran through him. Calmly reflecting, he had to admit, his own strength was close to Jinhua's. If Jinhua hadn't died from carelessness but was truly overwhelmed and killed, what could Jinsha accomplish by rushing in? Thinking of Jinhua's desperate cry for help, he almost saw the trapped expression, the feeling of nowhere left to run, only the hope someone would answer. The enemy's power cut off all escape routes. Jinsha froze, facing two choices: avenge Jinhua and likely meet the same fate, letting a single enemy wipe out the entire unit, or retreat immediately, live to fight another day, and seek revenge once stronger. After killing Jinhua, Li Dao naturally set his sights on the last surviving congenital martial artist nearby, Jinsha. Only one left. Just as he was about to step forward in pursuit, Jinsha suddenly flipped up into the saddle. Li Dao expected a desperate charge, but instead, Jinsha turned his horse sharply and raced away in the opposite direction, shouting hoarsely, "Full retreat." That shout broke the spell binding the falling cloud soldiers. What had been a cautious fallback instantly turned into a wild dash, each soldier running full speed toward the camp. One thought consumed them all: mount the horses, follow their last leader out of here. Li Dao? The scene was nothing like he imagined. He had expected the soldiers to roar in fury and charge to avenge Jinhua. Instead, the entire army scattered. What was going on? Was he too slow to react, or were they just too fast? By the time he snapped back to reality, even the last falling cloud soldier had ridden 100 meters away. Staring after the vanished innate martial artist and the fleeing figures of the remaining Luoyun soldiers, Li Dao hesitated for a moment but didn't give chase. For him, this battle was already an unexpected windfall. He had slain an innate strongman and casually looted plenty of spoils, enough to keep him satisfied for quite some time. What mattered most now was confirming whether Wei Yun was still alive and kicking. If this man had truly died at Li Yun's hands, all the effort Li Dao had put in these past days would be for nothing. On the flagpole, Wei Yun's mouth hung slightly open. He looked nailed there, still dazed by the shock of Li Dao's slashing down of the innate warrior seconds ago. It wasn't until the flagpole was lifted and slammed back onto the ground, the jarring ache pulling him back from his trance, that he returned to reality. Li Dao slapped Wei Yun twice sharply across the face and abruptly asked, "Commander Wei, you're not dead, are you?" A sting of pain confirmed it wasn't a dream. Wei Yun shook his head. "I'm fine. They didn't finish me off." The Luoyun captors had only intended to coerce him into confessing to the murder of the third prince. The real punishment was torture, not death. Now, Wei Yun was just depleted of his energy and had some bruises and cuts, light injuries at worst for a veteran commander hardened by years on the border. Suddenly, he looked up, his face full of gratitude. 9527. "I never expected you'd come to my rescue. I'm truly touched." He opened his arms, as if asking for a hug. Li Dao sidestepped, his face instantly darkening. "Don't get sentimental so fast. If you died, no one would have paid for my freedom, so I wouldn't have bothered." "I know," Wei Yun sighed. "But couldn't you at least say something to make me feel moved a little longer?" Li Dao raised an eyebrow, smirking coldly. "What good does comforting you do me? If you treat me like that, don't be surprised if I take back your freedom later." "Go ahead and try," Wei Yun said. Before he finished, a flash of cold steel pressed to his neck. Li Dao's black iron blade glided along his skin, icy enough to make the hairs stand up. Wei Yun had already witnessed Li Dao's bloodlust when killing on that flagpole. It wasn't an act, but raw and ruthless ecstasy. He quickly turned sideways, rubbing his arms to shake off the goosebumps. All right, I spoke out of turn. No need for the blade. The blade withdrew with a sharp clang as Li Dao sheathed it, then extended a hand. Let's go. We've been out here long enough. Wei Yun blinked at the offered hand, then smiled. Thanks. No matter the reason, he would remember this life-saving favor. Li Dao hauled him up roughly, eyes scanning the blood-stained armor. Can you still ride? Ride. You believe if the Luoyun tribe comes back, I want slaughter even more of them? He spoke while moving, probably tugging at the wound, causing a sharp twitch at the corner of his mouth. Li Dao rolled his eyes in disgust. If you can ride, then ride yourself. I'm not about to share a horse with some big burly guy. Wei Yun nearby retorted helplessly, like I'm itching to squeeze onto a horse with you. Who knows? Li Dao sneered. Wei Yun looked puzzled. Inside Changgu town, the smoke from battle was just beginning to clear. Thanks to Old Ghost's overnight treatment, most of the surviving soldiers of the Great Qian army had been pulled back from the brink of death. Before the military tent, many soldiers with blood-encrusted wounds gathered around Old Ghost, their eyes full of gratitude, those with severed arms reattached, abdominal wounds stitched up. Even some who had been on the verge of death with rolling eyes had miraculously survived under his rough but steady hands. Lu Fuzhong pulled back the bandages and, seeing the wound had scabbed over and darkened, whistled in admiration. Old Ghost, you're the real deal. Then, as if recalling something, he looked suspicious. By the way, your medical skills are so incredible. So why does the Jinyui record say you practiced medicine without a license and sold fake medicines? And that you were thrown in jail? Old Ghost let out a cold snort through his nose. Some people are just ungrateful. I fulfilled his wish, and he called the Jinyui to arrest me. Under the curious gazes of the others, he recounted the highlights of the story. Years ago, a high-ranking official came seeking advice because his only son was too old but wanted a daughter. Old Ghost happened to have developed a new medicine but needed a test subject, so he used his skill to grant that man's wish. The daughter was born, but the son had been literally transformed into a woman, the kind who could bear children for real. The official was infuriated and humiliated, so he summoned the Jinyui and had Old Ghost arrested. Luckily, the young master was already a known loafer with a bad reputation, so the Jinyui spared Old Ghost's life as a public benefit but threw him in prison. Hearing this, the soldiers instinctively crossed their legs and exchanged glances. Old Ghost, meanwhile, was already shaking up his herbal concoctions. Since fate has brought us together, if anyone really wants to become a woman, they'll do it free of charge, as a public service. Shun Sen shrugged and twitched his mouth. Old Ghost, I hope I'm not getting scammed by becoming your medicine boy. Originally, he just wanted to broaden his horizons by following the legendary doctor. Now the thought of that unlucky noble's son sent chills down his spine. Old Ghost shrugged again. Can't say for sure yet. I'll let you know once I've developed the new medicine. The small talk ended as Lu Nung sighed, gripping the edge of his armor. I wonder if 9527 can catch up and save Commander Wei. Even Shin San, usually at odds with Wei Yun, looked serious. Wei Yun, oh Wei Yun, you better not die. If you come back alive, I'll call you Grandpa myself. Before he finished, the sound of urgent hoofbeats came from afar. Shin San, I heard what you said. Better start calling me Grandpa now. The familiar teasing voice floated on the wind. Everyone turned at once to see two figures riding horses through the shattered gates of Changgu town not far away. One was Li Dao, and the other was naturally Wei Yun. Commander Wei. Lu Ning suddenly pushed himself up from the ground, his face filled with joy. Around them, the remaining soldiers of the Wei Wu battalion struggled to stand, excited. Even the wounded who couldn't stand were hoisted up by their comrades. Wei Yun looked at the battered group and sighed inwardly, though he forced a smile. I'm glad everyone's all right. Then his gaze landed on Shen San. Fatty, what about that promise? Where's the grandpa you were supposed to call me? Shen San's face flushed red and blue. Wei Yun teased him again. A real man keeps his word. You bastard. Shen San cursed, but Wei Yun waved him off. Forget it. Considering how 9527 saved my life, you're off the hook today. Shen San snorted without changing expression and shot back. Trying to pay off our family's debt with one sentence? Forget it. Wei Yun blinked, baffled. Shen San stepped up close and stretched out his empty hand. Wei Yun glanced down. What's that for? Give us back our freedom. Not right now. Why not? Wei Yun sighed. Fatty, look at the Wei Wu battalion. How can I pay you back? At least wait until it's rebuilt and I reconnect with the higher-ups. Really? Of course. Wei Yun went serious. Restoring a prisoner's household registration isn't simple, there's procedures. But I promise to sort it out as soon as possible and give you back your freedom. Shin San's eyes still held doubt. You're not going to screw us over again, are you? Wei Yun shrugged. If you don't trust me, trust 9527. Shin San glanced back at Li Dao. Boss, is this guy reliable? Li Dao said coolly. Well, no, soon enough. He was already calmer than Shin San after asking for details on the way back. Shin San pursed his lips, casting one last glance at Wei Yun. This is the last time I'm trusting you. Don't worry. Wei Yun patted his shoulder. Time passed. It had been a full month since Changgu town was attacked, and Wei Yun had led the surviving soldiers home. To prevent the Luoyun tribe from striking again, he relocated his meager forces to an abandoned ancient town 100 miles east of Changgu town. In just a month, the new town took shape, and he renamed it Chongping Town, meaning long-lasting and peaceful. The only puzzling thing was that when he mentioned Chongping, 9527's expression subtly changed. On this day, inside a temporary tent in Chongping town, Li Dao and 4 others gathered around the bed. The little madman lay unusually still. Old Gui was feeling his pulse carefully, diagnosing him. After a moment, Old Gui released his grip. He's better. The little madman immediately jumped up, touching everything around as if to make up for being held down earlier. Thankfully, familiar faces surrounded him, or he would have gone wild. Li Dao stood nearby. What's the condition? Old Gui shook his head. He can be healed, but not here. Looking at the little madman, he explained, this Gu child magic comes from the ancient tribes in the southern mountains of Qian. To save him, we must go there ourselves. Before he finished, Su Hu stood abruptly, his voice low but resolute. Let's go. Their month together had forged a strong bond between him and the little madman, both sharing similar tempers. Now, hearing there was hope for a cure, Su Hu needed no further persuading to agree. The old spirit nodded. If you want to go, then go. I love tackling tricky problems like this, but first we have to wait for Commander Wei to grant us our freedom. Hearing this, Shin Santing, who was squatting nearby gnawing on a dry biscuit, stood up abruptly, his face full of frustration. Could it be that Wei Yun doesn't want to set us free? It's been a whole month, and still no word. Before he finished speaking, the tent's entrance curtain was thrown open with a gust that stirred up dust. A clear, bright voice drifted inside. Fatty Shun, I just came in and already heard someone cursing me? Cursing you? I was about to punch you. A whole month your Weiwu battalion has been bustling with activity, but where is my freedom? Shin Santing turned to launch into complaints, but when he caught sight of the booklet in the newcomer's hand, his scolding caught in his throat. His chubby face stiffened, and he awkwardly changed tone. You're holding the… Wei Yun gently shook the booklet in his hand, smiling with eyes curved like crescent moons. The household registration book. Oh really? Shin swallowed hard. Take a guess. Wei Yun teased, deliberately tempting him. Shin was itching to snatch it away immediately, but he knew he couldn't outmatch their commander, so all he could do was watch helplessly. All right, Commander Wei. Enough teasing at a time like this. Li Dao stepped forward to smooth things over. His words tinged with restrained hope. He had been just as anxious throughout the entire month. Wei Yun nodded, no longer holding back. He walked to the wooden table at the center and slapped the book open. Though the pages were yellowed, they were clean and neat, each one carefully recording someone else's household information. After flipping through a few pages, he stopped at a blank spot and raised his eyes to sweep over the group. Tell me your situations one by one. I'll register you right now. From here on, you will have official names in the government records. Who goes first? He asked. Their gazes all fell on Li Dao without hesitation. He'll go. Li Dao took a deep breath and sat across from Wei Yun. Since the day he was locked in the death row camp, he had gone from despair to this moment of rebirth, each step a dance on a razor's edge. Hearing re-register now felt like a pressure built up in his chest finally about to burst. Wei Yun picked up a pen but suddenly reminded him. One more thing, the registration must be completely different from your previous one, or the trouble will be huge. It's best to create a brand new identity with no ties to your past. Li Dao nodded. He was prepared. With his hypersensitive status, any slip-up would mean the emperor himself would come down on him. Yet he kept his original name with over 20 million people in Qian, and Li being a common surname. Namesakes were everywhere. A name alone meant little. Soon he reported his new place of origin, age, occupation, family details one by one. Wei Yun's pen moved swiftly across the page. All right, my turn. Li Dao had just stood when Shin Santing eagerly squeezed onto the chair. The others looked on lazily, not wanting to compete for the seat. In less than the time it took an incense stick to burn, all 5 new registrations were recorded in the book. When done, Shin Santing eagerly asked, Commander Wei, when can we leave this lousy place? Wei Yun closed the book and spoke seriously. First, we'll send the registration book to headquarters for verification. Then you will receive your tokens. Only after you get these tokens can you move freely within Qian. Li Dao understood clearly the tokens were like ID cards, small metal tags carrying government-recognized identities. 3 days later, the tent was filled with the faint scent of ink and wax flickered softly. Wei Yun handed each of the 5 their identity tokens. Possessing the identity tag meant that their status was officially recorded by the Qian authorities. Even if the tag was lost in the future, it could be reissued. At the same time, this unassuming little bone tag symbolized that Li Dao and the other 4 were no longer labeled death row inmates, but had truly been reborn. The tag's edges were rough, but its weight substantial. As he ran his fingers over it, the invisible shackles that had bound him suddenly shattered with a sharp sound, and even his breathing felt freer. It had been exactly 3 months since his memories returned. Once a third-rank count plunged into the abyss of death row, Now restored to freedom, such a turbulent journey felt like a long, absurd dream. He still remembered the hopelessness when he first entered the prison camp and was grateful that he awakened the system in his darkest moments, which allowed him to struggle all the way toward the light. Happy now? Wei Yun's voice broke the silence. Without him noticing, Wei had come to stand beside him, a faint smile playing on his thin lips. As the commander, Wei had seen countless prisoners nearing their end, numb, desperate, with only a few occasionally showing some skill, but meeting tragic ends during reckless missions. Li Dao and the other four were the first group of survivors in his career who had truly earned their freedom. How could he not know the relief and joy that felt like a heavy burden lifted? Of course I'm happy. Li Dao carefully placed the tag inside his chest pocket, then turned with a smile and cupped his hands respectfully. Commander Wei, you seem to have something more to say? Wei Yun's expression faltered for a moment before he shook his head and chuckled. I knew you wouldn't be fooled. Today I'm giving you these tags, but there's one more thing I want to ask. His tone grew serious, revealing rare solemnity. Do you plan to join the military? People like you generally can't restore their old identities. The future might be uncertain, but with your skills, you'd do well in the army. Your prospects would be bright. Would you consider it? Li Dao was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an olive branch. After a few moments of thought, he answered slowly, I can consider it, but not right now. What do you mean? Wei raised an eyebrow. Li Dao shrugged. I want to go home first. Ever since learning the Prime Minister's mansion was targeting him, he had decided to return home quickly to investigate. Now, he was even more eager. Fair enough. Wei nodded sympathetically, understanding the urgency. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. Li Dao nodded in thanks. The next morning, the morning mist outside Chongping town began to clear. Having just received their identity tags yesterday, the five were already ready to set out. They had grown tired of this military town long ago. Horses steamed in the cold air as Li Dao pulled his reins and looked back. Everyone confirmed everything. Don't worry, boss. Shun Sanda patted his chest loudly. I promise we'll get the old ghosts three safely to their destination. Though all five had regained their freedom, he still insisted on calling Li Dao boss. In their world, friends meant multiple paths forward, and after surviving death row together, had learned these comrades were no ordinary people. Sticking close to Li Dao the big leg was the smart move. Li Dao nodded slightly. Good. Be careful on the road. Don't cause any trouble. Because Xiao Fengzi had been turned into a goo child by someone's sorcery, he retained some awareness but suffered severe aftereffects. According to Laogui's judgment, if left untreated, the poisonous goo inside him would overwhelm and kill him within a year at most. So, Lao Gui decided to personally escort him to the remote mountains in southern Daqian in search of a cure. Su, who was already homeless and treated Xiao Fengzi like a brother, so without hesitation, he volunteered to accompany and protect them. Shinsan's plan was simple: escort them safely to the southern mountain range, then return to roaming the Jianghu. Thus, the group split up just outside Chongping town. As Shinsan led his horse to leave, he suddenly remembered something and reached into his pocket, shaking out a dazzling handful of gold and silver beads. Boss, the road through the Jianghu is long. Take this travel money so things will be easier on the way. He held out the treasure to Li Dao. Li Dao raised an eyebrow, half smiling. You picked these up on a few of your jobs, didn't you? Shinsen scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Just a little something on the side. Li Dao glanced at the bulging pack Shinsen carried and privately thought, no wonder he's a thief, can't give up his old habits even as a condemned man. Yet when faced with the pile of gold and silver, he waved it off. Keep it. I still have silver from Wei Yun. I don't need it. The 3 missions had completed had earned him his freedom. The battle trophies he recovered were worth hundreds of taels of silver based on one enemy's ear for 1 tael, more than enough for his current expenses. All right then. Shinsen stopped insisting, clasped his fists, and laughed heartily. Boss, we're heading out. Let's go. Li Dao returned the gesture, smiling softly. At dawn, the distant plain was stained with a faint red glow. Shinsen let out a long call to the sky, urged his horse forward, and set off along the official road south with Lao Gui, Su Hu, and Xiao Fengzi. Li Dao watched their figures fade into the morning mist, then turned to face north. Whispering to himself, I should be going too. He cracked his whip and his steed neighed as he disappeared into the vast grasslands heading north. Meanwhile, atop the formidable walls of Chongping town, 2 armored soldiers stood side by side. The morning breeze fluttered the flags with a sharp rustle. Commander, 9527 has left. Don't you think it's a pity? Lu Ning squinted at the distant black speck, unable to hide his feelings. No, it's not. Wei Yun stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm. Why not? He'll come back eventually. Wei Yun smiled faintly, his eyes filled with certainty of the coming battles. With his temper, the Jianghu is too small. Only the battlefield can contain him. Lu Ning paused, picturing Li Dao fighting fiercely with lightning-fast blades. He murmured, if he returns to the army, Daqian will surely gain a deadly star. Wei Yun patted his shoulder reassuringly, yet with a warning. As long as that blade doesn't swing at our necks, we don't care what kind of star it is. Lu Ning laughed heartily. That was quite true. 2 days later, Yumen Town. The largest border checkpoint in the eastern territory of Great Qian shimmered under the blazing midsummer sun, its heavy black iron gate like a slumbering giant. Waves of scorching heat rolled through the air as a lone rider and horse approached slowly, their hooves striking the stone slabs with steady echoes. At the gate, a young soldier on duty fixed a sharp gaze and raised his hand in a halt signal. Halt! Show your identification before entering the town. The rider was Li Dao. Pulling his horse to a stop, he rolled up his sleeve and took out a copper token from his pocket, holding it out to the soldier. The soldier examined the token carefully, then looked Li Dao up and down. Though coated in dust, Li Dao maintained proper manners. Where do you come from? And where are you headed? From Changgu Town, going to the imperial capital, Li Dao answered evenly, leaving no room for doubt. Changgu Town? The soldier's eyes sharpened. Then he added cautiously, do you know Commander Wei? Before Li Dao could reply, his right hand moved toward his waist. The subtle gesture acted like a silent alarm. The guards at the gate drew their blades in unison, their sharp edges flashing coldly in the sunlight, ready to strike. Unfazed by the tension, Li Dao smoothly drew his black iron sword from his side, holding it with both hands. Do you recognize this? He asked calmly. The soldier raised a hand, signaling his men to stand down for now. Taking the heavy black blade, his fingers traced the prominent cloud-patterned seal on its hilt. His eyes suddenly lit up. So you really are Commander Weissman. Apologies, apologies. The suspicion melted away instantly, replaced by warmth. He handed the sword back with a respectful tone. Li Dao sheathed his blade and nodded slightly. Has Wei Yun mentioned me to you? He has. The soldier smiled with respect. Commander Wei sent word a few days ago a friend would be entering from the east and told us to look after him. That must be you, sir. He addressed Li Dao as sir, fitting for a young man of his status. What did he ask you to do? Li Dao was not surprised by Wei Yun's thoughtfulness. That man owed him a huge favor. You're headed to the capital? Yes. This place is thousands of miles from the capital, impossible to travel alone. People in Yumen Town usually join groups for safety traders, escorts, and travelers banding together. We soldiers cannot leave our posts, so we can only recommend a suitable caravan for you. Listening to the soldier's explanation, Li Dao quickly assessed the situation. Yumen Town sat on the frontier. Ordinary travelers rarely made it here. Most arrivals were merchant caravans. To go further inland safely, joining a group was the best choice. He approved of this traveling in a caravan strategy. Although he carried a route map from Yumen to the capital, even modern maps were confusing, let alone this complex ancient trail. Traveling alone might stretch a half-month journey into several months. Nodding, he said, thank you for your help. Then he took out a tintal silver ingot and tossed it to the soldier. You're too kind. Siri, you're a friend of Commander Wei. The soldier smiled wryly but gripped the silver tightly. Wei Yun is one thing, I am another. If there's anything, let him come to me. This silver is to buy drinks for your comrades, Li Dao said casually, yet with clear intent. Hearing this, the soldier could only clasp his fists in thanks. Rest assured, sir, we will make sure you are properly arranged. Led by the young gatekeeper, Li Dao quickly led his horse into Yumen Town. As soon as he stepped inside, he immediately realized that the town's liveliness far exceeded its modest exterior. The streets were narrow but packed tightly with stalls of all kinds, and the shouts and calls overlapped in layers. The scent of grilled lamb skewers mingled with the sharp bite of strong liquor, served in coarse bowls. Amid the clinking of camel bells and the neighing of horses, a bold and hearty frontier atmosphere greeted him. Though small in size, Yumen Town had everything one could need. Shops selling silk, places for repairing Huqin fiddles, and weaponsmiths lined up side by side. Three-story taverns faced the street, their eaves adorned with colorful lanterns, and waiters stood at the doors holding copper gongs to attract customers. Li Dao paused briefly, silently admiring. It looks desolate outside the town, but inside, it's a whole different world. Don't be surprised, sir, the gatekeeper explained as they walked, his voice half drowned by the market noise. Many caravan merchants pass through here. Although it's remote, the frontier is a gold mine for traders from various countries. Those unwilling to push deeper inland simply trade large volumes here. Over time, it naturally becomes bustling. He sneered, but don't be fooled by their enthusiasm if trouble breaks out. These merchants run fastest of all. No business without trickery. His tone carried undisguised contempt. As they moved through the busiest part of town, they soon stopped before a two-courtyard gray brick building. Hanging under the eaves was a glossy black plaque, Thai Family Inn, and beneath it, a small polished wood sign gleamed with four gilded characters: Thai Family Escort Agency. I didn't expect the Thai family to have ventures here, Li Dao thought. The Thai family was the top royal merchant house of the Great Qian Dynasty, with businesses throughout its counties and even neighboring states, their wealth rivaling that of small kingdoms. Even more formidable was that each generation a Thai daughter married into the royal family, securing a high status that kept them firmly within the imperial clan's inner circle. Thanks to this connection, the Thai family enjoyed the court's covert backing instead of suspicion. They stepped inside the inn. The entrance hall was spacious, with neatly arranged packs and long swords against the walls. All the guests looked travel-weary, their clothes dust-stained much like Li Dao himself at this moment. The gatekeeper walked straight to the counter and slapped the wooden top. Xiao Qian, please call your manager out. From behind the bar, a sharp-witted waiter, Xiao Qian, popped his head up. Seeing the visitors, he grinned broadly. Right away, Master Zhao. Please wait here a moment. I'll go get the manager. Soon, Xiao Qian returned with a middle-aged, slightly plump man dressed in fine clothes. The man's face was flushed, a jade pendant at his waist. Upon seeing the gatekeeper, he called out loudly, Brother Zhao, what breeze blows you here today? Cut the small talk. The gatekeeper waved dismissively, getting straight to the point. Have you had any large caravans going to the capital lately? I need to place someone on one. A large caravan to the capital. The manager frowned, pondered briefly, then leaned in, lowering his voice. Yes, there is one, our own Thai family freight convoy. But the rules are strict. Above all, the person must have a clean background. Brother Zhao, your friend here. The gatekeeper's eyes darkened sharply. The manager, feeling the look, quickly smiled nervously. No offense meant, just routine questions. Enough talk. Get this friend on board. Consider it one favor you owe me. The gatekeeper's tone was calm, but carried an unmistakable command. The word favor brightened the manager's expression. Master Zhao was military and well-connected, and such a favor was weighty indeed. Still, thinking of the convoy leader, he hesitated and asked again, Are you sure this brother has no issues? The gatekeeper's face grew serious as he lifted a finger to his temple. Want me to put my head here as collateral? No need, no need. Hearing this, the innkeeper immediately understood that the young guard at the gate was truly an upright and honorable person. He patted his chest confidently and said, Don't worry, Brother Zhao. I guarantee on the Iron family's honor that your companion will arrive safely in the imperial capital. That's good to hear. The guard nodded, then turned to Li Dao. Young master, you'll be staying at this inn from now on. The innkeeper will take care of everything for you. Thank you. Li Dao replied sincerely, clasping his fists in respect. Their voices were low, but with his keen senses, Li Dao caught every word clearly and quietly appreciated the guard's thoughtful loyalty. The guard laughed heartily. Commander Wei once saved my life on the battlefield. If you're his friend, you're my friend. No need for formalities. With that, he bowed and took his leave, leaving Li Dao alone to stay the night. The innkeeper immediately came forward with a warm smile. Please rest easy tonight, young master. The convoy will set out first thing tomorrow. He patted the nearby waiter's shoulder and said, Go quickly and prepare a room for this young master. Following the waiter, Li Dao passed through a clean corridor and reached a south-facing room on the second floor. The wooden door swung open to a simply furnished but neatly arranged space. Anything else you need, young master? The waiter asked. Li Dao glanced down at his dust-covered clothes, then casually pulled a silver ingot from his pocket and tossed it over. Bring hot water and food, and lay out a clean set of clothes. The waiter accepted the silver gleefully. Understood, young master. He'll take care of it right away. After the aroma of steaming food and the warmth of a wooden bucket of hot water were brought in, Li Dao found the black robe folded neatly on the table beside the steaming dishes. Finally, a hot bath. He exhaled in relief. He remembered the remote Changgu town, where water was scarce, barely enough to drink, let alone bathe. Usually, he'd have to settle for wiping down with damp leaves. Peeling off his worn clothes, the contours of his muscles appeared clearly under the lamplight, sculpted and balanced from rigorous training, each sinew toned with strength. Sliding into the warm water, his taut nerves melted away. The last time he'd bathed was 3 months ago, when he was still in Yuanbois. Interface, he whispered with eyes closed. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 87.81. Available attribute points, 0. Since slaying that innate level warrior from the Luoyan tribe, he hadn't gained any new attribute points. His physique remained fixed at 87.81. Once this trip to the imperial capital was over, he would need to seriously plan new ways to improve. The next morning, knock knock knock. Young master, the innkeeper says the convoy is ready to depart. The waiter knocked and called from outside the door. The door creaked open, revealing a young man clad in black robes. His posture was upright, his long black hair tied back by a headband, with 2 strands naturally framing his face. His sharp, sculpted features and bright eyes made him seem completely transformed. The waiter's mouth dropped open in surprise. Young master, who are you? Where's the young master from last night? No need to look for him, that was me, Li Dao said coolly. The waiter stared in disbelief, unable to connect this handsome, fresh-faced youth with the dusty traveler from the previous evening. After a long pause, he stammered, Young master, I'm really sorry. You're just so good-looking I didn't recognize you right away. Those words were so sincere and lighthearted, it was impossible to take offense. Li Dao fully understood the innkeeper's reaction, having been startled by his own appearance just the day before. Until that day, although he considered himself fairly handsome, years of indulgence in rich food, frequenting brothels, and excessive drinking had taken a toll. His complexion was slightly puffy. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and he barely managed a 70% level of attractiveness at best. But after breaking through his physical limits last night, the reflection he now saw in the bronze mirror was almost unrecognizable. His facial features were sharply defined and firm, his skin had a healthy glow, and his eyes shone bright with vitality. The old weariness had vanished, upgrading his looks to a solid 90 points. If he returned to the imperial capital now, even acquaintances might only recognize him by his bone structure. Pulling his thoughts back, he looked up and asked, "All right, did the innkeeper say where we're supposed to gather?" I'm not sure, sir," the waiter replied, rubbing his hands nervously. "If you want to find the innkeeper, you can come downstairs with me." They went down to the first floor, where in the flickering oil lamplight, Li Dao saw the innkeeper again. The innkeeper was momentarily surprised, but, after whispering with the waiter, his expression cleared into a wide smile as he warmly invited, "Ah, sir, please come inside." Side by side, they stepped out of the inn, into a street still shrouded in morning mist and quiet. At the alley's entrance, the innkeeper noticed the long knife hanging from Li Dao's waist. After a brief hesitation, he lowered his voice to ask, "May I ask, sir, do you have any martial skill?" "What do you mean?" Li Dao countered. The innkeeper explained carefully, "To be honest, the convoy you're joining belongs to a big figure from the Tai family. To join the group officially, you need a role. If you don't practice martial arts, you can serve as a teamster. If you're skilled with sword or blade, you can act as a bodyguard. Bodyguards get better rations and rest than teamsters." He added with a smile, "Of course, even as a bodyguard, you don't have to worry about safety. Within Great Qian territory, few dare to challenge the Tai family's armed escorts." Li Dao weighed the knife lightly at his side, thinking of his newly empowered physique, and said calmly, "Then please arrange for me to be a bodyguard." "Done." The innkeeper agreed at once. The street was short, and just a few steps forward, the scene suddenly opened up. Li Dao looked up to see a vast convoy lined up in the morning light. Over 100 green-painted large wagons connected head to tail, winding along the main road for several hundred paces. Most wagons were loaded with goods. A few adorned with brocade were reserved for passengers. Around them stood the escort team wearing their uniforms and armed at the waist, some emanating true qi as cultivators. "Impressive, isn't it?" the innkeeper said proudly. "Only our Tai family can mobilize so many wagons at once. Other families don't have this kind of backing." Back in ancient times, it was said even seventh-rank officials stand taller before a prime minister's gate, benefiting from noble legacies that made even servants straighter in posture. They moved through the convoy, long and winding like a dragon, reaching the middle section. The innkeeper called over a burly, bearded escort captain, "Old Qian, this young master is entrusted to your care. Look after him well." He then slipped a fat pouch into Qian's hand. Qian weighed the money, the coins clinking clearly. A satisfied smile spread across his face. "Consider it done. Kid, stay close to me when the convoy moves." With arrangements settled, the innkeeper turned and advised, "Just ride along as you like. When you reach the imperial capital, you can leave the group on your own." "Thank you." Li Dao bowed slightly, composed and poised. The innkeeper waved dismissively, laughing. "It's all a matter of favors, nothing to mention." What none of them noticed was that a short distance away, near a luxurious carriage, a young girl in a jade green dress quietly observed the entire scene. "Humph." The young woman in the jade green robe snorted softly, lifting the ornate golden tassel curtain of the carriage and slipping inside the spacious, lavish vehicle. Once seated, she frowned with displeasure and complained, "Miss, the people down here are really getting more and more overbearing. They don't just demand and extort, they're stuffing all kinds of folks into our convoy." At the main seat, a woman dressed in a pale gold gown sat quietly. Her jet black hair gleamed like polished silk. Her skin was smooth and fair as creamy jade, and her finely sculpted brows and eyes resembled exquisite white jade carvings. She smiled gently but said nothing at first, like a serene jade statue. Hearing her close handmaid Yu Xiao Yao's grievances, she finally spoke softly. The frontier is harsh and difficult. They stand guard here with great effort. As long as it's not something important, don't make a fuss. But no matter how hard it is, the Iron family's pay isn't small either." Yu pouted, muttering quietly. The stunning woman chuckled lightly. "Then I'll give you more silver, so you can stay long-term in human town. How about that?" "No way." Yu shook her head repeatedly. "The wind and dust here are terrible for the skin. No amount of money can make me willing." Through the slightly lifted curtain, the woman gazed out at the swirling yellow sands, sighing softly. "If you don't want to stay, then who else would? Not everything can be solved with silver and gold." Yu noticed her lattice heavy heart and leaned closer to whisper, "Miss, are you still worried about the marriage?" "You little clever one," the woman smiled with amusement. Yu scratched her cheek. "You don't like those royal children, but there's no need to stress. You and Princess Mingyue are as close as sisters. Since the princess has the emperor's favor, just have her help cancel the engagement." The woman paused slightly and reached out to rub the handmaid's head, saying no more if only it were that easy. She set her hand down and spoke quietly, "Go check on the preparations outside. The caravan should be departing soon. Understood, miss. Yue responded, then hurried out. Led by the escort squad leader, Li Dao weaved through the bustling horses, carts, and luggage until they reached a goods carriage. Once the convoy moves, follow this one, the leader said, wrapping the side of the carriage. Got it. Li Dao bowed slightly in response. Hey, you there. A soft but slightly annoyed voice suddenly interrupted. They turned to see a clear and lovely young girl hurrying over. The leader smiled quickly and greeted. Ah, lady Yuer. Any instructions? Yuner's eyes flicked over Li Dao, momentarily startled. Then she blinked back to focus, glaring sharply at him before asking the squad leader. Miss sent me to confirm. Is everything ready with the convoy? All set. We're good to go anytime. Rest assured. Good. If anything goes wrong, Miss will hold you accountable. With that, she spun and rushed toward the next carriage. As she passed Li Dao, for some reason 2 faint blushes colored her cheeks. She snorted softly and quickened her pace. Li Dao raised an eyebrow earlier. He felt a strange hostility from her, which quickly shifted to what seemed like embarrassment. Had he met her before? Watching her slender figure disappear into the distance, Li Dao turned to the squad leader and lowered his voice. Brother, could you tell me which member of the Tai family is leading this convoy? Don't you know? I just came to Yumen town from outside the frontier. No wonder. The squad leader of the guards lifted his chin and pointed ahead. Not far off, a gilded carriage with ornate railings gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. See that carriage? He whispered. I see it. Li Dao followed his gaze and felt a subtle tremor in his chest. Inside sat the third miss of the Tai family, Tai Sanyang. Tai Sanyang. That name was thunderous throughout the imperial capital. She was the third eldest daughter of the Tai family's main line. With 2 infamous, idle older brothers overshadowing her, she had long earned the nickname Iron Lady. Unlike those 2 profligates, she had been intelligent since childhood. By the age of 12, she had taken over managing the family business, and after reorganizing it, the Tai's fortune flourished and their reputation soared. Yet, beyond her business genius, the imperial capital was even more captivated by her beauty. She and Princess Mingwei were acclaimed together as the 2 great beauties. Li Dao had not expected to encounter the Iron Lady in this merchant caravan. After a brief surprise, he quickly dismissed it. No matter how illustrious the person was, it had nothing to do with him. Their past had no intersections, nor was the future likely to. If there was any connection at all, it was that she was a close friend of Princess Minju and he, ironically, was the man who had ruined the prince's purity. Soon, the coachman shouted from ahead, caravan departing. The sounds of hooves and wheels echoed steadily. Li Dao climbed onto a cargo wagon, temporarily acting as a guard, and slowly followed the caravan toward the imperial capital. Yumen town was far from the capital, and with dozens of wagons, the caravan moved at a sluggish pace. Traveling by day and camping at dusk, it took 7 days just to cover half the distance, moving stop and go, stop for a rest, and to eat. A gong sounded as the caravan pulled up one by one along the official road. Li Dao swung down from the wagon and stretched his stiff limbs. As a guard, he didn't need to build fires or cook like the coachman. Instead, he tore off a piece of dried bread and chewed it. Suddenly, a faint figure bathed in pale green backlight appeared. Humph! A familiar scoff rang in his ear. Li Dao paused during these past days. Every time the caravan stopped, this young girl would patrol the area, and every time she passed him, she would snort coldly, so often he lost count. By memory, he had never seen her before, nor could he guess how he might have offended her. After some inquiries, he learned her identity: Tai Sanyang's personal maid, named Baihour. Now, Baihour once again approached him, her skirt fluttering slightly, her crisp snort piercing the air. Li Dao finally couldn't hold back. Miss, have I offended you somehow? As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. What harm was in a maid snorting a couple of times? Why invite trouble on himself? So he turned aside, pretending he said nothing. Was that you just now? A soft, sweet voice came close. He still couldn't avoid it. Baihour leaned down to look at him, her eyes bright and clear. It wasn't me, Li Dao said firmly, shaking his head. But it was you who spoke. Baihour jumped in front of him, eyes serious as she said it. Seeing there was no way to avoid it, Li Dao lifted his head calmly and asked, May I ask if you, miss, have some grievance against me? Baihour was about to turn and leave, but was stopped by his question. She froze momentarily before recalling how bluntly cold she had been in previous encounters. Her petite face suddenly flushed crimson. Still blushing, she nodded seriously. Yes. Yes? Li Dao raised a curious eyebrow. I don't think we've ever met, have we? Baihour glanced around cautiously, then suddenly raised a delicate finger, pointing to the nearby squad leader of the guards. He helped you sneak into our convoy through back channels. Following her finger, Li Dao spotted the squad leader who had assisted his covert entry into the Tai family convoy. Immediately, he understood her meaning. He sighed and rubbed his forehead helplessly. Such tricks were all too common in the martial world. But this young lady clearly insisted on principle, and if you probed deeply, he was indeed at fault. Had he known this, he wouldn't have stopped her just now. He could have let it slide quietly instead of making things clear. Now that the issue was out in the open, he owed an explanation. What made things worse was that Baihour was the personal maid to the so-called Iron Lady Tai Sanyang. If she reported this, he might be kicked out of the convoy immediately. Then what? Hold a knife to Tai Sanyang's throat to force a way forward? That would be asking for trouble. With a shrug, Li Dao spoke calmly. Fine, it's my fault. Monsieur, what do you suggest I do? Baihour was momentarily at a loss. She had considered expelling all the rule breakers from the convoy, but with nothing but wasteland all around. What if something happened to them? Yet now that she had spoken, staying silent would seem weak. After a moment, she recalled how her mistress could intimidate even the roughest men with just a single quiet stare. Puffing out her cheeks, she lifted her head and looked Li Dao directly in the eye, her voice soft but carrying authority as she said 2 words, bad person. As soon as the words left her lips, the girl stood firm, staring at him with big, round eyes. She couldn't quite explain why, but felt this might intimidate him. But Li Dao wasn't even startled. Instead, he studied her with interest, almost reading her character thoroughly. Smiling, he took the initiative. How about this? As punishment for sneaking into the convoy, he'll compensate you all. How do you plan to compensate us? Baihour blinked suspiciously. Money. How about that? That works. According to Thai family escort rules, escorting one person starts at 10 gold coins. 10 gold. Li Dao's heart skipped a beat. 10 gold was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver, a fortune for ordinary folk. But given the reputation of the Thai escort agency, it seemed reasonable. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. What if I don't have enough money? Before Baihour could reply, he sighed deeply, his tone full of tragic humor. Looks like you'll have to kick me out of the convoy. Out here, there's no village in sight, just wild mountains and wilderness. I wonder if this fragile, skinny young man will be spotted by wild beasts and eaten alive. If that happens, he'll probably die miserably, first gutted open with heart and lungs torn out, leaving only a pile of bones bleached on the wilderness. Stop, stop, stop. Don't say any more. Baihour's face went pale, terrified by the mental image she imagined. She only meant to scold him with words. There was no real intention behind it. Seeming worried that Li Dao might take it the wrong way, Baihour quickly added, I don't want your money anymore. Seeing the little girl genuinely frightened by his reaction, Li Dao grew more interested instead, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth as he asked, don't want the money? Then he'll feel terribly guilty. The young man's serious tone made Baihour immediately regret speaking too much. She pursed her lips, hesitated briefly, then suddenly brightened with an idea. Then repay me in another way. In what way? Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Baihour glanced at his clothes and curiously guessed, you look like a traveler from afar, don't you? What are you getting at? Li Dao played along, replying with a question. Her eyes lit up. Since you're a traveler, you must have been to many places and heard plenty of stories, right? Li Dao thought for a moment and casually said, I guess so. Are you good at telling stories? Hearing this, Li Dao roughly understood what she was after. If it were any other request, he might hesitate, but storytelling was his specialty. So he smiled and said, I do say I know a thing or two. Really? I've heard lots of tales. I'm not easy to fool. Don't worry, the stories I tell, you definitely haven't heard before. All right, I'll trust you once. If it's good, then forget about the fare. If it's not, she shook her little fist with an implied threat. Li Dao looked around. People had already set up stoves and started eating, and his stomach was growling loudly. Rubbing his belly, he joked, before the story, you gotta fill the stomach, right? Baihour glanced around, said wait here, and hurried off. Soon she returned with a steaming bowl of snow white rice with glossy meat and veggies, aromatic and inviting. She handed him the bowl seriously. Here, eat well, then you tell me your story. Li Dao took it, eyeing the generous portion suspiciously. Why so much? When I'm involved, things are never ordinary, she said with a huff. Well, thanks then. Li Dao didn't hesitate and dove in. The bowl was soon empty. Watching him eat, Baihour suddenly found the young man surprisingly good-looking even with his head down chewing, and 2 faint blushes crept onto her cheeks. Then her mood sank again. She was just the latter's personal maid, meant to accompany her miss as part of the dowry. Whoever the lady married would decide her fate. She'd only ever be a bed warmer, maid with no say in the matter. Glancing at his handsome profile, she silently wished, I hope the Miss' future husband looks at least this good. A few minutes later, Li Dao set down the empty bowl and wiped his mouth. All right, you can start the story now. Baihour sat upright by the carriage door, softly urging, well, go ahead. Li Dao nodded with a smile. What kind of story do you want to hear, monsieur? What do you have? Lots. Li Dao gestured with his hand and rattled off a long list in one breath. Ancient romance, Xinxia romance, historical romance, Eastern mythology, Western magic, classic literature, you name it. Having been a bookworm for nearly 20 years before this life, plus enhanced physique and clear memory, he could tell stories nonstop for days. Baihour listened in stunned silence, her mouth slightly open, only coming back to herself after a while. You really know all these stories? Yes, you pick. Her brows furrowed in puzzlement, torn between wanting to hear them all. After a long moment, she pushed the choice back to him. You know too much. Just pick one. They'll listen to whatever I like, but no cheating. Li Dao shook his head in mock resignation. All right, then he'll tell you the story of a common man. A common man? Oops, wrong words, Li Dao coughed lightly. It's actually a story about a human and a snake demon. Oh, 3 days later, during a break, Li Dao leaned against the carriage, telling a story aloud. And so, Fa Hai and Bai Nyangzi lived happily together in the Leifeng Pagoda. As he finished speaking, he glanced sideways at Bai Hour. All right, that's where the story ends. Is it over already? Bai Hour pouted, lightly balling her small fists in the air twice. That Su Xian fellow was so awful to tarnish Bai Niang's honor. And Fa Hei's lived so long, but still doesn't understand love. Luckily, in the end, he and Bai Nyangzi got to stay together in the pagoda. Li Dao suppressed a smile, thinking that if this girl knew the real ending of the original tale, he wondered how furious she'd be. He reached out to gently pat Bai Hour's shoulder. The story's done, so we're even now, all right? Even. Bai Hour suddenly remembered their earlier agreement. Once the story was finished, they owed each other nothing. Yet a strange reluctance welled up inside her. She glanced at Li Dao's handsome profile, feeling oddly unsettled aside from her mistress. This was the first time she'd talked with a stranger for so long. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly blurted out, could you keep telling me other stories later? I can pay you. No need for money. Li Dao shook his head. Bai Hour lowered her lashes, disappointed, thinking he didn't want to. If you don't want to, it's fine. Li Dao studied her and smiled softly. When did I say I didn't want to? Forget the money. If you want to listen, he'll tell them. If you feel shy, just bring me some food next time. Really? Bai Hour blinked her dark eyes, which now looked like tiny glowing lamps. Really? Li Dao nodded. Looking at the little girl before him, he was reminded of his sister who was sent away and hadn't been seen for nearly a decade, just as innocent and adorable. After too much bloodshed in the prison camp, he carried a heavy, bitter anger inside. But talking with Bai Hour seemed to wash it away like sunshine dispersing gloom. People say that beautiful things bring joy to the heart. Right now, he truly understood. Bai Hour was exactly that kind of presence in his life. Then it settled. Bai Hour suddenly stretched out a delicate pinky finger. Pinky promise. Li Dao was momentarily caught off guard but then chuckled and hooked his finger around hers. All right, pinky promise. Miss him back. Bai Hour climbed into the carriage, eyes sparkling with excitement. The story is finished today. I've retold it to you. Tai Sanyang gently tapped her forehead with a finger, smiling warmly. You little maid, don't tell me you've fallen for him? Otherwise, why are you so eager to rush out every day? Bai Hour blushed and quickly responded. I was just collecting stories for you. Mississippi, there's no sweetheart or anything like that. Really? Really? In that case, never mind. Reclining lazily on the cushion with one hand propping her chin, Tai Sanyang gently tapped the armrest, inadvertently tracing an elegant curve with her fingertips. With an amused smile, she mused, I was thinking of playing matchmaker for you. But it seems you don't appreciate it. What a pity. Miss you. Bai Hour's cheeks flushed even redder. She knew her mistress was teasing her on purpose, but whenever she thought of that bad guy's face, an inexplicable flutter stirred in her chest, one she couldn't explain. Seeing her little maid nearly in tears from embarrassment, Tai Sanyang finally reined in her smile and waved gently. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Go on with your story. At the mention of storytelling, Bai Hour immediately brightened. She had few interests, but her greatest joy was gathering strange tales and dramatically recounting them to her young mistress. After the incense burned halfway through, Bai Hour imitated Li Dao's tone and raised her voice at the ending. From then on, Bai Nyangzi and Fa Hai lived happily ever after in the Leifeng Pagoda. Before she finished, Tai Sanyang's brows knit slightly. You're sure that's the ending, you? Yeah, that's exactly how he told me. Lowering her eyes in thought, Tai Sanyang suddenly lifted one corner of her mouth in a teasing smile and looked up. I have another version for you. Listen. The next day, during a break. Little liar. A clear voice rang out in the courtyard. Bai Hour stood with hands on hips in front of Li Dao, sweet but annoyed. You lied. Li Dao was holding a cup of tea and looked startled. When did I lie to you? Bai Nyangzi and Su Xian are the real couple. Fa Hai is definitely the villain. Li Dao nearly choked, his heart skipping. What the heck? How does she know? He suppressed his suspicion and asked seriously, why do you say that? My mistress told me. Bai Hour scrunched her nose and recounted Tai Sanyang's rewritten version from start to finish. After hearing it, Li Dao breathed a silent sigh of relief. He had suspected another time traveler existed, but it turned out Tai Sanyang caught the inconsistencies in his story and restored an approximation of the original. He admired her deeply, a true Iron Lady. But Bai Hour grew even more upset as she spoke, pouting, Mrs. Wright, you just tricked me. Her soft, adorable face full of annoyance, Li Dao chuckled and gently pinched her cheek. Okay, he'll make it up with another story, all right? You Bai Hour's face flushed fired, pointing at him, but speechless for a long moment. You bad guy. Then she grabbed her lunchbox and ran off, leaving her food on the table as she went. Li Dao paused, looking down at his fingers, suddenly realizing his gesture had been pretty teasing. Well, He had always liked to tease his little sister that way as a kid. Old habits died hard. Inside the carriage, the curtains swayed gently. After ducking inside, Bai Hour sat silently, her cheeks burning fiercely. Tai Sanyang set down her book and chuckled. Why did you come back so early today? Bai Hour looked up, fuming. He really lied to me. What a bad man. A villain? Tai Sanyang's expression suddenly darkened, her gaze sharp as a blade. If you say he's a villain, then he must be one. Should I order the guards to deal with him, eliminate him, right away? No. Bai Hour blurted out, then looked up, only to meet her mistress' teasing smile. Tai Sanyang raised an eyebrow slightly. Looks like your heart is really stirring. Am not. The little maid's cheeks flushed deeply. I want to always stay with you, Mississippi. Stay with me? Tai Sanyang smirked with a trace of mockery. Don't entrust your future to the wrong person. At those words, Bai Hour's face suddenly turned pale. She bit her lip stubbornly. Then I mustn't ever leave you, Mississippi. Just teasing you. Tai Sanyang raised her hand, her fingers softly brushing through the maid's hair. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Don't worry, Miss won't let you suffer. Bai Hour hummed softly like a pampered kitten, nuzzling her cheek into the warm palm. Time flew by, 3 days vanished in a blink. The carriage wheels rolled over the stones of the official road, trailing a long stream of dust behind. The imperial capital was now within reach. Li Dao had thought that after annoying Bai Hour that day, no one would trouble him again. But the little maid's anger was only on her lips. Her body was honest as meal times came around. She still brought steaming dishes to knock on his carriage door. She carried a hint of pride, setting down the food box silently, sitting quietly to listen to his stories. Once finished, she would turn and leave promptly without fuss. This day was no different. Li Dao set down the empty food box and looked at Bai Hour sitting beside him. Clearing his throat, he prepared to continue the journey to the west, tales from the past days. Now, about the havoc in heaven he had just begun when he abruptly fell silent. Bai Hour blinked. What's next? Why did you stop? Li Dao didn't answer, instead asking, is there anyone from the Tai family expected to meet us halfway? Meet us halfway? Impossible. Bai Hour shook her head. The convoy is heading straight to the capital. No one's coming to meet us. Is that so? Before he could finish, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly erupted. Nearly 100 arrows rained down from the dense woods lining both sides of the road, like a sudden downpour. Li Dao seemed prepared, grabbing Bai Hour's delicate wrist, and suddenly rolling to the side. The arrows whizzed past their backs, embedding in the carriage wood with dull thuds. But the rest of the convoy was not so lucky. The guards resting by the carriages were caught off guard, many pierced by arrows, screams and frightened horses neighing in chaos. Enemy attack. A few captains shouted, but the fierce barrage scattered their ranks, leaving them disorganized. The convoy quickly descended into chaos like a disturbed beehive. Miss. Bai Hour snapped awake, shaken free from Li Dao's grasp, stumbling forward toward the carriage, eyes full of panic. Just a step forward, a second wave of arrows shot from the forest. The dense whistling like deadly crows froze her in place, body rigid with fear. This little made Li Dao sighed, his figure flashing forward to shield her. He pulled her into his arms with his left, while his right hand drew the black iron blade in a sweeping arc. A flash of cold steel followed by a gust of wind scattered dry leaves and shattered the oncoming arrows into a flurry of wood splinters and iron fragments. Bai Hour stared dumbfounded at his back, like clutching a lifeline. She gripped Li Dao's sleeve tightly as tears streamed down her face. Villain, please save my Mississippi. Tai Sanyang. Li Dao looked up and realized that after the 2 volleys of arrows, the iron carriage carrying Tai Sanyang had ended up stranded in the middle of the chaotic convoy. The guards were still reeling from the sudden arrow storm, some crouched down covering their heads, others scattered in panic, and none were protecting their master. Li Dao couldn't help but suspect they had been bribed by the enemy. Otherwise, how could they so blatantly abandon their charge? At that moment, from both sides of the forest, dozens of black-clad figures swarmed out, all targeting the ornate carriage. The arrows had stopped, but now blades flashed and cries of battle erupted on both flanks. The little girl in his arms, Bai Hour, trembled in fright at the bloody scene, looking up at Li Dao with pleading eyes. Without hesitation, Li Dao shoved her into an empty box nearby and closed the lid, then turned and lunged toward the carriage. He was itching to draw his blade after more than a month of inactivity. Attack! Capture Tai Sanyang and retreat. The black-clad leader barked. His dozen or so men quickened their pace, but before they could reach the target, a cold gleam flashed. Several bloodlines erupted simultaneously as a few attackers clutched their throats and collapsed, blood splattering the carriage walls bright red. Who? The leader snarled. The only response was a sharp whoosh of air. Like a cannonball, Li Dao darted inside the carriage. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden gust hit him square in the face. Without thinking, he raised his palm to block, but a heavy sinking feeling hit his chest. The carriage was supposed to contain only Bai Hour and Tai Sanyang. Bai Hour was safely hidden, so who had just delivered that palm strike? Their palms collided midair. Li Dao felt as if he had struck a deep pool. About 70% of his force was instantly deflected, and the remaining 30% was absorbed by the soft yet unyielding hand. Yui started, but another strike arrived before he could finish. Forced back a step, his anger flared. Enough! I'm here to save people, not to get beaten. By hour. At the mention of the girl's name, the assault immediately ceased. Who are you? Came a hoarse but melodious female voice from inside the carriage. The dim light flickered, and Li Dao finally saw her face, a breathtaking beauty, tinged with sleepy indifference, her jet-black eyes seeming to pierce straight into the soul. Her figure was exquisite, like a ripe peach exuding mature allure, radiating both sharpness and regal queenly presence. Unconsciously, Li Dao compared her in his mind to Princess Mingyue. The princess was ethereal and aloof like a deity, while this woman was striking and captivating with a hint of danger. I'm a guard for your Tai family, Li Dao said in a low voice. Tai Sanyang raised an eyebrow. I know all the Tai family guards, but I've never seen you before. Temporary hire. Temporary? Outsourced? Her half-smile carried a hint of mockery. Her eyes seemed to bore into him. Are you the bad guy that you were talked about? Outside, shouts grew louder, and the sounds of weapons clashing against the iron carriage rang out. Li Dao was too tired to explain. Let's fight our way out first. You know martial arts if we work together. No. Tai Sanyang cut him off. Why? She stared at him with deep, intense eyes. I don't want anyone to know I can fight. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Dao's mind. Rumors had long circulated in the capital that Tai Sanyang had no aptitude for cultivation, which was why her two elder brothers trusted her to manage the family's huge estate, but planned to take back control once she married. But the palm strike he just felt was clearly at a Xiantian level. She was clearly hiding her true skill from her family. This ambush forced her hand, but she hadn't wanted any outsiders to see. So what do you want me to do? Li Dao raised his eyebrows. Help me keep it secret and protect me. Outside the carriage. With a flash of his blade, Li Dao's sudden attack caught the dozen or so black-clad men off guard. Recovering quickly, their leader scowled and shouted, What are you waiting for? Rush in, kill the men, and take the women alive. Yes. The others growled and charged toward the carriage. Two of them were first to leap at the carriage curtain. One gave a subtle nod to his companion, who understood immediately. Holding his blade in one hand, he cautiously reached toward the curtain with the other. Bang! A deafening explosion tore through the carriage roof, sending splinters flying. From the breach, two figures dashed out in an instant. Li Dao caught Tai Sanyang in one arm, using the momentum to land with her on the nearby clearing. Where do you have your hand? Tai Sanyang bit her lip lightly, her almond-shaped eyes flashing with reproach. Li Dao looked down and realized his hand rested on her slender waist, the fabric of her long skirt unable to hide the softness beneath. He said evenly, How else am I supposed to protect you? By grabbing your hair? Holding your neck? Or just lifting one leg? Those images flickered through Tai Sanyang's mind, darkening her expression immediately. The black-clad attackers were closing in again. Li Dao leaned close to her ear and whispered, If you want to hide your skills, then bear with it. You've done it for so many years, can't you handle this little movement? Every word seemed to sink in. Tai Sanyang's face grew even more embarrassed, but she said nothing. Watch out. No sooner had Li Dao spoken than his arm tightened, pulling Tai Sanyang firmly into his solid chest. You. She looked up to protest, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw two heads get sliced off, blood arcing through the air. Only then did she realize he was protecting her with his life. Don't hesitate. Attack them all. I don't believe he can fight all of us alone. The black-clad leader bellowed in fury at his fallen men. Exchanging glances, the remaining men surged forward like shadows on snow. Be careful. Tai Sanyang couldn't help but warn. Don't worry. Li Dao smiled faintly. As long as none of them were innate martial artists, they posed no real threat. Even if some were, ordinary innate fighters were no match for him now. Still holding Tai Sanyang, he moved through the crowd like a ghost. After a dozen heartbeats, his dark iron blade flicked with his wrist, spraying drops of blood. A system prompt sounded quietly in his ear. 13 enemies killed. Attribute 7.12 gained. It had to be said, these black-clad men had some skill, but unfortunately for them, they ran into the unreasonable Li Dao. Trash. The leader's fury boiled over as he watched his men fall one by one. Boy, it's a pity, but you're going to die here today. No sooner had he finished than his figure blurred, and the black sand palm technique erupted suddenly. By the time Li Dao and Tai Sanyang focused back on him, he was already close. A wave of black killing intent slashed toward Li Dao's chest, while the other hand reached to seize Tai Sanyang. A plan to kill two birds with one stone. With Tai Sanyang in his arms, if Li Dao tried to escape, Tai Sanyang would surely be captured. But if he wanted to protect her, he would definitely be struck by that palm attack. Tai Sanyang observed the black-clad leader's movements carefully, sensing the innate true energy swirling in his palm. She quickly grasped his intention. If Li Dao saved himself, she would fall into enemy hands. If Li Dao protected her, he would have to endure the blow. Her heart sank. She had planned to conceal her own martial skills, but now she couldn't just wait to die. Given their casual acquaintance, Li Dao would never risk his life for her in her view. A master at the innate realm struck by such a palm would die or suffer grievous injuries. Thinking this through, she realized she could only rely on herself. Subtly activating the Xian Shui heart method, she prepared to harness her innate true energy to counterattack. Just then, a hand suddenly grasped her slender waist. Bound so tightly, Tai Sanyang's eyes narrowed sharply. In the next breath, the palm wind charged toward her, laced with sinister black energy. Li Dao furrowed his brows and in a split second made a quick decision. He tightened his left arm, shielding Tai Sanyang at his side, and simultaneously dodged the black-clad man's attempt on her. Bang! A dull impact echoed as the palm, charged with dark energy, slammed solidly into his back. Burning pain spread instantly, as if his flesh was being scorched. Yet Li Dao didn't even flinch. He spun around and delivered a straightforward, no-frills palm strike, powerful and precise. The black-clad leader froze for a moment. Anyone would first protect themselves. He had assumed Li Dao was merely struggling weakly. A cold smile curved on his lips, black sand palm. With a shout, he raised his hand again to counter. Their palms collided midair. Crack! With a crisp sound of bone snapping, the black-clad leader's entire right arm broke in two, twisting awkwardly and hanging useless. Before the force died down, Li Dao's advancing palm pushed him hard again, slamming into his chest. Bang! The man spat a mouthful of old blood, his body flying backwards like a torn sack. He tumbled and crashed into the muddy ground. Staggering to his feet, he looked down at his grotesquely bent broken right arm, face pale and gray. Worse, there was a crack in his right shoulder blade, his chest ached heavily, and his organs rattled violently. Coughing, he spat up more thick blood. Scanning the chaotic scene, he saw that after the commotion, the Tai family's guards had regrouped and were now gaining the upper hand over his men. His eyes then landed on the disgusting couple not far off, stirring a surge of hatred, but his injuries forbade him from continuing the fight. After a brief hesitation, he spun quickly and disappeared into the dense forest, leaving behind a retreating, pitiful silhouette. With the leader gone, the Tai family guards rapidly took control. As the dust settled, Tai Sanyang glanced at the man beside her and quietly asked, "Are you all right?" Though there was no trace of worry on her face, she had already overlooked the large hand still wrapped around her waist. Seeing no response, she wondered if something had happened to him and softly said, "You really didn't have to take that hit for me. You know I can handle myself." No sooner had she spoken than she felt herself gently lifted out of a warm embrace and set down. Tai Zhenyang instinctively looked up to see a handsome face smiling faintly and scathed. Her eyes froze for a moment before she gasped in surprise. "You're all right?" Li Dao touched the spot where the palm had struck his back. At first, there had been numbness and stinging, but now only a dull ache remained. He judged that most of the power from the lead black-clothed attacker's palm was absorbed by his transformed skin, allowing only a trace of true qi to penetrate, which his blood neutralized. Choosing to block the blow for her wasn't bravado, but a quick calculation. If that strike could have killed or severely wounded him, he would never have risked his life for a stranger, no matter how beautiful. "I'm fine," he replied calmly, his gaze immediately sweeping the surroundings. Around the convoy, scattered black-clad figures struggled, their anguished shouts mingling with clashing blades. He tightened his grip on the battle knife at his waist, ready to step forward and collect a few more attribute points. Tai Zhenyang noticed his movement and raised a hand to stop him. "What are you planning? To help them?" "Help them?" Li Dao raised an eyebrow and looked at the now dispersed convoy. Her expression darkened. "No need. Let them clean up their own mess." She had once thought the Tai family's convoy's troubles were minor, nothing dire. Even when her personal maid had warned her, she had made excuses for her subordinates. But witnessing it all today, she finally understood how scattered the Tai household had become. During the attack, the guards were all but useless, and worse, barely anyone had noticed their mistress' whereabouts. Li Dao paused briefly but made no move to stop. For others, this task was thankless and exhausting. For him, it was effortless attribute points. Kill one, gain a little power. He wasn't about to let a woman's words make him back down. Women only slowed his blade. Before Tai Zhenyang could finish, Li Dao charged into the fight, blade raised. She instinctively wanted to assert her authority as head of the household, but then remembered he was just a temporary ally, not a Tai retainer, and she still held a secret leverage over him. In the end, she only sighed deeply, her expression conflicted. Miss. Baihour had somehow slipped out from the crate and staggered over. After confirming her mistress was safe, she suddenly threw herself at Tai Zhenyang, voice trembling with tears. "Miss, I'm so glad you're all right." Li Dao's arrival had assured Tai Zhenyang Baihour was unharmed, but seeing her maid in person still brought comfort. She couldn't hide. Baihour wiped her tears, looked cautiously around, and quietly asked, "Miss, what about the bad men? I told him to protect you. They're dead." Thinking of the man who'd been so rough with her, Tai Zhenyang said softly without realizing it, Bai Hour froze for a moment. Then her eyes reddened and fell silent. Seeing her personal maid in such a state, Tai Sanyang sighed softly. All right, I was just teasing you're alive and kicking, you villain. What she didn't notice was the faint trace of jealousy lacing her words, as if she were inexplicably envious of someone's handsome companion. Hearing this, Bai Hour blinked back tears and sniffled, then cautiously asked, Really? Really? Tai Sanyang reached out and gently tapped her forehead, her tone gentle. That's a relief. The maid, who had moments ago been on the verge of tears, couldn't help but break into a foolish grin upon hearing Li Dao was safe. Meanwhile, the bloodshed and smoke had yet to clear. After Li Dao joined the fight, the assassins aiding the black-clad men were swiftly subdued. Some fell to his sword, others were captured alive, bound hand and foot, shivering on the open ground clearly awaiting interrogation. With the battle over, the guards suddenly recalled their young mistress was still behind, and their hearts tightened as they hurried over with drawn blades. From afar they saw Tai Sanyang safe and sound, and all exhaled deeply before simultaneously dropping to their knees. Third miss, this servant is late, please punish me. The head guard took the lead, loudly confessing guilt, echoed by the others. The torchlight glinted off their armor as Tai Sanyang lowered her gaze, a flicker of coldness passing through her eyes before she masked it away. In a hoarse, low voice she said, Rise. Pack your things. We leave for the imperial capital immediately. The head guard looked up but couldn't help but ask, What about those prisoners over there? What should we do with them? Tai Sanyang raised her eyes, scanning the line of kneeling assassins not far away. In the firelight, their faces were pale, pupils constricted, sweat dripping from their temples. Without hesitation, she said, Kill them all. Kill all of them? The head guard was stunned. Before he could finish, a cold gleam flashed through the air. With a sharp sound, red streaks blossomed across the sides of the assassins' necks. They fell silent before they could cry out, and collapsed. Li Dao sheathed his blade and stood quietly. A system prompt sounded softly in his ear, and a faint smile curved his lips. These free stats were pretty good after all. What are you doing? One guard shouted as he jumped up in alarm. Kneel down. Others stormed, and chaos erupted. Tai Sanyang cast a cool glance at Li Dao before turning to the guard and saying calmly, I said for you to kneel. The guard was dumbfounded. Then his knees buckled, and he dropped down once more. Tai Sanyang withdrew her gaze, her tone steady and resolute. These men want talk. If that's the case, kill them. So we want to investigate? The head guard cautiously asked. Tai Sanyang offered no further explanation, her eyes passing over them and resting on the brightly lit imperial capital in the distance. Her voice, quiet but firm, declared, We'll deal with everything once we get back. Since the assassin's target was Tai Sanyang, the convoy's cargo remained untouched. Everyone took only a moment to drag their fallen guards to the roadside for burial. With hooves kicking up dust, the caravan pressed onward. Li Daojing sat alone in an open wagon, quietly cleaning the blood off his dark iron blade with a cloth. The wagon jolted slightly, and the knife's edge gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Suddenly, a lively figure hopped up beside the wagon by hour, holding up her skirts, her face serious but with a playful spark. Bad guy, Miss wants to see you. See me? Li Daojing sheathed his blade, raising a brow. Miss you, do you know why the lady summons me? I don't know either, Bai Hour pouted, her bright eyes darting around. We'll find out when we get there. Li Daojing paused thoughtfully, but then nodded. She was only an intelligent young girl, so he wasn't worried. If anyone should be concerned, it was Tai Sanyang. After all, he held a major secret about her. They passed several cargo wagons and slipped into a large boxcar in the middle. Inside, silk curtains lined the walls, with an intricately carved low table in the center. A purple clay teapot steamed gently, and a few smooth teacups were laid out neatly. Tai Sanyang sat at the far end, her black hair tied up, tall figure sharp yet graceful in the lamplight. Lowering her lashes, she poured tea in a soft voice. Ewer, please serve this gentleman some tea. Bai Hour winked at Li Daojing but obediently lifted the cup and handed it to him. Please enjoy some tea, sir. Thank you. Li Daojing accepted the cup, inhaling the fresh aroma, his gaze settling on Tai Sanyang's striking face. May I ask why Miss Tai summoned me here? She gently set down the pot and twirled the cup between her jade fingers. Sir, saved my life. I must express my gratitude. Li took a sip. The tea was mellow and sweet. Miss Tai is fortunate by fate's grace. Even without me, you could turn danger into safety. Before he finished speaking, he noticed a slight spill of tea from her cup. Her lips pressed thin. You may escape once, but luck won't always be so kind a second time. Outside, the wheel's steady clatter sounded, and Bai Hour, confused, held her breath and listened. Li Daojing chuckled softly. Fortune favors the willing. I trust in Miss Tai. He raised his cup for a toast. Tai Sanyang sighed, then suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on him. Sir, do you have family to rely on? Li's fingers paused. In a quiet tone, he replied, I once did, but now I have none. His old life was dead. His new self was a lone wanderer. Tai Sanyang's eyes brightened, her voice dropping lower. If you are willing, would you consider joining a clan? What do you mean, Miss Tai? I wish to invite you to serve under my banner. Her expression was serious. If you agree, I will reward you richly. Li Daojing smiled faintly. May I ask what kind of reward? Tai Sanyang glanced at her young attendant and said earnestly, I see you and you get along well. Would you accept Yuer as your wife? At those words, Bai Hour froze completely, nearly dropping the silk handkerchief in her hand. She hadn't understood the earlier complex talk, but caught every word of this one. Li Daojing looked at the stunned Bai Hour and shook his head gently. Miss Tai, you misunderstand. Yuer resembles my late sister, which is why I feel close to her. Tai Sanyang nodded slightly, her clear gaze unwavering. Then tell me, what do you desire, sir? Tai Sanyang suddenly felt a surge of anxiety she couldn't explain. Normally, even when negotiating big deals for the Tai family, she remained calm and composed. But now, that instinct she had relied on since childhood was stirring restlessly in her chest. It was a kind of sixth sense, a silent compass that pointed out risks and opportunities, helping her break through challenges in business with ease. Today, that feeling was stronger than ever. If she could convince the man before her to join her big ship, it would be the most brilliant deal of her life. Upon hearing Tai Sanyang's invitation, Li Dao nearly blurted out a half-joking, half-serious remark, I want you. But the words died on his tongue. Deep down, he sensed that if he said those 4 words aloud, the Iron Lady in front of him would likely say yes on the spot. Yet having just escaped death in a prison camp and shaking off life-threatening chains, he wasn't about to be shackled again, especially not by a woman he'd met only a handful of times, regardless of her allure. In his own words, right now women only slow me down when drawing my sword. I'm sorry, Miss Tai. He shook his head. I have nothing to ask for and no intention of pledging loyalty to any faction for now. The reasons were simple. First, he refused to be anyone's subordinate. Second, what the Tai family could offer wasn't what he wanted. What he sought was to reclaim the identity and freedom that had been taken from him. Even if the Tai family was imperial kin and the most powerful merchant house in Qian, it simply couldn't grant him that. Especially since Tai Sanyang currently only held the family head's power temporarily. Taken aback by Li Dao's straightforward refusal, Tai Sanyang paused. Over the years, holding vast wealth and a striking appearance, few had been able to resist her offers and goodwill. She hadn't expected to meet a cold shoulder this time. She almost pressed him further, but quickly suppressed the impulse. A seasoned businesswoman knows that pushing too hard only breeds resentment. Since you have no intention for now, I won't insist. With that, she unclasped a shining golden badge from her slender waist and offered it to Li Dao. But your life debt cannot be repaid. Please accept this badge. Carrying the Tai family's token, wherever you go, presenting it is like presenting me in person. It should save you many troubles when traveling through to Qian in the future. Li Dao raised his hand and took it. The gold badge was heavy, embossed on the front with a sharp Tai character and engraved on the back with Sanyang. The lines were crisp, the gold faintly gleaming, a testament to the Tai family's wealth. Beyond being a pass, it felt like a tacit pact that held the secret of Tai Sanyang's clandestine training, and this badge was her silent seal of trust. All right, thank you for the badge. Li Dao accepted it readily, signaling by his actions that he would keep this secret. Seeing him take the badge, some of the tension drained from Tai Sanyang's face, her brows softening like spring water. If he rejected even this last token, she would truly have no recourse left. Yuer, go serve the guests some tea, she quietly instructed. Only then did Bai Yuer, still dazed by the exchange, snap out of her trance and nod hastily. Yes, yes. He nodded blankly and quickly went to get the teapot. No need to trouble yourself. Li Dao raised a hand to stop him. I've stayed here too long, already it's time for me to leave. He knew well that if he lingered even a moment more, he'd likely be labeled as an ally of Tai Sanyang. The earlier attack on Tai Sanyang was an obvious sign. Although the Tai family's convoy appeared peaceful on the surface, countless malicious forces lurked beneath. He didn't want to be mistakenly seen as an enemy, taking a bullet for someone undeservedly. Thinking this through, he felt especially grateful that his physical enhancements had come with a sharper mind. Otherwise, with his old way of thinking, facing a woman as clever as Tai Sanyang, he might have ended up tricked down to his underwear in no time. With that, he wasted no time hopping down from the carriage. Inside the carriage, Tai Sanyang regained her composure, the image of his resolute back etching itself into her mind. Since the first time her beauty became known, countless men had flocked to her, desperate just to be in the same room or even to catch a distant glance enough to torment them through sleepless nights. But today, she had met a different kind, someone who looked at her as if she were a dangerous wild beast. She could tell this was no game of feigned indifference. He genuinely wanted to stay as far away from her as possible, afraid even to be close. A rare smile quietly spread across her exquisite face. Men had always seemed like fools in her eyes, mere dirty mud, but this man stirred curiosity within her. That stubborn refusal to accept rejection sparked a long-dormant desire to conquer. Remembering the intense upheaval in her heart when they first met, she silently made up her mind. Meanwhile, just as Li Dao set foot on the dirt road, he sensed a few subtle gazes fixed on him. When he looked around, those watching dispersed quickly like startled birds. Just as he expected, the Tai family convoy was full of trouble. Luckily, he had withdrawn in time, or he might have gotten into a situation impossible to escape cleanly. The convoy pressed onward as the sun sank and dusk fell. Following Tai Sanyang's orders, they set up camp on the spot, preparing to rest overnight. Li Dao was about to lie down casually on the cargo bed for a nap when a soft feminine voice whispered in his ear, "Bad man, Miss has assigned you a carriage." It was Baihour. He was taken aback, thinking he had already made his stance clear. Someone as smart as Tai Sanyang should understand his attitude. "Tell your miss not to bother. He'll just sleep here," he refused bluntly. "Bad man, are you going to say no?" Baihour's fair cheeks flushed crimson. "Miss said if you refuse, she'll come personally to invite you to her carriage." Hearing this, the little girl became even shyer. She was used to sleeping in the same carriage as her Mississippi. If Li Dao moved in two, the three of them would have to squeeze into one carriage since Miss would never sleep close to a man. She'd be stuck in the middle, with the graceful and aloof Miss on one side, and the bad man with a split heart on the other. Just the thought made her feel dizzy. Li Dao raised an eyebrow, surprised Tai Sanyang still had tricks up her sleeve. Though well-intentioned, he felt he was about to become fodder for women's schemes. "Promise me you won't let your miss come over." "And I agree," he sighed. If the Iron Lady really came to invite him personally, by dawn the whole convoy would be buzzing with rumors that Li Dao had officially become Tai Sanyang's intimate guest. He didn't know how the Tai family would treat him, but he was well aware that the moment he stepped into the imperial capital, he could instantly become the enemy of every rich playboy there. Back when he was a reckless dandy, he had fought those spoiled heirs in brothels just to win over a top courtesan. He knew their spoiled tempers all too well. If things really turned sour, his only option was to make a quick escape. His true identity was far too sensitive. If exposed, the entire Great Qian would no longer have a place for him. Night had fallen deep when the caravan stopped briefly. Baihour led him to a large carriage where he could rest. As she lifted the curtain, warm light spilled onto the grass outside. "Miss Ewer," Li Dao called out just as she was about to leave. "You villain, what do you want now?" The girl said playfully, turning back. "Pass a message to your lady. I tend to talk loudly in my sleep, especially when I'm in a bad mood. And why should that concern my lady? Just pass on my exact words, that's all." "Fine, but don't forget to tell stories tomorrow morning. He'll remember." Li Dao waved her off. Before long, Baihour relayed the message word for word to Tai Sanyang inside the carriage. "You jerk." The girl grit her silver teeth, annoyed and frustrated. She had genuinely wanted to make peace, but he was so guarded. Did he really dislike her that much? Yet she noticed how well he treated his personal maid, clearly singling her out. She clenched her fists but had no choice but to hold back. She had no leverage to confront him. Let him off this time. We'll deal with those fools beneath him later. She lifted the curtain and scanned outside, her eyes dark and cold. Meanwhile, Li Dao lay down inside the carriage. Status panel. Owner, Li Dao. Stamina, 87.81. Available attributes, 9.08. Add points. Stamina, 96.89. Available attributes, 0. A familiar warmth quickly spread through his limbs, bones crackling in relief as he stretched lazily. Injecting 9 points of attributes had pushed his stamina close to the 100-point mark. Remembering the breakthrough he gained when he reached 10 points and shed his skin like before, he instinctively clenched his fists. Crossing 100 could trigger a new transformation. Unfortunately, tonight had been too quiet. If only there had been more enemies, he might have maxed out his stats and triggered the second evolution. At dawn, the caravan resumed its journey. The attack the previous night had shaken everyone, accelerating their pace. With more than half the route behind them, at this speed they could reach the imperial capital in 2 days. As the wheels rolled onward, Li Dao's heartbeat quickened, the feeling of nervous anticipation before returning home, no doubt. 2 days later at dusk, one of the guards called out loudly, "We have arrived at the imperial capital." Li Dao lifted the curtain and gazed out at a towering city wall stretching across the horizon. The outer wall soared nearly 100 meters high, imposing and grand. Memories from his past life surfaced, and he silently marveled. Such a formidable structure probably would only have appeared in modern times. The caravan slowly approached the city gate. Small houses crowded the sides, with townsfolk stepping aside respectfully, their expressions full of awe. The reputation of the Great Qian's top imperial merchant was known by all. 3 gates stood before them, with armored soldiers lined up neatly. Ordinary merchants would face inspections one by one, but as the Tai family convoy neared, the guards parted smoothly, making way. The captain at the head dipped his fist in salute, eyes full of respect. Tai Sanyang's carriage stopped right beside him. "You are here." Baihour lifted the curtain, revealing her lively face, and tossed a heavy pouch of money to the captain. "From Miss Tai." "Thank you." "Third miss." "Thank you, Miss Ewer." The captain thanked them repeatedly. "Let's go," Tai Sanyang said coolly, and the caravan rumbled onward. Seeing this, Li Dao couldn't help but smile faintly. Now this was what a real Iron Lady looked like. The carriage slowly rolled into the city, revealing an exceptionally wide main street. The Dragon Path, paved with deep blue stone slabs, stretched straight for 10 kilometers and spanned 222 meters in width, like a giant axe cleaving the imperial capital in half, dividing it into east and west. Generations of emperors from the Great Qian Dynasty had taken their coronation processions along this route. The tall eaves with crimson walls and golden tiles on either side gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. The bustling crowds and passing carriages wove together into a breathtaking panorama. Though Li Dao had seen this scene many times in his memory, witnessing it with his own eyes stirred a deep sense of awe. He couldn't help but recall the Zhuge Avenue of Chang'an in the Tang Dynasty from his past Lifia, similarly historic imperial road, but only 5 kilometers long and 150 meters wide. By comparison, the grandeur and prosperity of Great Qian's capital clearly surpassed it. He mentally sifted through all the information he had gathered about Great Qian. This dynasty combined the military prowess of Qin, the power of Han, the fame of Tang, the wealth of Song, and the resilience of Ming, seemingly born to be the perfect protagonist. In an ordinary ancient world, such national strength alone would suffice to conquer and unify all under heaven. But unfortunately, this realm's laws forbid martial heroes from overthrowing the established order. The strict hierarchy among warriors prevented even the strongest dynasty from absolute dominance. Postnatal warriors could shatter 100 layers of armor without dying. Prenatal warriors lived up to 150 years and commanded armies with ease. Grandmasters extended their lifespan another century and moved effortlessly amid tens of thousands of soldiers. Great grandmasters enjoyed lifespans up to 500 years, able to ride the wind and cross oceans, beings far beyond ordinary men. Such a power structure meant no regime could sweep the world with mere military force. Though the emperors of Great Qian had never been mediocre at worst, capable of maintaining stability, they were ultimately limited by their finite lifespans. A foolish ruler could quickly bring decline to a once mighty empire. Gazing down the bustling dragon path toward the towering palace city in the distance, Li Dao sighed inwardly. Great Qian is at its zenith now, but without enlightened rulers in the next generation, this prosperity will inevitably fade. His memories reminded him that among the many princes alive today, few truly possessed the qualities of an emperor. Most indulged in decadence like his former self. Some kept their ambitions hidden beneath the surface, but true wisdom was rare as a phoenix feather. At that moment, the image of Princess Minjiu, a beauty like polished jade, flashed in his mind. If she could inherit the throne, the Great Qian might continue its golden age, perhaps even rise further. But alas, few women could become like Wu Zetian, and in Great Qian, such a prospect was nearly impossible. Turning away from his speculation about politics, Li Dao took a moment to admire the magnificent dragon path before deciding to leave the Tai family's convoy. Now that he had arrived at the capital, it was time to return to his old haunts. His gaze lingered on the carriage where Tai Sanyang sat. Amidst the mixed glances of several guards, he expertly slipped off the escort cart and quickly melted into the surrounding crowd. The moment Li Dao left, Tai Sanyang inside the carriage seemed to sense something. Has he gone? Her heart fluttered lightly, caught between disappointment and a trace of resentment. After all, they had at least met. Yet that guy didn't even say goodbye. Just the thought of his indifferent attitude made her itch like a cat scratched by a bramble. A merchant spotting treasure should hold it tight. Yet now she could only watch that treasure sprout legs and walk away, which was truly frustrating. Fine, let him run for now. Once I finish my business, I'll show him what I'm capable of. She shook off her sleeves, suppressing the tangled emotions inside, and gave an order. Speed up the pace. Outside, the coachman cracked his whip immediately, and the iron wheels crushed the dust as the carriage suddenly quickened. Inside the cabin, Baihour hugged her knees and grinned foolishly, her mind filled with thoughts of once we get home, he'll make that bad guy finish telling the rest of the story. The little girl's innocence and Tai Sanyang's sharp cunning coexisted in the cramped carriage without disturbing each other. In ancient times, the four symbols were revered, with the azure dragon of the East reigning supreme. As a result, nearly all of the capital's high officials and aristocrats lived in the eastern city. Closer to the palace city, the higher the status. Li Dao's ancestors were founding heroes of the Great Qian Dynasty, ennobled as first-class marquises, just one step away from duke. Naturally, their mansion was located in a prime spot right next to the palace walls, the On Yuan Marquis residence. This feng shui treasure had brought the Li family connections from all directions. But ever since Li Dao's misfortune and rumors spread across the capital that the innocence of Princess Mingyue was defiled, this treasure spot suddenly became a curse. Overnight, On Yuan Marquis residence became a source of shame among nobles, and passers-by spat at it in contempt. The most outrageous incident was when a self-proclaimed loyal dog of Princess Mingyue furiously ran to the front gate and publicly urinated between the two stone lions. Instead of being scolded, this only made him famous, and within days he became a guest at several noble families. The whole city lit up like dry grass catching fire. Everyone proudly insulted and degraded the Yuan marquis residents. Scholars penned scathing poems and essays just to grab attention. Somehow, some climbed the social ladder through these slanders, setting the literary scene ablaze with new works almost daily. 3 months passed, and though the storm had eased slightly, sporadic insulting poems and verses still circulated. One day, outside the Yuan marquis residence, the once bright vermilion doors were faded from soaking in sewage. The high walls on both sides were densely scrawled with ugly, insulting graffiti. Thick layers of black grime coated the corners, hiding the original color. No matter how often hired hands cleaned, it never fully came off. Even the 2 stone lions at the gate suffered constant abuse, stained with filth and emitting a pungent stench detectable from yards away. Now, the main door beneath the plaque was wide open. Hurry, hurry. No time left. Grab everything quickly. No use staying here. Isn't this going a bit too far? Too far. The mansion's about to fall apart. If we don't take it, who will? Amid the chaotic shouts, a crowd of servants suddenly poured out, arms full of silverware, paintings, silk, and countless treasures. Boom. Suddenly, a young girl in a blue dress rushed out from inside, throwing her arms wide to block them. Stop taking it. You're not allowed. These are all from the mansion, and they belong to the young master. She tilted her small face up, tears gleaming at the corners of her eyes, stubborn as a tiny grass stalk swaying in the wind, on the verge of breaking down in sobs. Seeing the young girl in such a state, the others' faces showed a mix of guilt and helplessness. From under the corridor came hurried footsteps, and a strong young man sighed as he stepped forward. Miss Joer, please don't try to stop us. We're truly left with no choice. Yeah, another man said, holding an antique that hadn't even been tucked away yet, forcing a bitter smile. If we don't take these today, they'll be gone tomorrow. Miss Joer, you should pack your things and leave this in Yuan Boss Mansion. It's about to become nothing but a memory. Before the last word left his mouth, several voices chimed in anxiously, airing their frustrations. The girl called Joer stood firmly at the main gate, her voice trembling with tears but stubborn like a nail. But what you're doing, it's wrong. A long, drawn-out sigh echoed softly from inside the mansion's doorway. Everyone turned to see an elderly man with a head full of white hair leaning against the doorframe as he slowly stepped out. As soon as the old man appeared, the noisy crowd fell silent, their eyes reflecting instinctive fear. The weight of his years and dignity cast a palpable shadow over them all. Grandpa Li, look at them. Joer rushed over as if finding her anchor, gently supporting the elder. The old man's cloudy eyes rested on Joer with a faint smile. Then as his gaze swept across the others, it darkened suddenly, like still water, trapping all movement. That pair of eyes pressed down so heavily that even the boldest servants dared not breathe too loudly. After a long moment, the old man didn't scold them, but spoke softly. Go. All of you go. Far away. Don't come back. The words hit everyone like a shock wave. Even Joer looked stunned, disbelief written across her face. Thud. A man nearest the front suddenly dropped to his knees, banging his head on the ground 3 times. Thank you, Steward Grandpa. Thank you, Steward Grandpa. With that, he sprang up and bolted through the gate. The others snapped awake from their stupor, all kneeling down in unison, their knocks echoing one after another. Thank you, old steward. Thank you, Steward Grandpa. Thank you. After the formalities, they scattered like startled birds, vanishing from outside the Yuanbo mansion in an instant. Silence returned to the surroundings. Only then did Joer come back to herself, choking on tears as she asked, Grandpa Li, why? Why is this happening? The old man's eyes followed the direction the people had gone, heaving a heavy sigh, his face lined with unstoppable sorrow. The family is almost gone. Let them leave. It's a small kindness for the young master, something to earn some virtue down below, so hell be at peace. Joer's tears burst forth uncontrollably. Isn't there really no other way? The master is gone. The mistress is gone. No one knows when the lady will return, and now even the young master has left. This house is all he has left. If this place disappears too, who will remember him? The old man gently patted her shoulder, his voice low and full of regret. His Majesty has already stripped the title from this mansion. Now there's nothing left but empty ground. The Prime Minister's household is using the excuse of reclaiming land from revoked titles to wipe away every trace of the Yuanbo estate. No one here can stop it. He turned away, helpless. Joer, you should leave too. Tomorrow this won't be a home anymore. You're young and beautiful. Find someone to marry out there and live a peaceful life. No. Joer shook her head almost instinctively, her tear-filled eyes resolute. In life, I belong to the young master. In death, am his ghost. I want leave. The old man was taken aback. You've given yourself to the young master? Her cheeks flushed bright red, and she hurriedly waved her hand. No, that's just how I feel. He smiled slightly and teased her, eyes half closed. Sounds like our Joer was aiming to be the mistress from the start. Joer bowed her head in embarrassment, her face as red as a ripe peach. Sigh. The old man sighed deeply once more. Joer, you're a good girl. If the young master were still alive, I would do everything in my power to have him marry you. But alas, Jiaoer's face turned pale, yet she lifted her head stubbornly, her gaze suddenly resolute. Even if the young master is dead, I can still marry. The old man was momentarily stunned, then silently lamented the unpredictability of life. In the vast Anyuanbo mansion, it was this girl who remained the strongest. The young master had truly found a rare gem in her. He reached out gently and stroked Jiaoer's hair. Enough. Go inside and rest. Until tomorrow comes, this is still our home. Jiaoer whispered in reply, following the old man as they stepped through the quiet mansion gates. In the darkness of night, only the two of them remained inside. Grandpa Li, it's dark. We'll go make some food. Go ahead, the old man answered in a low voice, turning to slowly inspect the courtyard. His gaze drifted over broken tiles, dead eaves, a dried-up well, and withered trees, finally settling on a secluded little hut. After about half an hour, light flickered from the kitchen stove. Jiaoer carefully arranged hot soup and 3 small dishes on a tray, still wearing her apron, then hurried to the main hall. Grandpa Li, dinners. The hall was empty. She paused in confusion. At this time on prior evenings, the old man would have been waiting at the table for her. Unease crept in as she carried the dishes along the corridor, her footsteps echoing through the silent mansion swallowed by the night. As time passed, anxiety and a sense of foreboding grew heavy in her chest. After about the length of an incense stick burning, she passed by the Li family ancestral hall and instinctively peered inside. Grandpa Li. A flash of hope lit her eyes. The old man knelt on the meditation cushion in the ancestral hall. She hurried inside, a mixture of joy and reproach in her voice. You're here. But as her fingers reached out to touch his shoulder, they froze. His body was motionless. Grandpa Li? She called softly, her voice trembling, but there was no answer. Circling to face him, she saw his eyes firmly closed, his expression peaceful, and on the floor before him lay a neatly folded letter. Grandpa Li. Jiaoer's trembling hand hovered just above his breath and then she stiffened completely. There was no breath. Tears welled in her eyes, but she first picked up the envelope. The cover bore 4 characters. To Jiaoer, open personally. Unfolding the letter, strong and steady handwriting met her gaze. Jiaoer, by the time you read this, I will have followed the young master. You need not grieve. I knew my days were numbered, so consider this a bittersweet farewell. Her heart ached deeply reading this, but she pressed on through the tears. I entered the Li family at age 4, granted the family name by the master, and have served 4 generations over 94 years. I failed to guide the young master to the right path, for which I am deeply ashamed before our ancestors. That is why I knelt in the ancestral hall to express my apology. Leaving you alone is selfish of me, but my time has come. At the letter's end, the old man wrote his final wish. After death, bury me in the Li family backyard. It is where I first entered the family, and I wish to rest there forever. After reading the letter left by Steward Li, Jiaoer was momentarily lost in thought. A moment later, determination welled up in her eyes again. She wiped away her tears and bowed deeply to Steward Li's body. Grandpa Li, don't worry, I will fulfill your last wish. Night quickly descended. Suddenly, a thunderclap ripped through the imperial capital's sky, and torrential rain poured down. The backyard of Lord Enyuan's residence was deserted, with only the rain striking the blue bricks and pooling water, sending up thick splashes. Lightning streaked across the sky again. Bathing the courtyard in a white glare in the shadow of the old locust tree stood a slender figure, soaked through by the rain. It was Jiaoer. Water streamed down from her wet hair and soaked hems, her hands clenching an iron spade as she repeatedly loosened the muddy earth beneath her feet. Nearby, on a straw mat, Steward Li's corpse lay silently. She had read his letter earlier that day and knew his greatest wish was to be buried in this estate. Tomorrow, the Prime Minister's house would take over the property, so time was tight. She had to bury him tonight. Fortunately, the rain had softened the soil. Otherwise, with her fragile, barely grown frame, she might not have been able to dig the grave through the night. Half an hour passed, and the rain showed no sign of stopping. Jiaoer's palms were raw and blistered, but the grave was finally dug. She took a deep breath of cold, damp air and gritted her teeth as she rolled up the straw mat and dragged the body into the pit with slipping steps. When it was done, she wiped the rain-chilled water from her sleeves and whispered, Grandpa Li, if you see young master after you've gone, please tell him to wait for me. I will come to find you both soon. With that, she struggled to climb out of the grave and began to cover it with soil. A sudden sharp pain stabbed her palm. Looking down, she saw a jagged stone had cut her skin, and bright red blood mixed with the cold rain to form a muddy slurry. The physical pain pierced her chest like a sharp ache. She could no longer hold on and collapsed into the mud, letting out a heartbreaking sob. The master is gone, the mistress is gone, the young master is gone, and now Grandpa Li is gone too. The wind was cold, the rain colder, but her heart was the coldest of all. Tears and raindrops blurred together as dizziness swept through her mind. The prolonged exposure to rain had left her with a high fever. In a daze, She caught sight of a blurry dark figure ahead. She raised her hand to grasp it, but suddenly everything went black, and she collapsed face first into the mud. Just before losing consciousness, she distinctly felt herself being cradled in a warm embrace. Is it young master? Young master? Suddenly, with a startled cry, Jiu'er snapped awake and sat up sharply. She found herself in her familiar small room. On the table stood a single flickering candle, casting half light, half shadow across the space. She froze on the bed. She distinctly remembered fainting in the backyard rain. The whole manor had long been empty. How had she returned to her room? She reached up and felt her forehead. The burning heat confirmed she was feverish from the chill. The vague memory of being held by someone was still clear in her mind. Pulling back the covers, she discovered she was now wearing a clean set of simple coarse clothes. Though plain, the change of clothing cast a heavy shadow over her expression. After all, this concerned her honor and dignity. Who could have changed her clothes? Could someone have returned to the mansion after leaving? If the person was a woman, it would be easier to accept, but the thought that a strange man might have touched her body made Jiu'er's chest tighten sharply, stirring a wave of helpless tears. The image of Stewardly flashed through her mind. Ignoring her still weak and trembling legs, she scrambled out of bed, hastily slipped on her embroidered shoes, pushed open the door, and rushed out into the rainy night. The cold wind swept the raindrops against her face as she stumbled into the backyard, only to be stunned by what she saw. The pit she had just dug was now filled and leveled as if untouched. Rainwater trickled slowly down the freshly covered soil. Who had quietly come back after her? Hesitant, she glanced around and noticed a faint trail of footprints. The mud had been blurred by the rain, but she could still tell they were larger than her own feet by a noticeable margin, clearly from an adult man. A chill ran through Jiu'er's heart, coldness crawling from her feet up to her spine. But after a moment, she forced herself to stay calm. If the person was able to put her back safely in her room, they likely meant no harm. More importantly, whoever it was could find her precisely in the mansion, probably someone familiar. Taking a deep breath, she followed the footprints. After about the time it takes for a joss stick to burn halfway, she leaned against a pillar, gasping as she arrived at the ancestral hall. The footprints ended abruptly here. Through the curtain of rain, the old wooden door exuded a chilling presence. Jiu'er licked her dry lips and reached out to push the door open. Creak. The door cracked open just as a thunderclap split the night sky, white lightning instantly illuminating the hall's interior. Dust swirled in the air, revealing a tall figure dressed in black, standing silently. Startled by the sudden sight, Jiu'er gasped and reflexively covered her mouth. But her slight cry had already alerted the shadow. The figure slowly turned his head and then stepped toward the door. Panic surged in Jiu'er's heart. She spun around to flee but tripped over the high threshold and crashed onto the damp floor with a thud. Her knees throbbed sharply, but she ignored the pain, pushing herself backward with trembling hands and shaky voice. Don't come any closer. Rain pounded on the eaves above them. The shadow didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace. In no time, he was right before her, moving with light steps as he crouched down. Another thunderclap tore through the sky, and the flash of lightning revealed the man's face in stark clarity. Bright, deep eyes, chiseled features like carved from stone. Jiu'er stared for a moment. What a handsome face. But she snapped back to reality, growing even more nervous. So what if he's handsome? She didn't know him at all. Then he raised one hand. Jiu'er's pupils shrank instantly, instinctively recalling the scenes of villains smashing their victims' heads in stories. Cold sweat broke out along her spine. Was she about to be struck like that? Death didn't frighten her. She had already planned to wear her wedding dress and join Master after burying Grandpa Li. But if her death was too gruesome, would Master disdain her in the afterlife? Countless anxious thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning. The distance between them closed. The man's large hand finally landed on the top of her head, warm and steady. In that moment of contact, Jiu'er bit her lip tightly, bracing herself for death. After a few breaths, she realized the hand resting lightly atop her head wasn't pressing down, it was simply placed there. The palm was warm, fingertips gently stroking through her hair, tickling yet soothing, without any hint of malice. A shiver ran through her heart. Could this person be trying a different way to take her life? But the fingers soon found a rhythm, softly massaging the crown of her head, so comforting that she couldn't help but close her eyes. That familiar touch instantly pulled her mind back to when the young master still lived in the manor. Whenever he spoke to her, regardless of his mood, his hand would always rest so gently on her head. The pressure, the warmth, exactly the same. Exactly the same? Jiu'er's heart jolted violently, her body freezing as she looked up. The face before her was handsome but unfamiliar, with sharply defined features she had never seen. Yet that sensation on her head stirred a powerful ache in her chest. Why, young master? She whispered, barely daring to speak the words. The man's hand paused slightly, then a faint, teasing smile curved his lips. His voice was low and familiar. What do you think? That voice struck her like thunder. It was the young master's voice. Jiu'er's pupils contracted sharply, her last scrap of doubt shattered instantly. Is it really you, young master? She covered her mouth, tears welling fiercely. Li Dao raised a finger to gently touch her brow, speaking with the same playful tone he once had. Little girl, the young master needs a little sidekick. Want to stick with me? At those words, Jewel lost all control. She threw herself into Li Dao's arms, trembling. It's you, young master, it's really you. She was so certain because his movements, reaching out and bending down, were exactly the same as when he first took her into the manor, an unspoken secret only they shared, known to no one else. The girl in his arms was frighteningly thin, her bones pressing sharply beneath his touch. Li Dao's heart ached deeply. He wrapped his arms around her and scolded gently. You little rascal, not eating well while I was away? How did you get so thin? Did you forget what the young master told you? Burying her face in his chest, her voice was muffled and low. The young master said he likes soft girls. But when you're not home, I just can't eat. Her words broke off as her voice cracked, tears pouring uncontrollably, choking her. Li Dao lightly patted her back and glanced toward the empty rear courtyard. More than 3 months away from home, he hadn't expected in Yuan Boss Manor to be so desolate. The once lively yard now guarded only by this frail girl, and the old steward who had cared for him since childhood lay alone in an untended grave overgrown with weeds. Things had changed, people were gone. The sadness welled up, but there was no one to blame. At some point, the girl in his arms, exhausted from crying, fell into a deep sleep. Her weak hands still clutched his clothes tightly, as if afraid he would disappear again, perhaps stirred by a long-lost sense of safety. This was the first time in 3 months she slept so soundly, tear stains still on her cheeks, but a peaceful smile faintly playing at her lips. Li Dao lowered his gaze to her sleeping face, sighing with tenderness, voice almost inaudible. All right, little girl, they'll let you be a little stubborn this time. Young master. Jior sat up once again from the bed, her eyes immediately scanning the room. The early spring morning still held a slight chill, but she soon spotted the young figure seated quietly at the table. Young Master Li Dao. Young master, she called out happily, dashing over barefoot. Li Dao looked up, his voice low yet gentle. You girl, put your shoes on first. Following his gaze, Jior looked down to find her delicate feet resting on the cold floor. She quickly stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, then turned and hopped back to the bedside to put on her shoes. Halfway through slipping on a shoe, a sudden thought flushed her cheeks bright red. She cautiously lifted her head and asked, Young master, last night were you the one who changed my clothes? Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Oh, planning to hold your young master responsible? No. She shook her head quickly. So what is it then? Nothing. She blushed and lowered her eyes, fumbling nervously with her clothes while secretly savoring the sweetness of the moment. Just as her embarrassment faded, she remembered the urgent concern and her expression grew anxious. Young master, I forgot to tell you today the Prime Minister's household will send people to take our property. What should we do? She then carefully relayed the recent news from the manor. Because of Princess Mingyu's involvement, the Great Qian Emperor only stripped the Li family of their noble title without further investigation into the household. But the Prime Minister's mansion, along with others eager to curry favor, were pressing harder to turn the entire Yuan Bo estate upside down. Li Dao listened quietly, a faint cold smile appearing on his lips. The Prime Minister's mansion, it looks like they intend to completely eradicate us. Losing his title didn't surprise him. The Li family line had dwindled to him alone, and without an heir, the title's reclamation after his death was inevitable. But the estate being thoroughly searched and ransacked went beyond normal politics. It was simply malice. Jior tugged gently on his sleeve, whispering, Young master, maybe we should run away? Though attached to the estate, she feared more for his safety. As long as she was with him, anywhere in the world would feel like home. Li Dao thought for a moment and nodded. That seems like the only way. Staying in the capital means watching our enemies run rampant right before my eyes. If we wait any longer, once my identity is exposed, not even the emperor will spare me. We must leave this turbulent place first, then make plans from a distance. His gaze shifted toward the morning light outside the window. But before we go, there are some things I must take with me. With that, he instructed, wait here for me. Li Dao's footsteps were silent as he crossed the corridor. Moments later, he reached the ancestral shrine used last night. Pushing the door open, the room was somber and still, the ancestral tablets neatly lined up, incense unlit. Above, several golden plaques hung on both sides, with the central one inscribed First Rank and Yuan Marquis, exuding ancient solemnity. He lit 3 incense sticks, bowed deeply 3 times, then respectfully kowtowed 9 times, his forehead touching the cold floor. After finishing the ritual, Li Dao's eyes grew steady as he suddenly leapt up. His fingertips slid across the carved beams until he reached the highest crossbeam. Resting there was a long, black wooden box over 3 meters in length, secured with iron clasps and covered in thick dust. He reached out and effortlessly lifted the box, muscles tightening beneath his broad sleeves, revealing a sharp firmness. In the next instant, he leapt down holding the box. Thud! The wooden floor trembled, dust scattering through the air not from his weight, but because the contents inside the box were unbearably heavy. Li Dao exhaled deeply toward the chest, blowing away a layer of dust that scattered onto the ground. He then set the chest down carefully. Before the dust had fully settled, he bent over to find the latch. His fingers closed around it, and with a sharp crack, the bronze clasp crumbled under his grip. The heavy lid lifted slowly, releasing a cold breath tinged with the scent of blood and rust, which pierced his nostrils and made his heart skip a beat. Inside lay a massive halberd, jet black and over 3 meters long, resting quietly in the center of the wooden box. Between the haft and the box wall, there were 3 ancient scroll-bound books, their yellowed pages curling at the edges. Faintly visible on the spines was the handwriting of Li Dao's ancestors. He murmured to himself, "Old man, these things have finally come into my hands." He reached out his palm and ran his fingertips along the cold metal shaft of the halberd. It felt like gliding over a piece of ice-cold iron, sending a sudden tingling through his palm. At the founding of the Great Qian Dynasty, the Li family had been granted the rank of first-class marquis for military achievements, known thereafter as a family of generals. Each head of the family trained in martial arts from a young age, and upon reaching adulthood, could enter the ranks of the military as officers. Li Dao represented its 10th generation. Though the noble rank had declined to third-class count by his time, the family still relied on ancestral prestige. Some past family heads had maintained or elevated their titles through battlefield merit, but not every generation could truly carry the title of general. After all, in Great Qian, military rank required a certain level of cultivation. The higher one's skill, the greater number of troops they could command. Without it, even born into a military family, one could only serve as a low-ranking, quasi-civil officer. For this reason, Li Dao's father tested his son's aptitude early, hoping to clear a smooth path forward. The result was disappointing. Li Dao was born incapable of cultivation. Upon learning this, his father gave up pushing, simply wishing his son a peaceful life and for the family bloodline to continue. But fate was cruel. His father died suddenly in an accident, never living to embrace grandchildren or protect his only son, leaving Li Dao nearly doomed to perish in the prison camp. Holding the great halberd, memories from childhood flooded back. Before the test results, he was not the spoiled wastrel others thought him. He would wake early with his father for training and practiced calligraphy and poetry, burning with passion at the thought of becoming a general. He imagined donning armor, leading troops into battle. But after being pronounced unable to cultivate, all training stopped, and his life's course tilted sharply. He gathered himself and studied the weighty weapon again. The chill from the halberd seeped into his bones. Its material resembled the black iron blade he carried at his waist, but was far heavier. Then he recalled his father's words. This halberd was forged from 10th of sandy-rolled black iron. It measured 11 feet, about 3 meters too, dark as ink. The blade bore intricately carved dragon patterns, hence its name, dragon pattern halberd. Li Dao gently lifted it, feeling a roughness in his wrist. It probably weighed no less than 200 jin, about 100 kilograms. To wield this halberd effectively in battle would require at least 1,000 jin of strength, and to master the dragon pattern halberd fully, one would need 3,000 jin. No wonder when he was a child, his father said that among all the heads of the Li family through generations, only the founding ancestor could wield this dragon-patterned halberd with ease. Its weight was such that unless someone was born with extraordinary strength and had trained their body rigorously through cultivation techniques, it was nearly impossible to use this weapon. Even an innate warrior with great physical power would struggle to handle it. Li Dao silently marveled as he carefully placed the heavy dragon-patterned halberd back into its long wooden box. The clash of metal against wood echoed dully. He wiped the dust off the halberd with the sleeve of his robe. Then his gaze fell onto 3 ancient texts neatly stacked beside the box. He casually picked up the topmost book. The slightly yellowed cover felt cool to the touch, the peerless halberd technique. Beneath it lay 2 others, the tiger dominance mind method and the floating pagoda military strategy. The halberd technique, cultivation method, and military treatise were the 3 great secret volumes passed down through the Li family for generations. Li Dao recalled the elders mentioning that these 3 scrolls were easy to study but hard to master, and very few in history had succeeded in comprehensively cultivating all 3. A sense of reverence flickered in his heart. He returned the books to their place and closed the lid of the box. It's time to go. He lit 3 incense sticks again. The wisps of smoke spiraled gently above the ancestral hall. Li Dao straightened his clothes and knelt down, bowing solemnly 3 times with his forehead touching the floor. Only then did he rise, took the box in one hand, and left the shrine. Next, he went to his late father's study and found the genealogy scroll. He carefully rolled it up and tucked it into his chest. In the vast on Yuan Bo manner, these 2 items, the box and the genealogy, were the only valuables left. As long as he had them, the Li family would one day rise again. Soon after, he returned to the side courtyard. "Girl, we should leave now," Li Dao said as he pushed open the door and looked at Jior busy inside the courtyard. "Yes, young master," Jior replied crisply. She opened the cabinet and carried out a bundle that had obviously been prepared for departure long ago. Let's go. All right. Outside the Yuanbo Manor, dust kicked up quickly. A team from the Prime Minister's mansion arrived, escorting a large wagon and carrying household belongings, thronging the gates. Crowds of onlookers gathered on the street, whispering and pointing. TSK TSK. Looks like the Yuanbo Manor is doomed today. No kidding. Once the Prime Minister's mansion moves, there's no place left for the Yuanbo Manor in the imperial capital. They deserve it. Who told that spoiled heir to violate Princess Mingyu's honor? They're lucky not to be exterminated entirely. Sigh, it's still a pity. A pity? What's there to pity? Without the Yuanbo Manor, the scholars and tea houses won't have any gossip to talk about. Hearing you say that, it seems like the Prime Minister's mansion is actually covering for them. Amid the murmur of the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward stepped out from the Prime Minister's guards. His sharp gaze swept over the onlookers as he bellowed, "Everyone, move in. Smash everything inside. Leave no intact item behind." "Yes, sir." The crowd responded in unison. Several henchmen raised heavy hemp-wrapped hammers and began striking at the manor's main gate. Under the dull blows, chips of wood flew, and before long, the vermilion gate was nothing but splintered planks. The steward nodded with satisfaction. "Quickly, destroy everything inside that's still intact." As he spoke, he caught sight of the stone lions flanking the gate. A cold sneer curved his lips. He stepped forward and placed his palms on one stone lion. Cosmic energy surged through his hands, and with a loud crack, the blue stone shattered into pieces. Without hesitation, he used the same technique to smash the other lion apart. Seeing this scene, someone in the crowd exclaimed in awe, "No wonder it's the Prime Minister's residence. Any random steward here has innate level cultivation." Another sneered dismissively, "Innate level? That's nothing. I've heard the Prime Minister's mansion is full of powerhouses, masters even at the Grandmaster level." Meanwhile, in a quiet alley near a noisy street corner, Li Dao stood shoulder to shoulder with the little maid Jior, carrying a heavy wooden box on his back. Through the alley entrance, they witnessed the Yuanbo residence being pounded relentlessly, dust and debris flying everywhere. These people have gone too far. Jior's eyes reddened as she clenched her fists, tears welling up. The once warm, welcoming home that had given her comfort and belonging was now crumbling, with bricks and tiles shattering one after another, tightening her chest with grief. Li Dao reached out and gently patted her soft hair, his voice calm. "This is reality. Don't be upset." If his memories hadn't resurfaced, he surely would have rushed out to fight them then and there. But after barely surviving the death camp and reclaiming all his lost memories, he understood deeply that the world is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The destruction of an Yuan boss mansion today was because his power was insufficient. One day, when he becomes overwhelmingly strong, even the Prime Minister's residence will not escape the same fate. Withdrawing his gaze, he murmured, "Let's go, before the Prime Minister's mansion sends people after us and doesn't even spare its own servants." Jior wiped her eyes, forcing down her sorrow, her voice trembling. "Then, young master, where do we go now?" Li Dao tapped the box on his back as memories of Wei Yun's advice flickered through his mind. He placed his hand again on Jior's head. "Jior, tell the young master you still want to come back here someday?" The little maid glanced back toward the burning home, worry filling her eyes. "I'm just afraid something will happen to young master." She knew all too well his mysterious and dangerous background. Li Dao understood her fear and smiled gently. "Your young master isn't going to die. Just tell Mado you want to come back here." "Yes." Jior nodded without hesitation. For her, life was divided into two chapters, one of hardship and wandering with her parents, and another of being brought back to the Yuanbo mansion by the young master, where she was fed, clothed, teased, yet deeply happy. Those precious memories were all tied to this capital city estate, and of course, she longed to return. Li Dao smoothed her loose strands of hair with a warm smile. "Then come with me to a place, so that one day we can return to this capital openly and with dignity." "Young master, is there really such a place?" Jior's eyes widened. "There is. That's exactly where I climbed out from." Li Dao's tone was low-key, but deliberate. "Climbed out?" Jior asked curiously. He shook his head without explaining, silently thinking. That place is nothing short of hell for ordinary people. "All right, let's go." "All right, young master." The ruins of the Yuanbo residence still echoed with chaos as the two figures, one large and one small, slowly disappeared into the shadows of the deepening alley, until they vanished from sight. Iron Family Mansion. In the quiet garden, a pavilion reflected in the lake mirrored white walls and green tiles. Two graceful figures sat facing each other. A slightly more mature girl quietly brewed tea at a stone table, the rising steam gently framing her delicate features. Nearby, a younger girl crouched by the pond, using a slender twig to ripple the water, causing koi fish to leap joyfully. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Shortly after, a man in his 40s with an honest, sturdy appearance knelt halfway on the steps outside the pavilion. "Your servant Tai Xian reports into 3rd Miss." Inside the pavilion, the green tiles and red railings shimmered in the early summer light. Tai Sanyang sat upright in a bamboo chair, not even raising her eyelids as she poured freshly brewed Longjing tea into a blue and white porcelain cup. After a delicate sip and confirming the flavor was just right, she slowly lifted her gaze. How's the investigation going? Tai Xian bowed his head, his voice steady but respectful without a hint of negligence. Report to third miss. Everything has been uncovered. All the traitors are under guard. Tai Sanyang tapped her fingertips lightly on the table. What about the other matter I asked you to look into? That's been fully investigated as well. Tai Xian bowed, even lower. The eldest and second young masters have been closely associating with the third prince lately. Your servant also discovered some tension between the fourth prince and the third prince. The rim of the teacup rippled with faint circles as Tai Sanyang paused mid-movement. Enough, I understand. Tai Xian felt a chill in his heart, but proceeded with his report. May I ask, third miss, how would you have the traitors dealt with? Let them walk, a little slower. She enunciated each word calmly, but with a cold edge. Understood. Third Mississippi. Tai Xian bowed his head more deeply, his voice dropping lower. Very well, you may withdraw. Your servant takes his leave. The man saluted once more and silently disappeared down the flower-lined path. As the figure receded, the maid by hour, who had been playing nearby, hopped over with a tilted head full of curiosity. Miss, do you suspect the eldest and second young masters of setting an ambush against you? Why would you make such wild guesses? Tai Sanyang's tone softened considerably, the sharpness in her eyes fading. I would never suspect those two idiots. That's true. By hour suddenly giggled. Although the two young masters laze around all day and often get bullied by you, they care most about their little sister. Warmth blossomed in Tai Sanyang's eyes. Outsiders only saw her overshadowing her brother's fame, and even rumored she planned to push them aside and take over the Tai family's fortune herself. Yet she alone knew her current status was entirely because those two brothers kept pushing her forward. She didn't mind any bad reputation. Indeed, infamy was often more useful than a good name, especially for a woman. Recalling Tai Xin's report, a new headache brewed. She turned to Bai Hour. Go tell those two fools that from now on, they're not allowed to discuss anything about me outside. Her tone shifted suddenly, a chill creeping in. Also, notify our men to cut half the fourth prince's business, and all of the third prince's business got off completely. Bai Hour froze for a moment. Tai Xian had clearly mentioned the incident on the road to the capital involved the fourth prince. Yet now her mistress was aggressively targeting the third prince. She couldn't help but ask, Miss, why? Humph. Tai Sanyang brushed the tea crumbs off her sleeve. Because they have different goals. The fourth prince is targeting the third prince. The third prince is scheming against my two foolish brothers. Scheming against them is an attack on the Tai family. If you want to deal with that, then who else should I deal with? Bai Hour frowned. But the fourth prince is targeting you, Mississippi. Is that all the punishment he gets? Who said that? Tai Sanyang slowly stood, her gaze icy. The Tai family is the Tai family. I am me. My enemies I will take care of personally. Inwardly, Bai Hour silently lit a long candle for the fourth prince. She remembered well how the last person their mistress personally dealt with, along with his entire family, had been banished to the bitterly cold far north with no hope of return. Enough. Tai Sanyang suddenly patted Bai Hour on the shoulder. Go send the orders. This afternoon, accompany me to the palace. I want to check how Mingyue is doing lately. Yes, miss. In the afternoon, at the Qian Imperial Palace, deep within the inner quarters of the harem, Tai Sanyang walked alongside the palace maids, with Bai Hour trailing closely at her side. The long corridor was quiet and shadowy, and every 50 steps stood a female guard dressed in black battle attire, armed with long and short swords at her waist, her sharp eyes scanning like a hawk. Seeing this display, Bai Hour couldn't help but whisper in astonishment. Miss, why are there suddenly so many people in the harem? Tai Sanyang cast a quick glance at the leading maid. Seeing no sign of suspicion, she exhaled quietly in relief, then turned to glare at Bai Hour. If you can't keep your mouth shut, then don't speak. Oh. Bai Hour hastily covered her mouth and stepped more lightly. Turning the corner of the corridor, the two arrived at a serene courtyard filled with neatly trimmed plum trees and a pond with a rockery. Passing through a hanging flower gate, a three-hall palace appeared before them. Above the entrance hung a gilded plaque inscribed with 3 bold characters, Mingyue Pavilion. This was the residence of Princess Zhao Yu, the first princess of Qian. Please wait here briefly. I will inform Her Highness at once, the leading maid said respectfully, raising her voice slightly at the palace door. Reporting to Her Highness the Princess. Miss Tai has come to pay her respects. Inside, silence fell for a moment before a soft, slightly tired female voice responded. By order of the princess, please admit Miss Tai. The maid gently pushed the palace door open and stepped aside with a graceful invitation. Miss Tai, please. Thank you. Tai Sanyang gave a slight nod and entered with Bai Hour at her side. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than another palace maid approached, lowering her head and saying, Please follow me, ladies. She led them through the corridors and screens. The main hall's furnishings were simple, but the space felt hollow and still enough to hear the rustle of sleeves. But Tai Sanyang's cultivation had reached the nascent stage. She could clearly sense numerous presences lurking in the shadows, some as strong as herself, hidden guards protecting the princess behind the scenes. They circled past a row of redwood screens and stopped before a palace door carved with phoenixes and gilded decoration. Without further announcement, the maid pushed the door open and gestured politely. The princess awaits within. Tai Sanyang stepped inside with Baiao close behind. Inside, white gauze curtains hung softly, dividing the inner chambers into multiple layers. Behind the curtains sat a slender, graceful figure reclining on a couch, every movement exuding elegance. Sanyang, you've arrived, the figure said softly, lifting herself slightly. Bring seats, she added. Yes, princess. Two maids carried sandalwood armchairs to the guest area. Tai Sanyang seated herself and quickly scanned the main hall. Sandalwood incense curling gently, a bronze censer emitting thin wisps of white smoke, a golden feathered parrot quietly preening in the corner. Everything radiated refined elegance. She lowered her voice. Mingwei, what? Before she could finish, a faint cough came from behind the veil. Though light, it carried a hint of weakness. Zhao Yu slowed her tone. I caught a cold recently. Afraid of infecting others, so I drew the curtains. Tai Sanyang frowned slightly. Haven't you called the imperial doctor? The doctor examined me. It's nothing serious. Don't worry, Zhao Yu said gently to reassure her. Hearing this, Tai Sanyang finally relaxed, but suddenly remembered something. Leaning in, she lowered her voice. Mingwei, do you know the Yuan Earl's estate was just raided by the Prime Minister's mansion today? After a brief silence behind the gauze, a faint answer came. No, I didn't know. Thinking of the recent turmoil, Tai Sanyang couldn't help but scold. That wretched playboy. How dare he ruin? Never mind. He deserves to die. Halfway through, she realized her words might upset her friend and awkwardly stopped herself. Zhao Yu coughed lightly twice, her voice still soft. What's past is past. Although she said that, Tai Sanyang could hear a trace of complexity beneath her words. Clearly, her princess friend was far from as composed and carefree as she appeared on the surface. But then again, anyone who had suffered such a shock wouldn't easily let go of their pain. In the bedchamber, incense smoke curled lazily. The two women continued their casual conversation. Since Princess Mingwei was unwell, Tai Sanyang did most of the talking, recounting her recent adventures with a voice that was sometimes calm, then brightening when she spoke of new events. You wouldn't believe it, Tai Sanyang chuckled, eyes twinkling mischievously. Our silly Yuer was completely fooled by that guy. Baiao puffed up her cheeks in irritation, refusing to admit defeat. I'm not stupid. Those villains were just too wicked. Tai Sanyang's laughter grew deeper, as if deliberately teasing her. I heard from one little maid that as soon as she heard that fellow was dead, her face went pale. Princess Mingwei softly echoed at just the right moment. If Yuer really likes him, you must make sure Tai Sanyang looks out for you. Princess, miss, you two. Baiao blushed, unsure if it was embarrassment or because she'd been hit right on the mark. Their laughter and playful teasing broke the heavy atmosphere in the chamber. After chatting a while longer, Tai Sanyang looked out the window to see dusk settling, then stood up. It's getting late. Mingwei, since you're ill, you should rest early. Yuer and I should take our leave too. All right then. They'll have someone see you out, Princess Mingwei replied gently. Thank you, Tai Sanyang said with a respectful smile. Following the princess' instructions, a palace maid lit the way as the two guests were escorted out of the bedchamber. After an incense stick burned down, once the footsteps of Tai Sanyang and Baiao faded away, a faint voice came softly from behind the silk curtains. You spoke kindly to your friend just now. Why don't you start talking to me like that from now on? It was still Princess Mingyu's voice, but now it lacked the earlier warmth and carried instead a playfully seductive tone. Is that possible? Another voice, equally hers but crisp and icy like frost, replied, instantly widening the distance between them. Could it be you still don't believe me? The sultry voice laughed lightly. Why should I trust you? But you're really me, and I'm really one can change that. The voice purred half-truths with teasing intent. Then I won't believe you either. The cold voice rejected her flatly. Fine, believe it or not. The alluring tone said carelessly, but I'm sure you'll be begging me sooner or later. Why would I beg you? The icy voice was unwavering. Heh, you are me, and I am you. The playful voice sighed softly. I don't believe you don't feel something strange stirring inside. Let me see. Haven't been to Tiankuei for 3 months now, right? Did you cause that? Hee hee. I don't have that power. That's all thanks to my benefactor. Your benefactor? Yes, the one who showed up 3 months ago. Without him, I wouldn't have gotten the chance to come out. For once, the seductive voice sounded serious. The cold voice was silent for a moment before quietly speaking. So, is that why you took over my body and petitioned father? With a sultry laugh, she said, don't just blame me. We're both pleading here. If you don't agree, there's no way I could completely control your body. The cool voice paused in the dimness before replying softly. I just don't want Qing'er to hate me. It's no use talking about that now, the sultry voice said gently, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. My benefactor was secretly killed by the king long ago, and today even his household was destroyed. But she drew out the last word, as if gathering her thoughts. Judging from the letters between you and that girl, she's probably not unreasonable. So this really was my fake benefactor, who was in the wrong, right? The calm voice hesitated a moment, then answered honestly. To be honest, I suppose I owe him thanks too. Exactly, the sultry voice laughed brightly. Otherwise, after that banquet, you'd be engaged to your fake cousin by now. Spending a lifetime with a Mandoist makes sense if you just let one control you for an hour. The cool voice instantly took on a tone of embarrassed indignation. What nonsense are you talking about? Just the truth, the sultry voice yawned lazily. Men and women, it's always the same story. I don't want to argue. I'm going to sleep now, the cool voice said, as if retreating. Then let's sleep together, the sultry voice whispered closely like a shadow following. I told you, if innocence can't hide the truth that day, just come to me for help. Since we're basically one and the same, I might just lend a hand. The cool voice stubbornly threw back. I don't need your help. Heh, some things aren't up to you to decide. With those words, the room fell silent, as if their sharp exchanges had been nothing but a fleeting illusion. Outside the palace, the night breeze carried the sound of hooves clattering along the official road. Tai Sanyang and Bai Hour sat side by side in the spacious carriage, the flickering lantern light casting shifting shadows on their faces. Tai Sanyang put down her account ledger and glanced sideways at her close maid. Ewer, what do you think about convincing that scoundrel to come over to our side? Her eyes gleamed like knives as she thought of the man who held her secret. Bai Hour's eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again. Miss, he's already refused you. Is there still a chance? Humph. Tai Sanyang brushed her delicate face confidently with a hand and smiled. Opportunities belong to those who are prepared. I refuse to believe there's any man Tai Nianzi can't handle. Bai Hour caught that energy and lifted her spirits. Then leave it to you, miss. Bring him back to us and tell his stories. We never got the rest of the one he promised me last time. Tai Sanyang tapped lightly on the window, quietly scheming. Once we return, we'll first check his background, find his weakness, and break him in one strike. Business is about leverage. When you have enough, even the hardest bones can be softened. 2 weeks later, autumn sunlight filtered through the maple leaves, casting warm patches onto the pavilion. Tai Sanyang clutched a thin piece of paper, her gaze flickering over the few lines written, disbelief flashing in her eyes. That's all the information on him? Outside the pavilion, the guard Tai Xian knelt on one knee, his voice steady. Miss, that's truly all we could find. The earliest trace of him was in Yumen Town. The first person he contacted was a junior gatekeeper at Yumen Pass. But the trail ends there. A gatekeeper absolutely refuses to reveal the man's identity. Tai Sanyang furrowed her delicate brows. The gatekeeper won't talk? Yes. Even with money, he wouldn't speak. He simply won't open his mouth. Tai Xian hesitated, then added, if you allow, I can try to find a way to make him talk. Tai Sanyang's expression darkened. She raised a hand to stop him. I want to win him over, not create enemies. The room fell silent again. Only the sound of maple leaves drifting softly to the ground remained as if nothing had happened at all. If she considered someone an enemy, she wouldn't hesitate to use whatever means necessary. Thinking of that person, Tai Sanyang's heart sank deeply. If that person truly dared to do such a thing, the consequences would be disastrous for her. She raised her hand, waved it dismissively, and spoke with a cold but decisive tone. Forget it. There's no need to keep investigating. Let it be. Bai Hour, standing nearby, grew anxious and whispered, Miss, are you giving up? Giving up? Tai Sanyang let out a faint laugh, her eyes sharp as blades. There's no such word as give up in my life. Her gaze darkened into shadows. What scheme she was plotting remained a complete mystery to everyone else. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the eastern part of Greater Qian, an ancient trail twisted through barren slopes and woods. Yellow leaves swirled in the wind, and horse hooves lightly kicked up dust. A green-covered carriage moved slowly forward. Holding the reins, Li Dao suddenly sneezed quietly, tch. The curtain lifted, and Jiu'er poked her head out, worry clear in her eyes. Young master, I told you to wear more clothes. Li Dao was momentarily stunned. How could he catch a chill with a body 100 times stronger than ordinary men? He couldn't figure it out, and only gave an awkward smile, choosing not to argue with the girl. Soon, Jiu'er climbed out of the carriage holding a deep blue robe, her hair tousled by the wind. Master, autumn is coming, and it's getting colder as we go. Please put this on. Seeing her stubborn expression, Li Dao could only accept the cloak and drape it over his shoulders. Jiu'er added an extra layer to herself and obediently sat down beside him, softly asking, Young master, how long until we stop on this journey? Li Dao gently rubbed the top of her head and comforted her. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Rumble. From the axle of the carriage came a barely audible rumble, and Jiu'er's cheeks flushed bright red. Huh, Li Dao chuckled. Looks like the girl's hungry. Jiu'er pouted. Young master, those rations aren't nearly enough to fill me up. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Li Dao recalled the map he had memorized long ago, and then said firmly, there's a small village about 10 miles ahead. We'll find something warm to eat there. It wasn't a place he had been before. He just knew the map by heart. At his words, Jior's eyes lit up instantly, and she hooked her arm through his, shaking it gently. Then tell the horses to go faster, young master. Got it. Li Dao cracked the whip lightly, and the reddish-brown horse neighed sharply, quickening its pace. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, smoke curled in the distance, and a few rooftops appeared faintly amid the autumn hues. Look, young master, there's the village ahead. Jior stood up excitedly, pointing along the carriage board. I see it. Just as Li Dao finished speaking with a smile, his ear twitched slightly. His expression froze, and the smile slowly faded from his face. At this moment, in Taoyuan village, the once peaceful and tranquil hamlet had completely lost its calm. Not long ago, a squad of barbarian cavalry from the northern tribes had ridden into the village, unleashing a storm of bloodshed and violence that tore through the quiet like a savage whirlwind. Ha ha ha, you fools, kill them all. Loot everything. Spare only the women, everyone else. Kill, without mercy. A barbarian commander clad in heavy armor laughed uproariously, his voice shaking the air. His grim smile twisted as he signaled his men to rampage freely. Ha ha ha, the women are up next. This time, I'll kill 10. Another rider shouted arrogantly from nearby. 10. That's not nearly enough. These Qian weaklings I could kill 100 at a time. One taunted. Let's see who can slaughter more. Who's afraid of who? Their laughter echoed harshly, slicing through Taoyuan village's once gentle silence like razor blades. The villagers erupted into chaos, terrified, scattering in every direction. Yet it was precisely their panicked flight that fueled the barbarians' savage excitement. Shouting war cries, they drew their sharp blades and launched a furious massacre on the helpless villagers. Blood quickly stained the skies above the village. Every street seemed shrouded in a crimson shadow. In a narrow, secluded alley, a man and a woman hurried anxiously while clutching their young child. The man's face was plain but etched with worry as he fiercely shielded his wife and child. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out from the alley entrance. Haha, looks like we've found 3 little mice hiding here. They spun around to see a barbarian cavalryman approaching slowly with a knife in hand, his eyes full of contemptuous sneers. The man gritted his teeth and shouted to his wife. Wife, take the child and run. They'll hold him off. The woman's teary eyes held desperation as she clung tightly to their child, nearly unable to stand amid the horror around them. She had never witnessed such cruelty before and felt trapped in this moment of impossible choice. As the rider inched closer, a surge of courage welled up inside the man. He'll fight you. Clenching the sickle at his waist, he charged without hesitation. The rider wore a disdainful grin, clearly dismissing the man's attack. The sickle slashed through the air but only caused the rider to step back. Losing balance, the man stumbled and fell heavily under the rider's feet. Husband! The woman cried out in terror, clutching her child and retreating to the side, her eyes wide with fear. The rider sneered coldly. Weaklings from Qian. He drew his blade, its cold edge glinting as he aimed it at the man's chest. Die? No. The woman's eyes welled with hopeless tears as she watched the gleaming blade pierce her husband's heart. The rider's gaze flicked up to her, his smile turning lecherous. You're quite a catch, little lady. Come with me. Suddenly, his expression changed. Looking down, he saw the man was not yet dead, his bloody hand still gripping the rider's leg tightly. Run. Run now? The man gasped with his last breath, shouting hoarsely to his wife. The rider snorted and ruthlessly swung the blade down. As the blade cut through, the man's eyes flashed with defiance before closing forever. Husband! The woman's rage exploded. Ignoring the child in her arms, her eyes bloodshot with fury, she glared fiercely at the rider who had killed her mate. He'll fight you. She growled through gritted teeth. Her blood surged violently as she raised her blade and charged at the barbarian cavalryman, mirroring her husband's desperate defiance. Heh, and hey, race the prize, served right to me. The rider sneered, mocking her as he coldly faced her furious attack. The moment his wife rushed at him, the barbarian cavalryman flashed forward and held her tightly in his arms. If she intended to throw herself into his embrace, it was far too soon for that. Yet just as he spoke, he suddenly cried out in pain. Without him realizing when, the woman had bitten down hard on one of his fingers. Let go. Let me go. The sharp pain ignited the cavalryman's fury. He lashed out with fists and kicks at the woman, but her eyes showed no intention of surrender. Despite the pain, she bit down harder on his finger. Just as he was about to strike back, a young but resolute voice rang out. If you hit my mother, they'll fight you. Suddenly, a child darted to his side and bit fiercely on his leg. The fresh pain shot through him like a jolt. Die, all of you. His anger boiled over completely. Ignoring the woman, he raised his blade and slammed it down mercilessly on the child clinging to his leg. The child collapsed on the spot, lifeless. The woman standing nearby felt a sudden, bone-deep shock. With a sharp crack, the cavalryman's face paled instantly. The woman finally released her bite, but he was missing a finger. Give me back my finger. He thought frantically that if the severed digit was preserved properly, it could still be reattached soon and shouted at her anxiously. Her hair disheveled, eyes burning scarlet with madness. The woman broke into a twisted grin. She opened her mouth wide and began to slowly chew on the severed finger. Making sure he saw everything clearly, she deliberately grinned wide so he could watch as she gnawed the finger into a bloody pulp. Blinded by rage, the cavalryman's eyes bulged, and his blade came down hard. Slash with a crazed smile, the woman collapsed heavily to the ground. Damn mad woman, he muttered instinctively, glancing down. Even in death, her eyes were fixed on him, as if engraving his face deep in her bones. That look sent a chill through him, fear rising from deep inside. Gripping his sword, he swung mercilessly at her corpse. Blow after blow fell, until her face was unrecognizable only, then did he stop. He exhaled deeply. Outside, the cries and chaos of children fleeing still rang out. The cavalryman's mind was made up to capture a woman now and take his savage vengeance. At this moment, it was not just this alley. Tragic scenes like this filled Taoyuan village as well. On a long street, another group of barbarian cavalrymen, seeking perverse amusement, slaughtered innocent men, elders, and children alike, chasing after terrified women fleeing in all directions. They circled and trapped them, their twisted laughter seeming to fuel dark desires inside. Ha ha ha, where are you little maidens running off to? One rider taunted loudly. Hee hee, no way out here, come into Big Brother's arms. He'll give you a choice, strip naked and run, and I might let you go? A group of women found themselves trapped in the middle of the road, tightly pressed against each other, shrinking into a huddle. Their eyes were filled with terror and utter despair. Many watched helplessly as their loved ones were slain, their hearts drowning in unutterable pain. At that moment, one barbarian rider stepped forward, his voice grave. Enough playing around. Don't forget, this is still Great Qian's land. When we've had our fun, we quit. If the Great Qian army catches us, we're in deep trouble. Hearing this, the others' faces immediately darkened, and the atmosphere finally eased a little. The northern barbarian cavalryman suddenly laughed again and said, "Don't be discouraged, everyone. Today's fight is just a small skirmish. In a little while, you'll be free to rampage across this land as you please. Then you can do whatever you want, and nobody will stop you." With that, he raised his hand, and a dozen northern barbarian cavalrymen burst into coarse laughter, their eyes filled with wild anticipation for future slaughter and plunder. All right, the young leader scanned the area, his gaze settling on the group of pale-faced women trapped in the center. Find some rope and tie them all up. Once the brothers finish looting the village, we'll leave together. Several cavalrymen immediately jumped down from their horses, roughly shoving and hustling the women together, laughing as they did so. At that moment, from the far end of the main street, the faint sound of hooves and cart wheels approaching. A modest horse-drawn carriage was coming closer. "Captain, look! There's a strange carriage coming." Someone was the first to notice and shouted while raising their whip. All the cavalrymen turned their eyes toward the street entrance. "Captain, look, the woman on that carriage is a real stunner." The cavalryman with the sharpest eyesight's eyes gleamed like a wolf's as he pointed excitedly at the side window of the carriage. Oh, the young leader followed his finger and saw the woman too, but at the same moment, his brow furrowed slightly at the man beside her. After a brief pause, his voice turned cold. "Someone go and cut down that man. Take the woman. He'll go." A cavalryman immediately spurred his horse forward, his heart racing with excitement. Even if he didn't get the woman in the end, at least he could get some fun on the way. As for that Qian man, skinny and pretty boy, he was confident one swing of his sword could take down 10 such men. Inside the carriage were Li Dao and his personal maid, Jiu'er. Jiu'er had spent most of her life in the imperial capital and had never been to eastern Qian before. Seeing the unfamiliar cavalryman through the window, she whispered anxiously, "Young master, who are they?" Li Dao's expression was calm. Even before entering the village, his superhuman senses had detected a faint bloody scent in the air. Now, with the miserable silence inside the village, he already knew the answer. They are northern barbarians. Northern barbarians? Jiu'er's eyes widened. "Why are they here?" Li Dao replied coldly, "Because they're no good." As the carriage moved forward, he saw the trapped women in the village center and the bloodstains scattered about, understanding clearly the horror that had just unfolded. Suddenly, a northern barbarian cavalryman rode straight toward them. Jiu'er instinctively grabbed Li Dao's sleeve, trembling. "Young master, he's coming. Should we take another route?" "Another route?" Li Dao smiled faintly and reassured her softly, "Don't worry. It's fine." Jiu'er obediently nodded and clung tightly to him, full of trust. Moments later, the cavalryman had pulled up in front of the carriage, blatantly sizing up the two of them. Then he threw back his head and laughed loudly. "Qian, pretty boy, thanks for delivering such a nice gift to us. In return, I'm feeling generous. I'll make it easy for you to leave." He drew his battle knife, the cold gleam flashing. "How about you get down on your knees and thank me first?" Watching the stunning woman approach the handsome young man so closely, the northern barbarian cavalryman grew irritated. When his eyes landed on that pale, finely featured face, his fury boiled over. He longed to see that pretty boy drop to his knees and beg for mercy beneath his horse's hooves. Young master, although Jiu'er trembled in fear at the cavalryman's fierce expression, she still gripped Li Dao's sleeve tightly, her fingertips turning white from the effort. Noticing the girl's fear and knowing that his reputation still clung to that of a reckless noble scion in her mind, Li Dao spoke softly to reassure her. Don't worry, you won't have to see him much longer. Meanwhile, the northern cavalryman, realizing he was being ignored, first froze in surprise, then erupted with rage. Spurring his horse forward abruptly, he shouted harshly, Boy, you'd better. Before he could finish, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. A gleaming silver long knife pierced his throat seemingly out of nowhere. Blood sprayed as the horse neighed. He didn't even have time to cry out before his body went limp and toppled off the horse, landing heavily on the dusty ground. With a heavy thud, fresh blood flowed down the blade. By the carriage, Jiu'er covered her mouth in terror. She clearly saw that the knife was casually thrown by her young master himself, his movement so fast it left no visible trace. Her mind swirled in stunned disbelief. When did he get so skilled? What had he experienced during the time he disappeared? Enemy defeated. Attribute 0.21. A faint golden glow flickered briefly. Li Dao's chest stirred slightly, but his expression remained calm. He leapt down from the carriage, walked over to the corpse, and bent to pull the still dripping, dark iron knife from the man's neck. The blade's chill lingered, reflecting his composed face. Jiu'er, what happens next might be frightening. You should go inside first. Okay. Jiu'er nodded anxiously but obediently crawled back into the carriage. Not far away, scattered hoofbeats approached. The fallen cavalryman's comrades had finally noticed something was wrong. The cavalry captain galloped to the street corner, eyes landing on his fallen comrade with a tight frown. Something's wrong. He cursed quietly, then ordered his men, don't act rashly. Gather the troops first. He pulled a bamboo tube from his pocket and tugged the string. Bang! The explosion echoed like a flare rising into the night sky. Li Dao looked up calmly at the dispersing plume of smoke, feeling nothing but quiet resolve. Call for reinforcements, the more the better. Sure enough, after a moment, rapid hoofbeats thundered in from all directions. The northern barbarians arrived in swarms. In less than the time it takes to burn some incense, nearly all the riders who had stormed into the village gathered on this long street. Horses were piled high with looted goods, and disheveled women were dragged along, their cries of misery piercing the night. What's going on here? Asked a northern leader wearing a wolf fur cloak, riding forward to scan the scene with cold eyes. The cavalry captain hurried up and clasped his fists in salute. Reporting, Commander. We encountered a stunning woman here we planned to capture as a gift for you. But she had a male companion with her. He's quite capable. We fear we cannot match him alone, so we called for backup. A stunning woman? The leader's eyes lit up. Following the captain's gaze to the modest carriage at the far end of the street, he observed the young man in black, standing silently nearby. A comrade's body lay sprawled on the ground. Squinting, the leader spoke gravely. He killed with a single stroke. Must be a martial artist. The captain looked wary. If he's truly a martial artist, this could get complicated. Humph. The northern leader cut him off coolly. So what if he is? Don't think for a second, he's more than around 20 years old at best, mid-stage postnatal. In postnatal third rank. And with our numbers, as long as he isn't a prenatal martial artist, he won't make waves. He cast a confident glance over the tens of cavalrymen around him, lips curling in a self-assured smile. Such a fat target can't be let go. As for that youth, could he be prenatal? Impossible. Such a genius wouldn't appear in this backwater. At this moment, the northern leader felt not the slightest fear, but instead a steady confidence in their advantage. The northern barbarian leader showed no sign of panic. Instead, he eyed the unfamiliar man nearby, as if he were a lamb ready to be slaughtered, and the woman in the carriage was already within his grasp. He raised his hand and commanded in a low, fierce voice, surround him and the carriage. Don't let him escape. Yes, sir. The cavalry captain responded sharply, spurring a dozen horsemen forward to the carriage amidst clouds of dust kicked up by their hoofs. Among the surrounded women, one caught sight of the commotion and hatred flashed in her eyes. She stood up and shouted, Run. They're coming for you. Shut up. The northern barbarian leader's face darkened. His whip cracked twice through the air, striking the woman and sending her flying. She tumbled multiple times before hitting the ground with a muffled grunt drowned out by the pounding hooves. At that moment, Li Dao's senses detected the disturbance. He gripped his dark iron blade black as molten metalland stepped forward to meet the charging cavalry. The cavalry captain sneered at Li Dao's boldness and barked orders. 2 men guard the carriage. The rest, encircle him. Yes. The ranks closed in, dust swirling thick. 2 horsemen assigned to guard the carriage galloped faster, brushing past Li Dao from either side. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 sharp flashes streaked through the air. The chasing cavalry captain's heart skipped a beat, but all he caught was the rush of wind. Nothing else was visible. Frowning, he asked a subordinate, What just happened? What happened? The man shook his head blankly. I didn't see anything. Before they could react, the captain noticed the 2 riders assigned to the carriage had stopped halfway, their horses frozen mid-stride. "What are you two doing?" he shouted nervously. No reply came. Suddenly, thin lines of blood appeared on the necks of both horses, followed by the same on the two northern barbarian riders. Under the confused gazes of the crowd, the two horses trembled slightly, then both horse heads and riders' heads fell to the ground with dull thuds. Blood splattered everywhere. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the expressions of the surrounding northern barbarian cavalry turned pale. The cowardly ones instinctively tightened their reins as their horses whinnied and attempted to pull back. "Don't fear him." The cavalry captain forced himself calm, wiping sweat from his forehead and lowering his voice to shout. "Captain!" A rider suddenly screamed. "What now?" He's gone." Everyone looked up sharply only to find the pale-faced man who had been calmly approaching had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a flash of blood-red light sliced through the crowd like a crimson serpent. Amid gasps, they realized the man was already standing in the center of the circle, his blade still dripping with blood. Li Dao glanced sideways at a large open door and spoke coldly, "All of you deserve to die." Following his gaze, the others saw a river of blood inside the room. A man and a woman lay dead on the spot, with three small bodies beside them, the eldest no more than 10 years old, the youngest just a year or two. An ordinary, once happy family of 5 slaughtered so cruelly in their own home. Although he had known about the northern barbarians' cruelty toward the people of Qian, Li Dao still felt a suffocating heaviness in his chest when witnessing it firsthand. He needed to vent his anger, and the nearby northern barbarian cavalry happened to be the perfect outlet for his fury. With a sudden stomp, sending dirt flying, Li Dao sprang forward, his hand gripping the Qiantai saber that glinted sharply as he lunged at the closest rider. The cavalryman instinctively raised his blade to block. Crack! A sharp snap echoed as the saber shattered the long knife, the rider's arm, and chest all at once, blood splattering against the horse's flank. Without breaking stride, Li Dao pivoted, locking his blade on the next attacker. Seeing this, the cavalry captain panicked, screaming hoarsely, "Move! Surround him! Kill him together!" But before the order even left his mouth, the second rider fell dead within 3 breaths. Death spread in the same measured tempo, 1 man every 3 seconds. In just 30 seconds, the grassy field was left with only the captain alone perched atop his horse, surrounded by corpses. He trembled uncontrollably, staring at the lifeless bodies of his comrades who had only moments before been breathing. 10 paces away, Li Dao flicked his blade, blood droplets arcing sharply through the night air as he advanced step by step. "Get out of here," the captain panicked, trembling as he yanked the reins, but his warhorse's 4 hooves froze stiff, its body shrinking with fear. The horse was terrified, unable even to move. "You useless beast, move." Readied, the captain thrust his blade into the horse's haunch. The sharp pain triggered an explosive reaction, but the horse didn't turn, and fleet reared wildly in place, neighing frantically. Caught off guard, the captain was thrown from the saddle. Freed from its restraint, the horse bolted away, leaving a cloud of dust behind. "Beast! They'll slaughter you when I get back." The captain cursed bitterly, but despair beat beneath his rage. Suddenly, steady footsteps approached from behind. A chill ran through the captain's heart as he turned and saw the man who had slaughtered his men standing right behind him. He started to speak, but before the words left his mouth, a cold gleam flashed. A slice tore through his throat, blood spurting out. 1 enemy killed, attribute points gained, 0.68. When the last cavalry captain fell, Li Dao stood alone amid a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, strands of blood dripping down his Qiantai saber. Though the entire process seemed long, it took less than 3 minutes. Nearby, the northern barbarian leader and his party suddenly felt as if everything before their eyes had materialized out of nowhere. All they saw was Li Dao cutting through their men like chopping vegetables and slicing melons, so swift and decisive that none of them had a chance to react. This scene also made the northern barbarian leader sheath his arrogance, realizing the man before him was a formidable opponent. "Commander, what should we do now?" a northern barbarian cavalryman cautiously asked. The leader replied in a low voice, "This guy's no ordinary fighter. Everyone be careful." He quickly assessed the situation in his mind. If the slash just now had been accompanied by any visible true energy, he would have immediately ordered a retreat, since a warrior of innate grade could crush their small unit of 100 men easily. But recalling the attack, he hadn't sensed any trace of true energy, indicating this man was a tricky type among the postnatal warriors. Though over a dozen of his men had fallen, he still commanded more than 90 horsemen, plus himself, a 3rd-grade postnatal warrior. Even if the opponent was a 1st-grade postnatal warrior, victory was not impossible. The leader's assessment caused the remaining northern barbarian cavalry to drop their careless grins. Several riders immediately discarded the heavy loot from their saddles and untied the women bound to the horses' sides, throwing them to the roadside. It was clear they were preparing to fight seriously now. The freed women quickly huddled together, none attempting to flee. They knew well that if the northern barbarians won, barefooted, they stood no chance against the horses for swift hoofs. For now, They could only pray that the stranger would rescue them, each bowing her head in silent hope. Nearby, inside a carriage, Jiu'er cautiously lifted the curtain and immediately spotted Li Dao standing amidst the heap of bodies. Seeing her young master safe and sound, she quietly exhaled in relief and silently cheered him on. Having dealt with the close-rank cavalry, Li Dao pressed forward without pause, gripping his black iron blade as he charged straight toward the main northern barbarian cavalry force. Whether for seizing attribute points or for that foul energy, no one here would leave today. Kill. He silently commanded his heart and sprang forward, the dark heavy blade slashing out a cold gleam. Across from him, the northern barbarian leader had arranged his forces and barked coldly, "Kill him. Whoever takes his head will receive 100 head of cattle and sheep, 10 beauties, and a promotion." Cattle, women, ranked the three greatest incentives for northern barbarian warriors instantly ignited their bloodlust. Red eyes blazed as they roared and charged at Li Dao. To them, this was a fierce charge, but to Li Dao, it was like a human sliding to tackle a ferocious tiger, absurd and laughable. A tiger might be suffocated, but he was no tiger. He was an insatiable, gluttonous, bottomless beast that devours all who come. The rider at the very front remembered this clearly. The enemy's blade was sharp, so he would never clash Hedon. He keenly identified the opponent's weakness was on foot while they were mounted. He only needed to urge his horse to charge straight at Li Dao. The latter would either dodge or strike at the horse first. Either way, he could seize the opportunity to counterkill. Thinking of the imminent rewards, he could almost see the leader's approving smile. As he neared his target, he was surprised to see that Li Dao made no attempt to dodge, and his heart swelled with excitement. Seeing the opponent take a stubborn, Hedon stance, Li Dao silently cursed him as a fool. This was a charging warhorse. No matter how skilled a warrior was, it was nearly impossible to withstand it. Hedon. The northern barbarian cavalry thundered toward him like beasts, their hooves pounding the earth with ear-shattering force. Li Dao raised his palm, and in the next instant, the horse's face slammed hard against his solid, flesh-covered hand. What the lead barbarian cavalryman didn't expect at all was that instead of the horse retreating upon impact, it halted abruptly, its momentum pushing the rider fiercely forward. The man was thrown heavily into the air. As a cold light flashed by, the rider's body chilled and his consciousness blurred. The last thing he saw was the fading illusion of his own wishful thinking. In Li Dao's eyes, these enemies were as insignificant as ants, easily crushed with a casual move. With a muffled thud, the northern barbarian cavalryman collapsed dead. The system notified Li Dao of an attribute boost of 0.19, but he paid no heed. Gripping his dark iron blade tightly, he plunged straight into another group of riders. As his blade slashed through the air, whistling fiercely, its razor-sharp edge and overwhelming power cut a path of destruction. In moments, he single-handedly shattered an entire squadron of northern barbarians. Under the intersecting flashes of his blade, more than 10 men met a brutal death. The others survived only because they never managed to get close enough to where Li Dao stood, narrowly avoiding the massacre. Li Dao's savage and bloody slaughter instantly shook the northern cavalry awake, shattering any dreamy hope they had clung to about the promised bright future their leader had spoken of. "What are you waiting for? Kill him!" shouted their commander fiercely, spurring his horse into a furious charge as he berated his hesitant troops. Seeing their hesitation, his expression darkened further as he cursed. "What a useless bunch of idiots." Turning his gaze sharply to Li Dao, he said coldly, "Kid, this time next year will be your death anniversary." Before he finished, he led the charge himself. "I go first, follow close, and don't fall behind." At last, the northern cavalrymen regained their fighting spirit. With such a formidable leader, they believed that cooperation could lead to victory. "Charge!" With their leader's war cry, the northern barbarians surged forward once more on swift horses. The commander quickly reached Li Dao and swung his long blade in a heavy arc, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, the blade full of oppressive intent. His momentum was fierce, like a ferocious tiger ready to pounce on Li Dao's face. Splash! A jet of blood sprayed as a crimson head flew into the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Li Dao held his blood-stained sword, staring coldly at the unseeing head, and murmured, "Impressive spirit, but pointless." This was a swift, precise killing blow from Li Dao. Thanks to his rigorous training that had boosted his physique to the peak, his body was without a single weak spot, boasting defense and strength far beyond ordinary men. For enemies below the innate warrior level, he posed no threat at all. Even against postnatal warriors, Li Dao could easily break their guard with his extraordinary physique and exquisite swordsmanship. In a direct clash, no one could withstand his blade. Whether a first-rank postnatal warrior or an ordinary person, to him, they were all cut down with a single strike. Li Dao called this finishing move the equalizing blade of all beings. Behind him, a group of northern barbarian cavalry charged fiercely under the command of their leader, unstoppable in their momentum. In their minds, they counted on the leader to take the lead, while they simply followed in the chase. hoping to seize a few trophies and earn rewards. But in the next moment, all froze in horror. Their commander had just reached the front line and was cleaved in two by a single blow, without even a scream. Without their anchor, panic swept through them instantly. Charge on or retreat. The answer was written plainly on every face: turn and run. They scrambled to flee as fast as they could. Even a third grade commander was killed in an instant. Pushing forward now would be suicide. So the remaining northern riders simultaneously yanked on their reins, trying to stop and turn around sharply. Yet they collectively ignored the momentum of their galloping horses. The mounts were jerked sideways with brutal force, hooves clattering chaotically, throwing riders off balance. Scores of cavalrymen tumbled to the ground in a chaotic mess of human and horse. Li Dao had anticipated their retreat, and there was no way he was letting such a perfect opportunity slip away. His black iron blade sliced through the air as he became a shadow amid the enemy ranks. A sweeping slash sent blood spraying. For enemies killed, gained 0.75 attribute points. A chopping strike scattered limbs wildly. 6 enemies killed, gained 1.12 attribute points. A third cut swept through, several heads rolling. Enemies killed. The sounds of battle and system notifications buzzed incessantly in Li Dao's ears. He paid no mind, focused solely on cutting down foes. After roughly the time of burning an incense stick, the screams ceased, and the long street fell utterly silent. Bodies lay everywhere, piled in heaps. Not a single northern barbarian had escaped. Save me. I don't want to die. From the carnage, a bloodied hand reached out, belonging to a rider missing both legs and one arm, begging desperately for life. With a clean slash, Li Dao ended the sufferer's pain mercilessly. There was no room for mercy against such enemies. Thus, the entire unit of northern barbarians was wiped out by his hand. The ground around him, within dozens of meters, was stained dark red with blood, broken limbs, and flesh strewn grotesquely. Exhaling a long breath, Li Dao suppressed the violent bloodlust rising within his chest. This battle had been exhilarating. Over 100 foes slain, each contributing at least a tenth of an attribute point. Status: Master, Li Dao. Physique: 96.89. Available attributes: 29.14. Nearly 30 attribute points available, almost 1/3 of his total stats. If he invested them all, his physique would exceed 100. With this thought, his spirits lifted greatly. Young master. Jiuer's call snapped him back to reality. Li Dao glanced up, suddenly noticing she had slipped down from the carriage unnoticed, stepping over the bloodstains to his side, her face full of concern. His eyes took in the scattered corpses, and clearing his throat, he said, "Aren't you afraid, girl? All these bodies." Jiuer glanced down around the scene, gave a nearby corpse a casual kick, showing not a trace of fear on her face. "I'm not scared of them. I'm more afraid you'll get hurt." Saying this, she couldn't help but start checking him over carefully. "Young master, let me check if you're hurt." "Stop, stop, I'm not injured," Li Dao said, raising his hand to ward off Jiuer. "I don't believe you. Look, you're covered in blood. That's not mine." Bodies lay scattered in every direction at their feet, the air thick with the stench of blood. If the fallen Baiman soldiers still had any strength, they would have long since gotten up and fled rather than lie there staring at this man and woman. After a few minutes, Jiuer had thoroughly checked Li Dao from head to toe and, finding no wounds, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, uneven footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. They turned to see a group of disheveled women supporting each other as they approached, their steps unsteady but determined. Thud! They knelt in unison. "Thank you, benefactor." Before finishing, their foreheads hit the ground hard. Unlike Jiuer, who only had eyes for her young master, these women showed no fear of the bloody limbs scattered around. Instead, their hearts were filled with hatred. These very Baiman soldiers had slaughtered their families and destroyed their homes. They would have gladly exacted further punishment on the enemy corpses if they could. Watching this, Li Dao felt a surge of pity but knew the bitter truth. Taoyuan village lay near the eastern border of Great Qian, where autumn chill was settling in and Baiman tribes often raided across the border. When nations clashed, ordinary people were powerless. They could only accept their fate. What he had done was to refuse to be another helpless victim. As evening approached, Li Dao chose not to leave. Together with Jiuer, he decided to stay overnight in Taoyuan village, partly to guard against any remaining Baiman stragglers, partly to give these women, now without protector or family, some security. With all the village men dead, they had to regard Li Dao as their temporary pillar of support. Outside the courtyard gate, an old bamboo chair creaked as Li Dao sat down, watching the village women clean up the aftermath. He had wanted to help, but was gently refused. They felt unable to repay his life-saving grace, so they wouldn't let him work himself. Seeing their determination, he let it go. Only then did he truly grasp how different the women of this era were from those he'd known before. Facing bloodied corpses with undaunted expressions, enduring the sudden loss of their loved ones with grit that was both fragile and fierce beneath the surface. "Young master, it's time to eat." Jiuer brought over a large bowl of steaming food, the faint aroma of meat filling the air. Li Dao glanced at it. This looks extravagant. Where did it come from? Sister Lu made it specially to thank you, benefactor. Jior smiled. Li Dao shook his head, but took it anyway. Make this the last time. If there's a next, it'll come out of your allowance. Jior's cheeks flushed, and she murmured, yes, sir. Night fell quickly after that. Because of what happened during the day, the women had found a relatively large courtyard in the village for Li Dao to stay in the master bedroom, while they all squeezed into the other guest rooms together. Although they appeared calm while working during the day, their hearts were still full of fear. Staying in the same courtyard as Li Dao, their lifesaver, brought them a small sense of security. Deep into the night, the courtyard was silent except for the chirping of insects. In the dim light, Li Dao suddenly sat up straight and glanced sideways at Jior, who was sleeping soundly in another bed. After confirming she was unaware, he quietly got out of bed and pushed the door open, stepping out with such light footsteps that they made almost no sound. Moonlight spilled into the courtyard, casting his thin yet resolute shadow. He looked around and, seeing no one watching, silently murmured, attributes panel. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 96.89. Available points, 29.14. The numbers were clear at a glance. He said again, add points. The available points instantly dropped to 0 as they were all poured into physique. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 126.03 upgradable. Available points, 0. Sure enough, the familiar upgradable label appeared once more. Li Dao's chest tightened slightly in excitement. His guess was confirmed. After several breaths, the heat generated from the body enhancement began to dissipate. His gaze fixed firmly on those 3 words, upgradable. The last time this happened it was his skin. This time, which ability would it be? Filled with curiosity, he didn't hesitate to focus his mind and activate it. The next moment, a searing, tearing pain surged through his entire body. Unlike his clumsy first transformation, this time he bit his teeth and held perfectly still. The more advanced physique gave him much greater control over his body, allowing him to keenly perceive the source of the change's blood. It felt as if the blood inside him was being burned as it rushed rapidly through his veins, causing them to bulge. Li Dao looked down, from his arms and chest to his calves. His veins writhed as if about to burst. Then his pores opened, and a dark red, thick liquid was slowly pushed out onto his skin's surface, quickly hardening into a thin blood membrane. Just like the discarded old skin from his last transformation, this time what was expelled was the replaced waste blood. Minute by minute, the blood membrane thickened until it hardened into a scab, completely sealing away the pain. The tearing sensation gradually faded. Li Dao took a deep breath and gently lifted his arm. Crack! The crisp sound of splitting echoed clearly in the still night. Fine cracks appeared on the blood scab covering his arm. Pressing his fingers slightly, the entire scab crumbled into dust and fell away. Then a slight shiver ran through him as all the blood scabs on his body shattered like cicada shells and peeled off, scattering across the stone floor beneath him. The transformation of his blood was complete. The skin upgrade had granted him immunity to many injuries. Blood, however, was even more vital to life itself, so its transformation would bring even more astounding effects. For now, the priority was to get some blood of his own. This put Li Dao in a tough spot. After his transformation, his skin had grown stronger along with his physique. Once his strength topped 100, he secretly suspected that even if those previous innate warriors came back, they might not be able to pierce this nearly armor-like skin. To test just how strong he had become, he casually grabbed a heavy black iron blade nearby and pressed its cold, shining edge across his fingers. With a little pressure his skin only barely dented. With slightly more the blade still didn't cut through. Only after applying about half his full strength did the sharp edge finally slice through flesh, leaving a faint, shallow cut. Normally, this would have been enough to draw a bead of blood. At the instant the blood oozed out, Li Dao's keen nose caught a strange, fragrant scent. He stared down hard at the fresh red drop. Was that scent really coming from his own blood? Could it be that his blood had transformed into some kind of perfume? Shaking off the absurd thought, he knew the blood was surely more than just pleasantly scented, but he had no way to experiment further at the moment. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the night. Leaning down, he spotted a black rat the size of a fist quietly sneaking around, sniffing for food near his feet. Suddenly, as if catching the smell of something delicious, its eyes gleamed in the dark, and it started scampering up his calf. Li Dao instinctively lifted his foot and stepped precisely on its tail, stopping the creepy climb. The rat squeaked. Most ordinary rats would scream and scatter when stepped on, but this one showed no panic. Instead, it twisted wildly, frantically lunging at his body, seemingly captivated by some irresistible scent. Li Dao scanned around, realizing the only thing that might draw it was the fragrant blood on his fingertip. Could this beast have somehow become obsessed with him across species? Why not test it? Besides, he wanted to understand the true effect of his transformed blood. He bent down and grabbed the rat firmly. Compared to the filthy environment of the prison camp, this little dirt didn't matter. Back then, if you caught a rat and complained about filth, You'd probably have it snatched away and eaten raw, though he hadn't had the ability at the time. With one hand tightly holding the rat's neck, he waved his bloody finger in front of its nose. The rat's nostrils twitched violently, and it struggled wildly, stretching its neck forward as if desperate to swallow the blood drop immediately. Li Dao pried open its mouth a little and gently squeezed his finger inside, letting the blood bead slip in. He released it. The rat dropped onto a nearby stone table, but didn't run away. It crouched still in place. Moments passed with no movement. Li Dao furrowed his brow. Was this blood really only fragrant and nothing else? Just then, sharp, agonized squeals came from the table. The rat suddenly rolled violently, limbs convulsing as if burned by fire, repeatedly hitting the tabletop. Li Dao watched without blinking. After about a dozen breaths, the rat's struggles ceased abruptly. Then, a visible and astonishing transformation began, its body rapidly swelling, muscles rippling under the skin, limbs and tail thickening and strengthening. Its delicate frame seemed to be forcibly expanded, turning it instantly into a robust little monster. What surprised Li Dao even more was the inexplicable sense of closeness he felt toward this rat, as if some strange bond had formed between them. After a full minute, the transformation of the mouse finally ceased. Compared to the original scraggly gray ball of fur, it had grown noticeably larger, its coat thickened and muscles well-defined. Its claws gleamed with a cold sharpness, and its fangs were longer and sharper than before. Most striking of all were the once dull eyes, now sparkling with a vivid intelligence reminiscent of cats or dogs, an expression never before seen in a wild mouse. Even stranger, Li Dao felt an unexplainable sense of closeness radiating from the creature, as if some invisible thread was pulling at him. Squeak, squeak. The mouse let out two sharp cries, then darted along the table to settle obediently by Li Dao's fingertip. Something stirred in Li Dao's mind, and almost on instinct, he commanded, "Stand up." As a wild mouse, it shouldn't have understood or obeyed. Yet the moment his words fell, the little creature straightened upright, belly taut, front paws neatly crossed over its chest. Li Dao's eyes lit up, and he cautiously tested further. Roll over. With a swift flip, the gray shadow spun once across the stone table, landing and standing straight again. Li Dao's enthusiasm grew. Jump. The mouse froze, tilting its head to look at him with an expression that clearly said, "Are you kidding me? I'm a mouse. I don't have wings. How am I supposed to fly?" Li Dao smirked and muttered, "Even Shook knows how to fly planes, and here you are slacking off." The mouse seemed to understand, flicking its tail defiantly as if to retort, "Why don't you try flying first?" Li Dao chuckled, cradling it gently in his palm as he studied it closely. A bold idea formed in his mind. Could it be that his blood had truly transformed into the legendary treasure blood after the mutation? He had witnessed Elder Tang's terrifying physical form firsthand, and this mouse's transformation showed uncanny similarities. He examined the little mouse carefully from every angle and came to some preliminary conclusions. 1. The blood now rightfully deserved the name treasure blood. 2. Treasure blood could induce mutations in ordinary creatures, with remarkable effects already visible in the mouse, though its limits remained unknown. 3. Creatures who ingested the treasure blood instinctively felt drawn to him and even obeyed commands. Glancing back at his fingertip, he saw the earlier cut had quietly healed without leaving even a scab. Clearly, besides enhancing beasts, the blood had granted Li Dao powerful regenerative abilities. Beyond the vague promise of limitless physical improvement, the system remained too rudimentary to say what other hidden effects treasure blood might hold. He would have to discover those through trial and error. Perhaps that was for the best, since flashy abilities could be more trouble than they were worth. He bent down and murmured to the tiny creature in his palm, "I wonder how many drops of treasure blood you can handle." Theoretically, there had to be some upper limit. He resolved to find out for himself. Once more, Li Dao sliced his fingertip. A droplet of deep red blood, tinged with faint golden shimmer, slowly fell. The air instantly filled with a sweet, fragrant scent. The little mouse, quiet and curled up moments before, suddenly twitched its snout, its tiny black eyes gleaming brightly. Squeak, squeak. But unlike before, this time the mouse did not leap forward blindly. Instead, it stood on the stone table, looking up at the owner of the precious blood with eager eyes, its tiny paws repeatedly bowing, as if silently begging, "Please give me some." Li Dao paused for a moment, realizing that each drop of this precious blood was affecting the little mouse's intelligence development more directly than its physical transformation. He reached out and picked up the mouse. The moment his hand touched its belly, the little creature obediently opened its mouth. Without hesitation, Li Dao squeezed the scab on his fingertip, letting the bright, precious blood slowly drip from the fresh wound. At the first drop, the mouse tensed its entire body. At the second drop, its tail twitched involuntarily. The third drop made its eyes shine even brighter. By the fourth drop, as it entered its mouth, the mouse suddenly clamped its mouth shut and froze still. Seeing this, Li Dao gently put it back onto the stone table. The instant it landed, the mouse hiccuped, staggered a few steps, its limbs weak, as if drunk. It wobbled over to Li Dao's feet and chose the spot closest to him to curl up. Then, the transformation began. Its body first ballooned out, then quickly contracted, rising and falling like a bellows. Sharp claws and teeth cracked off with a series of sharp sounds, and large patches of glossy black fur fell away, leaving a layer of fine hair on the stone table. After a few breaths, the swelling and contracting stopped, freezing the mouse at about the size of a palm. At the same time, the recently shed claws, teeth, and fur began to regenerate at a visible speed. Soft pink flesh pushed out new claws, pure white teeth protruded from the gums, and new fur in shades of pale gray and pure white quickly covered its body. Minutes later, the restoration was complete. The mouse regained consciousness, and as it opened its eyes, the gleam of intelligence in its pupils was even stronger than before. Li Dao recalled the German shepherd a friend had raised in his past Lefesso, attuned to human emotions, with eyes full of understanding. At that moment, the little mouse's gaze bore a striking resemblance to that dog's, sharing 7 or 8/10 of that same soulful look. Even more striking was its appearance. After shedding the patchy black fur, the mouse kept its original size, but its colors had transformed dramatically. Pale gray remained only on its back and around the eyes on both sides of its face, while the nose tip and belly were pure white, resembling the common patterned mice from his past life. Upon closer inspection, it even looked rather cute. Squeak. The mouse scurried over to Li Dao's right hand resting on the table, pressed its head against the back of his hand, and gently rubbed against it with affection. Li Dao thought to himself, it seems that by swallowing a few extra drops of the precious blood, it has grown more dependent on me. He did not respond immediately, but closed his eyes to sense his own body. Such miraculous blood must be connected to some special energy within his own bloodstream. If energy is conserved, he couldn't lose blood without paying a price. A few drops might regenerate easily, but total loss without consequence would be absurd. After silently examining himself for a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, his heart stirred, and he brought up the system display panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 126.03, 125.93. Available attributes, 0. The numbers on the panel gave him the answer. Judging from the changes shown, the precious blood was consuming his own physical strength. It seemed like it was only a temporary drain, not a permanent one. Li Dao nodded quietly to himself. Draining a few drops of blood and completely wiping out all a person's attributes would be absurd. With his doubts alleviated, he finally exhaled in relief. The exact effect of the precious blood still needed to be tested slowly, but there was no chance to do so now. He looked down and noticed black flakes of skin shedding mixed with the blood still clinging to his skin. Walking over to the ancient well in the courtyard, he quickly stripped, fetched water with a few scoops, and rinsed off simply. As the water splashed, out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a tiny shadow. The little mouse had somehow followed him. The mouse hopped to a puddle nearby and, imitating him, awkwardly scooped water with its front paws to wipe itself, taking the task quite seriously. Li Dao smiled and scooped some water from the well, placing it before the mouse. If you want to wash, use clean water. The little mouse sniffed, glanced back at the murky puddle, then splashed into the clean water, rolling and bathing its furry body like it was enjoying a hot spring. Li Dao laughed quietly. He had originally planned to release it after the experiment, but this gray bundle looked quite cute now. Nothing like the disgust he felt toward that big black rat Beferiso, he decided to keep it as a pet. Moonlight spilled down gently. Man and mouse washed quietly beside the well in the warm night. Soon after, Li Dao brought the little mouse back indoors. He checked on Jurish was sound asleep, a silly smile playing on her lips as she mumbled softly in her dream, "Young master." Li Dao smiled and bent down to tuck her in properly. Unexpectedly, she mumbled with a pout, "Young master, don't touch." He froze, hand hovering midair, then gently finished tucking her and pinched her delicate little nose. This girl, bleeding all day, still busy in her dreams at night. Back at his own bed, he placed the mouse onto the table. "Don't make noise tonight." Squeak, squeak, the mouse replied softly. "What are you up to again?" It pointed with its paw to a nearby soft pillow. "You want one too?" Squeak, squeak. Li Dao sighed and handed it over. The little fellow sprawled out and immediately closed its eyes in comfort. Shaking his head, Li Dao lay down and closed his eyes. Only a few seconds after drifting off, he suddenly snapped awake. How had he understood what the mouse was saying? "Morning, mouse." A sharp scream woke Li Dao instantly. Opening his eyes, he saw Jiaoer curled in a corner, kicking her feet wildly, while the little mouse darted noisily at her feet. "Young master, a mouse." Jiaoer flung herself behind him, trembling all over. Li Dao couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't flinched a bit in the face of slaughtered barbarian cavalry last night, yet now she was scared stiff of this tiny mouse. "All right, it's nothing." He patted her shoulder, then turned to glare at the little mouse. Why scare her first thing in the morning? The mouse nimbly climbed onto the stool, leapt onto the table, stood upright, and squeaked loudly several times. Li Dao raised a brow. "You're saying she scared you first?" Squeak, squeak. "If she keeps hitting you, all you can do is run." Squeak, squeak. The little mouse nestled in Li Dao's palm, letting out a soft, high-pitched squeak. Its delicate whiskers twitched slightly, looking pitiful. Li Dao gently comforted it while shaking his head with a mix of amusement and helplessness. All right, stop feeling sad. He'll apologize to you on her behalf. Jiu'er stood nearby, still clutching her handkerchief. She looked dumbstruck, her eyes darting between the young master and the fluffy little creature. Young master, do you understand what it's saying? She stammered. Li Dao answered casually, as if it were obvious. It's a pet I found last night. Don't be afraid. Pet. Hearing that word made Jiu'er shiver involuntarily, her lingering fear making her warn, but young master, it's a mouse. Li Dao chuckled lightly and held up the mouse to face her. Look closely. It's not like an ordinary mouse. Jiu'er bent down and blinked as she studied it. The mouse was about the size of a palm, with soft gray fur, round ears twitching gently, and shiny little black eyes sparkling like sesame seeds. It was completely different from the dirty, scruffy mice she remembered. Her guard instantly lowered. It won't bite, right? She looked up and asked quietly. Of course not. Li Dao nodded. Seeing the mood lighten, he casually shook the little guy in his hand. If you don't accept it, you'll just have to toss it back outside. With that, Li Dao pretended to throw the mouse toward the window. No, young master, please don't. Jiu'er almost shouted out instinctively and hurried forward to stop him. Realizing her overreaction, she blushed and hesitated before whispering, It's quite cute. Fine, let's keep it. Good. Then you two should make up. Li Dao smiled and placed the mouse gently on the table. The tiny paws softly tapped the wood, making barely audible sounds. Jiu'er bent down carefully so as not to startle it, completely forgetting she had been the one stomping her feet in fear moments ago. Little mouse, I'm sorry. It was my fault for scaring you just now. Can you forgive me? She clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. The mouse seemed to understand. Its moist little nose sniffed the air, then nuzzled against Jiu'er's skirt. Its eyes suddenly brightened. Squeak, squeak. What's it saying, young master? Jiu'er looked back at him for help. It says it forgives you, Li Dao translated solemnly. Really? Really? Then can I hold it? Li Dao winked at the little mouse. As if reading his mind, it nimbly jumped straight into Jiu'er's arms. The soft fur brushed against her palm, and she gasped quietly in surprise and delight. After a moment, she suddenly realized something and whispered excitedly, Young master, it's not a little male mouse. It's a little female mouse. Little male mouse? Li Dao gave her a puzzled look, wondering when she had picked up such a mischievous expression. Jiu'er was playing with the little mouse in her hands as she asked, Young master, does it have a name? A name? Li Dao glanced at the gray little creature in his palm and replied casually, I found it by the roadside yesterday. Haven't named it yet. How about you think of one? Really? Jiu'er's eyes lit up instantly, her voice full of barely contained excitement. It's just a name. Why not? Li Dao smiled. Thank you, young master. Jiu'er held the mouse close, pondering seriously for a moment before suddenly looking up. I've got it. What's the name? Young master, how about we call it Yuanbao? Yuanbao? Li Dao repeated softly, raising an eyebrow. Why that name? Jiu'er smiled with narrowed eyes. Because everyone loves a Yuanbao. As she spoke, she raised the little mouse in front of her and solemnly declared, Little one, from now on you're a Yuanbao, understand? The mouse seemed to understand and gave a slight nod. Jiu'er was overjoyed watching this. Young master, Yuanbao understands me. I see. Li Dao responded indifferently, then went inside to wash up briefly before stepping out again. Outside, the morning mist had yet to lift, and he saw the women he had saved last night already busy at workmen mostly dead or captured, leaving all the heavy labor to them. One woman was struggling to carry 2 buckets of water toward the kitchen, her shoulders red and raw, steps staggering. Suddenly, a figure blocked her path. She looked up instinctively, recognized Li Dao, and quickly set down the burden, bowing, Benefactor, he'll help you, Li Dao said, lifting the wooden yoke with one hand as if the buckets were weightless. The woman had a fresh scab across her cheek. Li Dao remembered it well. She had cooked the simple meal last night, and that wound had a story. A northern barbarian soldier, attracted by her delicate looks, had tried to assault her. She fought back desperately, scratching her cheek with a hairpin. If he hadn't arrived, the wound wouldn't have been the only scar. I'm sorry, you shouldn't have to do this, she said, waving her hand awkwardly. Li Dao said nothing, lifting the yoke and walking toward the kitchen. It's no trouble at all. The woman hurried to follow. Inside the kitchen, he set the buckets down steadily and wiped the water from his hands. The woman watched, amazed, at how easily he lifted what she had barely managed to carry. She touched the scab on her face softly and murmured, Benefactor, you're really amazing. Amazing, huh? Li Dao glanced at the 2 buckets that weighed less than 50 gene total and shook his head with a light laugh. But when he looked up, he caught a familiar gleam in her eyes, the hunger for strength. He knew that look all too well. When he had been thrown into the death camp years ago, he had yearned to become stronger just like that, because strength was the only way to feel safe. The woman quickly noticed she had been staring and awkwardly looked away. Benefactor, please go rest outside for a bit. Cooking smoke is harsh in here. All right. Li Dao nodded, and this time didn't linger. He turned and left the courtyard, knowing he wasn't much help in the kitchen. If he set his mind to it, given his current mental capacity, he could easily learn and even master it in a short time. After leaving the kitchen, Li Dao didn't linger in the courtyard. He knew the wary eyes of the village women were on him, and showing himself recklessly would only cause awkwardness. So he walked straight through the courtyard gate, stepping on the dew-dampened bluestone slabs, and headed alone toward the backyard. A slightly weathered carriage stood in a corner, its wheels still coated in dust from last night's journey. He climbed into the carriage, lifted the canopy, and found the heavy black lacquered wooden box, the luggage taken from the residence of Lord Anyuan. Undoing the bronze clasps, as the lid opened, the dragon-patterned halberd inside glinted coldly, its sharp point flashing intimidatingly. But Li Dao didn't rush to handle the heavy weapon. Instead, he reached to the side and pulled out a book, Peerless Halberd Technique, gently unfolding it. After childhood misfortune left his family destitute, he never had the chance to learn this treasured family martial art. Now at last, he had some leisure time to make up for lost lessons. Li Dao sat cross-legged, leaning against the carriage wheel, flipping through the yellowed bamboo slips. The raging wind blade he once practiced was only an introductory manual. The Peerless Halberd Technique was like advanced mathematics, vast and profound. The book opened by stating that the halberd technique earned its name peerless because it combined overwhelming brute force capable of breaking all methods with an exquisite flexibility of countless variations. Without innate divine strength, it was impossible to get past the basics. Wielding such a heavy halberd required powerful arms to even hold it, but nimble intelligence was the only path to mastery. Lacking either strength or wit meant failure. He recalled how his father once lamented that their ancestor, the family's founder, had only achieved minor success before hitting a plateau too strong in force, lacking in intellect. But Li Dao was different now. After countless physical refinements, his single-arm strength could exceed 10,000 jin, with bursts several times greater. His enhanced brain allowed him to retain and generalize what he learned effortlessly. The bamboo slips flipped rapidly beneath his fingers, a bright light stirring in his eyes. As the words poured into his mind, a miniature figure appeared in his consciousness, gripping the heavy halberd, twisting and turning as it practiced the moves. Within the time it took a single incense stick to burn down, the entire Peerless Halberd technique was etched deep into his memory. Closing the slips, he sat beside the carriage with legs crossed and closed his eyes to meditate. The little figure in his mind danced wildly with the halberd, each move rising and falling like surging waves. Time passed silently. Unaware of how long had gone by, Li Dao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. He swung himself off the carriage and reached into the box, lifting the over 200 gene dragon-patterned halberd with one hand, as if it weighed nothing but a mere bamboo pole. Stepping to the empty space in the backyard, he drew a deep breath, focused his mind, closed his eyes, and synchronized with the rhythm of the little figure in his mind. Slowly, he swung the first form. Instantly, the halberd's shadow flashed like a dragon, whistling through the air, the powerful wind kicking up dust in all directions. The 200-plus gene dragon halberd felt weightless in his hand, cutting continually through the air. Perhaps it was the overwhelming power of Li Dao's strike. Each movement of the air around him seemed to emit a heavy, muted roar. As he quickened the rhythm of his spear swings, the dragon-engraved halberd whistled and spun fiercely in his grasp. The spearhead barely skimmed the ground, yet it carved a long, shallow groove into the blue stone tiles beneath. Minutes slipped away in an instant. Li Dao finally halted, breathing a bit heavily. He opened his eyes and surveyed the chaotic scene, stones scattered everywhere, the ground crisscrossed with thin, sharp scratches, and even the blue brick wall several meters away bore a faint mark. Yet in the midst of his practice, he had felt no impact at all. With a resolute thought, he swung the dragon halberd again. Swish! The spear tip sliced through the air, friction igniting an invisible but razor-sharp blade that traced a lethal arc through the void. Gongqi, he muttered softly. The unparalleled halberd technique manual spoke of Gongqi as the fusion of raw power and precise skill, a dominant, cutting force even stronger than standard qi. But Gongqi could not be cultivated by effort. Allanite demanded overwhelming strength combined with exquisite technique. Few could master it, and those who did had reached an early pinnacle of the spear method. Is this considered early mastery? Li Dao whispered in astonishment. The old patriarch of his clan had spent a lifetime struggling just to reach this stage, never achieving full mastery before his death. Yet Li Dao had begun to form this power in under half an hour. Even if only a nascent form, it was remarkable. He ran a hand over the spear's shaft, sensing the natural harmony between weapon and wielder. Still, he carefully returned the dragon halberd along with the manuals to the chest. To progress further, silent practice would no longer suffice. It would take real battle, shedding enemies' blood on the battlefield to break through to true mastery. His gaze lingered on the two remaining ancient volumes in the chest. Skimming quickly, he passed over the Overlord Tiger Heart manual, a qi cultivation technique useless to someone like him without an innate meridian, which would only bring frustration. Instead, he took up the last book, the Photo Military Strategy. Back in the carriage, Li Dao reclined against the wall and casually flipped through the pages. Minutes later, having read just a tenth, he confirmed this was indeed a military treatise but not the common kind found in the markets. It was a secret manual unique to the Li family, detailing the training methods of an elite unit named the Iron Fodu, along with several battle formations designed specifically for them. Li Dao recalled his father's stories about the Iron Fodu. Legend said that the old Li family patriarch had leveraged the unrivaled might of this iron cavalry to help the founding emperor of Great Qian conquer the realm and earn the rank of first-class marquis. His father had explained that their ancestor had joined the Great Qian emperor relatively late during his rise. If it were just for the achievements of the Iron Pagoda, the Li family wouldn't just be raising their status to kings, they'd easily secure a duke's title. Unfortunately, as the final training became drastically more difficult, and with no younger generation in the Li clan surpassing their ancestors, this once unstoppable elite force gradually faded into the annals of history. Thinking about this, Li Dao flipped through the pages quickly until he saw the bold title, Iron Pagoda Training Method. Just a glance was enough for him to grasp the true meaning behind the words training difficulties. The recruitment conditions from the outset were downright brutal. First rule, candidates had to be at least 8 chi tall. In Great Qian, 1 chi equals about 23 centimeters today, so 8 chi is roughly 1.85 meters. Second rule, candidates must be physically robust, with arm strength and endurance far beyond that of an average person. These were just the entry requirements. The real forging had only just begun. Further down, the Iron Pagoda's training method resembled that of the most elite special forces of the previous life. Intense physical drills, extreme endurance, teamwork in combat, killing enemies in complex terrain. Just imagine equal numbers, one side regular soldiers, the other all special ops. Who do you think wins? It would be a total crush. The pagoda's military doctrine was even more impressive. A fully trained Iron Pagoda soldier could fight off 10 times their number of enemies. In exceptional cases, under expert command, they could hold ground against a 100-fold enemy force, assuming equal cultivation level and combat power. In the previous world, such claims would have been dismissed as fanciful, but here, with cultivation, anything was possible. The pages also introduced many unfamiliar terms to Li Dao: condensing military might, refining military prestige, forging military soul. First gather the army's strength, then convert it into overwhelming force through slaughter, finally tempering the army's spirit. It was complex, but logically structured. After about 10 minutes, Li Dao forced himself to imprint the entire pagoda military art onto his mind. Though he only managed to grasp the outline, there were too many new ideas to digest all at once. Suddenly, from the front yard came Jiuer's call. "Young master, it's time to eat." "I know." Li Dao closed the book, locked the chest, and rose to leave the backyard. Not long after dinner, Jiuer bounced back with the little mouse Yuanbao in her arms. "Young master, when are we leaving?" "Leaving?" Li Dao paused. "You want to leave early?" "No, no." Jiuer waved her hands anxiously, whispering, "I just feel sorry for the sisters here and want to stay a few more days with them. That's it." Jiuer blinked. "So, young master, does that mean?" Li Dao smiled softly. "No rush. Stay as long as you want." "Really? Really?" Her face immediately lit up. "Young master, you're so kind." "Not kind before." "I was, but now even more." "You little flatterer, go have fun. Nanana, Yuanbao, and I are off to play." Watching the girl's joyful retreating figure, Li Dao chuckled and shook his head, his gaze drifting to the other busy women in the courtyard. Even if Jiuer hadn't said anything, he wouldn't leave immediately. The women of Taoyuan village had just endured a catastrophe, and their emotions were fragile. Their current calm was largely thanks to the safety he brought. Staying a few more days would help them truly come to terms with reality, making it easier to leave with peace of mind. Besides, after fighting his way out of the death prisoner camp and racing to the imperial capital, traveling nonstop for half a month, it was definitely time to seize this chance for a proper rest. Leisurely moments always seemed to pass faster than expected. In the blink of an eye, 10 days slipped away. In the last courtyard of Peach Blossom Town, Li Dao and Jiuer added the final bundle of dry wood to the dwindling fire. Over the past 10 days, the few dozen women left in town, under Li Dao's guidance, had buried their deceased loved ones one by one. First digging graves, then laying down straw mats, and finally covering them with soil. The process was tedious, but no one shrank from the task. After a brief period of panic, the women drew on the resilience unique to this era, pressing their grief deep inside and gradually restoring order to their lives. On the 10th night, the firelight bathed the newly repaired wooden fence in a warm red glow. All work was temporarily set aside as the women formed a semicircle around the bonfire. Their faces were tinted various shades by the flickering flames. Li Dao leaned against a round log, his voice calm and steady. "So, after countless people worked together with one heart, the foreign tribes surrendered. The red totems have been planted across every piece of that land, and everyone has begun a new life. He took the hot tea Jiwer handed him, sipped gently, then quietly set the cup down. Well, that's where the story ends. If anyone didn't understand, I'm happy to explain. The fire crackled sharply just then, and a hand shot up quickly. Li Dao glanced toward the flickering light and smiled warmly. Lu Xiao, what's your question? After more than 10 days together, and with his photographic memory, Li Dao had every face and name in the courtyard memorized. Lu Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly when called on, but she mustered her courage. Benefactor, in your story you said, women hold up half the sky. Is that really true? Her voice was like a breath of fresh air, breaking a long silence. The other women immediately pricked up their ears. Raised to believe women were troublemakers and calamities, none had ever dared truly believe they could hold half the sky. But now that someone asked, they wanted to hear what their benefactor would say. Li Dao looked around meaningfully and nodded seriously. If all women were like you, then what I said is true. Of course, some can't hold up their half or stand tall. But you can. His affirmation swept through the courtyard like a refreshing breeze. The women, once deeply burdened by the loss of their pillars, now had glimmers of light in their eyes. Perhaps they could bear the weight left behind after all. Watching the women quietly discuss, Li Dao felt a slight ease in his heart. With the seeds now sprouting, he could leave without worry. Just as he thought this, a clear, gentle question rose from the crowd. Benefactor, are you going to leave soon? The voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to silence everyone. Li Dao turned to look, seeing a scarred woman standing, her gaze steady and determined. It was Lu Xiao'er, the same woman he had helped fetch water earlier. Under the crowd's watchful eyes, she showed no sign of retreat, but instead clenched her fists and waited for his answer. Because Lu Xiao'er spoke loudly, the others heard as well. Unconsciously, a flicker of unease appeared in their eyes. Although they had already been mentally prepared, hearing that their benefactor was really leaving still left them momentarily stunned and unable to accept it. Yes, it's time for us to leave too, Li Dao said calmly, without hiding anything as he nodded. Clever Lu Xiao'er immediately caught his intention to depart at a glance. Master, are you really going to leave? Please stay a little longer. Master, please don't go. Can you not leave? We just can't bear it. Scattered sobs arose among the crowd. But before Li Dao could respond, Lu Xiao'er suddenly raised her voice with rare sternness. Be quiet. Master has his own affairs. How could we possibly control that? Master saved our lives and helped us take revenge. You really want to repay him with such unreasonable fuss? Is that something your conscience can accept? Her words struck home. One by one, the women lowered their heads, shame washing over their faces, some even quietly weeping. Li Dao nodded inwardly. Faced with northern barbarian cavalry threats, she resolutely disfigured herself to protect her chastity. Now she could see through his intentions to leave and alone quell the crowd. If this were her previous life, she would be the unmistakable strong woman type. With no one left to argue, Lu Xiao'er turned and bowed deeply to Li Dao. Thump! She dropped to her knees. Master, though we are crude and unrefined, we know we can never repay the life-saving grace you've given. We only regret that we sisters cannot repay you now. If in the future you have any need, please remember us. We will never forget this kindness for all generations. The other women immediately knelt down in unison, their voices firm and clear. We will never forget this kindness for all generations. Then their foreheads hit the dusty ground repeatedly. Young master, Jiwer whispered softly nearby. Li Dao shook his head to stop her. Understood this was the highest respect they could offer, and refusing it would only humiliate them. After a few breaths, he softly said, Enough, that's enough. Lu Xiao'er immediately stopped, and the others withdrew their movements. Li Dao raised his eyebrows and smiled gently. Don't just stand there, wipe your foreheads first. The women exchanged glances, suddenly realizing their foreheads were darkened with dust from kneeling. After a brief silence, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out, like lifting a heavy weight from their chests. The long-accumulated gloom vanished with that single laugh. As the laughter died down, Li Dao clapped his hands. All right, no more laughing. Everyone hurriedly quieted. He scanned the women and slowly spoke. We have spent 10 days together. It's fate. Before I leave, I have a gift for you. Curiosity sparkled in their eyes at once. Li Dao beckoned, and Jiwer carried a wrapped package over. Lu Xiao'er, here. She stood and approached Li Dao respectfully, bowing. Master, this is for you, Li Dao said as he placed the package into her arms. Master, what's inside? Open it yourself, and you'll see. May we? Of course you have been given it, so it's yours. With permission granted, Lu Xiao'er carefully began to unwrap the package. 3 books came into view. The heavy hemp wrapping had just been untied, and golden sunlight streamed into the room, making the slightly worn scrolls stand out even more clearly. When Lu Xiao'er saw the covers, her pupils suddenly contracted. She quickly raised her head, her voice nearly breaking as she said, Master, you can't. These are far too precious. Precious? Li Dao gently shook the spine of one book. They're worthless to me. Lu Xiao'er opened her mouth, wanting to protest further. No buts. Li Dao raised a hand to stop her, his tone calm but firm. Don't you want to take your fate into your own hands? Or would you rather watch that day's tragedy strike Taoyuan village again? Look at those behind you, how can they protect themselves? Each word struck like a sharp blade to Lu Xiaoer's heart, ringing sharply in her mind. Yet gradually, she grew more composed. Li Dao raised his hand, and as he once gently soothed Xiaoer's head, he pressed lightly on the top of her hair. There's one more practical fact. What can ordinary people like you do to help me now? You have to grow stronger. If gratitude only stays in words, it means nothing. No. Lu Xiaoer shook her head anxiously, then fell silent. She lowered her gaze to the bundle in her arms. The 3 book covers shimmered faintly in the morning light. 1. The Huang Reach, originally seized from a northern barbarian commander by Li Dao. 2. The Swift Wind Blade Technicia, refinement of the Gale Blade art, designed for ordinary people to learn quickly. 3. The Mandarin Duck joint attack formation, borrowed from the Futu military strategy, requiring only a handful of people to form, perfect for the women of Taoyuan village. Li Dao's intention was clear. Teach people to fish rather than just give fish. Instead of constantly worrying about their safety, it's better to empower them. Even if everyone only manages to reach an entry level with Huang Riju, barely stepping into the postnatal realm, they wouldn't let those northern barbarian cavalry sweep through easily. If even one person improved further, victory might even be within reach. He stopped urging and watched quietly. Lu Xiaoer clenched her fists tightly, knuckles whitening, her inner struggle and yearning evident. After a moment, she slowly relaxed her hands, raised her head, and a fierce flame sparked in her eyes. She had made her decision. Thank you, master. The simple thanks came countless times before, but this time it carried more than gratitude. It was a burning resolve. Li Dao nodded. It was enough that she understood. The next morning, mist drifted among the mountains, and the ancient road outside Taoyuan village lay tranquil and long. Li Dao led his horse. The wagon wheels crunched softly over gravel. Behind, Lu Xiaoer and a group of village women silently trailed. They watched Li Dao on the wagon with eyes full of reluctance and respect. Li Dao lightly leapt up, swung onto the carriage shaft, then turned back with a gentle expression. This is far enough. Head back quickly. The group exchanged glances, then all bowed deeply together. Master, goodbye. Li Dao cracked his whip, the mist parting under the horse's hooves. Through the swirling dust, he smiled back. I hope to see you again. Take care. Giddy up. The sharp whip crack cut through the morning air as the wagon steadily climbed the ancient road, the ruts slowly fading into the distance. Only figures remained, watching far into the horizon. After a long while, only when the carriage had completely vanished at the end of the ancient road did the crowd gradually come back to their senses, their faces unable to hide the deep sense of loss. The swirling dust in the air slowly settled, the gray-brown particles drifting onto their hair and collars, yet they stood frozen as if their souls had been drained away. Lu Xiaoer took in each expression carefully. She wiped the dust from her face with both hands, took a deep breath, then suddenly stepped forward. Her clear, yet slightly hoarse voice cut sharply through the silence. I'll ask just one question. Do you want to repay our benefactor's kindness? After a brief stunned pause, the people began to speak up, urgency coloring their voices. Yes, I was hopeless before, but our benefactor gave me the courage to live on. I almost died under the barbarian's blade in the northern lands. If not for our benefactor, I'd be nothing but bones. I almost lost my honor. It was our benefactor who saved me. Memories surged, eyes reddened. Seeing their emotions ignite, Lu Xiaoer nodded softly, her tone resolute. Since you all want to repay him, then from today onwards, we start with one thing: getting stronger. Only by becoming strong can we be truly useful and live with dignity. She raised her face, marked with fresh and old blood scabs, pointed to her scars, and lowered her voice with unwavering conviction. Our benefactor said women hold up half the sky. But ask yourselves honestly, can we really bear that weight right now? Her blunt question struck hard. Heads bowed to look at their cracked, weathered hands from years of toil. Silence spread. The fiery passion from yesterday's words, half the sky, still lingered, but was quickly diluted by the heavy burdens of today, the firewood on their shoulders, the damp clothes clinging to them. Suddenly, someone from the crowd raised their voice. Lu Xiaoer, just tell us, what exactly do you want us to do? A spark flared in Lu Xiaoer's eyes as she replied with 2 words. Cultivate. Cultivate. They exchanged puzzled glances. Most didn't understand what it meant. Sensing their confusion, Lu Xiaoer said plainly, don't overthink it. If you want to be useful to our benefactor, trust me and follow. The crowd looked at each other quietly before nodding together. Lu Xiaoer, you were the village beauty, you were the best looking. We'll listen to you. I didn't believe in you before, but seeing that scar on your face, I'm convinced. I'm with you. So am I. Their rough but determined voices rose and fell. Facing their trust, Lu Xiaoer took a deep breath, feeling the weight of heavy responsibilities settle onto her thin shoulders. But thinking of past dangers and their benefactor's image, she lifted her gaze to the sky, straightened her back, and silently vowed. Benefactor, we will meet again 100%. The Great Qian Dynasty. Centered around the imperial capital in Zhongzhou, its territory extended outward in 6 large provinces. At the northernmost edge lay Yunzhou, where rugged borders met the wild northern barbarian grasslands. 3 days later, the carriage rolled along the endless official road. Inside, the passengers finally caught sight of the towering city at the horizon. Yunqi City. Its gray-white walls stretched like a stone dragon lying across a mountain ridge, bristling against the cold wind. The large plaque above the main gate bore the bold inscription Yunqi City, visible even from afar. Young master, have we arrived? Jiu'er lifted the carriage curtain, peeking out with half a bright face. Her black hair fluttered in the chill breeze. It was her first time venturing so far from home, her curiosity evident in her eyes. Yes, we're here. Li Dao tightened the reins and clicked his horse's back. The chestnut horse whinnied and quickened its pace, soon coming to a halt before the city gate. Below the gate, 2 rows of armored soldiers stood guard, spears in hand, eyes coldly scanning every person entering and leaving, checking identification tokens one by one. When it was Li Dao's turn, the carriage stopped. A young guard quickly approached. How many are in the carriage? 2, Li Dao replied. Please have everyone exit for identity verification. The guard raised his hand in instruction. Li Dao called out. Jiu'er stepped down. The girl landed firmly beside the young master. The guard took their 2 tokens, running his fingers over the carved characters on the wooden surfaces. After confirming, he looked up and asked, "What business brings you to Yunqi City this time?" Li Dao's expression was calm, a faint smile at his lips. To enlist. To enlist? The guard paused, appraising him up and down. After a moment, he continued, "You want to join the army? Why choose Yunqi City? The world is vast and armies abound everywhere. I just happen to dislike the northern barbarians." Li Dao shrugged nonchalantly. The guard was momentarily speechless. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem with my answer?" "No problem." The guard chuckled, then said thoughtfully, "It's a shame for someone like you to become a soldier. No matter how handsome one is, 100 years later it's all dust and bones." Li Dao said quietly, "If I can achieve merit and make a name for myself after death, then my life will not have been in vain." His words earned the guard's respect. He saluted and said, "Well said. Sounds like you're educated." Returning the tokens, he continued, "If you really want to enlist, there will be a recruitment event here in Yunqi City 3 days from now. You can give it a try. Try out for the army?" Li Dao was puzzled. From his understanding, ancient armies were often desperate for men. Any willing recruit was accepted, sometimes even pressed forcibly. Why the need for tests? The guard smiled lightly. That's ordinary armies. As long as you're strong and have a clean background, anyone is accepted. But the recruitment in 3 days is different. How so? Li Dao asked. Mentioning the commander, the guard's tone held some pride. The leader is our Yunzhou Northern General Xinzhou. Everyone in Yunzhou knows his army only accepts elite warriors. It's one of the best regarded forces in the whole Great Qian Dynasty. More importantly, it's prestigious. If you say you're under Northern General Shin's command, you can get betrothed right on the spot anywhere in Yunzhou. Northern General? Li Dao searched his memory, soon recalling the information. Northern General Xinzhou hailed from the founding noble family of the Great Qian Shin family, whose ancestors were first-rank dukes at the dynasty's founding. But because the Shun family backed the wrong contender during a prince's succession struggle in one generation of the Great Qian Dynasty, their noble rank was repeatedly downgraded after the emperor took the throne, and they nearly lost their place in the aristocracy altogether. It wasn't until Li Dao's father's generation that the Shun family finally regained some prestige. That man, known as the Marquis who guards the north, was born with remarkable strength and studied military strategy extensively, commanding troops with great skill. Upon enlisting, he single-handedly fought his way up from the lowest ranks with just a sword and a horse, eventually reaching the top echelons of the border frontier army. The current emperor had even bestowed upon him the title of second-class Marquis, who guards the north. Rumors circulated in the capital that he was just half a step away from becoming a first-class Marquis, and some even predicted that within one more generation, the Shin family would reclaim the title of Duke. By the standards of the entire Great Qian Dynasty, this Marquis could truly be called a favored son of heaven. When Li Dao heard this background, he only nodded lightly. A young soldier standing guard at the gate noticed Li Dao's subdued reaction and couldn't help but urge him, "Listen to me. You can't go wrong with this. 3 days from now, there's conscription at the north gate of Yunqi City. Don't miss it. The next recruitment round, no one knows when that will be." Li Dao came back to himself and cupped his fist in thanks. "Thanks for the reminder, brother." The soldier waved it off. "No need to thank me. Once you've toured the city, you'll naturally hear the news." Still, Li Dao insisted, "I must express my gratitude." The soldier laughed heartily. "If you really want to repay me, someday when you become a general, just transfer me to the city walls. Standing guard here every day is so draining." He chuckled at his own words. Being a general was no small feat. Li Dao had a gentle demeanor and looked every bit a wealthy noble's son. From past experience, such sons sticking with military training were rare enough to be exceptional. Li Dao smiled and promised, if I get the chance, I'll give it a try. They'll be waiting, but don't keep me hanging too long. Don't worry, it won't be too long. After exchanging a few jokes, the soldier gave the carriage a quick once-over and let them pass, reminding them once more on the way out, don't forget. Li Dao raised his hand and waved to show he remembered. The carriage wheels clattered as the two soon entered Yunqi City. As soon as they passed the gate, an overwhelming surge of shouting and haggling hit them from all sides. Calls for firewood, rice, oil, salt, cloth, and medicine rang out non-stop. Vendors packed the street on both sides, with dozens, maybe hundreds, of wagons loaded with goods so tightly parked it was hard to squeeze between. Young master, why is it so lively here? Jiu'er popped her head out, eyes spinning with curiosity. Do you know why it's called Yunqi City? Li Dao asked in return. Jiu'er shook her head. Yunqi City marks the starting point of Yunzhou, Li Dao explained, pointing northward. Back when Yunzhou wasn't even established, a founding general of the Great Qian set out from this very city to expand the borders, which eventually led to today's Yunzhou. Hence the name Yunqi. He paused and added, further north lies Fufeng Pass, one of the 7 famous passes of Great Qian. It's a crucial military stronghold, and unauthorized people are forbidden to stay there. So northern merchants can only settle in Yunqi City, and over the years, that's how this prosperity was built. He added, the town the general first went to, Yumen Town, was basically a trading town too. Because that place was too close to the border and not very safe, most people still preferred to stay in Yunqi City. As long as Fufeng Pass remained unbroken, Yunqi City would be as solid as a rock. It had been more than 200 years since the founding of the Great Qian Dynasty, and since the construction of Fufeng Pass, it had never been breached even once. So many shrewd merchants simply treated Yunqi City as their main base and stayed there all year round doing business. I see. Young master, I understand now. Jiu'er nodded, then suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask, young master, you said before that you wanted to join the army. What's the matter? Li Dao glanced out the carriage window at the passing street scenery, his voice calm. What will happen to me if you join the army? Are you going to leave me behind? Jiu'er hugged Yuan Bao tightly, her face full of grievance. Li Dao glanced down and reminded her, if you don't let go soon, you really will take Yuan Bao with you. Take him away? Jiu'er looked down and suddenly realized she had squeezed Yuan Bao's neck too tightly. The little dog was panting heavily with its tongue out, clearly struggling to breathe. She gasped and quickly loosened her grip, gently placing him on the wooden floor of the carriage. I'm sorry, Yuan Bao. I forgot about you. Yuan Bao stretched out his limbs and gasped for air, taking quite some time to recover. Just as Jiu'er reached out to comfort him, he darted zoom behind Li Dao, his small eyes clearly saying that was scary. Li Dao bent down and patted Yuan Bao's head a few times to soothe him. Then he looked up at Jiu'er and said, I never said I would leave you behind. If I really wanted to leave, I wouldn't have come to Yunqi City at all. In fact, on the way to the imperial capital, he had already thought through his future path, clearly joining the army. He had 3 main reasons for making this decision. The first was that the title of an Yuanbua was passed down through generations of the Li family. It was handed to him from his father, but now it had been stripped away. If there was truly an underworld, when he died one day, he'd surely be scolded by all his ancestors. As a reborn person, he should feel superior to the people of this era. But in his previous life, he was just an ordinary orphan, a numb walking corpse. This life, however, he had a gentle mother, a strict but caring father, and a clever, lovely younger sister. Compared to the dull dream of his past life, he valued this life much more deeply. That was why he was so angry about the tragedy in Taoyuan village had completely integrated into this era. Therefore, he had to join the army to regain the Li family title, to honor his father, and not shame his ancestors. The second reason was related to everything he had experienced since his memories revived. The prime minister's mansion and many nobles in the imperial capital had taken advantage of his misfortune. He understood it was human nature, but he also believed in an eye for an eye. Only by joining the army and earning merit to return to the imperial capital could he gradually settle the score with those people. As for the last reason, wanted, one day, to hold great power, to stand before the emperor of Great Qian and confess his true identity, just to see how the emperor would react. Of course, true honesty only comes when he can truly control his own fate. Before he fully matures, he would never rashly reveal his sharpness. His meticulously careful thinking, 100 times sharper than most, would never allow him to corner himself with a foolish move. Now, there is a third, and most important reason, why he chooses this path: growth. From the very beginning, that system destined his road ahead to be paved with bones. If he hadn't barely survived the death camp, he wouldn't have climbed to his current level in such a short time. For him, the real battlefield is the finest whetstone. If it weren't for bringing Jiu'er along, his first choice after leaving the imperial capital would have been to join Wei Yun. Wei Yun knows his true capabilities best and understands how to tailor the fastest path for his advancement. But since Jiu'er is by his side, he must choose a place that ensures her safety. So, he set his destination at Yunqi City. He placed Joer within the city's safety while using the surrounding military encampments as his training ground. Though the initial progress might not be as rapid as the direct support Wei Yun could offer, it doesn't matter much to him. In fact, in some respects, Yunqi City feels like a gift from heaven if, one day, Great Qian goes to war with the Bei Man tribes. Fufeng Pass, closest to Yunqi City, will inevitably be their primary breakthrough point and the main front of deadly battles. Compared to Changgu Town, better suited for guerrilla tactics, that place is a true meat grinder, where hundreds or thousands of lives pour in only to be soaked in bloodshed. Just thinking of that crimson carnage makes Li Dao's heart race. What for others is an Azura battlefield, for him is the most fitting forge to temper his strength. Thinking this, he quietly murmured to Wei Yun in his heart, "Sorry." At this very moment, beyond Yun's border, dust swirls with the sands. Wei Yun, having reorganized the severely battered Weiwu battalion, now rides out leading the unit to the rear for reinforcements. Dozens of cavalrymen pass by, kicking up clouds of dirt. He raises his hand to cover his nose and mouth. Achoo! The sudden sneeze from atop his horse makes Lu Neng burst out laughing beside him. "Great Commander, you're already an innate martial artist, yet you can still catch a cold?" Wei Yun wipes his nose helplessly. "Innate or not, I'm still human." Just as he finishes, he suddenly pauses, as if remembering something, and turns back. "Let's see. That kid 9527 must have been in the capital for over a month now, right?" Lu Neng counts on his fingers, then nods. Even if he moves slowly, he should be there by now. Mentioning Li Dao, a gleam of expectation shines in Wei Yun's eyes. "I wonder when he'll be ready to join us. If he enlists in the Weiwu battalion, our fighting strength would increase hugely." Lu Neng throws cold water on that hope. "Aren't you afraid he might switch sides?" Wei Yun snorts lightly, a faint smirk playing at his lips. He's got a new household registration. All his old contacts are cut off. Besides us, where else could he go? "Well then, Great Commander, you can rest assured." Lu Neng spreads his hands. Wei Yun gazes toward the endless mountain ridges beyond the border. His expression darkens, and in a low voice, he mutters, "I hope that guy comes back soon. Things are already getting a little restless here." Once inside Yunqi City, Li Dao first settled Joer into the cleanest inn, instructing the waiter to take good care of her and to provide hot water and meals. Only then did he rush to the largest pawnshop in the city. He laid out every piece of jewelry, calligraphy, and jade pendant head brought from the On Yuen Bo residence, without leaving anything behind. After the shop owner carefully examined each item, he quickly agreed on the value. The sound of two abacuses clicking filled the air, and within the time it took to burn a small incense stick, Li Dao was handed a heavy bag of silver coins. With the silver in hand, Li Dao set aside 30% as a tip and asked the shopkeeper to help him find a residence in the city. Recognizing a good customer, the shopkeeper immediately called over a capable helper and instructed him to show the guests some properties right away. The process moved smoothly and swiftly. Within just half a day, Li Dao was standing at the entrance of a courtyard led there by the assistant. "Sir, here it is," the assistant said with a warm smile, pointing at the vermilion lacquered gate. "A compound with 2 inner courtyards, fully meeting your requirements." Li Dao peered through the gate. The garden walls were whitewashed, wind chimes hung from the eaves, and glimpses through the slightly open door revealed stone paving and swaying bamboo shadows more than enough for him and Jor. "Is the area really safe?" He turned to the assistant and asked, double-checking. The On Yuen Bo mansion beneath the imperial city in the capital was fortress-like, guarded openly by patrolling soldiers and covertly by the Jinui secret police. Not even petty thieves dared show their shadows. But Yunqi City was different, busy with traders and travelers from all directions, many just passing through. The security here was his top concern, especially since he would soon join the army and Joer would be living there alone for a long time. Not a detail could go wrong. The assistant thumped his chest confidently. "Don't worry, sir. Aside from the barracks, this is the safest place in Yunqi City. But ironically, it's also possibly the most dangerous." "How so?" Li Dao raised an eyebrow. "Do you know who lives on this street?" The assistant lowered his voice with a sly smile. "Though the neighbors look like ordinary civilians, they share one thing: the men in every household serve in the military." He pointed at a black lacquered door opposite. "Take that family, for example. The women and children seem easy targets, but the man of the house serves under the Jinyuan marquis. Who dares mess with them? It's the same all along this street. The men wear their uniforms, know each other well, and the neighbors stick together. If trouble comes, intruders have to think twice about whether they can handle the fighting." The assistant whispered a final tidbit. "I even heard that the lord of Yunqi City once got scolded to no end in the street by an old lady he ran didn't dare talk back." At that, Li Dao finally understood the place was just like the military family compounds he knew from his past life. Protective, tight-knit, and secure. The safety was beyond doubt, and with mostly women and children around, Joer wouldn't be lonely. "All right, this is the one," he decided immediately. "I knew you had good eyes," the assistant said with respect, clasping his fists. Li Dao casually tossed over a silver coin. "Please finish the paperwork as soon as possible." The assistant caught it happily, offering pleasantries of no trouble at all, then hurried off swiftly. Half an hour later, through the assistant's efforts, the property deed was handed into Li Dao's hands, sealed in a bright red paper cover. A reward for you. Seeing the innkeeper handle things so swiftly and efficiently, Li Dao handed him another piece of silver. The innkeeper quickly pocketed the silver and smiled like a crescent moon. You're too kind. If you ever need anything in Yunqi City, just look me up. I'll make sure everything's taken care of properly. Li Dao nodded, thinking that making friends with a local tough would save him a lot of trouble during his early days here. All right then, you get back to your work. I'm heading off. Not long after, he went to the inn to fetch Jiu'er and led her to the house they had just bought. The courtyard gate was small, but spotlessly clean. Li Dao reached out to gently run his fingers through Jiu'er's soft hair and spoke softly. From now on, this will be our new home. A new home? Jiu'er blinked, scanning the yard. The house was much smaller than Lord Inyuan's manor, but she was secretly happy. Smaller meant being closer to young master. Remembering the quiet words Li Guanji had spoken before leaving, her ears tinged with a shy pink. Li Dao didn't notice her little feelings and said kindly, go take a look inside. If anything's missing, let me know and I'll get it. Don't worry, young master, leave it all to me. Confidence shone in Jiu'er's eyes. Back at Lord Inyuan's, household duties were split between Li Guanji and herself. Now, with this small house, it was a breeze. Over the next 3 days, Li Dao truly witnessed Jiu'er's talents. In just a few days, she had the entire house neat and orderly. Newly planted begonia bushes in the corners of the courtyard, a small blue and white porcelain vase on the windowsill, every piece of furniture and curtain in the main hall personally selected and arranged. Li Dao only needed to run errands according to her list. To help Jiu'er share her workload in the future, Li Dao took her door to visit neighbors. At first, the neighbors were wary of the two strangers. But once they learned Li Dao was about to join the military, their tone softened considerably. Combined with Jiu'er's naturally friendly personality, it didn't take long for them to become close. Overall, everything was going smoothly. On the morning of the third day, the mist still lingered. After a simple wash, Li Dao opened the door and called next door, Jiu'er, I'm heading out first. Young master, wait. Fast footsteps came from next door, and the door creaked open. Jiu'er came rushing up, out of breath. Seeing him already with his hair tied and clothes fastened, she pouted and scolded, young master, why didn't you call me? I should have helped you wash up. I have hands and feet. I can manage myself. Besides, you've been busy with the housework all day. Don't tire yourself out. I'm not tired. Taking care of you makes me happy. Li Dao laughed and casually suggested, then how about this? Find a few maids to help take some chores off your hands. That way, you'll have time to take care of me. No, Jiu'er blurted out, her voice louder than she expected. Realizing her outburst, she quickly lowered her head, cheeks burning. Jiu'er's not against getting more maids, young master. It's just that we've just moved in. Everything's still unfamiliar. Can we wait a little while? Is that so? Li Dao raised an eyebrow. She nodded quickly. Li Dao smiled without another word. All right, we'll talk about it later. Hearing this, Jiu'er secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but felt her earlier reaction was a bit much. She glanced up instinctively and seeing his half-smile, her face flushed all over again. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Finally getting some alone time with the young master. And here they wanted him to help find a maid. If they needed one, let the young master find her himself. Li Dao adjusted his sleeve, glanced at the darkening sky outside the window, and decided the time was right. He stood up and said, all right, I'm heading out. Stay home and take care of yourself. Jiu'er followed quietly behind, reminding him softly, young master, remember to come back early for dinner. Got it, he replied casually, pushing open the door. The wooden door creaked as it closed behind him. The alley was dim and damp. Li Dao jogged along the narrow path of blue stone slabs and soon reached the crossroads. 4 or 5 women dressed in bright clothes leaned against the doorstep chatting and cracking sunflower seeds. Spotting him, their faces lit up. Oh, isn't this the new kid Li? Heading out? One called with a smile. Yeah, I heard the Jinyuan Marquis is recruiting soldiers today. I'm going to give it a try, Li Dao responded with a polite smile. Another woman, excited, scattered her sunflower seed shells as she said, you better do well. If you join the Marquis army, that's a good life. A third woman straightened her back proudly. Of course, my son serves under the Jinyuan Marquis, acts as an officer, even commands 5 soldiers. She patted her chest and added, Kid Li, if you go, they'll have that troublemaker watch out for you in camp. Thanks, Aunt Lu, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Ladies, I'll take my leave. Without waiting, he kicked into a run, disappearing down the alley as if a wild beast was chasing him. The women froze for a moment, then caught on. Kid Li runs fast. I was going to introduce him to my second uncle's granddaughter. Your second uncle's? The one who weighs 300 Gene? Better not. Li would be scared off for sure. Don't think I don't know what you're up to trying to match your daughter with him. With how she looks, even ghosts would shake their heads. Say that one more time. You son family girl. Hey, you gossipy woman, you trying to silence me? You shameless wench. Haven't seen you lately, and you've gotten bold. Let me catch you. They'll make you wish you were never born. In just a few moments, the alley echoed with a barrage of insults and complaints, mixed with the sounds of sleeves being torn. Neighbors poked their heads out, carrying small stools to watch the show, clearly used to this kind of drama. Meanwhile, Li Dao had slipped out from the alley and was resting against a wall, gasping for breath. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. This place had everything going for it, except for the people being a little too enthusiastic. Ever since they learned he was single and Jior was just a maid, everyone kept dragging him around to meet potential matches. He'd rather face 1,000,000 soldiers than deal with these women. Stepping onto the main street bathed in bright sunlight, he felt his mind slowly calm. Next up, he had to check out the northern part of Yinchi City. After burning an incense stick's worth of time, he arrived at the north side of the city. Compared to the south's bustling prosperity, this area felt plain, and austere rows of gray-tiled barracks lined the city wall. Sentries stood with swords at their sides. Street vendors were few, and everyone passing by was either a broad-shouldered soldier or a hurried logistics troop. Getting closer to the north gate, Li Dao noticed no women were around anymore. The passers-by were all men. Soon, near the city gate, Li Dao spotted a long line stretching ahead. Wooden boards stood along one side of the queue, boldly inscribed with 3 black characters. Recruitment office, confirming everyone had come to the right place. Li Dao scanned the crowd without exception. People were converging here. If not for the prestige of the Northern Marquis, such a grand enlistment scene wouldn't be possible. He joined the flow and stepped into the line. Immediately drawing attention, his strikingly handsome face caught several curious glances, as if people were wondering why someone like him would be here to join the army. The line inched forward slowly. After an unknown stretch of time, sounds came from ahead. Several rows of chevaux blocked off the outside world from a temporary camp beyond, leaving only a narrow gap. A few soldiers stood guard at the gap to maintain order, while a clerk flipped through a register, checking names one by one. Next, name and residence, the clerk called out. Officer, my name is Li. Enough, next. The process was brief, and soon it was Li Dao's turn. Next, you. The clerk looked up, startled to see that face, but quickly recovered. Name and residence. Reporting, my name is Li Dao, and my household registration is of the good class. The Great Qian Dynasty had inherited an ancient system of household registration divided into 5 ranks: noble, good, merchant, servant, and base. The first 3 corresponded roughly to scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant. Servants were attached to these classes, but the base rank was separate and feared once assigned. The guilt was inherited by blood, dooming descendants forever. Li Dao had once held noble status, but after escaping the death camp, he had narrowly retained his good registration, which was already a fortunate outcome. Only those from the scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant classes could enlist. Servants and base class were ineligible even to register. All right, go on in. Next, the clerk quickly wrote down Li Dao. Thank you, officer. Li Dao slipped past several guards and followed the previous recruit into the camp. Before long, all who had registered were assembled into a neat squad of 50. Several men in officer uniforms waited nearby. One stepped forward and spoke crisply. 50 is enough. Now follow me, all of you. Whoever lags behind will be disqualified immediately, no tests needed. He turned and started to walk away. The squad stood frozen for a moment until another officer snapped. What are you waiting for? Want to be eliminated? Only then did everyone hurry forward, Li Dao among them. Behind them, the line kept growing apparently. Groups of 50 were sequentially processed for enlistment. The officer led the first batch swiftly through the camp, stopping in front of a tent. A rough wooden sign on its side bore a single character, medicine. The officer turned and scanned the group. Anyone with physical defects? Step out now, or be disqualified. Don't waste everyone's time. Silence lingered. No one responded. Good. Wait outside. I'm going in to check. Without another word, he left the confused men behind and entered the tent. The faint scent of medicine hung in the air. Taking another glance at the large sign, and recalling the officer's words, Li Dao finally understood exactly why they were here. He never would have guessed that ancient soldiers had to undergo medical exams. Thinking of the lengthy checkups in his past lives army, he instinctively tensed his glut muscles if it came to that point. Whether he could even remain a soldier was questionable. Before he could dwell on it further, rustling sounds came from inside the tent. A group of young men, dressed similarly to them, filed out no more, no less exactly 50. Li Dao's eyes scanned their faces. Relaxed expressions, steady steps. Nothing that suggested they'd been subjected to any special examination. Only then did he quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after, 2 officers followed them out. The one on the left raised an eyebrow and said to his companion, "Want to bet on who passes the most people? A bet? 10 meals at Tianxiang Tower. Going big, huh? Just say if you're in or not. Not scared. I'm in." With that, the officer on the right led the 50 away to the next checkpoint, while the one in charge of Li Dao's group turned back and loudly addressed them. You all heard that, right? I made a bet with that guy. If I win, I guarantee to send you to a nice place. If I lose, well, They'll still take care of you, but definitely not the kind of care you want. Everyone's faces darkened instantly before even enlisting. They were already being sized up. Li Dao wasn't surprised. Veteran soldiers bullying new recruits was a time-honored military tradition. Led by the officer, the group entered the tent again. The medicinal aroma grew stronger, seeming to drill a straight line from their noses into their brains. In the center was a thick mat, on which an elderly man with white hair and beard sat upright, dressed in standard battle armor. A low table lay before him. The officer bowed respectfully. "Elder Zheng, sorry to trouble you." The old man raised a hand in dismissal. "Wait aside." "Yes." The officer obediently stepped aside, looking intimidated. Elder Zheng gently tapped the white cloth on the table. "First one, come up, sit properly, place your hands here." The first young man stepped forward, seated himself cross-legged, and laid his wrist flat on the cloth. Zheng took his pulse for a moment, then spoke evenly. "You're generally healthy. Only minor issues." The young man's face lit up, but the old man shifted tone abruptly. "Your kidney energy is weak, yin is in excess, and your liver qi looks fatigued." Then, with an unyielding critique, "You've been overindulging in intimacy. You need to restrain yourself, young man." The youth flushed bright red, but retorted stubbornly, "I'm in great health, especially in that regard." Zheng's expression remained calm. "You had sex 3 times last night. Your legs must still be weak now, right? How do you know that?" He blurted out, then froze, his cheeks burning even more. The others were watching eagerly. Embarrassed, he disappeared back into the crowd, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. When the second man realized it was his turn, his face involuntarily changed. He had no choice but to join the army, just hoping the old man before him would go easy on him. The moment the words physical examination were spoken, the boys waiting at the back instantly stopped their roughhousing and laughter. One by one, they bowed their heads, clasped their hands, and silently prayed. The officer standing beside them let the mountain wind tousle the brim of his cap, his eyes reflecting a faint trace of nostalgia. Many years ago, he had been one of those nervous boys lined up outside this very tent. But reality never showed mercy. In ancient times, boys generally married early and were often physically weak from a lifetime of depleted energy and blood. 9 out of 10 were frail, and the 10th was even worse, a bitter unspoken rule known throughout the barracks. Old Zheng leaned on his pulse-measuring ruler wrapped with silver wire, his voice hoarse but authoritative. Time and again, he pronounced very weak, as if delivering a verdict. The first 48 boys all failed the exam. When it came to the 49th, he still shook his head, his expression calm to the point of coldness. Only one seat remained empty inside the tent, and all eyes turned in unison to the last young man in line, named Li Dao. Li Dao was handsome, his features sharply defined as if carved by a knife. Some whispered teasingly, "Well, with that face it's a shame to be a soldier. Why not become a male escort instead? With that good looks, he must be the weakest here. I'm all for that. If I looked like him, I'd be pulling in 10 clients a day, and the girls would be throwing money at me." The murmurs stung Li Dao's ears, but he ignored them. He sat cross-legged, lifted his wrist, and offered it calmly to old Zheng. Zheng's fingers automatically reached out, but they paused as they met Li Dao's impassive face. Being an old herbal doctor, he had mastered pulse diagnosis and could tell at a glance that this boy was full of vigor. Still, the procedure had to be followed. His fingers pressed lightly on the pulse point. The next moment, he froze. The pulse was overwhelming, like a mountain flood bursting its dam. The tendons and veins throbbed so strongly his fingers tingled. In over 50 years as a military doctor and tens of thousands of physical exams, never once had he seen a boy with blood and chi like a dragon. He pressed harder but still could not suppress it, waves of shock and awe crashing through his heart. Is this even human? Inside the tent, the other boys held their breath, waiting for him to speak. They expected a shocking diagnosis they could mock. But time dragged on, and Zheng remained silent, even showing an expression of reluctant admiration. Some guessed secretly. Could it be that this boy was so strong that the old man had nothing to say? After more than a full minute, old Zheng reluctantly withdrew his hand. Someone couldn't hold back. "Old Zheng, say something please." Zheng scanned the eager faces looking for a laugh, then spoke quietly but firmly. "This young man is an excellent heel-to-fine seedling." Confused faces stared back. What about the kidney weakness, liver depletion, lung deficiency? The faults they secretly longed to learn, one of them were mentioned. But Zheng's words were final. The verdict had been made, and they had no right to argue. Without another word, he turned his back and began organizing his medical notes, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances, ignored and dismissed. Old Zheng had made his call, and there was nothing anyone could do to change it. At that moment, someone couldn't help but mutter quietly, "He's just a pretty boy, how could he not be nervous? That old man must be lying to us." Before the words were out, a heavy military boot landed squarely on the man's backside with a sharp thud, sending him stumbling forward a couple of steps. The officer who kicked him scowled and barked, "You little punk, how dare you doubt old Zheng?" Then he pulled back his foot and respectfully saluted the elderly man under the canopy. "Old Zheng, We'll take our leave now. HM. The old man didn't even raise his head, but his voice was crisp and clear. Just as they were about to leave, he suddenly looked up and added, "Keep an eye on that last young man." The officer paused in surprise. What's wrong with him? Old Zheng didn't answer directly. Instead, he waved his hand meaningfully and said, "Just remember that. It won't harm you." The officer scratched his head, puzzled but committed the words to memory before leading the group out of the tent. Outside the tent, 50 new recruits stood forming a circle, everyone except Li Dao, who stood far apart, clearly out of place. The reason was awkward. The other 14 had all undergone kidney fire examinations during the previous night, leaving Li Dao energetic and alert, which only made the others feel uneasy by comparison. The officer stepped out of the camp gate, instinctively glancing at Li Dao. A handsome face, a well-built but not overly muscular frame, nothing seemingly unusual. He quickly looked away and sternly chided the entire group. From now on, use some common sense. Don't say things you shouldn't. Lucky old Zheng didn't lose his temper. If he had, none of you would have gotten away. Someone in the crowd stifled a question, whispering, "Boss, who exactly is this old Zheng? Who is he?" The officer snorted coldly. Old Zheng is the chief military doctor of Yunzhou camp. 8 out of 10 military doctors here trained under him. Half the high-ranking officers in Yunzhou owe him their lives, including General Xinzhong, Marquis Zhen Yuan. Remember, you can offend anybody in camp except old Zheng. Cross him, and you're as good as dead. Only then did the recruits grasp just how formidable this seemingly ordinary old doctor really was. Li Dao silently reflected. No matter the era, military doctors are always in high demand. Thinking of his old friend, an extraordinarily skilled, but always quarrelsome physician, felt a pang of worry. It had been over a month since they last met. He wondered how his friend was faring. But someone who's lived past 100 must know a thing or two about survival. The officer raised his hand, signaling the team to follow him. They passed through the camp toward a spacious square where a dozen wooden platforms stood in rows. Long lines of mostly loosely dressed civilians stretched before each station, clearly all here for military entry examinations. Stopping at the edge, the officer turned and said, "Next up is the final test, physical fitness and specialties. If you want to serve under Marquis Xinzhong, ordinary won't cut it. Either meet the physical standards or have a skill to show for it. If you have neither, turn around now. Don't embarrass yourselves or drag me down." Though his tone was harsh, no one backed down. Instead, some cast furtive glances at Li Dao, whom they saw as the most likely to fail among the 50 outsiders. They completely disregarded old Zheng's warning as senile rambling. Seeing no one left, the officer assumed confidence and surveyed the crowd. Pointing to the platform with the shortest line, he declared, "Since you all want to try, then let's begin. First, the physical fitness test. All must pass this. On the battlefield, only a strong body will keep you alive. Now follow me." Led by an officer, Li Dao and his group quickly arrived at a wide training platform. The platform was built from rough wooden planks, strewn with stone weights of various sizes. The heaviest was as tall as a person, its surface pitted and worn, clearly meant to test the physical strength of new recruits. 2 officers stood on the platform, one dressed neatly in a military robe, calm and refined, holding a bamboo slip and brush to record results. The other broad-shouldered and imposing, watching the weightlifters closely and ready to intervene to prevent injuries. The lead officer hurried onto the platform and whispered a few words to the recorder. The recorder looked up, studied Li Dao and his group, then nodded and gave the signal. The officer jumped down and called out to everyone, "Once this group finishes, it'll be your turn. Make sure you perform well." The confident squad suddenly tensed. Their usual roughhousing now felt like serious pressure. Seeing a long queue ahead, the officer added, "If you're bored, come watch by the platform. It might help you relax." As soon as he spoke, the crowd surged forward, encircling the platform. Curious, Li Dao squeezed to the front. At that moment, someone was being tested. The man gripped a massive stone weight with both hands and exploded with effort, his neck veins bulging, face flushed red, his feet planted firmly on the wood. 5 seconds later, he slammed the stone back down with a dull thud. He glanced at the recorder, who quickly nodded. Relief washed over him as he smiled had passed. Just as he prepared to step down, voices rose from the crowd. "Keep going and challenge the next one. Yeah, the better your score, the better the barracks they'll assign you." The crowd chattered eagerly, encouraging him on. A flicker of resolve appeared in the man's eyes. He raised a hand to ask the recorder, "Can I keep trying?" The recorder's expression was calm. "You may continue if successful. All scores count. If you want to try, go ahead." Nodding, the man moved over to the 3rd stone weight. Everyone held their breath. He took a deep breath and pulled hard. The stone lifted off the ground. He gritted his teeth, trying to raise it overhead, but suddenly lost control midair. His footing slipped and he stumbled, falling backward with the weight. At the last moment, a huge hand shot out and caught the stone, setting it safely back down. It was the tall officer stepping in to help. "Thank you." The man steadied himself, sweat pouring down his face, and bowed gratefully to his rescuer. "No problem. Be more careful next time. An officer stepped forward carrying a stone weight in one hand and placed it back on its original spot, clearly much easier than the man before him. The man who had failed to lift the stone felt embarrassed, clutching his sore lower back as he slunk off the platform. Immediately after, the next volunteer stepped onto the stage, and the weightlifting test continued with tension. Li Dao stood by the side, quickly piecing together the rules from the murmurs around him. 5 dull gray stone weights were lined up in the center of the platform, weighing 150 jin, 200 jin, 250 jin, 300 jin, and the most imposing Oni massive 500 jin block, like a stone pedestal. Lifting the first stone weight overhead with both hands counted as passing, but one who only cleared the first level was assigned as a regular soldier in an ordinary barracks. The heavier the weight lifted, the better the treatment and reputation, with a chance to join the elite troops under Town North Marquis Xinzhong. Especially the 500 gene weight. Anyone who could lift that without using any inner energy, relying solely on pure physical strength, could immediately enter the best military camp and receive top-tier pay and supplies. Li Dao thought to himself that in this world, a typical adult man lifting around 100 gene was passing, and even managing 150 gene overhead was extremely rare, not to mention the ultimate stone that weighed more than double that. No wonder the Town North Marquis army was so renowned throughout the northern border. But for him, this was just a necessary step along the way. On the platform, the test went on. Li Dao scanned the participants and noticed those who had dared to register were generally physically stronger than common folk. Out of 10 people, 7 or 8 could lift the first stone. Only 1 or 2 could manage the second. For the third, only about 1 out of dozens dared to try. The fourth stone had no takers yet, and the fifth was more like a terrifying beast meant to intimidate. Just as he was pondering, a sudden roar erupted nearby. Li Dao looked up to see a burly man with broad back and thick waist bend his knees slightly, veins bulging as he forced the 300 gene fourth stone weight above his head. The platform fell utterly silent before crowd energy erupted anew. Bang! 5 seconds later, the stone crashed down with a muffled thud, sending chips flying. The man's arms trembled slightly, but he turned to the recorder with a grin full of hope. The recorder jotted down notes and smiled lightly. Congratulations, challenge successful, you passed. The man's eyes shone brightly as applause and whistles burst out below. Try the fifth one, someone shouted, stirring up the crowd. The man raised his aching arm, looking at the mountain-like stone with a wry smile. No way, I know my limits. Even at peak strength, no chance. With that, he jumped down nimbly. Before he could steady himself, a dozen people swarmed around, complimenting him with friendly smiles. Though someone lifting the fourth stone still had to start as a regular soldier, such raw strength promised easier advancement and awards, making him a popular acquaintance. The testing continued without pause, one after another stepping up. Finally, it was Li Dao's squad's turn. They were guided to one side of the platform and quickly lined up. Earlier they had cheered on others enthusiastically. Now that it was their turn, everything fell silent in an instant. Prompted by the recorder, kidney-weak brother nervously stepped onto the stage first. He froze in place for a moment, clearly unsettled. If you want to challenge that stone bar, choose it yourself, the recorder reminded from the side. Oh, kidney-weak brother snapped out of it and pointed to the lightest, number 1 stone bar. I'll take this one. A few scattered boos immediately came from the crowd. Ignoring them, he took a deep breath, stepped up to the stone bar, and gripped the horizontal bar tightly with both hands. Lift it for me. With a low roar, he hoisted the stone bar overhead in one burst. According to the rules, holding it steady for 5 seconds counts as success. Watching this, the crowd thought he had it in the bag. But just as he was about to hit the 4th second, kidney-weak brother's expression suddenly changed. Thud! His knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, the stone bar crashing down heavily. The recorder said flatly, challenge failed. Next person. The chance was lost instantly. Kidney-weak brother's face drained of color as he sheepishly stepped down, muttering, damn it, all because that greedy woman last night. The team had hoped their first person would set a good example, but now the pressure on those behind him multiplied. One after another, members from Li Dao's squad went up, but as the test continued, it became clear their overall quality was average at best. While other teams could get 7 or 8 out of 10 to succeed, they barely managed 4 or 5. The difference was obvious to everyone. This bunch, the team leader's face grew darker and darker in the audience. Just then, the opposing officer who had made a bet with him swaggered over. Ha ha ha, you're done for now. My side not only has a higher pass rate, but even a beast who can lift the number 4 stone bar. The team leader's face turned even blacker, but he stubbornly said, humph. My team isn't done testing yet. Though outnumbered, what if we have someone who can lift the number 5 stone bar? The other officer sneered. Lift the number 5 stone bar? Fine. I'm putting it on the line. If your team really has someone who can, I'll admit defeat and treat you double. If not, you treat me double. Deal? 10 meals weren't even enough, and this guy wanted to squeeze out 20. The team leader cursed his greed silently, but had already spoken and couldn't back down without losing face. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth. Fine. I accept your bet. You're really daring, huh? The other asked, raising his eyebrows. The team leader snorted coldly. I've bled plenty on the battlefield. This little bet means nothing. 20 meals. They'll just scalp a few enemy ears later, and it's covered. You sure are stubborn with your words. I'm not just stubborn. My left eye's been twitching all day. That's a sign something good is coming. That's just self-deception. Then today you'll just fool myself. What are you going to do about it? Li Dao's team stepped onto the platform one after another. One teammate after another challenged, but each was defeated within moments, returning empty-handed. The soldiers watching from below grew bored and disinterested. Soon, it was the turn of the man right before Li Dao. Minutes later, the sound of failure was announced once again. Next. Not far off, the commanding officer's face darkened with frustration. Several failures in a row. Beside him, another officer couldn't help but laugh heartily. Only one left now. You don't really expect him to lift the 5th stone weight, do you? They'll give him points for looks, but when it comes to strength, save yourself the trouble. Indeed, compared to the burly men who had just been defeated, Li Dao looked thinner and leaner. Apart from being slightly taller, his whole appearance was gentle and harmless, standing in stark contrast to the muscular soldiers around him. The commander had no argument to offer, only silence. Under the watchful eyes of all, Li Dao walked slowly onto the platform. Because of the dismal performances before, no one jeered anymore. Interest had visibly waned. They all assumed he would only dare to lift the 1st stone weight and probably fail as well. The recorder glanced up at him briefly, then lowered his head to take note, pointing to the 1st stone weight. Try lifting that one first. Li Dao said, can I try a different one? Huh. The recorder was momentarily stunned, then looked up in surprise. You don't want to start with the 1st? You know you only get one chance. If you fail, there's no retry. Laughter erupted from the crowd below. Let him try. We might as well see what he can do. When did the camp become a stage for pretty boys to show off? My third uncle's 13-year-old niece is stronger than you. Get down and don't waste time. The mocking voices rose and fell, especially grating in a camp that valued strength above all. Li Dao, however, remained calm and unbothered. I understand, but I stand by my choice. Seeing he wouldn't be persuaded, the recorder said nothing else and gave a knowing look to the guarding officer. Action. Keep an eye on him. The guard nodded and stepped beside Li Dao as he approached the 2nd stone weight. But Li Dao didn't stop. He kept walking. Past the 2nd, past the 3rd. All eyes followed his steps, moving steadily backward. When he passed the 4th stone weight without hesitation, whispers quickly escalated. What's he doing? No way. Skipping the first 2 to go for the 3rd? Wait. He's not even looking at the 4th. Now he's going further back? What a disgrace. Finally, he stopped in front of the 5th stone weight, the ultimate one, weighing a full 500 jin, about 250 kilograms. The guard protecting the platform couldn't hold back any longer. You want to challenge this one? Isn't that allowed? Li Dao asked in return. Allowed? Of course. The guard raised his hand to steady his emotions. But, if it had been the 4th one, I could promise your safety. The 5th one, I can only try to keep you from getting seriously hurt. He paused for half a second, then added with emphasis, that ice if you can even lift it in the first place. Pick it up? Li Dao shook his head with a smile, and said nothing as he walked to the 5th stone beam. Only then did the crowd below realize he was actually going to challenge the 5th stone beam. Since the morning trials began, no one had dared to try lifting even one, and now that someone had managed the 1st, everyone was waiting eagerly to see him fail. But Li Dao didn't bend down or reach for the stone beam. Instead, he quietly placed his right foot under the wooden brace in the center. The officer guarding the platform started to speak. Kid, what are you? Before he could finish, Li Dao suddenly hooked his toe. With a hum, the 500 jin stone beam lifted off the ground and surged upward into the air. The crowd's eyes nearly popped out. The stone beam lost support and began to fall, but simultaneously, a hand shot out like lightning to firmly grasp the central wooden bar. The bar groaned under the pressure as the massive stones on either side bent it into an arch, as if about to snap at any moment, but it held firm. Li Dao gripped it steadily and exerted his strength with one arm. With a rush of sound, he effortlessly lifted the 500 jin stone beam above his head. On the platform, his black hair fluttered slightly, his muscles tensed then relaxed in an instant. Below, everyone stared in disbelief as if witnessing a miracle, mouths agape, and unable to close. The air fell silent. Snap! The recorder's hand trembled, dropping the score sheet to the floor with a crisp sound that shattered the quiet. Li Dao silently counted to 5 in his mind, then stepped back and released his grip. Boom! The stone beam slammed onto the platform, causing the entire wooden stage to shake violently. Those standing nearby felt the vibration beneath their feet. The roar snapped everyone out of their daze. Holy crap! Someone couldn't help blurting out their favorite swear, then paused, wondering what had just come out of their mouth. But there was no time to think further. Only one thought remained. This guy is incredible. Li Dao turned calmly to the recorder and asked, "Excuse me, does my performance qualify? If not, I can lift it again." The recorder snapped back to attention and hurriedly nodded. Qualified. Absolutely qualified. You lifted it with one hand. If it wasn't qualified, we might as well all go home and give up. Hearing this, Li Dao nodded and walked off the platform with composure. Suddenly, an explosive roar of cheers erupted from below. Awesome, man, 500 Jin, that's 500 Jin. Did you see that? With just one hand. Born with godlike strength, the heavens sure know how to provide. The other 14 recruits on his team were left speechless in shock. In that moment, they finally understood why old Zheng had praised Li Dao so much before he really wasn't on the same level as them. The concept of lifting 500 Jin with one hand was beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, on the other side, the lead officer, who had been scowling moments before, slowly began to smile. The other officer, who had bet with him, held the same expression, but the smile was frozen on his face, as if paused and confused about what was happening. The lead officer reached out and lightly patted him on the shoulder, cheerful but ruthless in tone. Remember, 20 meals. Not one less. After saying this, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, walking away with a spring in his step. Not long after, he returned to the front of the ranks. The group had gathered in a tight circle, surrounding Li Dao in the center. The lead officer's face instantly hardened, and his voice cut the air like a whip. What are you all doing? Break it up now? At once, the new recruits who had been crowding around to watch scattered like startled birds. Once the crowd dispersed, the harsh expression melted away and was replaced by a grin as quick as flipping a page. He gave Li Dao a thumbs up. Kid, good job. You didn't embarrass me. The lightning-fast shift from cold to warm sent chills down the spines of the other 14 soldiers, but none dared speak up in the army. Strength speaks louder than words. After the brief pleasantries ended, the lead officer turned his gaze to the rest of the unit. Thinking about how close he had come to being made a fool by this group of men, he snorted coldly. Today I'm letting you off the hook for this kid's sake. Otherwise, his dark trailing voice made many swallow nervously. Then the real test began. The lead officer scanned the group and said sternly, "Next is a special test. Let me ask who here among you are martial artists?" As soon as he finished, several hands shot up in excitement. "Sir, I'm a martial artist." "Me too. I'm an 8th rank postnatal warrior." "I'm 9th rank postnatal. Does that count?" Soon 5 individuals stepped out of the ranks. The strongest was the 8th rank postnatal. The other 4 were all 9th rank postnatal. 5 martial artists out of 50 was a pretty high ratio, but that was because many had come for fame. Most families struggled to afford even decent food, let alone martial training. Looking at the 5, the lead officer's eyes unconsciously shifted to Li Dao. He asked without hiding his surprise, "You're not a martial artist?" To him, Li Dao was the likeliest among the group to have undergone training. Li Dao shook his head. "No." The officer sized him up from head to toe. "Your family background doesn't seem poor. How come you never trained?" "I have tried," Li Dao answered calmly, "but I was born with severed meridians. I have no channels in my body to cultivate energy." "Severed meridians? Cannot cultivate." The lead officer was stunned, regret immediately washing over his face. In his eyes, a promising candidate who could never walk the martial path was a tragic waste. The 5 warriors also blinked in surprise. Only those who had actually practiced could understand how agonizing it was to hit a ceiling on your strength. Earlier, they had been shocked by Li Dao's feat of lifting 500 pounds with one arm. After all, in the early postnatal stage, the difference between martial artists and ordinary people wasn't vast. Such brute strength was enough to make them step back. But learning Li Dao could not cultivate even the psychological balance for them, and even stirred some sympathy. No matter how strong your raw power was, without cultivation your potential was capped forever. They, on the other hand, could continue to improve themselves. After understanding the situation, the lead officer said no more. He turned to the 5 young men whose bodies showed faint spiritual energy fluctuations and said, "If you have any cultivation, come with me later for another test." Then, he looked at the others and asked, "Does anyone else have other skills? For example, archery or the like? If you meet the standard, you can also enter the camp." As soon as he finished speaking, several hands shot up together. He scanned them and nodded in approval. "Good. You all come with me for testing as well. As for those who did not pass, there are only 2 options now." The officer pointed toward the depths of the camp, then to the gate. "First, you can go to the mess hall for a meal and then go home. Second, you can leave the camp immediately." Upon hearing this, many people lowered their heads in disappointment. A few turned away with resentment and walked off. In the end, only a dozen or so who passed the initial screening, including Li Dao, remained in the field. The officer beckoned, "Follow me. Let's get your paperwork done first." Before long, Li Dao and the others were led to a gray cloth tent outside the camp. Inside, new recruits who also passed the enlistment test crowded together. The stuffy air was heavy with the mixed smell of sweat and kerosene. "Wait here," the officer said before entering the tent. A few minutes later, he came out holding a stack of clean papers. "Write your name and your temporary address in Yunqi City on these. When you finish, give them back to me." The papers were distributed one by one, and the sound of pens scratching filled the tent. Everyone quickly finished and handed their forms in. The officer put away the documents and nodded approvingly. Done. Your paperwork is complete. Now I'll give you two options. Either go to the mess hall for a good meal, or go home and wait for further notice. Compared to those who were eliminated, the remaining group were all smiles, with most deciding to eat in the camp. Among them, a few enthusiastically invited Li Dao to join them, though cultivation was rare in this world, and he couldn't cultivate himself. His impressive skills made him a valuable ally. However, Li Dao shook his head politely to decline. Sorry, you guys go ahead. My family already prepared a meal for me. Someone teased with a grin. You don't seem as obedient as old Zheng said. Li Dao just smiled faintly without explaining further. After everything was settled, Li Dao left the camp, walking briskly along the cobblestone street. The sun had just risen over the city walls when he arrived back at his residence in Yunqi City. Young master, you're back. As the gate opened, Jiwer ran up cheerfully, holding the plump little dog, Yuan Bao. Although Li Dao had been busy at the camp, only one morning had passed. Returning now was just in time for lunch. He sniffed the air where the smell of food lingered and asked with a smile, Is the meal ready? It's ready, waiting for you, Jiwer said eagerly. Moments later, 2 dishes and a soup were placed on the wooden table. Just as Li Dao raised his chopsticks, he noticed Jiwer carrying her own bowl and trying to slip away to a corner. He couldn't help but put his hand to his forehead. Didn't I say? From now on, eat at the table with me. Don't hide. Jiwer whispered. Young master, Steward Li taught me that there should be respect for hierarchy. Li Dao set down his chopsticks and raised an eyebrow. So tell me, who is higher, Steward Li or me? Of course, young master, you're higher. You're the head of the household. Then who should you listen to? To the young master. Then what are you waiting for? Come sit here. Oh. Jiwer stuck out her tongue playfully and carefully sat down at the table. Li Dao picked up his chopsticks, first placing a glossy chicken leg into her bowl before lowering his head to eat heartily. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he casually picked up a piece of marbled meat and set it on the edge of the table. The aroma drifted through the air, and Yuan Bao darted over in a flash, clutching the meat and gnawing on it. Li Dao chuckled and nodded. Look how well-behaved Yuan Bao is. You should learn from him. Jiwer's heart sank. Was even her own pet competing for his attention? She lifted her gaze, and Yuan Bao seemed to sense her mood, staring at her with his round eyes, then glancing at the meat. Suddenly, he lifted his small paw and gently pushed the meat toward her. Jiwer couldn't help but laugh out loud, silently scolding herself for being jealous of a little beast. She pinched Yuan Bao's chubby face and served him another piece of meat as an apology. Li Dao noticed this and shook his head with a smile, then picked up the large wooden bucket in front of him. His current rice bowl and buried himself in his meal. Since his physical strength had skyrocketed, so had his appetite. Luckily, as long as he avoided intense energy expenditure, his body would automatically lock in energy to prevent waste. Otherwise, with his physique 100 times that of an average man, he'd have to eat 100 times more, which would definitely bankrupt him. Thinking of this, he was once again grateful that joining the army came with a steady food allowance. In the northern frontier of the Great Qian Empire, the real barrier against the northern barbarians' armored cavalry was Fufeng Pass. Centered on Fufeng Pass, the defense stretched over 800 kilometers east to west, forming an ironclad front line, manned by 150,000 troops year-round. Though troop numbers fluctuated, they always remained around this scale. The 150,000 were divided into 15 divisions, each with 10,000 soldiers, and each division further split into 2 subdivisions of 5,000 men each. Below the subdivisions were battalions ranging from 500 to over 1,000 soldiers. New recruits were typically assigned directly to battalions, but the strength of battalions varied drastically. Weaker battalions accepted all comers, while elite units required strict entrance exams. This time, the recruitment drive in Yunqi City exploded in popularity precisely because all the new recruits would be integrated into the direct command of Zhenbei Marquis Xinzhong's corps. On that basis alone, even among border troops, these soldiers naturally ranked a cut above the rest. Although the 15 divisions along the frontier were all under Xinzhong's control, favoritism existed. Resources and benefits prioritized the Marquis' own direct units. For this reason, exams were especially rigorous. Even joining an ordinary battalion required passing tests. One day later, all the recruits from the previous day were fully registered, and it was time for placement. Inside the large camp north of Yunqi City, representatives from various battalions under Xinzhong's direct command gathered in full. Their expressions were grim as they stared coldly at each other because everyone around them was now a rival, competing fiercely to snap up the best men. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in armor but carrying the air of a scholar entered the camp tent, flanked by 2 personal guards, holding a thick book. Lord Zhang. Over 30 battalion commanders inside the tent rose almost simultaneously, their voices in unison. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Xi, the officer in charge of recruiting new soldiers for the camps of Yunqi City and responsible for allocating manpower. Any battalion commander who displeased him could expect to receive only the worst recruits. Next, Timino one dared to take him lightly. Zhang Xi simply nodded, brushing past the crowd, sat at the main table. He gently placed the thick volume on the desk and opened it. He got straight to the point. Yesterday's recruitment test saw over 8,000 candidates. Among them, 3,121 passed the physical exam, but have no cultivation. 238 have cultivation. 569 possess special skills. A total of 3,928 recruits. The tent fell silent as he continued. The main army currently has just over 8,000 soldiers. With this batch, the manpower shortage will be fully covered. Report how many soldiers your camp requires. As his words settled, the air felt thick with tension. The commanders exchanged looks, and only heavy breathing could be heard. After a moment, one commander stood quickly and clasped his hands. Lord Zhang, my camp needs 200 more men, half with cultivation and half ordinary soldiers. At once, all eyes turned sharply toward him. That was a huge demand. Another commander sneered and stood. A mere 700-strong camp wants 200 more? How can you handle that? Your quota fits perfectly into my 1,000-strong elite battalion. A third slammed his fist on the table. Elite battalion? Who saved you when the barbarians nearly wiped you out? If you dare ask for 200, I'll take the rest for myself. Looking for trouble, huh? So what if I am? You still owe me 300 fine horses. Damn you, I haven't forgotten you stealing my spoils. Screw it, I stole them because you owed me. The atmosphere instantly turned explosive. Suddenly, a clod of dirt flew out of nowhere, hitting one man on the forehead. The pain was trivial, but the mud splattered across his face was more humiliating than a knife cut. His expression darkened as he slammed the table. Dare to throw things? Fine. No one gets any recruits. Let's see who I mess up first. His opponent shot back. Then let's forget it. I've been itching to settle this with you anyway. With that, he flipped his table. The two clashed instantly in a tangled brawl. This was like breaking the last leash. Friends and foes alike surged forward, shouting and joining the fray. The more than 30 commanders turned the tent into a chaotic battlefield of punches, flying chairs, and thrown tables. The animal hide covering of the tent stretched taut with the commotion. At the head of the table, Zhang Xiai sat firmly, calmly pouring himself a cup of tea as if nothing had happened. Standing nearby, his personal guard couldn't help but speak up. Sir, aren't you going to step in and try to stop this? Zhang Xiai looked up calmly, as if used to this kind of scene. Stop it? Let them fight. Every year when they meet, it's the same show. They have to get out all the resentment they've been holding in for a year first. Only after venting can they talk properly. If they just sat down to discuss things directly, do you really think they'd reach an agreement within a month? The personal guard exchanged glances, stunned by the explanation. It made sense. Being commanders in the Northern Garrison's elite unit meant they were at least at the innate cultivation stage. When they really used their inner energy, it would be more than mere fists and kicks. Right now, their combat was purely physical to cool down the fire. Half an hour flew by. Inside the tent, the initial brawl gradually broke down into scattered unknown scuffles. Those who wanted more got back up and tangled again, while the exhausted simply sat down to watch. Finally, the last two commanders sank to the ground, fists and feet stilled, though their verbal sparring continued unabated. Damn it, who hit me so hard they bit into my ass? One man reached back and found a clear tooth mark. Before he could finish cursing, he choked, noticing a comrade beside him had his chest torn open in 2 long slashes, exposing pale flesh beneath. Laugh if you want. The torn shirt commander blushed red, hands clamped tightly over the wounds. Don't just stand there gawking. A burst of laughter erupted throughout the tent, finally breaking the tense atmosphere. Though everyone was covered in bruises, no one was seriously injured. At that moment, Zhang Si's voice cut through the laughter. Done fighting? Then pack up quickly. If you don't want trouble, don't blame me for advising General Shun to reshuffle some of your companies. His words were more effective than any painkiller. Instantly, the commanders jumped up and took their places, quickly straightening their armor and robes. The previous stench of conflict vanished completely. All right, Zhang Xiai scanned the group. I want everyone talking properly now. Anyone causing trouble again can just leave, starting with the first one. Before he finished speaking, the tent flap was abruptly thrown open. A soldier rushed in and whispered something in Zhang Si's ear. Zhang Xiai was momentarily surprised but then nodded. Let him in. The soldier left, and shortly after, the curtain was lifted once more. A young man in his early 20s, neat and capable in appearance, stepped inside. Everyone present froze in surprise, then stood up in unison. Deputy Captain Qi, what brings you out this way today? Zhang Xiai stepped forward. The young man clasped his fists in salute. Lord Zhang, I am here on orders. Oh, what mission has General Shen assigned you? Zhang Si's interest immediately piqued. The man glanced around at those inside the tent, his tone steady. I've come to select a new batch of reserve guards for General Shun. The room fell silent. The commanders regained their composure, but their faces darkened. Calling it selection was polite, but it was clearly a matter of poaching. Zhang Xiai, however, remained composed, only asking calmly, I thought General Shun's personal guard was perfectly fine. Why does he suddenly need to recruit more? The man surnamed Qi spoke bluntly. since my master will be transferred soon and taking some people with him. This is just early preparation. Oh, Zhang Xi raised his eyebrows, surprise written all over his face. Why such a sudden transfer? Could it be that? Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed a calm but sharp aura from the man opposite him. It was as if a long blade had just been unsheathed. Zhang Xi's heart jolted, and he blurted out, "Deputy Captain Qi, have you broken through?" Qi's lips curved slightly as he replied calmly, "I was fortunate to break through not long ago." Wow, Zhang Xi gasped sharply, his eyes filled with even greater shock. This man, Qi Sheng, came from the Qi family of the imperial capital. Known as a prodigy since youth, he had entered the innate realm at 20. Now, at just 23, he had advanced further, stepping into the late innate stage. Zhang Xi, well versed in such matters, understood Qi Sheng's remarkable track record immediately. In that instant, he realized clearly. General Shen's transfer was deliberately to make room for his disciples' greater opportunities. With this thought, Zhang Xi composed himself and spoke more gently. Everything depends on General Shen. Captain Qi, you go ahead and select this group first. Several company commanders nearby were about to speak, but fell silent instead. Though Qi Sheng held the title of deputy captain, he was deputy captain of General Shen's personal guard, constantly at Shen's side. His master was the leader of that elite guard and a half-step grandmaster, carrying immense weight. None dared to offend them, not even other commanders or generals. No one wanted their words reaching General Shen's ears improperly. Zhang Xi no longer hesitated and pushed the roster across the table to Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng flicked through the list quickly, his fingers gliding over each name. Zhang Xi asked, "Do we know how many reserve guards General Shen will need?" "My master is taking 8 personal guards this time," Qi said, eyes unblinking. "So I need to pick 8 reserves as well. Do you have any promising candidates, Lord Zhang?" "Promising candidates?" Zhang Xi thought briefly, then his eyes brightened. "I do have one." "What kind of promising candidate?" "He can lift a 500 gene stone weight with one arm alone, effortlessly." "Oh," Qi Sheng raised an eyebrow, a trace of surprise appearing on his usually composed face. Lifting 500 gene with one arm equivalent to over 1,000 gene with both arms in purely physical strength at that was indeed rare. "What's his name?" "Li Dao." "Li Dao?" Qi Sheng's fingers stilled, and his brow involuntarily furrowed. Noticing this subtle change, Zhang Xi asked, "Is something wrong?" Qi Sheng shook his head, voice low. "Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's probably just a namesake. That degenerate who defiled Princess Mingyue has long since been executed." Yet despite his words, a faint heaviness pressed on his chest. When Qi Sheng was still a youth, he first saw Princess Mingyue in the imperial capital and was struck speechless by her beauty. He never forgot that image. To get close to her, he trained relentlessly, sacrificing everything to raise his status. Breaking through to late innate at 23 was not only due to his talent, but also this obsession to one day be near Princess Mingyue, perhaps even to touch her hand. This ambition drove him as much as his gift. Along with innate ability, it was his burning desire to elevate his status and close the distance to the princess that fueled his breakthrough at such a young age. Unexpectedly, before he could achieve any great deeds, news arrived from the imperial capital that Princess Mingyue had been defiled. By the time the message reached the front lines, he was practicing swordsmanship in the training ground. His sword tip hadn't even withdrawn, yet his entire being was ignited with rage. Had Princess Mingyue married openly and honorably, no matter how reluctant he felt, he could accept it after all. The emperor's doting on the beloved daughter meant she would have been matched with an equally prestigious family. But the truth was far worse. The princess had been disgraced by a fallen third-tier count, a notorious playboy and worthless scoundrel. At that thought, his chest felt like it was filled with molten iron, suffocating him with a choking heat. During those days, his hatred grew out of control. Just as he was cultivating one day, he heard the terrible news and lost his mind, falling into a demonic frenzy. Forced to use forbidden techniques to forcibly break through his bottleneck, he barely jumped from mid to late stage of the innate realm. If not for his master's desperate protection, his soul would have been shattered on the spot. Though he survived by a hair's breadth and gained some advancement in cultivation, his hatred toward Li Dao the degenerate scoundrel rooted deeper and turned colder in his heart. What made it even more unbearable was the twisted mixture of envy and jealousy that sometimes crept in on some sleepless nights. He even found himself wondering that if he had been that scoundrel instead, even if it meant giving up the title of youthful prodigy, it would have been worth it. In short, now whenever he heard the name Li Dao, his chest tightened as if struck by a heavy hammer. At that moment, when Zhang Xi, the steward, mentioned the name, his face darkened immediately, and his tone unconsciously thickened with disdain. The physique is good naturally strong, as they say. But what about cultivation? Has he trained at all? Zhang Xi recalled his subordinate's report and frowned slightly. No cultivation. He claims he's naturally unable to practice. Unable to cultivate. Qi Sheng furrowed his brows, shaking his head in refusal. Brute strength alone isn't enough to serve as General Shen's personal guard. What we need are candidates who, under Shin General and my own coaching, can rapidly improve their power in a short time. You said Li Dao has natural strength, but that probably only matches up to a late third stage innate cultivator. To enter the personal guard, you must have at least early third stage cultivation. Physical shortcomings can be compensated, but poor aptitude is unacceptable. Zhang Xiai could only acknowledge this and proceeded to gather new candidates for selection. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he handed over a new roster. Qi Sheng scanned the 8 names and nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your effort, Lord Zhang. It's nothing. All for General Shin's service, Zhang Xiai said, bowing politely. All right, I will come in a few days to pick the men, Qi Sheng said, but then suddenly seemed to recall something and paused. Noticing his hesitation, Zhang Xiai quickly asked, Vice Commander Qi, is there something else? Not exactly important, just a suggestion for you, Lord Zhang. Qi Sheng smiled faintly, his gaze deep. I'm all ears. You mentioned that Li Dao with natural strength before, right? Yes, there is such a person. What about him? I think, Qi Sheng paused. If that kid truly has such overwhelming strength, he might not be suited for the personal guard. The Huangsha Town camp would suit him better. Huangsha Town camp. Zhang Xiai frowned. He knew that notorious force under direct command of Town Marshal Shinchong all too well. It was the deadliest of the 150,000 strong army. Not because of lack of fighting ability. In fact, Huangsha Town camp ranked among the top 10 for sheer battlefield ferocity. But 80% of its troops were troublemakers expelled from other camps, and the rest were the worst of the worst. The so-called rogue camp title was no exaggeration. Survive it, and you'd be forged into steel. Fail, and you'd be swallowed by endless desert sands and fall silent under a heap of bones. In short, it was a military camp defined by contradiction. When the Huangsha Town main camp was first established, new recruits were still assigned there. But over time, the number of troublemakers in the camp grew steadily. Huangsha Town camp eventually became notorious throughout the Northern Town Army as the troublemakers camp. Since then, no new recruit was willing or dared to be transferred there. Those who went in either got assimilated into the ranks of troublemakers or were worn down to near collapse, crying and running back to complain. Many tried to bring order to the camp, but the troublemakers were extremely cunning, never leaving any evidence against themselves. They only toyed with their comrades right at the edge of military discipline, never causing lasting injury or death, so no one could find grounds to punish them. Over time, the camp's bad reputation spread until it was feared like a wild beast by all the other units. Just now, when Qi Sheng said, send Li Dao to the Huangsha Town camp, it was clearly with ill intent. Remembering the cold glint in his eyes when Li Dao's name was mentioned earlier, Zhang Xiai had already guessed why. A heaviness settled in his chest, irritation rising, but he didn't dare to lose face. Then after all, Qi Sheng's was only a suggestion, and rejecting it might mean offending him. One was a rising star favored by the Northern Town Marquis, a young prodigy full of talent. The other an ordinary recruit with no affiliation, possessing great strength but no ability to cultivate martial arts. Anyone would know which choice to make. Zhang Xiai was no exception. Though reluctant, he had to go with the flow. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Fine, I understand. Huangsha Town needs men, and I do think he fits. Hearing this, Qi Sheng's lips curled into a half smile, half smirk. Seems Lord Zhang thinks like I do. He'll be sure to report your good judgment to General Shun. Zhang Xiai forced a smile. Qi Sheng nodded in satisfaction, folded his hands behind his back, and left the camp. Outside the tent, he squinted against the distant horizon, a cold smirk playing on his lips. You just had to have that name. Bad luck is all on you. 2 days later, the warm afternoon sun streamed through the flower-patterned window, casting light across Li Dao's spacious hall. Sitting cross-legged on the couch, Li Dao flipped through the Futu Art of War, a book he had memorized long ago but still enjoyed feeling the texture of each page with his fingertips. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, impatient knocking shattered the calm. Li Dao closed the book and was about to stand when Jior's clear voice rang out from the courtyard. Coming. The door swung open to reveal a soldier clad in armor. Jior lifted her face, eyeing him suspiciously. Who are you? Is this the residence of Li Dao? The soldier asked, clasping his fists with a firm voice. Yes. What business do you have with our young master? Li Dao has been enlisted. I am ordered to deliver his enlistment notice. With that, he handed over a yellow paper letter. OHIC. Jior quickly accepted it with both hands and watched the soldier leave, then closed the door and turned back. Just then, she saw her young master quietly standing in the courtyard. Young master, here is your enlistment notice. She hurried over and offered the letter with both hands. Li Dao gently stroked her hair and took the envelope, breaking it open. Huangsha Town main camp. He quickly searched his recent inquiries in his mind, but found little information about that camp. Still, since it was an official military enlistment letter, there was no doubt about its authenticity. He then continued reading the rest of the contents carefully. He had to report to the main camp in Huangsha Town within 3 days, without fail. Any delay would mean being treated as a deserter. Li Dao casually folded the letter, but just as he was about to put it down, he noticed faint writing showing through the paper on the back. Turning it over, sure enough, there was a line of light ink annotation. If unable to adapt, you may apply for discharge at the Northern City military camp after 3 days. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Since when did Great Qian suddenly learn humane management? In his memory, once you stepped into the army, getting out clean was almost impossible. Ancient armies were blunt and brutal. No injuries but wanted to quit? Sure, but first you got branded on your face. Tattoos might have been fashionable in his previous life, but here they were usually associated with criminals. Unless the tattoo was something noble like loyalty to the country, it usually meant bad reputation. Many folks in town with tiger or dragon tattoos on their arms were actually covering up ugly branded scars from years ago. Because of this, Li Dao found this note oddly humane. Then again, maybe the commander of Jinbei Marquis had really introduced a new rule. He didn't bother to look further. He had survived a death row camp. How hard could a normal army be? If he really couldn't fit in, it would mean the camp couldn't accept him, not the other way around. 3 days. Li Dao glanced at Jior beside him, suddenly remembering something. After a brief greeting, he hurried out. Soon, he met someone at a street corner, the pawnshop clerk who had shown him the house before. Customer, meeting again, the clerk greeted cheerfully. Li Dao tossed a silver coin to him. Have you found what I asked about? The clerk pocketed the coin, smiling even more eagerly. I've been keeping this in mind for you. Contacted last night, and we can check the goods now. Li Dao nodded silently. This guy was efficient. He followed as the clerk led him through winding alleys, eventually entering a quiet back street. At the end were a few low tiled roof houses, empty and so silent he could hear leaves rustling in the wind, definitely the kind of place for shady business. The clerk seemed worried Li Dao might get the wrong idea, and quickly said, Don't worry, rents here are cheap, but all above board. Li Dao just nodded. Good or bad, they were harmless to him. If they had bad intentions, he wouldn't mind reciprocating. They came to a door. The clerk knocked. Bang, bang, bang. A rough voice called out, Who is it? It's me. The bolt slid open, revealing a one-eyed man with a scarred face, fierce eyes. After glancing at Li Dao, he turned to the clerk. This your customer? Of course, the clerk urged. Make way. Don't keep the customer waiting. The one-eyed man snorted and stepped aside, leading them through the front yard to a heavy wooden door in the back. He turned back, warning, Please stand back a little. Just as Li Dao was still confused, the back courtyard door swung open. In the next moment, a swarm of dark shapes poured out, all lunging simultaneously toward the one-eyed dragon. In the moonlight, the shadows gradually took shape. Cats, dogs, birds, horse, an assortment of all kinds and sizes. Despite their differences, they shared a common trait: they each had something missing. One eye, half a tail, or a crippled leg. These animals playfully circled the one-eyed dragon, nudging his pant leg with their noses, fluttering their wings against his shoulders. The grizzled, scarred face of the one-eyed dragon softened with rare tenderness as he waved his hand and murmured, All right. Everyone move aside, don't block the guest's way. Then he scratched the back of his head and apologized to Li Dao. Sorry, they mean no harm. Li Dao nodded slightly. He could tell. The nearby shop assistant hurried to add, Don't let his rough looks fool you. The one-eyed dragon is known for his soft heart. He takes in these poor little creatures. He lost that eye years ago rescuing a stray dog from a wolf's claw. After a pause, the one-eyed dragon resumed, leading the way. The three of them circled to a back room where 2 iron cages were set up. Upon entering, Li Dao's gaze was immediately captivated by the sight within. In the first cage lay 2 wolf pups, still awkward and young. One was entirely black, the other pure white. The white pup lounged lazily on the black one's back, but the black pup's ears were perked and alert, its eyes cold and calculating as it watched the newcomers without a sound. In the second cage were 2 fledgling birds, mostly white, feathers streaked with black markings. Though small, their eyes were sharp and fierce. Li Dao zoomed in, surprised. These are the Haidongqing? Good eye guessed. The one-eyed dragon said, stroking his stubble. A little while ago on a trading route through the mountains, I stumbled on a fight to the death between 2 wild wolves and 2 Haidongqing. The 4 adults were all killed. When I searched the area, I found these 4 little ones and brought them home. His hand lingered on the edge of the cage, hesitating several times before setting it down. A reluctant smile tugged at his lips as he said, If you're interested, you can take them. Li Dao glanced at him. Seems like you're attached. Why not keep them yourself? The one-eyed dragon chuckled bitterly, spreading his hands. I'm losing money on these trade runs. If I want to survive, liking them isn't enough. Li Dao studied the 4 young creatures again and nodded with satisfaction. If you're willing to part with them, then they're mine. He had only planned to buy 2 wolf dogs as guard animals and a couple of ordinary birds for experiments and communication training. Instead, he found 2 purebred wolf pups and 2 Haidongqing. Judging by their bone structure and gaze, these youngsters were special, especially the Haidongqing, renowned as gods of 1,000 eagles. Now everything was ready except one question. How much effect would the treasure blood within him have on these 4 cubs? If there was no effect, he would have to raise them the conventional way. Only if the experiment succeeded could he contemplate the next step. With money exchanged and goods delivered, Li Dao covered the 2 cages with a black cloth and left under the deeply reluctant gaze of the one-eyed dragon. Watching Li Dao walk away, the shop assistant patted his friend on the shoulder. I know what you're thinking. You're worried this master might treat them badly, aren't you? The one-eyed dragon remained silent, clearly acknowledging the shop assistant's guess. Grinning broadly, the shop assistant pointed to his own eyes. You trust my judgment, right? The one-eyed dragon raised an eyebrow. What exactly are you trying to say? The shop assistant looked toward the figure fading down the alley and murmured, from what I can tell, this master is destined to soar to great heights. Those 4 little ones following him are lucky. It's definitely better than tagging along with you, running around in circles all day. The one-eyed dragon snorted lightly. Your silver tongue is all you've got. The shop assistant shrugged. Believe it or not, I'm going to find a way to latch onto this master's coattails. With that, he turned and walked away. Latch onto his coattails. The one-eyed dragon looked down at his own thick legs and frowned to himself. His legs aren't even as thick as mine. Not long after, Li Dao pushed open the door and returned to his courtyard. Young master, what is that? Jiu'er came forward holding a yuan bao in her arms. You'll see soon enough. Li Dao shook 2 cages covered in black cloth and headed straight to his room. As the door closed behind him, he pulled back the cloth, and cold steel gleamed as he drew out his black iron blade. Inside the cages, 2 wolf pups and 2 Qing birds of the eastern sea pricked up their ears and feathers simultaneously. The wolf pups crouched low, while the sea Qing birds spread their wings. All 4 pairs of eyes locked tightly on the sharp blade. Quite excited, huh? Li Dao shook his head wryly. Then, under their stunned gazes, sliced his left arm with the blade. Blood welled up from the wound as he held up a teacup, catching every precious drop. After a dozen breaths, the cup was half full of blood, and his wound was visibly healing before their eyes. That should do. Li Dao weighed the half-filled cup of precious blood in his mind. Yuan Bao could only swallow 5 drops before feeling full. These 4 are still young, so they won't need much. He raised the cup close to the cages. The wolf pup with the keenest sense of smell stirred first. The pure black wolf pup's eyes burned brightly, but it quickly restrained itself, watching Li Dao warily while the pure white pup whimpered, ready to leap only to be pinned down by the black pup's paw. So cautious, little guy. Li Dao nodded inwardly, secretly thinking even more highly of that black wolf pup. Meanwhile, the 2 eastern sea Qing birds belatedly caught the scent of blood, and both sharply turned their heads, their piercing eyes and sharp beaks fixed unblinkingly on the teacup. They were resolute eyes unwaveringly locked on the cup of blood. Li Dao first approached the 2 wolf pups holding a teacup filled with the precious blood. The pure black wolf pup instantly bristled, crouching low to shield the pure white pup behind it, with wide eyes and a low, guttural growl. The moment Li Dao raised his hand, it lunged forward fiercely. Quite fierce. Huh, Li Dao said calmly, casually reaching out to grab it. A sharp set of canine teeth bit down on his wrist, then it shook its head violently to tear free. Quit it. With a snap of his fingers, Li Dao delivered a precise strike to the wolf pup's forehead. The black pup's head buzzed in dizziness, and it was soon cradled in his palm, groggy and subdued. Taking advantage of the opening, he brought the teacup to the pup's mouth. The metallic, sweet scent of the precious blood filled its nostrils. Instinctively, the black pup flicked out its tongue and began licking eagerly. After drinking about a third, it suddenly stopped, its eyes half closed in a drunken haze, and the little beast went completely limp in his hand. Li Dao gently set it down on the table and waited for the changes to begin. Minutes later, the black pup on the table twitched violently, its old fur shedding in clumps while new fur sprouted, deep and glossy as ink, its baby teeth falling out and sharp new teeth pushing through, its claws hardening into stronger black hooks. At the same time, Li Dao distinctly felt a faint but undeniable bloodline connection form between them. After a few more minutes, the black pup slowly woke up. Its once fierce eyes now held a tender affection, resembling a loyal dog raised for years. Li Dao took the opportunity to stroke it and immediately noticed it was physically stronger than before, showing clear evolutionary progress on a bloodline level. Its potential to grow rivaled even Yuan Bao. Having this successful case confirmed Li Dao's theory. The precious blood could not only transform small creatures like Yuan Bao, but was also effective on larger animals like wolves, though it consumed more blood. As this thought crossed his mind, a bold idea flickered: what might happen if a human ingested it? But the idea passed quickly. There was no suitable subject nearby, and he certainly wouldn't experiment on Jiu'er. Next, he fed the precious blood to the pure white pup in the same way. Thanks to the bloodline connection, the black pup cooperated, nudging the white pup closer to Li Dao's arms. Encouraged, Li Dao then caught 2 sea eagles. To have enough precious blood, he had to draw more from himself again. Seeing the earlier transformed wolf pup, the sea eagles showed no resistance, opening their beaks obediently as he poured the blood inside. 5 minutes later, the recipients of the precious blood had expanded to include another wolf pup and 2 sea eagles. The pure white wolf pup, just like the pure black one, had fur that had turned bright, snowy white and glossy. Compared to the black pup's aloof and proud demeanor, the white pup appeared lively and adorable. Freshly transformed, the little one happily leapt up and landed steadily on Li Dao's shoulder, its soft paw pads gently tapping his neck, a clear sign of affection. At the same time, the two seahawks also completed their metamorphosis. Their wings grew broader, their talons sharp as blades, and their once yellowish eyes now gleamed with dazzling gold, making the hawks look exceptionally noble and striking. A deep wolf howl suddenly rang out. The black wolf pup crouched low, lowering its head and arching its back, exuding an innate pride and hostility. Seeing this, the white pup bared its teeth and perked its ears, revealing a fierce spirit despite its youth. After all, as fellow wolves, once their ferocity flares, their presence cannot be underestimated. The Seahawks did not back down either. Their golden pupils contracted, wings flared sharply, stirring up dust on the ground, ready to dive and strike back at any moment. It was then that Li Dao remembered. These two packs nursed in ancient blood. Few the parents of the wolf pups had died by the claws of the hawk's parents. Before their recent awakening, they lacked the awareness to openly express their hatred, but after the sacred blood baptism, their intellects surged and their grudges instantly reignited. Enough. From now on, you're all family. No more fighting, Li Dao said firmly, raising his voice to soothe them. Yuan Bao could understand his words, so he believed these four could too. Yet their hatred blinded their reason, and none of the four made any response. If that's the case. With that thought, Li Dao's smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a chilling aura of killing intent that spread like a tidal wave. In the next moment, the opposing wolf pups and seahawks all shuddered, as if they had been spotted by an invisible monstrous beast, and swiftly turned their heads to glare at Li Dao. At that instant, in their eyes, the familiar friend suddenly transformed into a top-tier predator, fierce and imposing. The two wolf pups immediately dropped flat, ears pressed tight against their heads, whining softly. The two seahawks folded their wings and bowed their heads, not daring to lift even their proud necks. Seeing this, Li Dao withdrew his killing intent and tapped each little head one by one. I'm sure your parents wouldn't want to see you repeat their mistakes. So from now on, behave yourselves and live in harmony. If anyone causes trouble, they'll personally teach you what harmony really means. The four youngsters peeked up silently, but still said nothing. Li Dao raised an eyebrow, his tone turning darker. If you understand, make a sound. Woo-woo. Chiu chiu. At last, pitiful responses came from them. Li Dao nodded in satisfaction and patted their heads again. All right, don't pretend to be pitiful. Come on, let's go meet some people. In the courtyard, Jiu'er was rolling up her sleeves, watering the flower beds with Yuan Bao, but her eyes kept drifting toward Li Dao's door, filled with curiosity about what rare creatures the young master had brought back. Hearing the door creak, she looked up immediately. Master, who are these for? Spotting the four spirit beasts at his feet, Jiu'er was momentarily stunned before her eyes lit up. The wolf pups and sea hawks, refined in appearance and quietly regal after the sacred blood baptism, naturally inspired affection. Bought them today, Li Dao said, handing the pure white wolf pup to her. When I go to the army, this little white one will keep you company and guard the house. As for these two sea hawks, if you miss me, you can have them send messages to me. He had originally intended to leave both wolves at home, but the black pup's cold aura made it unsuitable for guarding. So he decided to take it with him to the barracks. After all, the military didn't forbid keeping wolves as pets. Thank you, master. Knowing all this was for her sake, Jiu'er felt tears pricking her eyes. Li Dao reached out and gently stroked the little girl's head. Now, she was the only one left by his side. Of course, he felt a pang of affection for her. The girl was called Jiu'er. Suddenly, she lifted her head, as if recalling something, blinking her eyes and asking, Young master, do they all have names? Not yet. Just like Yuan Bao, you can name them, Li Dao said softly. Thank you, young master. Jiu'er nodded happily and carefully examined the four little wolf cubs lying at their feet. She started with the one furthest to the left, which was completely black. One black, one white. That's easy. We'll call them Little Black and Little White. The other two had more mixed fur patterns. Tilting her head, she thought for a moment. This one has a dark black coat with lighter white spots, so let's call it Bai Qian, and this one has lighter black markings but darker white fur, so call it Mo Qian. Young master, how does that sound? Little Black, Little White, Bai Qian, Mo Qian. Li Dao looked each of the little ones over again, feeling the names fit perfectly, then nodded. That works. He bent down and addressed the cubs. Do you all remember your names? Little Black and Little White gave weak little woo-woo sounds, while Bai Qian and Mo Qian looked alert and lifted their heads proudly, clearly pleased with their new names. One day later, at the alley entrance, the dawn was just breaking. Li Dao held the reins of the horse with one hand while Jiu'er carried the three remaining wolf cubs, her face full of reluctance. Let's go back now. No need to see me off anymore, Li Dao said softly, glancing back. Young master, they'll be waiting for you at home. Jiu'er wiped away tears at the corner of her eyes and answered gently. Li Dao nodded, then carefully placed the quietest cub, Little Black, into a leather pouch hanging from one side of the saddle. He mounted the horse with a fluid motion and cracked the whip. The horse's hooves clattered sharply as it trotted away, disappearing into the distance under Jiu'er's lingering gaze. He knew in his heart that joining the army wasn't a one-way journey. He would eventually get leave to come back home. That thought helped ease the heaviness of parting. Not long after, Li Dao arrived at the military camp north of the city. The wide training ground was already packed with new recruits, with banners and horse-drawn carts lined up side by side. According to regulations, once your assignment to a camp was confirmed, if you didn't want to travel alone, you could find a convoy here heading to your designated base. Li Dao led his horse through the crowd and carts, searching for the convoy bound for Huangsha Town camp. After a while, he had looked over dozens of banners but hadn't spotted the characters Huangsha Town anywhere. His brow furrowed slightly as he approached a guard and handed over his enlistment papers. Brother, I'm a new recruit. Could you tell me where the convoy to Huangsha Town camp is? Huangsha Town camp. The guard hesitated, eyeing him strangely. You've been assigned there? Is there a problem? The guard opened his mouth as if to say something, but then remembered orders from last night and swallowed his words, replying instead, there's no convoy here heading to Huangsha Town camp. Why not? That place is remote, and the terrain is complicated. The guard responded vaguely but refused to elaborate. Really? Really? Li Dao's expression shifted, and he asked again, then how do I get there? You'll have to ride your horse yourself, the guard said, nodding toward the mount he was holding. Li Dao nodded lightly, already having an idea, then turned and led the horse away. After Head walked several steps, the guard lowered his voice and muttered to himself, what bad luck to be assigned to Huangsha Town. Wonder who he offended. About 100 meters away, Li Dao's sharp ears caught every word clearly. His expression changed slightly. What was so strange about Huangsha Town camp to make people think it was a sort of punishment? He was new and hadn't made any enemies, yet how could he have unknowingly offended someone? But right now, more urgent matters awaited padded Little Black, who peeked out from the saddlebag, tightened his grip on the reins, and urged the horse northward. Now was not the time to dwell on mysteries. No matter what kind of place the Huangsha Town garrison was, he had to report there. Otherwise, if he skipped out and got caught, he'd be branded a deserter. There were still 2 days before the assembly, so Li Dao wasn't in a hurry to set off. He decided to first get some details about that military camp. In the afternoon, under the bright sun, he led his horse into the liveliest tea house in town. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted the waiter he had dealt with just the night before carrying a tray. The waiter recognized him immediately, quickly setting the tray on a nearby table with a smile. He came over and led Li Dao upstairs to a window seat. He'll brew your tea right away, the waiter said. Tea can wait. Li Dao waved him off and got straight to the point. I called you over to ask about a place. Please, ask away, the waiter said smoothly, brushing his sleeves as he sat down opposite him. Huangsha Town Garrison, have you heard of it? At those 4 words, the waiter's eyes lit up and his voice dropped conspiratorially. Of course, that's the infamous Stubborn Head Camp. Stubborn Head Camp? Li Dao raised an eyebrow and flicked a broken silver piece across the table. Tell me more. With the silver clinking on the wood, the waiter perked up. Huangsha Town lies near the northwest border, where the winds cut like knives and the sands harsh. The camp's full of wild troublemakers, disgraced officers, rowdy soldiers, condemned prisoners. Whoever's too unruly ends up there. It's a place of constant drills and knife fights. If someone crosses another, blood flows quick. Some get stabbed by their own comrades within days. Others claw their way up and get promoted to officers. Dangerous, chaotic, bloody to put it simply, it's brutal as hell. As the waiter spoke, a vivid picture of Huangsha Town garrison formed in Li Dao's mind, violent, restless, but full of chances. His heart pounded uncontrollably. This place was exactly his kind of challenge. Most soldiers sent there would see it as a terrible punishment, but for Li Dao, this was probably the perfect fit among all the Yunzhou camps. If he ever found out who arranged his transfer to Huangsha Town, he'd have to thank them in person. It wasn't a curse, but a blessing. Had he known about this place earlier, he'd have reported there himself without a second thought. Feeling he had learned enough, Li Dao pushed his worries aside and took a small sip of his tea, bitter at first, but with a sweet aftertaste. Seeing his relaxed expression, the waiter's curiosity got the better of him. Sir, do you have a friend assigned to Huangsha Town garrison? No friend, Li Dao said, setting down the cup. Then, me. With that, he brushed his sleeves and stood. He'll take my leave. He'll see you out. The waiter stood up, but Li Dao had already vanished near the staircase. A moment later, the waiter leaned against the railing and watched. At the street corner, a chestnut horse kicked up dust as its rider sped away, his silhouette resolute, his robes billowing behind him. Normally, being sent to Huangsha Town would be a blow, but why did this man, this benefactor, look so eager to get there? Within a 20-kilometer radius beyond Fufeng Pass, all the land belonged to the Daqian territory. Pushing outward another 10 kilometers was the buffer zone agreed upon with the northern barbarians. This 10-kilometer stretch was jointly administered by both countries. and nearly all minor skirmishes broke out there. At the far edge of the buffer zone, where yellow dust swirled endlessly, a solitary small town huddled amid the sands. Because of the endless yellow dust, it was called Yellow Sand Town. Inside the main tent of Yellow Sand Town's military camp, the dim light flickered. Zhao Tong, a nearly 2-meter tall man with a full beard, held a military dispatch in his hands, his thick eyebrows tightly furrowed. What's this nonsense? We're getting a new recruit this year? He muttered, but deep down he already suspected anyone sent to this godforsaken place had probably pissed someone off. After a moment's thought, he raised his voice. Send someone here. The tent flap lifted, and a soldier strolled in lazily. Boss, what's up? Yellow Sand Town had a casual way about its ranks, and Zhao Tong was used to it. He waved a hand and smiled. Go tell the men we've got a new guy coming this year. Tell them to take it easy, don't scare the poor soul. Meanwhile, outside Yunqi City on the official road, after gathering information at a tea house, Li Dao mounted his horse and cracked his whip, heading straight for Yellow Sand Town. On the way, just before sunset, he caught a hurried glimpse of foofing past the sixth of Daqian's 6 famous passes. But pressed for time, he barely glanced before riding rapidly westward. The next morning, at first light, hot dry wind carrying dust hit Li Dao's face. He pulled his horse to a stop and looked out. Through the swirling dust appeared a low earthen wall that was Yellow Sand Town. This must be it. He patted his horse's neck and slowly rode toward the town gate. On the town wall, a few soldiers patrolled casually. Yellow Sand Town undoubtedly bred troublemakers, but military discipline was still stricter, else the imperial court would have wiped them out long ago. Li Dao rode openly, and the guards quickly spotted him. Remembering the boss words last night about a new recruit, they exchanged glances. New guy? Definitely. Nobody sane volunteers to suffer in this godforsaken dump. Should we call for others? Not yet. Since he's new, let's teach him a lesson. First, make sure he knows not to act up later. Right. If we alert higher-ups, it won't be our heads on the line. With that, they waited expectantly behind the wall. Minutes later, Li Dao rode up to the town gate. Who goes there? Came the sharp shout from the wall. Standard procedure. Li Dao pulled out his registration papers and called loudly, New recruit Li Dao. Here to enlist. New recruit. One soldier stroked his chin skeptically. We haven't accepted any new soldiers in Yellow Sand Town for years. You're not trying to trick us, are you? Li Dao raised an eyebrow slightly. By military regulation, after identity confirmation, new recruit paperwork should have arrived at the post before the soldier appeared. It was impossible to have the man show up before the documents. Yet this group of troublemakers acted like they knew nothing. Clearly, this so-called troublemaker camp was deliberately testing him. He didn't make a fuss. He simply picked up the arrival notice and stated plainly that the seal on it could verify his identity. A soldier on the wall leaned over, squinting exaggeratedly, then shrugged. Sorry, my eyesight's not great. I can't make out the seal clearly. Li Dao remained calm, his voice steady as ever. Then, may I ask what I should do? Handle your own problems, the soldier said with a shrug, acting as if it wasn't his concern. Another soldier chimed in. Or you can find someone to vouch for you and bring them here within 3 days. If you take longer, you'll be considered a deserter, and that's a whole different level of trouble. Li Dao looked up at them without arguing further, then raised his head and whistled sharply. A piercing eagle cry cut through the air, and a dark shape dived straight down. Its sharp claws snapped shut just half a foot in front of Li Dao's forehead. Then it landed steadily on his shoulder. It was Bai Qian, the young eagle he had raised. After undergoing a transformation through the precious blood, even though its feathers were still immature, it was far more formidable than an ordinary adult eagle. Go on, deliver the letter. Bai Qian grasped the arrival notice in its beak, flapped its wings, and soared over the city wall before hovering directly above the 2 soldiers. As the envelope dropped, it shook its wings lightly. The soldier below reflexively reached up to catch the envelope. Before he could react, a splash of warm, white liquid landed squarely on his forehead. He rubbed it with his fingertip, then brought his fingers to his nose. The pungent smell hit him instantly. Even the dullest person would know what that was. You little. Quiet. Don't forget the rules, the other soldier hurriedly interrupted. Reminded, the first soldier took a deep breath to suppress his anger, but his expression remained sour. Li Dao looked up from below the wall. Now, can you see the seal clearly? The soldier glanced at it lazily. Yeah, we see it. So, then can you open the gate and let me in? Sorry, we don't have that authority, the soldier sneered. We're just here to patrol, not to open gates. Conveniently, the 2 guards on duty passed out from the heat and have been taken off for rest. The next shift comes in 3 hours. He spread his hands. So you either wait 3 hours or open the gate yourself. Clearly, they intended to make things difficult. They could afford to stall, but Li Dao couldn't. Open the gate myself? He pressed. The soldier smirked with a hint of malice. Huangsha Town's gate isn't like others, it's lifted upwards. To open it, you either pull the mechanism from inside to raise the door, or use brute force to lift the entire gate. Li Dao looked up at the city gate carefully. Unlike typical double doors, this one was made from thick solid wooden beams arranged in a grid, with iron plating on the outside. There was a groove along the top to hold the door when lifted, and sharp wooden stakes embedded in the ground at the bottom. Judging by the structure, it could indeed be lifted as a whole. After confirming this, he led his horse and walked calmly toward the gate. The two soldiers on the wall exchanged a glance and froze instantly upon seeing this. Is this new recruit out of his mind? Does he really think he can lift the city gate? Want to find out? Just go see for yourself. Someone egged him on. Yeah, go check it out. If he really dares to lift the gate, I have to have a good laugh at him. With a few words, a crowd started pushing and shoving their way toward the city gate. Beneath the city wall, the gray bricks looked weathered and dull. Li Dao strode forward, his footsteps sharp and steady, like a sword being drawn from its sheath. Two guards who were supposed to be on watch atop the wall quietly slipped down, curiosity pulling them close to the gate. Through the square hole about half an arm's width in the center of the gate, the two just happened to catch Li Dao's eyes, but he ignored them, saying nothing about their dereliction of duty. The gate, towering over 20 feet, was forged from a single block of ironwood, its surface sheathed in thick iron plates. Countless rivets gleamed coldly in the shadows. Li Dao raised his hand and tapped his knuckles lightly on the door panel. The heavy echo seemed to strike everyone's hearts. He bent down to inspect the door seam and hinges carefully. After a moment's thought, he nodded slightly. It was definitely a tough piece. The wood core soaked with oil and tightly compacted. Weight-wise, it was at least 5,000 jin, about 2.5 tons. The two soldiers exchanged glances at his serious demeanor, their faces blank with disbelief. Seriously gonna try? Try is try, one whispered. The bets are made. Only this guy's too green. This kind of dare won't hold up. If he faced the old veterans, he'd get shredded. What if he actually lifts it? You're dreaming. 5,000 jin of ironwood, soaked in oil and wrapped in iron plates. If he can carry that alone, he'll kneel right here and call him dad. The other soldier laughed and slapped his forehead. Then he'll call him grandpa, with 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. Amid the chatter, Li Dao began to strip. He yanked off his jacket, revealing a lean, defined torso, muscles coiled like steel cables over his frame, his skin gleaming bronze in the sunlight. His movements weren't fast, but carried an undeniable resolve that silenced even the watching new recruits. He stood by the gate, squatted low, braced firmly, and slid both hands into the narrow gap between the bottom crossbar and the ground. With a deep breath, his chest expanded. Lift. His waist, legs, and arms tensed simultaneously. Veins bulged and muscles swelled visibly. The long dormant city gate groaned with a deep, mournful creak as dust fell, and the dull grinding of wood against iron echoed through the corridor. No way. The two soldiers watched, their eyes nearly popping out. This rookie had actually shaken a 5,000 jin gate. It was rare enough for the door panel to wobble at all, yet the young man kept pressing harder. Li Dao gritted his back teeth, grounding himself even deeper, and slowly began prying the bottom edge of the gate off the ground. In mere seconds, the heavy door had moved up to neck height. At this height, he could slip through himself, but the horse would still be stuck outside. More importantly, in front of these two veterans, Li Dao refused to back down. Lift a thigher. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the primal strength honed through his training. His arms suddenly spread upward like coiled dragons. Amid several creaks and groans, the city gate was forcibly hoisted above his head. But the shock was far from over. After confirming the gate was stable, Li Dao suddenly pulled out one hand and decisively lifted the massive gate single-handedly. The 5,000 jin bronze and iron door creaked as it left the ground. His arm tensed sharply, veins bulging, finally giving him a rare sense of real weight. With his other hand, he firmly grabbed the horse's reins and led the warhorse inside. As the hooves crossed the camp threshold, he released the gate and stepped back, smoothly lowering it into place. Boom! The heavy crash of metal echoed through the Huangsha town camp, sending dust flying. The two soldier sentries guarding the gate felt as if a heavy fist struck their chests. Both staggered, barely managing to stay upright. Li Dao quickly straightened his clothes and walked forward with the horse. To his surprise, both soldiers immediately dropped to their knees. Father! Grandfather! The one calling him grandfather even knocked his helmet loudly on the ground with repeated kowtows. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. What's this about? The one greeting him as father swallowed nervously, forcing himself to explain. I said, as long as you can lift the gate and come in, he'll call you dad. His companion quickly pointed at himself and added, he's way more extreme, said if you brought the gate in, he'd call you grandfather and even do the full kowtow ceremony. The first soldier felt head come out ahead. I get to call you dad, but I still have this big son bowing to you. Not a bad deal. Li Dao chuckled and waved it off. I don't remember agreeing to any of that just now. No need for such formalities. Rules can't be broken. The soldier thumped his chest resolutely. A soldier from Huangsha town never breaks his word. Once you speak it, it counts, otherwise, you lose face. Li Dao had thought these rough soldiers were just brash brutes, but now he realized their stubbornness ran deep. After the third loud kowtow, the one who called him grandfather stood up quickly, cheeks flushed like had been scorched. Fresh recruit, you got me this time. He'll remember it. All traces of his earlier hesitation vanished, replaced by fierce pride. Li Dao glanced his way with a light smile. All right, he'll remember you too. Just as he let out a humph, the soldier suddenly felt a pang in his chest, confused. The next second, a large hand appeared in front of him. What are you doing? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Instinctively, he stepped back. Li Dao's tone was calm. My registration letter. The soldier froze for a moment. Remembering his earlier reaction, his face flushed red, and he quickly handed over the letter before dashing off, running as if he had a flag strapped to his back. Li Dao laughed and turned to the other soldier. Brother, could you take me to meet the commander for my official registration? You're not half bad. The soldier pretended to sound mature as he waved his hand. He'll do you a favor. He led the way, putting on a casual pace but unconsciously slowing down a bit. Li Dao followed on horseback, knowing this guy had clearly been impressed and, maybe even a little won over by what Head just done. It looked like Head definitely earned their respect with that display. Because it lay near the buffer zone between Great Qian and the northern barbarians, Huangsha Town, though officially a town, was much like the old Changgu town devoid of common civilians, inhabited only by the stationed Chitu battalion. The entire dirt road was buried under yellow sand, as Li Dao followed Shui Bing along the path. Everywhere he looked were Chitu soldiers in rough battle armor, their expressions lax and careless. Hey Shui Bing, who's this? A new face, I don't think I've seen him before. A few soldiers blocked the road, swaggering lazily as they stopped Li Dao. One squinted and studied him closely before suddenly realizing. Oh, so this must be the new recruit the boss mentioned? Another glanced Li Dao up and down, sneering. Shui Bing, you're not going soft on us, are you? How come the rookie doesn't have a single scratch? Shui Bing remained expressionless on the surface, but murmured inwardly, not out of concern for Li Dao, but worried these rowdy guys might actually cause trouble. Li Dao's true background was still unknown. If he lost control, these familiar faces would be the ones paying the price. He raised a hand to stop their restless movements. Mind your own business. This guy's different. I have to take him to see the commander. Whoever he is, once you're inside Huangsha Town, you play by our rules. One soldier growled, shaking his fist. Shui Bing's face darkened, his tone hardening. Do whatever you want after I've taken him to the commander. Inwardly he planned. Once I get him in front of Zhao Tong, I'm off the hook. Let whoever comes next clean up the mess. After some arguing, Shui Bing finally pulled Li Dao free from the blockade. Amid the swirling dust, the two arrived outside Commander Zhao Tong's tent. Shui Bing motioned him aside. Wait here. He'll notify him first. Inside, flickering lamplight revealed Zhao Tong sharpening a blade, one hand on the whetstone, the other pushing a gleaming long knife forward. Hearing the noise, he looked up and barked. Shui Bing, abandoning your post again? Planning to go to the brig? Shui Bing forced a smile. Boss, I have something to report. What is it? Speak quickly, then get back to duty. The new recruit you mentioned has reported. New recruit? Zhao Tong blinked, then narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Don't tell me you messed up the rookie and came begging for mercy? Didn't I tell you to be careful with your hands? Boss, just listen to me first. Shui Bing cut in sharply. Say what? What's there to say? Zhao Tong slammed the long knife onto the table. I've told you to keep it together. If you keep playing rough like this, who's going to want to join our battalion in the future? Shui Bing grimaced silently. Recruit? Who the hell would want to come to this dump? Before he could speak, Zhao Tong's sharp ears caught his muttering. The commander's eyes bulged. Him just trying to explain. Shui Bing ducked his head. At that moment, hurried footsteps pounded outside the tent. Report. The curtain was pulled back as a soldier knelt, clasping his fists. Commander, those barbarians up north are back again. Bastards. Zhao Tong slammed the table and stood with a roar that shook the air. Do those savages ever rest? Come provoking us every single day. Think it's funny? The soldier lowered his gaze, cautiously asking, Commander, what should we do now? Zhao Tong glared coldly, lethal intent radiating off him. What else can we do? Call them in and wipe them out. This time they won't be getting away. After speaking, he moved to a nearby wooden rack and took down his armor. The heavy iron plates clanked deeply in Zhao Tong's strong arms. Turning sideways, he saw Shui Bing still standing motionless, frowning sharply. What are you still doing here? Why aren't you out there calling for reinforcements? Boss, that new recruit. Shui Bing began, only to be cut off. New recruit, my foot. Zhao Tong snapped, tossing a pauldron into his chest. Once they're here, they're my soldiers. Got bullied? Fine. Bring him along to the battlefield. Let him vent his anger on the barbarians. What happens afterward? We'll talk when he makes it through alive. With that, he ignored Shui Bing and swiftly donned his armor. The heavy plates gleamed coldly in the firelight, making him look even more formidable. Shui Bing watched with a rueful smile. He remembered how that new soldier had made a strong first impression lifting a 5,000-pound gate with one arm. He thought to himself, anyone who can treat a gate like kindling must be tougher than the gate itself. If anyone's going to fall first, it won't be that guy. Having such a fierce warrior might actually improve their chances of survival. Outside the camp, the night wind howled, whipping up sand. Li Dao stood at the entrance, hands behind his back, scanning row after row of tents. Suddenly, Groups of soldiers rushed out from all directions, gripping spears and blades with tense expressions. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. His overly sensitive senses usually forced him to suppress his perceptions, tuning out the rustling sounds and acrid torch smoke in the camp. Tonight, though, the atmosphere felt wrong, but he had no idea what was happening. Bing pushed aside the tent flap, tugging at the buttons of his cloak, and immediately spotted Li Dao at the gate. What's going on? Li Dao called out. Barbarians are attacking the camp, Bing replied simply. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. What do you want me to do now? The boss told you to come with us first to the battlefield. Take care of the barbarians, then we'll deal with what's next. Hearing this, Li Dao's eyes lit up with excitement. His unexpected arrival coincided with an attack luckier than arriving a day early. He paused, savoring this fortune in silence. Bing mistook his quietness for dissatisfaction and quickly added, the Huangsha town main camp works like this. You join the fight even if you haven't officially signed in yet. Wait, what are you doing? In the next moment, he saw Li Dao swiftly mount a horse with smooth efficiency. Li Dao blinked and said matter-of-factly, didn't you say we're going to battle? Bing was momentarily speechless, thinking this guy was way too eager. But before he could say more, he hesitated briefly and then headed to the stables. Pulling out a chestnut warhorse, he vaulted onto its back. All right, follow me. Side by side on horseback, they pushed through the surging crowd. Dust rose beneath their hooves as torches flickered and horns blared, mingled with the sounds of clashing armor. Soon, they charged out of Huangsha town. Meanwhile, in the buffer zone outside Huangsha town's main camp, night cloaked hundreds of northern barbarian cavalry as they formed ranks on their horses. At times, they galloped swiftly. At others, they turned sharply to taunt the defenders, their iron hooves kicking up gravel. Two Huangsha town soldiers on watch crouched behind a sand dune, veins bulging with anger. Damn it, it's those bastards again. The soldier on the left hissed, fingers tightening on his longbow. I want to ride out and slaughter them. His companion gripped his arm firmly. Wait, they haven't crossed the buffer boundary yet. We can't strike first. By rules agreed between the Great Qian Empire and the northern barbarians, no fighting was allowed inside the buffer zone. Any premature attack could spark a chain reaction and endless trouble. Only if the enemy truly crossed the line could they retaliate legitimately. That's why the barbarians dared to be so brazen. What if they actually cross? If they do, we'll fight with everything we've got. But if we start this, even the emperor will have to deal with the fallout, and in the end, we're the ones who lose. Some might say the Great Qian Empire could use the same tactics to harass the barbarians. But if only it were that easy. The northern barbarians were famous for their excellent horses, and most of the mounts in Dacian were actually traded in from the north. Everyone understood the principle of keeping the best for yourself, so the barbarians always equipped their cavalry with bigger, faster horses. The result was that Dacian's cavalry couldn't catch up to the northern riders, while the barbarians could easily counterattack. This gap in mobility forced Dacian to maintain permanent defenses. Any lapse could let the hostile northern tribes exploit their chance, leading to disastrous consequences. The soldiers stationed at Huangsha town's main camp seemed lazy during downtime, but the moment the horn sounded, they assembled at lightning speed. In less than the time it takes for incense to burn halfway, Zhao Tong had gathered a squadron of elite cavalry, their iron hooves kicking up clouds of dust as they charged toward the watchline. Li Dao rode within the formation. In the distance, a cluster of northern barbarian cavalry standards fluttered in the wind, visible through the haze of dust. Li Dao's eyes brightened immediately. The noise was loud enough for the barbarians to notice quickly. Seeing Dacian's cavalry rushing in, the northern leader grinned broadly, raising his whip to shout, "Run, boys." With a wild whoop, he led his men in a sudden charge toward the border, crossing into Dacian territory in the blink of an eye. Those bastards, using that trick again? Zhao Tong's expression darkened. He gave a sharp hand signal and shouted, "Chase them. Find a way to stop them inside our borders." Without hesitation, he turned his horse and galloped after them. The northern cavalry laughed as they looked back, taunting. Their mounts were stronger and faster, repeatedly turning to provoke the pursuers. Dacian's horses couldn't keep up and were quickly left half a mile behind, trailing like kites on the wind. Whenever the barbarians tired of the game, they could slip back into the buffer zone at will. Zhao Tong couldn't allow them to linger, so he gritted his teeth and pressed the chase. Li Dao frowned. Are we just going to keep wasting strength like this? Bing gave a wry smile. We're not afraid of heat and fights, but after taking losses, they switch to this kind of tactic. Planning ambushes? They strike on a whim. Besides, this camp is the only one nearby, so we can't coordinate a pincer attack. We just gotta hold out. Li Dao fell silent, his gaze drifting toward the distant Gobi Desert. There stood a gorge, stretching over 10 miles, fully within Dacian territory. Anyone who entered it would have to cross the whole gorge to retreat back into the buffer zone. Ahead, the northern leader spurred his horse, taking the lead. His lieutenant grinned and asked, "Boss, what's the plan this time? Are we using that gorge?" The leader nodded confidently, chin raised. "Huh, of course. Dacian's horses aren't as fast as ours, No matter how good they are, it won't help them. It's boring fighting on the open plain will give them a real challenge this time. Riding through the canyon wasn't just a matter of speed, it was a test of horsemanship. Crushing the Dacian riders on both fronts would be even more satisfying, the northern barbarian leader declared, his eyes sharp as a hawk's as they swept over the cavalry behind him. Then he shouted, "If anyone gets caught in the canyon, slash your own throat. If your riding skills can't beat the Dacian, how can you face the bear god? All the king's training would be for nothing." Understood. The northern barbarian riders roared in unison. The wild wind whipped the fringes of their cloaks as confidence radiated from every one of them, as if the Dacian cavalry were beneath their notice. At the leader's signal, the northern barbarian unit gradually slowed down, sliding along the rocky, spray-flung ground toward the canyon's entrance. When the Dacian cavalry, led by Zhao Tong, drew near, the leader cracked his whip. The steeds whinnied, and the dark mass of northern barbarian riders surged forward like a flood into the gorge. Not far behind, Zhao Tong saw the scene unfold. The centurion riding beside him frowned. "Boss, looks like the northern barbarians want to lure us in. Could be an ambush inside." Zhao Tong's gaze locked on the enemy's shadows swallowed by the canyon. His thoughts flickered to the barbarians' recent relentless harassment. Rising anger burned in his chest. He snorted sharply, "If there's an ambush, even better. I'm itching for a straight-up fight with them." Before finishing, he spun his horse around and barked, "Move faster, you bastards. Anyone who falls behind gets whipped when we're back at base." The threat didn't intimidate the rebel battalion soldiers. It ignited their fighting spirit. Like they'd been injected with adrenaline, they spurred their horses forward with wild intensity. At the rear, Li Dao watched secretly impressed. The legendary rebel battalion truly lived up to its name. In moments, the troops reached the canyon entrance. Zhao Tong led the charge without hesitation, pressing his horse into the narrow pass. The sound of hooves rang loudly, bouncing off sheer cliff walls on either side. The rebels followed closely, their momentum unstoppable. Just then, Li Dao suddenly pulled his reins and stopped alone. Xue Bing, caught off guard, quickly reined in beside him. "Why are you stopping?" Li Dao looked up at the towering vertical rock faces, eyes scanning from crevices to the summit. "Chasing like this, we'll never catch the barbarians. I'm planning another route." "Another route? There's only one path. This canyon is a dead end," Xue Bing said, bewildered. Li Dao smiled faintly. "There's no path in the world to begin with. Paths formed by walking." With that, he swung down from his horse and lifted a wooden box from the saddle. "What are you up to now?" Xue Bing reached out to stop him, but only managed to frown. "Go on ahead. Don't wait for me," Li Dao said, waving him off. Then, with a sudden burst, Li Dao leapt into the air. His toes tapped the rock face in rapid succession, and in seconds he had scaled over 10 meters up the cliff. His figure moved like a wild ape or eagle, gripping the jutting stones as he climbed swiftly, vanishing into the mist at the canyon summit. Xue Bing was dumbstruck, mouth agape. This was the path he meant? Still stunned, he abruptly remembered the warhorse pawing the ground beside him, snorting. He looked up at the cliff top and shouted as loud as he could, "Brother, your horse." Li Dao relied on brute strength, constantly using the terrain to gain momentum, and quickly leapt to the highest point of the canyon. At the summit, a fierce wind whipped dust and sand against his face. Squinting, he peered down along the crevice. Ahead, the dense ranks of northern barbarian cavalry surged like a raging flood, while behind, the Huangsha town troops chased desperately on horseback. Yet despite their efforts, the gap between the two groups was visibly widening. Thinking this through, he shifted his gaze toward the distant end of the canyon where a faint ray of daylight broke through. They should be able to catch up there. With that hope, Li Dao hoisted the wooden box onto his back, pushed off the rocky wall with his foot, and sprinted swiftly along the cliffside. Rough stone blurred beneath his feet, fragments scattering as he ran. His speed climbed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he covered dozens of meters faster than any galloping steed. That was why he had decisively abandoned his horse and chosen to pursue alone. With his current agility, hardly any beast could match him. Deeper inside the canyon, the northern barbarian leader weaved through the jagged rock walls in a shaped valley. The loose stones underfoot were trivial obstacles to them. Their horses nimbly sidestepped and leapt, kicking up sporadic clatters of debris. Seeing the Huangsha town cavalry stubbornly trailing dozens of yards behind, the northern riders burst into wild, mocking laughter. "Hey, you Qian men behind us, what are you tied down? Why are you running so slow? With skills this weak, you dare challenge us on the plains? Smart ones should just turn back home and leave this grassland to us North barbarians." The canyon walls amplified their voices, the echoes booming sharply above the clamor of pounding hooves. Zhao Tong and his men heard every word clearly, anger gnawing at their teeth. "Damn it, if I catch any of these bastards, I swear I'll tear their mouths apart." Zhao Tong snarled, spurting his horse forward, but the distance stubbornly refused to close. The northern cavalry charged deeper, when suddenly the leader caught a glimpse of a dazzling light shining between the rocks ahead. His heart leaped. It was the canyon exit. Haha, my lads, looks like we've tricked these Qian men again this time. He cracked his whip in laughter. All right, mission accomplished. Let's head back and leave those fools behind to play. Yes, sir. The surrounding riders roared in agreement, their laughter growing louder. Behind them, Zhao Tong caught sight of the same light, his face instantly darkening. If the barbarians escaped the canyon and scattered, capturing them would become infinitely harder. Frustration bubbled uncontrollably inside him. As the exit drew closer, the northern cavalry instinctively whipped their mounts faster, hooves thunderous on the stone. Then, boom, a deafening explosion shattered the air above the canyon's exit. Immediately afterward, a cascade of rock and dust rained down. The northern leader's face paled, and he bellowed, "Fall back." Almost instinctively, all the riders pulled in their reins and retreated. Stones and earth tumbled down rapidly, piling up into a newly formed steep slope about half a man's height, completely blocking the passage. The northern leader took a deep breath and examined the debris. Although a large amount covered the way, there remained a narrow, sloping path barely passable for horses. If the way was fully sealed, they would be forced to face the enraged Qian cavalry behind them heated. Remembering the heavy losses suffered in previous direct clashes, a chill ran down his spine. Glancing back at the Dacian cavalry rapidly closing in behind him, Li Dao knew that any delay could be deadly. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, speed up! Ride out of the canyon, don't let them catch us." At his command, the northern barbarian cavalry tensed, urging their horses toward the steep slopes flanking the canyon. The lead riders kicked up loose stones, their iron hooves clawing the mountainside, with the rest close behind. In a flash, the vanguard was just yards from the ridge's summit. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh tore through the air above. There, a shadowy human form plummeted straight down from the canyon mouth. Bang! The figure landed solidly in the center of the ridge, kicking up a cloud of dust and blocking the northern rider's path. Cough, cough. Li Dao brushed away the dust and looked down at the stunned cavalry. He exhaled quietly, muttering to himself, "Just in time. If you'd escaped, I'd never sleep tonight." The startled northern leader snapped back to reality and demanded, "Who are you?" Li Dao sneered, "Seriously? At a time like this, you still ask who I am?" His words revealed his allegiance clearly. The leader's expression darkened. Hearing the escalating hoofbeats from deeper in the canyon, he knew they'd soon be caught in a pincer. Clenching the reins, he growled, "Kill him. Break through. Kill." The foremost rider charged, drawing his curved blade that gleamed coldly in the light as it slashed toward Li Dao. With a slight smile, Li Dao tossed his black iron knife behind him and opened a nearby wooden crate to reveal his sinister-looking dragon-patterned glaive. Running his palm over its cold metal, he murmured, "Time to test this unparalleled glaive technique." The warhorse whinnied as the barbarians closed in. Thrust. The long glaive shot forward, piercing rider and horse through and lifting them clean off the ground, blood spurting everywhere. Yet the blood droplets halted midair, repelled by the glaive's power, never staining its blade. Crack! Li Dao flicked his wrist, sending the corpse crashing down. At the same moment, the long-awaited system notification pinged in his ear. Killed one enemy. Gained 0.23 attribute points. Looking at the stunned northern riders, Li Dao curled his finger and beckoned, "Come on over." The leader's face turned livid as he roared, "All of you, attack. I refuse to believe he can hold us off alone. Kill." More than 10 riders formed a line, their iron hooves thundering as they charged. With no other choice but to break through before the Dacian forces arrived, they pressed forward with deadly resolve. Li Dao's eyes flashed red, battle fervor surging through him as he grinned wildly. "Bring it on." Clutching the dragon glaive in one hand, he channeled his strength and swept it across. Flash! The first 2 northern horsemen and their mounts were cleaved in half by the glaive's gale force, spraying blood and guts everywhere. But the riders behind could not be stopped. They surged onward relentlessly. Unparalleled chaos dance. The glaive spun wildly like a storm wind, slicing through the air and trailing countless afterimages. Li Dao moved as if untouched by any threat, turning the ridge into a mortal meat grinder. Any northern riders breaching within just a few feet faced shattered limbs and broken armor, bones snapped and blood splattering, staining the mountain walls crimson. In mere moments, dozens of northern horsemen lay dead beneath the dragon-patterned glaive's devastating might. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the air. A nimble man among the northern barbarian cavalry reined his horse to leap, hooves thundering just above the heads of the crowd, a look of smug confidence on his face as he tried to jump right over Li Dao's human wall. In the next instant, a cold gleam tore through the air. Li Dao's dragon-patterned spear thrust upward from below. The spearhead pierced through the horse's belly, smashing bone with a dull crack as the iron rod drove straight through the horse's back, simultaneously skewering the northern rider midair. Blood dripped down the spear's blade, staining Li Dao's collar and cheek. All the northern barbarians went silent at once, their eyes locked on that lantern skewer of man and horse held high in one hand, their minds blank. Blood spatters hit their faces. Li Dao's wrist trembled then. With a ripping sound, the corpse burst apart in a spray of flesh and gore, scattering to the ground in chunks, shattered limbs splattering the earth below. The metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils, yet he was calm, even exhilarated. Ever since witnessing the massacre at Taoyuan village, the northern barbarians to him had long been as evil as demons. Killing them was like crushing a cherry blossom in his past life completely, without remorse. He flicked the blood off his spear and lifted his gaze. Those jet-black eyes gleamed brightly in the dying sunlight. Holding the spear level, its sharp tip aimed forward, Li Dao smiled broadly. "Why don't you all just come on up and die?" His words struck the northern cavalry like a spike through their hearts. They looked around, only to see Li Dao bathed in blood under the sunset, and the shattered bodies of their comrades at his feet. This man was no human, but a bloodthirsty demon. "Oh, I can't take it anymore," someone broke down, turning his horse to flee wild. That panic ignited a chain reaction. Large groups of northern cavalry scrambled to escape. To them, charging headfirst into the Great Qian cavalry still offered a slim chance of survival. Charging at this demon was certain death. "Don't run! Don't run! All of you!" The northern leader shouted furiously, but by the time he lost faith in fighting, his authority was gone. Seeing his troops scattering, he gritted his teeth, spun to face Li Dao, and snarled, "Playing God. Die." Before the words even left his mouth, a curved knife flashed free at his waist, accompanied by a fierce howl. A faint aura of true energy shimmered around the blade. Li Dao immediately saw through his cultivation. It was peak first-grade postnatal realm, already touching the threshold of innate realm. If given more time, he might break through for real. But time was over. Li Dao's expression was calm as his dragon-patterned spear shot out, like lightning, to parry the knife's glow. The clash of metal rang sharply. Crack. Murderous intent exploded, spiderweb cracks spreading across the curved blade. The northern leader's face drained of color, but he had nowhere to retreat. Then with a muffled poochie, the spear halted half an inch as the knife shattered to dust. The spear's tip drove deep through the northern leader's neck. Li Dao casually swung his weapon, and the leader of the northern barbarians was thrown like a ragged sack, rolling twice on the sandy ground before twitching a few times and dying. The system prompt appeared. Enemy killed. 1. Attribute gained. 3.41. The smell of blood hit the nose sharply. The remaining northern barbarian cavalry, who had been waiting for their leader to strike back and hadn't fled immediately, froze as if paused. A formidable warrior on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm just a step away from true mastery was taken out as easily as tossing away rotten fish and shrimp. This sight shattered their fighting spirit completely. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they finally realized there was no way they could match the man before them. Without hesitation, they turned around and tried to flee, following their terrified comrades toward the distant Great Qian cavalry. Even if they died, they wanted to deliver their heads to the enemy's blades. Li Dao saw through this at a glance and raised an eyebrow. "Want to let your teammates reap kills for free?" he thought. Today, he was carrying the fight alone and wouldn't allow anyone to steal his glory. In the next instant, he raised the dragon-patterned halberd, planted his feet, and charged forward like a whirlwind in pursuit. In the dim, dusty haze, a bizarre scene unfolded. A young general wielding a halberd single-handedly chasing down a dozen northern barbarian cavalry. Halberd strikes, severed limbs, and agonized cries scattered behind him all the way. Meanwhile, at the other end of the canyon, Zhao Tong's troops clung to the northern barbarian cavalry without letting up. He watched as the enemy neared the canyon exit and felt despair creeping in. Just as he was about to give up hope, the northern barbarians suddenly turned their horses and charged back like a raging tide. Was it a conspiracy, or had they all gone mad? Zhao Tong didn't have time to ponder. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Keep them all in your sights. Don't let a single barbarian escape. Whoever lets one through will be confined when we return to camp. Understood?" "Understood," the soldiers answered in unison. As the northern barbarians closed in, Zhao Tong's suspicion grew. They didn't seem to be fighting desperately to break through. Rather, they looked like they were fleeing from something. But in this cursed place, there was only one dead and they could be running toward. Despite his doubts, he swung his sword. The two forces clashed instantly, the ring of steel and flying sparks echoing against the canyon walls. The northern barbarians, seemingly incited by Li Dao's ruthless fury just now, fought with a sudden surge of adrenaline. Their assault fiercely intensified beyond expectation. Elsewhere, Li Dao continued his relentless pursuit. Each swing of his halberd took a life. But when the last group of enemies reached the circle of swords held by the Yellow Sand Town's camp soldiers, he glanced Yupan saw that the northern barbarian cavalry had already tangled in fierce combat with Zhao Tong's troops. The camp soldiers' blades struck blow after blow, splattering blood and turning the dust red. Li Dao sighed and rotated his dragon-patterned halberd, thinking, these northern barbarians are really delivering themselves too quickly. Watching the northern barbarian cavalry gradually being overwhelmed by the Huangsha Town horsemen, Li Dao ultimately chose not to charge in for more kills. First, he had already earned his keep. The barbarians had only sent 300 riders to raid the camp. Li Dao had literally cut down nearly half just outside the camp and finished off many more in pursuit. Even the leader had fallen to his dragon-patterned halberd. His harvest was already bountiful. Second, he was still an unfamiliar face to the troops of Huangsha Town, and if he charged in recklessly, there was a chance he could be mistaken for an enemy rider. Would they hold their fire or attack? After a moment's thought, he decided to leave the remaining barbarians as a gift for the unruly fighters of Huangsha Town with whom he was about to join forces. The northern barbarian cavalry he chased away charged blindly into the ranks of Huangsha Town troops like they had been struck in the heart, eyes blazing with fury. But their strength was no match. In less than the time it takes for incense to burn halfway, the last barbarian cavalryman was cut down, blood staining the yellow sand. Ah, that felt good. Zhao Tong shook his long sword, surveying the scattered corpses and feeling a long-held frustration melt away. But soon a frown creased his brow. Were these barbarians mad? They rushed to their deaths without hesitation. Stranger still, their numbers didn't add up. By the corpse count, almost half of the barbarian riders should still be unaccounted for. Where had they gone? Zhao Tong looked toward the canyon exit, and suddenly his eyes caught sight of a stranger, a young man sitting casually on a boulder. You there? Who are you? When did you get here? Zhao Tong raised his sword and stepped forward. Li Dao stuck his dragon-patterned halberd into the rock, pulled a report from his pocket, waved it in the air, and casually tossed it over. New recruit Li Dao, reporting to Huangsha Town. Zhao Tong caught the envelope and opened it, stunned. A new recruit? Then how did you end up here? How did you come from that direction? Before he could finish, Xue Bing emerged from the crowd. When he saw Li Dao's face, his expression changed sharply. You actually pulled it off. Familiar shouts came from the rear of the formation. Only now, seeing the field strewn with barbarian corpses, did Xue Bing recall Li Dao's earlier boasting and swallowed nervously. Xue Bing, what do you know? Zhao Tong's gaze darkened. Snapping back to reality, Xue Bing leaned in and whispered everything about Li Dao. Zhao Tong's expression remained calm at first, but at the end, his eyes snapped wide in disbelief. Xue Bing, do you know what the punishment is for deceiving your superiors? Boss, why would I lie to you? I just met him myself. Zhao Tong drew a sharp breath. If what Xue Bing said was true, then the Huangsha Town camp had truly been graced by a great hero. The soldiers around Huangsha Town still looked puzzled, seeing Li Dao as just an ordinary new recruit, but a few curious ruffians immediately tried to step forward, eager to test this newcomer. Everyone hold back. Zhao Tong snapped himself back to attention and stopped them with a stern voice. If this was just an ordinary greenhorn, he'd be happy to send his men to break them in. But if this stranger was truly as Xue Bing claimed, any rash approach by those ruffians would likely end with bloody heads and broken bones. Everything still needs to be verified before jumping to conclusions. Glancing at Li Dao, Zhao Tong raised his arm and ordered, "Mount up, everyone. Let's ride to the canyon's exit and search for the rest of the Northern Barbarian Cavalry." Hearing the words Northern Barbarian Cavalry, the rebellious new recruits who had been sizing each other up suddenly lit up with excitement. They completely forgot about Li Dao and quickly swung themselves into their saddles. Passing by Li Dao, Zhao Tong lowered his voice and reminded him, "Just follow along." At that moment, Xue Bing arrived briskly, leading 2 war horses, and stopped beside Li Dao. "Brother, I brought your horse." "Thank you for the trouble." Li Dao accepted the reins politely but calmly. "No trouble at all." Xue Bing smiled and leaned in to whisper, "Brother, did you do this?" Li Dao swung himself onto his horse and smiled lightly. "Go see for yourself." He neither bragged nor tried to hide it. Xue Bing's question only confirmed that this maverick battalion truly lived up to its name, and making a bit of a statement in their own rogue style actually saved a lot of hassle. The canyon's exit wasn't far from the camp, and the group galloped swiftly, arriving within minutes. As they neared the exit, an overwhelming stench of blood struck their nostrils, thick and almost suffocating. Zhao Tong reined in his horse, and all the rebels followed suit. Before them lay a scene of such horrific carnage it defied description. The ground littered with gore and torn flesh, no intact corpse in sight, soaked in dark red blood like a freshly stained dye vat. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Zhao Tong turned to look at the quiet young man sitting on his horse. Li Dao noticed his gaze and offered a gentle smile, blood staining the corner of his mouth, a strange, yet calm expression. The stark contrast between that smile and the brutal scene before them filled Zhao Tong with an uneasy sense of dissonance. Xue Bing's earlier words forced him to connect this massacre with the new recruits before him. Zhao Tong took a deep breath, thinking silently. This might just be the most formidable maverick battalion the Huangsha Town camp has ever faced since its founding. He dismounted, stepping carefully through the blood as he approached the pile of bodies, seemingly searching for something. Moments later, he found the familiar corpse, the northern barbarian leader who had repeatedly challenged the Huangsha Town camp. No wonder we didn't see him during the interception. Zhao Tong's heart tightened as he knelt down for a closer look. The leader's neck was blasted open by a huge gaping wound. almost severing him in two, held together only by a thin layer of skin. The rest of his body was surprisingly intact. Closing his eyes, Zhao Tong quickly reconstructed the scene mentally. When he opened them again, horror registered clearly. The strike was instant and fatal, leaving no sign of resistance whatsoever. His gaze swept over the sea of blood around them as he muttered in a low voice. Could it really be that newbie? How could he possess such power? What's going on in Yunqi City to send someone like this to us? Is this some kind of blessing falling from the sky? Boss, what exactly happened here? A centurion, snapping out of his shock, couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, everyone else's gaze turned to Zhao Tong, their thoughts preoccupied by the terrifying scene around them. Zhao Tong raised his hand to wipe the blood off his armor and slowly stood up. His sharp eyes swept over the crowd and firmly locked onto Li Dao not far away. He showed no hesitation. These corpses and this pool of blood would ultimately become battle achievements. There was nothing to hide. If you want answers, go ask the person responsible, he said with a resolute tone. Responsible? Who is that? Could it really be someone among us? Someone muttered. Following their line of sight, the crowd noticed the calm-faced recruit Li Dao leaning against a dead Baiman soldier. Though his armor was battered, he looked clean and composed. Boss, you can't mean him, can you? How is that possible? One centurion couldn't help but speak up. Zhao Tong smiled faintly. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. I remember you loved to train newcomers. The centurion froze, his gaze darting between Li Dao and the scattered limbs. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously, and he shivered unexpectedly. If Zhao Tong wasn't joking, approaching to provoke could backfire, might end up on the receiving end of a lesson. Shrugging cautiously, he stepped back half a pace. Zhao Tong glanced at the rest. If you doubt, any of you can go test him. See if he's willing to spar with you. The soldiers instinctively looked Li Dao over. Li Dao just shrugged slightly, a smile playing at his lips, but said nothing. His composed demeanor quietly unsettled many skeptics. This wasn't the kind of confidence an ordinary recruit could fake. Besides, they would serve in the same camp from now on. A fake would be exposed sooner or later. No need to disgrace himself now. Seeing the hotheads all fall silent, Zhao Tong felt a pang of disappointment flicker across his eyes, a trace of contempt too. He had hoped someone would step up to test Li Dao. That was it. But considering the bigger picture, and also to give the recruit some dignity, he said no more. He looked toward the severed limbs strewn on the ground and frowned. Someone, count all the Baiman corpses carefully and record the battle achievements. A clerk pushed through the crowd, scratching his head at the chaotic battlefield. How do you count when they're broken like this? But orders were orders. Swallowing his frustration, he began picking up each bloodied left ear one by one. Elsewhere, Zhao Tong approached Li Dao and met his gaze. Your name is Li Dao? Yes, great commander, Li Dao replied calmly. Zhao Tong suddenly cracked a grin and patted his shoulder. Thanks to you holding off those barbarians, we might have come back empty-handed. You don't know how much trouble they've caused us these days. Li Dao's response was straightforward. If you want to thank me, just give me more chances on the battlefield to kill enemies. I have no other intentions, only to contribute to the frontier defense of Deqian. Zhao Tong was taken aback while others tried to avoid battle. This young man volunteered eagerly. He asked no further questions, silently making a note of it. The Baiman cavalry had been completely wiped out, and the cleanup was quickly finished. Soon, the clerk charged with counting came running to Zhao Tong, holding a stack of bloodstained papers and handing over the battle report. Zhao Tong glanced down, his expression suddenly stiffening. That recruit, single-handedly, had slain 153 Baiman cavalrymen, including the Baiman leader, all counted by left ears. 153 confirmed. The clerk's voice trembled. Whoa. Zhao Tong sucked in a sharp breath. Some things you don't realize until you actually tally them. You panned. Once he did, he was genuinely stunned. He looked up toward the distance through the swirling yellow sand. A young man sat alone on a jagged rock, head bent as he polished the glinting long halberd in his hands. Thinking back to the terrifying battle record from earlier, Zhao Tong muttered softly to himself. This truly is a deadly star. Then, his mood shifted, and he secretly felt glad to have such a subordinate in his future ranks. His only concern was that, judging by the young man's performance, he might not be able to keep this new hothead under control. But then again, having a capable hothead was far better than an ineffectual weakling. Suddenly, he stood up, waving his hand to issue orders. Once the battlefield is cleared, return along the same route. The pursuit had been difficult, but the return journey was unexpectedly smooth. Amid the swirling sand, the large troop quickly arrived back at Yellow Sand Town. Inside a tent under the night sky, an oil lamp flickered. Zhao Tong sat cross-legged on a blanket, pen in hand, writing down a new name in the ledger. After finishing, he looked up and solemnly announced to Li Dao, standing straight about 5 meters away, official enrollment complete, recorded in the book. From today on, you are a member of the Yellow Sand Town main camp. Before he finished speaking, he seemed to recall something and squinted as he asked, what is your cultivation level? To take down the leader of the Baiman cavalry already at the peak of the postnatal stage in one strike. Could you be an innate warrior? His eyes scanned the record and landed on the description 19 years old, which stood out conspicuously. If he really was a 19-year-old innate warrior, it was almost unbelievable. Li Dao shook his head lightly. Commander, I have no cultivation. No cultivation? Zhao Tong was dumbfounded. Then how did you stop the Bayman riders and kill the peak postnatal leader? Li Dao shrugged. I have innate divine strength. Innate divine strength? Zhao Tong's mind flashed back to Xue Bing's earlier description. His eyes widened. You lifted the yellow sand town gate by yourself? Yeah. Li Dao nodded faintly. Ugh, Zhao Tong felt a chill run down his spine again. To carry that heavy city gate barehanded, can this still be called human? They chatted a little more. Upon learning Li Dao could not cultivate, Zhao Tong, like others, could not hide a look of sympathy and regret. Li Dao was used to this and frankly laid everything out to save them from endless questions later. Not long after, Li Dao stepped out of the tent. The sun was about to set. At the main camp of Huangsha town, beside a large tent, a dozen or so wells were surrounded by soldiers, the sound of splashing water filling the air. Around 10 shirtless men squatted at the well's edges, wiping sweat and dirt from their faces as basins of cool water were poured over their reddened skin. Xue Bing was loosening his belt while excitedly telling his curious comrades, let me tell you, that new guy we got is no joke. You know the huge ironwood gate at the town entrance? Weighs 5,000 jin, right? He lifted it up like it was nothing. Zhao Guang and I were literally stunned on the spot. 5,000 jin. Laughter erupted by the wells. To them, that kind of strength was pure fantasy. Humph. A nearly 2-meter tall, heavily muscled man stepped forward from the crowd, his thick rural accent cutting through the noise. I admit that kid's a good fighter, but strong enough to lift that much? I don't buy it. With his little frame, I could pin him down with one hand, believe it or not. The sudden silence around him was deafening. The big man glanced around in confusion. Why is everyone so quiet? Excuse me, is this the 6th Battalion's camp? A calm voice called from behind. The big man Zhang Meng turned, his face instantly stiffening. Standing just behind him was Li Dao. Not towering, but his presence felt like an invisible wall pressing down. It was as if the very air in the camp had been sucked away. Even the sound of water splashing at the wells faded into the distance. Li Dao repeated, may I ask if this is the 6th Battalion's camp? Zhang Meng parted his lips, but found himself unable to breathe freely. Despite his taller stature and rank as a 4th-grade cultivated warrior, the subtle oppressive strength from Li Dao left him feeling unsteady on his feet. After a moment's struggle, he stammered, Yais, this is the 6th Battalion's camp. Thank you. Li Dao nodded, then walked through the crowd and pushed aside the tent curtain to enter. In Huangsha town, except for the centurions and the commander-in-chief, everyone else lived in communal tents. Li Dao, as a newcomer, naturally stayed there too. Once the tent flap dropped, the soldiers outside finally exhaled in unison. Not only Zhang Meng was tense, they were all still heart-pounding from today's astonishing feat. Someone patted Zhang Meng on the shoulder and saw cold sweat covering him, his face pale. Zhang Meng, what's wrong? Snapping back to himself, Zhang Meng shook his head and gritted out, nothing. Must be the cold water, made me feel off. Another teased, I thought you said you could pin him with one hand? Why not try it? Zhang Meng shot him a glare but couldn't utter a word. The weight of that presence lingered deep in his bones, as if his body instinctively warned, don't act rashly. Inside the tent, Li Dao looked around. 2 rows of simple bunk beds on either side, enough for 20 men. The wooden planks were rough, bedding bundled into lumps, and the air carried the heavy scent of sweat and leather, the unmistakable manly smell. Still, compared to the convict camp, he was more than content. He casually picked an empty bunk and tossed his bag onto it. A low, haunting howl echoed. Suddenly, a sharp yelp echoed as a small black shape darted out from the opening of the cloth badge. It was Little Black, awakening from a long rest. Li Dao gave him a quick rub on the head and whispered quietly, keep it down. Then he settled cross-legged on the camp bed and focused his mind. Status panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 126.03. Available attribute points, 39.46. Earlier today, outside Huangsha town, he had taken down over 100 barbarians in a single push, gaining attribute points amounting to nearly 1/3 of his total. As expected, the main camp at Huangsha town was a goldmine for him. Secretly, he was grateful to the mysterious benefactor who had deliberately assigned him to this place. Meanwhile, at a large camp near Fufeng Pass, Qi Sheng sneezed suddenly, confused to realize even a late-stage, innate martial artist could have sneezes. Shaking off the thought, he quickly refocused. His master had been transferred today, and he would officially take over as captain of the personal guard for the Marquis of North Town, Xinzhong. With this position, he could build experience and expand his network. If Xinzhong rose to great fame in the future, Qi Sheng would ride that wave upwards too. Deep down, a darker thought lingered. The pure and spotless Princess Mingyue was far beyond his reach, but if she ever lost that purity, even if defiled by that dog Count, wouldn't care in the slightest. The thought made him recall the person with the same name whom he had sent to Huangsha town. Any news on what I asked you to find out? He called an aide into his tent. The soldier reported, Lord Zhang has already taken care of it as you requested. That person indeed went to Huangsha town. A slight smirk curled on Qi Sheng's lips as he dismissed the subordinate with a wave. He murmured to himself, Zhang Ci is quite sensible. Maybe I can arrange more here. Thinking of Li Dao's situation at Huangsha town, his mood brightened considerably. Huangsha town, 6th camp tent. Li Dao brought up his status panel again and silently commanded, distribute points. The available attribute points surged like a blazing torrent through his limbs and bones. After several dozen breaths, a calm settled. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 165.49. Available attribute points, 0. With physique now breaking past 160, he noticeably felt his skin toughening by several times. Ordinary early-stage innate martial artists would hardly break through his defense. If he pushed his physique to 200, he might even ignore enemy attacks altogether. Even better, his treasured blood inside was further refined, flowing like raging rivers, and he could now subtly control the flow of blood by will. Clenching his fist, the joints cracked loudly. Proud of the day's fierce battles, he reaffirmed once more. The battlefield was the perfect place for his cultivation. If he had been somewhere else, who knew how long it would take to accumulate so many attribute points? Killing on the battlefield came without any cost. Instead, it earned him military honors. For him, it was a win-win situation. The morning mist had yet to clear as soldiers outside finished washing up one by one. Water dripped down their armor, splashing faintly on the ground. Crowded around the 6th Battalion's tent were the other soldiers of the unit, including Xue Bing and Zhang Meng. Because of some gossip Zhang Meng had spread behind people's backs earlier, everyone now stood silently outside the tent, exchanging wary glances, none daring to take the first step inside. Zhang Meng, you're the head of the 6th Battalion's tent. You should go in first, Xue Bing whispered. Recalling that day's scene, Zhang Meng shuddered involuntarily. With all eyes fixed on him, leaving no room to retreat, he gritted his teeth and muttered, fine, they'll go in. After a brief hesitation, he forcefully flung open the curtain and strode inside. Dim light filled the tent, where Li Dao sat by his bed, carefully tending his weapons. Their eyes met, and Zhang Meng felt his chest tighten from an indescribable pressure swelling up again instantly. He bit his tongue hard enough to draw blood. The sharp sting and the metallic taste cleared his head a little. Embarrassed, he managed to say, sorry if I'm disturbing you? Li Dao looked up, his tone indifferent. Disturb? This is the communal battalion tent, after all. Oh, right. Zhang Meng forced a laugh and swung around to his own bed, relieved to see a full 2 steps distance between the 2 beds, secretly breathing easier. One after another, the soldiers outside began stepping in. But as soon as they entered, it was like someone had pulled out their spines. No one dared to speak loudly. They just lowered their heads and quietly packed up their armor and gear. Xue Bing stared, dumbfounded. These guys usually made a racket or caused trouble whenever they entered the tent. Zhang Meng was known as the most arrogant troublemaker there, but now he looked like a frightened quail. Xue Bing glanced at Li Dao, sensing that the oppressive atmosphere revolved around him, but he couldn't figure out why it was so intense. In truth, the entire 6th Battalion tent housed the Hardesto control rascals, some as fierce as black bears, others as domineering as tigers, as vicious as wolves, as swift as leopards, and some as reckless as wild boars. They used to dislike each other, but had at least fought on somewhat equal footing. Now Li Dao had suddenly appeared, his formidable aura like a prehistoric tyrannosaurus thrown into their midst, instantly rearranging the pecking order. Xue Bing had already suffered losses and been easily subdued by Li Dao, so he no longer resisted and had even grown submissive. The others instinctively resisted this stranger's dominance, but knew they couldn't challenge him, leaving only deep unease. If Li Dao had come in and crushed them all outright, they might have accepted defeat quickly. Instead, he just sat quietly, sharpening his blade with a half-smile that was impossible to read. So one side froze in place, while the other dared not move rashly. The tense air seemed compressed to a taut edge. Li Dao noticed the odd atmosphere. Weren't these supposed to be troublemakers? Why were they all behaving like obedient students? Yet he had no idea that he himself was the cause. No one knew how much time had passed. Suddenly, a loud, harsh noise erupted inside the 6th camp tent. I really can't take it anymore. Zhang Meng suddenly sprang up from his bed, the wooden frame creaking under his weight. His eyes were bloodshot, and his roar echoed through the cramped tent, shaking the canvas overhead. Everyone froze in stunned silence. New recruit. Zhang Meng shouted again, his gaze pinned like a nail on the young man sitting nearby on his bed, holding a copy of the Futu Bingfa Floating Pagoda Military Strategies. Li Dao closed the book, glanced up coolly, and furrowed his brows slightly. What's the matter? His eyes were sharp as a blade, instantly dulling Zhang Meng's fiery anger. His throat bobbed nervously, almost swallowing back his harsh words. But stubbornness got the better of him. Biting his tongue to steady the pain, he finally blurted out, "New recruit, I challenge you." His provocative words hung in the air. The tent fell silent for a moment and then burst into chaos. Everyone exchanged surprised looks, not expecting Zhang Meng to actually say that. Li Dao blinked in mild surprise, then smiled slightly, setting the Futu Bingfa down beside his pillow. Fine. He scanned the gathered soldiers with an even tone, but his words cut like a stone dropped in oil. I've heard that the troops of Huangsha Town's main camp are either stubborn or the stubbornest of all. What do you all think? That broke the silence completely. The group of seasoned soldiers who had seemed calm moments ago suddenly erupted in anger. New recruit, don't think we're afraid of you just because you're a bit stronger. A newbie dares to make threats? Well, make sure you don't walk out of the 6th tent alive. I couldn't stand him before, and I sure as hell can't now. In just a few sentences, the suppressed tension exploded. In the corner, Schwebing looked confused. The scene stirred a vague familiarity in his mind, but he couldn't understand where this sudden anger came from. Li Dao slowly sat up straight, his voice steady and unhurried. No? You all want to gang up on me. That's what you said yourself. For soldiers closest to him exchanged glances, then suddenly lunged in unison, moving with practiced precision to seize his limbs. They had been hesitant to act recklessly before, but now it was surprisingly easy to pin down his arms and legs. Grinning inside, one shouted, "Brothers, don't just stand there, teach him a lesson." Over 10 more men surged forward behind them. But in the next instant, Li Dao's bound limbs exploded with terrifying force. The 4 soldiers cried out as sharp pain shot through their arms. Their heads spun helplessly as they were flung backward like rag dolls. They crashed into their comrades, toppling the crowd like a row of dominoes amid a chorus of groans. Before anyone could get up, Li Dao somehow produced a slender bamboo staff. It spun lightly between his fingers, humming through the air. Looking down on the chaos, his calm tone sent chills through the crowd. Don't worry, they'll be gentle. The bamboo staff flashed through the air, its sharp whistles piercing the night. The nearby lantern flames flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows across the tangled soldiers. Each strike landed precisely on arms, thighs, and shoulders, bruising, but carefully avoiding vital points enough to bring out sharp yelps and writhing pain. Schwebing shrank into a corner, watching his comrades howl under the bamboo strikes. An inexplicable chill rose in his chest, suddenly remembered how much this resembled a master trainer drilling recruits at the training grounds he had seen before. Moments later, the entire 6th tent echoed with shrieks that sounded more like pigs being slaughtered than soldiers in a fight. About 10 minutes later, Li Dao casually tossed the bent, twisted bamboo cane into the corner of the wall with a sharp crack, then plopped down on the bed. The area beside the bed was less than 20 feet across, and except for Schwebing, all 18 tough men in the 6th Battalion's tent were huddled together in a cluster. Every one of them bore ugly purple and red marks across their arms, backs, and legs from the bamboo strikes, gasping in pain, but none dared show any resentment on their faces. In the intense brawl just now, all 18 had ganged up on Li Dao, but hadn't even managed to graze the corner of his clothes. Instead, they each endured nearly 100 lashes with bamboo rods, no skin broken. But the pain was agonizing, and it completely bent their will. Li Dao looked over the dusty, grim-faced men and singled out Zhang Meng, but bundled everyone in one question. Do you give up? We give up. We give up. The 18 nodded in unison, their forcefulness sounding rehearsed. Still want to challenge me again? The 18 heads shook in perfect synchrony, moving like a set of rattles. Li Dao sighed lazily. See, that's better. We're all in the same camp here. Wouldn't it be nicer to get along? Don't shout and raise a ruckus anymore. Just behave. With that, he yawned hugely and waved his hand dismissively. All right, pack up and get to sleep early. Fatigue from the day's non-stop fighting washed over him, and he promptly fell asleep. Soon steady breathing filled the tent. A brief silence fell until it was clear Li Dao was really asleep. Zhang Ming glanced at the others, cautiously shifting. Someone lowered their voice and grumbled, "Old Zhang, it's your fault. WHYD, you shout all in for no reason. We just got beaten for nothing." Zhang Ming rolled his eyes, but kept his temper in check. Do you think I wanted to get hit? In the corner, someone rubbed their shoulder with a strange look. Am I the only weird one? When he stared at me, I felt uncomfortable all over. But after the whipping, strangely, I actually feel a lot lighter. He stopped talking, stunned, as everyone's faces showed the same odd expression. Are you all feeling the same way? Don't say it. Me too. I thought something was wrong with me. Didn't dare say it. Count me in. That's exactly how I feel. All eyes turned sharply on Zhang Ming. Half joking, half probing, one asked, Old Zhang, you don't mean you're... Zhang Ming's face flushed crimson. He bit his lip and confessed in a low voice, me too. There, said it. I don't know what's going on. I just can't control it. Holding back makes me crazier. After a few moments of silence, someone asked the crucial question. So what do we do now? Thinking of the Welts tonight and the fact they'd be seeing each other every day, everyone fell into a heavy, heartbeat, audible silence. Without anyone noticing, Schwebing stepped over quietly and whispered, if you can't beat him, why not just join him? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Ming turned around. What do you mean? Schwebing explained clearly and logically. With the skills he showed, there's no way he stays a low-level soldier for long. Soon, Zhao Lauda will promote him. He'll definitely have his own men to lead. You're worried about revenge, but if we decide to ally with him instead, become his own people, won't that solve everything? Besides, like the saying goes, under the big tree, it's good to rest in the shade. If we take him as our backing, won't we be safer? The tent fell so quiet you could hear the wind rustling through the canvas. The men exchanged glances. This made too much sense. They couldn't help feeling tempted. Finally, all eyes fixed once more on Zhang Meng. Old Zhang, you're the strongest among us. What do you say we do? Zhang Meng's mind was suddenly full of complicated thoughts. Normally, after being disciplined, he would have tried every possible way to retaliate. After all, he was the most stubborn troublemaker of them all. But for some reason, after hearing Xue Bing's words, a strange feeling surged through him again, this time not a chilling fear, but an exhilarating rush that made his blood boil. It was as if some unseen force whispered in his ear, urging him to nod in agreement. Zhang Meng hesitated briefly, then decided to follow his instincts. He cracked a grin, his voice low but filled with fighting spirit. All right, let's give it a try. Meanwhile, deep in the northern barbarian plains, outside the borders of the Great Qian Kingdom, stood a majestic royal city built from towering ancient trees and bluestone, the capital of the Tiamu tribe. Inside the king's hall, flickering torchlight cast a red glow on the golden-veined stone pillars. King Tiamu sat upright on his throne, clad in intricately carved beast sinew armor. Though just in his early 50s, his features were sharp and commanding, his eyes shining with pride and determination. Years of painstaking efforts had pushed the Tiamu tribe to the very top among the large northern barbarian clans, with a strength rivaling those long-standing ancient powers. King Tiamu firmly believed that with a few more years, he could elevate his tribe into the super-large category, the elite, four super-large clans surrounding the imperial court of the northern barbarians. When that day came, the Tiamu tribe would become independent from the royalty and second only to the barbarian emperor himself in status. Just the thought made his blood race. If only a great leader was born among his descendants. At that thought, King Tamus' gaze shifted to three young figures standing in a corner of the hall. He raised a brow, then shook his head softly. The next generation was unreliable. Unless he could father new heirs, his hopes must be pinned on the distant future. But his worries extended beyond succession. Though everything had seemed to be steadily progressing according to plan, the past few months were full of setbacks. First, the third prince of the Luoyun tribe was brutally killed while traveling to the Tiamu tribe to discuss an alliance, causing the marriage agreement between the two tribes to fall apart and nearly sparking a deadly feud. Then, a shipment of 100,000 arrows traded with the Flame Fire tribe was ambushed during escort. Losing the arrows was one thing, but worse, the Flame Fire tribe's guards suffered significant losses, including a half-step Hotian warrior who was the elder's son, almost tearing apart the fragile alliance forged between them. Most frustrating of all was the royal marriage plan with Princess Mingyue of Great Qian. His intention had been to stir internal conflicts within Great Qian, laying groundwork for future moves. Yet as soon as the convoy crossed into northern barbarian territory, they were ambushed by an unknown assailant, making a huge mockery of the plan and forcing him to abandon the effort. From late spring to early autumn, hardly a single matter had gone smoothly for the Tiamu tribe. Fortunately, in the past month, the winds seemed to have shifted slightly, allowing them to gradually get back on track. The increasingly stable situation over the last month was a small but welcome relief. On the throne, King Tiamu slowly opened his eyes. His fierce gaze swept across the assembled ministers before finally settling on one man. The fire pit overhead cast flickering shadows over his broad shoulders, and an invisible pressure fell over the court, causing all officials, civil and military alike, to hold their breath. Sintith rotund man adorned in exotic robes and laden with gold and silver ornaments trembled as he stepped forward, dropping to one knee and bowing his forehead until it nearly touched the thick carpet. Your Majesty, Sintith's voice was coated with habitual flattery, but couldn't hide his nervousness. Since the death of the third prince, the Hawks have seized power in the Luoyun tribe and have verbally agreed to ally with us. However, I dare not accept their terms without your permission. Speak, King Tiamu said, gripping the armrest of the throne. His dark eyes gleamed with icy resolve. 20,000 cattle and sheep, 3,000 fine horses, and a large amount of gold and silver. Sinta lowered his voice further. Moreover, if our plan succeeds, they demand 20% of the profits. 20%? King Tiamu sneered, his chest producing a short, sharp echo. They're asking like lions with open jaws. Sinta held his breath, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Sire, what is your reply? Tell the Luoyun tribe the profits are theirs, King Tiamu said as he rose slowly, his cloak trailing the floor. But I want half their troops to join my Tiamu tribe in battle. And if they refuse, then pay a visit on my behalf to their old neighbors, the Huyan tribe. His tone was indifferent, but carried a chilling menace. A sharp light flickered in Sinta's eyes. Bowing deeply, he said, Your Majesty's wisdom is unmatched. The Luoyun and Huyan tribes harbor deep resentment. They surely won't dare see us side with their rivals. King Tiamu motioned for his departure. Senta hurriedly rose and exited the hall. To the right of the throne, the lithe figure of Cinda stepped forward. Cinda, how are talks with the Liahua tribe? Return to the king. The Liahua tribe has conditions as well. He straightened and clasped his fists, his voice rolling like thunder. Speak. They want the medium-sized iron mine near our territory. King Tiamu furrowed his brows slightly and tapped the armrest with knuckles. The hall was so quiet that the crackling fire was audible. After a moment, he looked up and said, agree. But remember, don't give it away for nothing. Try to trade for more finished armor and weapons from them. Arm my TMU warriors well to minimize losses. Yes, your majesty. Cinder responded, then stepped back into formation. Pausing to gather his thoughts, King TMU reflected on the frustrating chain of events. Had these issues been settled earlier, things wouldn't have become so precarious. He rubbed his temples and turned his gaze to the imposing general standing before the hall. Senj, how is the operation you're overseeing? Clad in bronze armor, Senj stepped to the hall's center and spoke in a low voice. Return to the king. The raids are progressing smoothly. The major encampments of Dakian near the buffer zone have been restless for days. At first, they aggressively pursued us, but once they realized our attacks were mere feints, their defenses have gradually relaxed. However, the cavalry squad sent to the Huangsha town main camp, the one we fought the longest with today, has not returned and is likely wiped out. King Tiamu raised a brow. Huangsha town's main camp was the fiercest in our initial clashes, right? Indeed, your majesty. All other operations proceeded without issue? According to plan, your majesty. King Tiamu lightly tapped the armrest again, his eyes dark and deep. That will do. It's only one setback in an otherwise successful campaign. Once everything else is settled, we can focus specifically on the main camp at Huangsha town. King Tiamu sat upright in the chief's seat, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over everyone in the main tent. His tone was cold and resolute. These days are the most critical for us. Arrange all your tasks in order of priority. If anything goes wrong in the end, whoever is responsible will be held accountable along with their entire family. Yes, sir. The ministers responded in unison, kneeling neatly in rows. The air inside the tent instantly thickened with tension. Huangsha town, early the next morning. The sky was still gray, just starting to brighten with dawn's first light. A crowd of soldiers had gathered near the camp well. Haha, old Zhang, what's going on with you guys? Were you all out stealing last night? A young soldier in white called out, swinging a water bucket and laughing loudly. You really scared me. Did Boss Zhao come checking on the 6th camp's quarters last night? Look at these whip marks. They're brutal. Laughter erupted from the surrounding comrades as they pointed at the bruises on Zhang Meng's arms and neck, which stood out starkly in the morning light. Zhang's face immediately flushed bright red from embarrassment. Whoever says one more word, Zhang Meng suddenly threw down his towel, veins bulging on his neck. He'll tear that guy's mouth apart right now. After last night's lesson from Li Dao, Zhang did respect him now, but the defiant streak inside hadn't been completely worn down. In front of others, he still acted like the arrogant bully had always been. Perhaps sensing Zhang's rising anger, the mocking voices dropped several octaves. Everyone knew Zhang Meng was the biggest troublemaker in Huangsha town. If he really lost it this morning, even a group wouldn't easily get the upper hand, especially since few people were around. If a fight broke out, they could easily be surrounded instead. Make way. A sudden, calm voice came from behind Zhang Meng. He shivered, and the angry flush on his face vanished in an instant. He obediently stepped aside. The others from the 6th camp also respectfully moved back when they saw who it was. This unexpected shift surprised the onlookers. These notorious ruffians were completely cowed by a rookie soldier. Zhang Meng and the others paid no mind to the stunned crowd. They acknowledged authority without a word. Quietly, they lined up and followed Li Dao to the well, dousing their lingering pain and fatigue with the cold water. Only a group of curious bystanders remained behind. When they reached the well, Li Dao was about to draw water with the bucket when suddenly a rough hand snatched it away. Zhang Meng's coarse fingers gripped the bucket's handle firmly as he grinned awkwardly. Brotherly, let me help you. Li Dao was momentarily stunned, then raised a hand to touch his own reasonably handsome face. Was he really looking that old? But since someone offered to help, he didn't refuse. Thanks. Brotherly, we're all brothers in the same camp. No need for formalities. Zhang Meng scratched his crew cut and smiled sincerely. Li Dao glanced over Zhang Meng's shoulder. 19 rough-looking men stood in a line, their eyes flickering with wariness. When he met their gaze, they all instinctively stiffened their shoulders. Then Li Dao set the bucket down firmly with a crisp motion. Everyone tensed, expecting him to lose his temper, and took a half step back, shoulders hunched. But the next moment they saw he was just reaching down for the dipper, a blush of embarrassment spreading across their faces. Don't be so nervous, Li Dao said evenly as he scooped water to wash his face. If you've got something to say, just say it straight. Beating around the bush isn't like you. Zhang Meng took a deep breath and lowered his voice respectfully. Brotherly, a few of us want to officially accept you as our leader. Accept me? Li Dao paused mid-scoop, cold water dripping between his fingers. What do you mean? We just want to join you. Zhang Meng smiled awkwardly. Join me? Li Dao rinsed his cheeks and shoulders quickly, then turned to face the line of men. You mean you want to be my men? Yes. All 19 nodded simultaneously, their voices firm. Li Dao shook his head with a wry smile. I'm just a regular soldier like you. Zhang Ming rushed to explain, but brotherly, you're skilled. You'll get promoted soon. When you take an official post, we want to work under you. Li Dao wiped the water from his face, his gaze scanning the men. Just last night in Huangsha town, he had given these rebellious soldiers a hard lesson, planning to slowly gain their loyalty. But to his surprise, after only one night, all 19 had come over willingly. His mind raced. These tough types aren't like ordinary soldiers who can be controlled by rank alone. Only real strength earns their respect. Once won over, their loyalty is often even stronger. That accidental showdown last night ended up the best kind of deterrent. The morning breeze at the well stirred grains of sand, and a faint smile touched Li Dao's lips. If you want to follow me, wait until I secure an official position first. At those words, Zhang Ming's eyes brightened, and he visibly relaxed. Beside him, Bing quickly added, Boss, that won't be a problem. Our Great Qian Dynasty uses a military rank system. With the merits you earned yesterday in battle, you can definitely get promoted and receive a rank. I think by today, Zhao the boss side will have made a decision. After all, having a powerhouse like you, no one would let you go off as just another ordinary soldier, Bing said as dawn broke, the camp still wrapped in morning mist. Almost at the same moment, a fully armored messenger hurried over, the crunch of his boots on the sandy ground punctuating his steps. He scanned the group standing by the gate, fixing his gaze on the somewhat unfamiliar face, and asked directly, Are you Li Dao? Before anyone could answer, Bing and the others instinctively closed in. Zhang Ming grabbed the soldier's collar, pulling him half a step closer with a harsh tone. Kid, what are you doing looking for our boss? The sudden show of force completely stunned the messenger. His mind raced with thoughts. Who am I? Where am I? How does a rookie get such high status on day 2? All right, let him go. Li Dao's calm but authoritative words cut through the tension. Hearing their boss speak, Zhang Ming reluctantly released the soldier and even gave his shoulder a forced pat, adding sharply, When our boss calls for you, you better show some respect. The others elevated Li Dao's authority because they recognized him as their leader. By distinguishing their boss from regular soldiers, they earned a bit of clout among the other rookies. Li Dao looked the still nervous messenger in the eye and asked directly, What does he want with me? The messenger's eyes darted anxiously over the formidable warriors nearby, fearing even a slight delay might cost him a beating. He quickly replied, It's Commander Zhao who asked me to get you. All right, I understand. They'll get ready and head over. Li Dao nodded. The messenger acknowledged the order and left swiftly under the weight of many gazes. After the figure disappeared, Bing leaned in, lowering his voice. Boss, Commander Zhao probably wants you to come over and settle your battle merits. You'll find out once you get there. In less than a tea's time, Li Dao was fully dressed into Qian armor, the plates gleaming coldly in the sunlight, as he stepped into Commander Zhao's tent. Commander Zhao. Zhao Tong looked up from organizing documents behind the desk and greeted him with a hearty laugh. Perfect timing. I was just tallying your battle merits to see what rewards you deserve. He flipped open a thick ledger and explained, According to the Qian's merit system, ordinary enemy soldiers count as 1 merit each. Northern barbarian cavalry are special troops, counted double. Plus, there are bonuses depending on cultivation levels. Glancing up, he added, Except for that northern barbarian cavalry leader whose cultivation we've confirmed, the others are unknown, so we count them as standard merits. As for the leader, you get extra merits based on his cultivation. You follow. Got it, Li Dao nodded. Zhao Tong resumed calculating with his abacus. You killed 153 northern cavalry, earning 306 merits. The leader, with his special position, counts for 50 merits, plus an additional 100 for his innate first-rank cultivation. That totals 456 merits. He closed the ledger and appraised Li Dao with barely concealed amazement. For a rookie's first battle, this breaks every record in our Huangsha town garrison. Except for myself and a few centurions, no one here has more merits than you. Zhao Tong continued. You're familiar with the Day Qian military merit rank system, right? Li Dao nodded again. He had studied this before deciding to enlist. History from his previous life flickered through his mind. Qian Dynasty's military merit system was divided into 20 ranks in total. The military merit titles in the Great Qian Dynasty differed notably. They were divided into 30 ranks. These 30 ranks were further grouped into several major tiers, with privileges increasing at higher levels. The lowest tier was only slightly above commoners, while the highest tier was on par with princes. However, since the establishment of the military merit system, no one has ever truly reached the very top. The reason is simple. The higher the rank, the more stringent the special conditions beyond just military achievements, effectively barring the vast majority of generals. History records only a handful of founding heroes who even came close to meeting these conditions. Take the highest 30th rank military merit title as an example. Applicants must first be appointed Supreme Commander of Great Qian, personally lead a decisive battle that annihilates an enemy state, and emerge completely unscathed. In the early era of fragmented states, this might have been possible to attempt, but now the surrounding regions have consolidated into a small number of powerful empires, none of which are easy targets. Launching a war to annihilate a country is tantamount to signaling one's own vulnerability amid surrounding rivals. Neighboring states would never stand by idly. As a result, the highest military merit ranks have become more ceremonial than practically attainable. Even so, countless men across Great Qian still enlist one after another. The reason is straightforward. Aside from those few nearly unreachable top ranks, the remaining 20-plus military merit titles are enough to support an ordinary person's entire career, even one fought to the death on the battlefield. Moreover, there is a strict rule forbidding hereditary inheritance of military merit titles. The court understood that such titles were held by powerful generals. To prevent military power from passing down unchecked through generations and becoming uncontrollable, the system was deliberately designed to block inheritance. However, there was a loophole. If one truly wanted descendants to gain noble titles, they could exchange their military merit title for hereditary noble ranks like Marquis or Duke, but only by relinquishing military command. Compared with the Qin system Li Dao had known in his previous life, Great Qian's regulations were more rigorous. One hand delegated power to inspire military spirit, while the other wielded the knife to protect imperial authority. Zhao Tong saw Li Dao nod and continued explaining. Since you understand, this will be easier. For the 30 military ranks, the first 5 each require 100 points of military merit. Based on your achievements, you can now apply for the 4th rank military title. Why does it take so much? Li Dao asked. Because military merit isn't earned by killing alone, Zhao Tong said, pointing out each reason. Serving time matters too. The average soldier gains 1 merit point for every week of service, plus various barracks duties, but early on, the fastest way to advance is still winning battles. Later, to progress to middle and higher ranks, you need to lead troops to complete large-scale military campaigns or achieve feats that shake the court. Otherwise, you won't get far. Zhao Tong paused briefly, then added as a warning. If you rely solely on killing enemies to accumulate points, under Great Qian's rules, reaching just the 10th military rank would require killing an astronomical number by ordinary standards. From then on, it would truly be paving a road of mountains of corpses and seas of blood for oneself. The saying, one general's success costs the lives of 10,000 soldiers, is no exaggeration, and this was just an ordinary officer. For a high-ranking commander aiming to rise through slaughter, the mindset must be only by killing 9 million can one become the greatest among the great. All right, thank you for your support, Commander, Li Dao said with a steady tone, bowing slightly. No trouble at all. This is well deserved. Zhao Tong waved his hand and chuckled. Then he shifted the conversation. Applying for military honors and ranks takes time and must follow the proper procedures, so it won't be approved anytime soon. But I do have an extra reward for you. Li Dao's eyes flickered, his voice tinged with anticipation. May I ask what kind of reward? Zhao Tong met his gaze and said firmly, how about leading troops? Just as expected. Before Zhao Tong finished, Li Dao had already made up his mind. Without hesitation, he nodded firmly. Of course I want to. Zhao Tong laughed heartily. I knew it. Then he explained, with your abilities, being a centurion isn't a problem. But since you just enlisted, your battle achievements are enough, but your seniority is still low. However, the army does have a way for exceptional promotion. If you continue to earn merits, I can promote you to centurion directly. For now, you'll serve as a squad leader and learn how to command troops. I recall you're stationed in the 6th camp, so I'll assign all the men in the 6th camp under your command. How does that sound? This arrangement was exactly what Li Dao wanted, and he immediately nodded. That works perfectly. Not long after, Li Dao stepped out from the camp with a brisk and decisive stride. Zhao Tong watched him leave, muttering subconsciously, I wonder which fool stuffed such a good soldier into. He cut himself off midway, realizing it sounded like self-mockery. Quickly changing course, he added quietly to himself, a soldier this good deserves a great camp, and the Huangsha town main camp suits him perfectly. He couldn't help but grin at his own words. Just back at the 6th camp, no sooner had the tent flap been lifted than Xue Bing, Zhang Meng, and the others swarmed in like wolves, catching the scent of blood, nearly blocking Li Dao at the entrance. Xue Bing's eyes sparkled as he lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. Boss, what did Leader Zhao want to see you about? Li Dao casually brushed dust off his shoulder and replied calmly, just what you think, it's a promotion. Really? Zhang Meng grabbed Li Dao's forearm tightly, his voice rough with eagerness. What rank? And what title? Li Dao smiled and gently ruffled by Qian's head, who was standing closest, his tone calm, but full of joy. I've been made a squad leader, plus awarded a 4th-class military merit noble title. A squad leader? Xue Bing was momentarily stunned before a smile spread across his face. So that means you can lead troops now, boss? Lead troops? Zhang Meng's spirit rose instantly. He turned sharply and shouted, Then let's go find Leader Zhao and get ourselves transferred over. Li Dao waved them off, his voice quiet, but full of certainty. No need. Commander Zhao has already assigned all 19 of you under my command. Seriously. The brothers around him instantly erupted in excitement, their eyes shining with anticipation. Shui Bing clapped Li Dao on the shoulder, grinning ear to ear. Boss, seems like Leader Zhao really values you. A typical squad leader commands just about 10 men, but you're doubling that. Next to him, Zhang Ming sighed heavily, his face a bit downcast. Boss, you get a 4th-class military merit title on your first day in service. Guess I've wasted my years. Shui Bing clicked his tongue and gave Zhang Ming a playful tap on the back of his head. At least you earned a 3rd-class military merit. Most of us only got the 1st class, and some don't have any merit title at all. Zhang Ming scratched his head, then flexed his arm muscles, grinning broadly. Well, that just means I'm stronger. His boast went unchallenged, having innate talent rated at the 4th grade put him among the top soldiers. If he hadn't joined late and gotten into trouble, he easily could have been a centurion. At the entire Huangsha town main camp, Zhang Ming only respected Commander Zhao. The other centurions never got on his good side. The group chatted excitedly with congratulations, their eyes full of envy and hope. Li Dao took it all in and suddenly had a thought. He looked around and asked seriously, "Do you want to get stronger?" Before he finished, Shui Bing immediately nodded, "Of course. But what can we do? Except for Lao Zhang, we're mostly average. First, we missed the prime years for training, and the basic military cultivation methods are brutal to practice. Second, our talents aren't enough no matter how hard we train for a year or two. Progress is slow. Better to just focus on physical drills." Li Dao nodded silently. He knew this was the harsh truth for most soldiers. The army did provide basic cultivation techniques, but the dynasty couldn't pour resources equally. The true rich support went only to a few elite troops. Countless ordinary soldiers like Shui Bing and the others had to figure things out on their own, and without enough talent, they'd be stuck at the bottom forever. After hearing this, Li Dao's voice grew low but carried a spark. "I have a training method that can make you stronger in a short time. Are you brave enough to try?" The fire circle fell silent instantly. What flashed through Li Dao's mind was the secret forging method from the Futu military art to create the iron Futu. According to the original standards, turning ordinary soldiers into an iron wall was insanely demanding. But after studying it these days, he realized the practice could be simplified. Even if they couldn't reach the full iron Futu level, it could still transform ordinary troops significantly in a short time. So he planned to use these 19 men as his test subjects. If it worked as expected, this squad would become the foundation of his future forces. With that in mind, Li Dao's eyes gleamed with determination, was ready to try his method and see if it could really produce results. Once his core team gradually took shape, he could begin building the true Iron Futu. That heavily armed elite force that once dominated the battlefield with near invincibility was the deepest goal in his heart. "Boss, are you serious?" Upon hearing this, Shui Bing and the others all widened their eyes. "What good would lying to you do?" Li Dao glanced at everyone, then shifted tone. "Want to give it a try?" "Of course we do." Shui Bing was the first to step forward. Who wouldn't want to get stronger? On the surface, this group of hotheads looked rough and impulsive, but only they knew the heavy burden on their shoulders. In the remotest northern borderlands of the Great Qian Dynasty, they had to stay alert against northern barbarians' raids by day and seldom got peaceful sleep at night, nerves and body constantly on edge. Getting stronger would not only let them channel their pent-up energy, but also ease some of their fear of death. Hearing the chance to improve themselves, they all responded in unison. Even Zhang Ming, usually a cold observer, nodded in agreement. Li Dao looked around again, confirming, "Don't just talk. There's no regret here. If you really train, it's going to be way harder than you think." Most people would have backed off at that point, but this desperate frontier soldiery seemed almost electrified by the challenge. "Training soldiers, how hard can it be?" "Boss, I'm right here. If training doesn't kill me, I'll push myself till I drop. We men aren't scared." "Hardship? That word's not in my vocabulary." "Boss, please, make us suffer as you like." Voices rose in noisy vows, chests beating thunderously. Li Dao looked at them with a faint smile. "Hope you can really hold out." It was a gentle smile, but it sent a chill down Shui Bing and the others' spines. Still, they quickly steadied themselves. The courage to crawl out of a sea of corpses isn't something easily shaken. That afternoon, Li Dao went straight to see Zhao Tong. "What did you say?" Zhao Tong almost spewed out his tea. "You want to train troops?" "Yes. Zhang Ming and the others want to get stronger. As their superior, I have to give them away." Li Dao said frankly, "If they get stronger, so do I. A true unit that follows orders beats me fighting alone any day." Zhao Tong frowned. "Those troublemakers like Zhang Ming, would they listen to you?" "They're pretty obedient." Li Dao considered, then gave this seemingly unlikely but certain answer. "Obedient? That didn't square with those rascals." Zhao Tong almost rolled his eyes but held back his sarcasm, pressing further. "So what method do you plan to use?" "Don't mention martial arts. Their talent is average. They can't even master the basics in the barracks. No matter how good the art, it would be useless." not martial arts. It's a training method. A training method? Zhao Tong's eyes narrowed sharply. Then he seemed to realize something. A family tradition? Yes. Zhao Tong fell silent for a moment, then looked up, eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. A family training method. Seems like you come from a respectable background. In Great Qian's records, any family with a unique military unit had ancestors of great ability, nothing simple about their origins. He set down his teacup, gaze burning into Li Dao. So what is it you want from me this time? Training soldiers does require some resources, even if it's not as demanding as developing martial artists. Li Dao spoke calmly but firmly. Zhao Tong paused for a moment, then frowned and waved his hand dismissively. Aren't you basically just angling for money here? Then be straightforward. Are you going to give it or not? Li Dao stared him down. Zhao Tong was speechless for a moment, then shot back. Hey, with that tone, you act like I owe you or something. Don't I? Li Dao pressed on smoothly. Aren't we under your command? So what if we are? If we get stronger, doesn't that make you stronger too? More victories, more glory, more chances for promotion. Zhao Tong rubbed his chin thoughtfully, humming low. That's not without some logic. Li Dao spread his hands, earnest but with a hint of cunning. So, who am I training soldiers for, if not for you? Zhao Tong blurted out. For myself? Well, since it's for yourself, isn't it reasonable to provide some resources? That's true. Zhao Tong nodded almost unconsciously. Li Dao immediately opened his palm and urged. Then what are you waiting for? Just give it. Wait. Zhao Tong suddenly shook his head, feeling something off. How did this turn into me just handing over money voluntarily? Li Dao pressed his advantage. Investment brings returns. Put in 1 gold coin today, reap 10 next year. The more you invest, the more you gain. Miss this chance, and it'll cost you far more later. And let me tell you, the troops I'm training are fearsome, disappeared from history hundreds of years ago. If I succeed, your name Zhao Tong could be carved into the annals of history. Zhao Tong was still expressionless at first, but the phrase carved into the annals of history stirred something inside him. As a commander, he wanted achievements in life and fame after death. After some thought, he nodded firmly. All right, they'll provide the resources. But, he changed tone, staring at Li Dao. I want to see real results. If those troops don't amount to anything, we'll see how you explain that. Deal. Li Dao grinned confidently. When Zhao Tong returned to his barracks, he suddenly slapped his forehead. What kind of spell did that kid put on me? A mere squad leader wanting to train soldiers, and I agreed? Sure, army drills were normal, but those were mass trainings with hundreds or thousands. A squad leader with 19 men, what could he realistically accomplish? Yet the words were out, and backing down now would lose him all respect in Huangsizhen's main camp. Thinking this, he clenched his teeth in frustration. I really want to give that kid a good beating. Cursing aside, his rational side forced him to hold back his anger. He's young, let's just give him one chance. 3 days later, Zhao Tong felt some regret, but his promise was made. He had no choice but to order the quartermaster to proceed with the purchases. Soon, crates upon crates were brought into the 6th Battalion. Outside the tents, the campfire burned brightly. A large iron cauldron hung above the flames, the broth inside bubbling steadily. Li Dao rolled up his sleeves and tossed packet after packet of powdered herbs and strange, oddly shaped beast bone fragments into the pot, stirring occasionally. The air quickly filled with a pungent and spicy aroma. Zhang Meng and his group gathered nearby, watching curiously as Li Dao added more ingredients into the iron pot over the fire. Their faces lit with interest. Xuebing couldn't help but ask, Boss, what exactly are you cooking here? The flames crackled and the medicine pot simmered, filling the tent with a rich herbal aroma. Li Dao stirred gently with a wooden spoon and replied coolly, something to make you stronger. Zhang Meng leaned over the stove, took a deep breath, and his face lit up with excitement. Boss, this smell is incredible. Could this be the legendary alchemy? It already feels magical just by the scent. Can't wait to see how it works when we take it. Li Dao raised an eyebrow and scanned their faces like a teacher sizing up a group of unruly children. Who told you this is for drinking? Then what is it for? They exchanged confused glances. External application. Li Dao knocked the spoon against the edge of the pot, and drops of the herbal liquid fell from the wooden handle. You're training so hard. Gotta make sure you don't overdo it and hurt yourselves. Everyone in the 6th camp looked utterly puzzled. Li Dao waved them aside. All right, clear out. Don't bother me. This stuff's tricky to make. Tricky? The group instinctively lowered their voices. Just now, they'd seen Li Dao casually put the iron pot on the fire, toss in some firewood, grab a few herbs, and start cooking. Seemed easier than making porridge. What was so hard about it? What they didn't know was that Li Dao's smooth process was no accident. It came from thoroughly mastering the alchemy sections of the Fudu military manual, and from an exact control of power and heat that balanced the herb's properties down to the finest detail. Anyone else could ruin a whole pot of medicine in a blink. This was another advantage of his exceptional physical strength. As his mental capacity kept improving, Li Dao's scholarly talents reached terrifying levels. Not just photographic memory, but even stronger abilities awakened with every text he read. Night deepened, and the herbal scent grew richer. After working through the whole night, Li Dao finally finished all the herbal salves needed for the upcoming training, stacking them neatly on the wooden shelves. Training would officially start the next day. But before that, he decided to teach these guys some real basics. The dawn of the fourth day. The morning mist still hung low as the men of the sixth camp stared at the neatly folded quilts on their beds, folded so precisely they looked like stacks of tofu blocks. Their expressions were as if they'd just seen something alien. Quilts can be folded like this? Someone muttered. Boss, is this really necessary? What's the point of training us on this? Zhang Meng held up his own crumpled version beside Li Dao's flawless example, his tone full of despair. Li Dao stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold. Looks like you still don't know what obeying orders means. At that moment, no one yet grasped how serious this was until Li Dao pulled out a fresh bamboo stick from behind him and flicked it sharply, producing a crisp snap. The group of tough guys instantly froze as if turned to statues. Not again. Are you serious? Half an hour later, Li Dao stood at the entrance of the barracks, his gaze sweeping over a freshly folded bedding square and sharply creased. Though slightly crooked, it was acceptable. He raised his hand to nod once, his tone calm. Today's your first day, so this will do for now. But if it looks like this again tomorrow, I won't go easy on you. He turned and looked toward a row of dirt-smudged soldiers. Zhang Meng and the others hung their heads. The crisscrossed bruises and bloodstains on their backs still throbbed painfully. They answered meekly, yes, sir. But inside, regrets surged like waves. They had thought coming to Huangsha town meant enduring some hardships, but having to fold bedding to look like bricks? They still didn't understand what good it would do. Outside the window, the sun had just peaked over the horizon, its golden light dissipating the morning mist. Li Dao slammed the bamboo pole on the ground and added dryly, get ready for outdoor training. Start preparing yourself mentally. Outdoor training? For a moment, relief flickered through their minds. Physical training they could handle. Seeing their brief ease, Li Dao's lips curved into a knowing smile. Let's see if you're still smiling later. An hour later, at Huangsha Town's training ground, heat waves shimmered, and fine dust swirled, stinging their eyes. Zhang Meng's group dared not blink. They were ordered by Li Dao to stand at attention in the center of the field, feet shoulder-width apart, arms stiff at their sides, back straight as arrows. Li Dao held a slender bamboo pole, moving between the soldiers. The knuckles tapped rhythmically on the ground like a grim drumbeat, counting down their endurance. His sharp eyes caught one soldier slightly slouching. Without warning, the pole cracked down. A blur of green, and then a dull smack. The soldier groaned, instantly straightening like a spear. Zhang Meng's calves trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't hold it anymore and whispered, Boss, before he could finish, the bamboo struck him hard across the back. The fiery pain forced a sharp intake of breath. A cold voice rang in his ear. I said, if you want to speak, report first. No permission, no talking. Red-faced, Zhang Meng stammered, reporting, sir. Speak. Boss, how long do we have to stand before we get a break? Li Dao glanced at the sun climbing steadily in the east. Stand until mealtime. Zhang Meng's face went blank. They had barely been standing half an hour, and his legs already felt numb and heavy as if filled with lead. There were still at least 2 hours until lunch. The others' faces had turned pale too. This was the true meaning of stand at attention. The sun wasn't scorching, but they sweated like rain. Their bodies weren't exerting much, yet it felt like an invisible boulder weighed down their shoulders. Bitter, monotonous, and impossible to escape. Li Dao studied their faces, understanding their despair, but showed no mercy. What's that? Who just now was bragging they could stand all day? Zhang Meng forced a weak smile that bordered on a grimace. I really didn't expect just standing still could be this exhausting. The others nodded in agreement, regret shining clearly in their eyes. They had heard it was just standing straight and had taken it lightly. Now they realized they had overestimated their endurance. Li Dao withdrew the bamboo pole. His voice was calm, but every word struck like a hammer. You're probably wondering what's the point of just standing there. Why put yourself through this suffering? Zhang Meng stayed silent, but his expression revealed the question plainly enough. Simple. Li Dao swept his gaze across them, sharp as a blade. This is about forging your willpower. I know many of you think you're not afraid to die, that you're tough as nails. But I'm here to tell you. He paused briefly. His low voice resonated clearly across the empty training ground. Being unafraid to die has nothing to do with willpower. What I mean by willpower here is the power to discipline yourself, withstand pressure, and keep going without giving up. Instead of arguing with me, why not just show me right here and now? If you can't even manage a basic stance on your own, then don't talk to me about willpower. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Meng and the others all shut up at once. They clearly understood Li Dao's unspoken challenge. If you want to prove yourself, stand up for me immediately. After a brief silence, resolute sparks lit in their eyes. They pressed their lips tight, dug their heels into the ground, and planted themselves like nails fixed firmly to the training field. Seeing the soldiers fully fired up, Li Dao nodded to himself quietly. That's the difference between stubborn fighters and ordinary soldiers. Regular troops might get riled up after a scolding, but quickly calm down. Stubborn ones just grow more heated the more you prod them. Once their emotions ignited, the rest of the training would follow naturally. The scorching sun bore down relentlessly, casting shadows that shrank then stretched again. 2 hours passed, and Li Dao's bamboo rod hadn't landed on anyone since. Yet every soldier had reached their limit. Sweat dripped from their chins onto their boots, their calves trembled like sieves, and some even shook so badly their knees buckled. Li Dao ignored all signs except that they weren't slacking off. Judging the time was right, he said flatly, "You can rest." The moment he spoke, the entire group remained perfectly still. Not because no one wanted to move, but because their legs had gone numb beyond control. Li Dao stepped forward to the nearest soldier and gave him a gentle push thump, and the man collapsed onto the ground, wearing an expression of relieved bliss, as if narrowly escaping death. "Comfortable?" Li Dao asked. "Comfortable beyond words. Better than a spring breeze at Chunfeng Tower. I never imagined sitting down could feel this good. So good, I don't even want these two legs anymore." Voices overlapping, they all sprawled out like a big starfish, moaning softly in delight at the freedom from their aching legs. Li Dao's tone turned stern. "Don't just enjoy yourself. It's mealtime. Finish your food within the time of one incense stick, no exceptions." His words sparked a louder chorus of complaints from their now empty stomachs. Yet when they tried to stand, they fell again, legs utterly uncooperative. Even worse, Li Dao turned and entered the mess hall, began eating without a glance back, leaving them stranded. "What do we do? I can't stand up at all." Shui Bing gritted his teeth painfully. Zhang Meng patted his hollow belly, looking toward the mess hall and gritting his teeth. "If you can't stand, then crawl." A few minutes later, by the mess hall entrance, Zhang Meng led the way, crawling on the ground followed by a crawling squad. Soldiers from other camps at Huangsha town froze mid-bite, chopsticks suspended in shock. Zhao Tong, sitting at the table, stared wide-eyed and turned toward Li Dao. "I heard you've only been on the training field since morning. With this bunch's stamina, they should last a whole day without such breakdowns. How exactly did you do this?" Li Dao looked up with a faint smile. "Want to learn? I can teach you." Zhao Tong raised an eyebrow. "You'd even teach your family's training methods?" "No, I won't." "Then what do you mean by that?" "This is just the basic preparation training before real drills." Zhao Tong's face was a question mark, doubtful and bewildered. "They're this exhausted before official training even begins. If you really start, won't you break them for good?" Lowering his voice, he warned, "I'm telling you, be careful not to ruin my soldiers." Li Dao picked up some rice with his chopsticks. "They're my soldiers too. Don't worry about that." Li Dao quickly finished the meal before him and looked up. "Commander, could you ask the cooks to prepare me a bigger bowl? Running back and forth like this is really troublesome." Commander Zhao stood frozen, holding the bowl. He instinctively glanced down at his own plate, where he had barely touched a few bites, then looked back up to see Li Dao's originally overflowing bowl, now completely empty. Here he was, a grand commander, yet someone was chasing him for bigger or smaller bowls. He felt both amused and helpless, forcing himself to stay calm and not lose his temper. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Since the northern barbarians suffered a heavy defeat at Li Dao's hands again, the Huangsha town camp had settled into a much quieter state. With no more immediate threats to deal with, Li Dao devoted himself fully to training Zhang Meng and his group. Dust kicked up across the training grounds. Zhang Meng and the others diligently followed every one of Li Dao's commands. Each raised hand, each footfall, mirrored the discipline from Li Dao's previous military career perfectly. In just 7 days, they had completed all the fundamentals, their movements taking clear, practiced form. At least when it came to obeying Li Dao's orders, this once unruly group now followed without hesitation and showed real self-discipline, greatly satisfying him. Night had fallen. Inside the 6th Battalion's tent, dim lanterns flickered. Everyone had just finished a grueling day of training and collapsed onto their cots as soon as they returned. Above each bed lay a neatly folded blanket, edges sharp and precise, as if ready for inspection at any moment. The tent's entrance curtain was lifted, and Li Dao was the last to step inside. Before he could steady himself, a black blur suddenly lunged at his chest. Instinctively, he caught the thing and lifted it with one hand. Woo-woo. It was the wolf pup Xiao He that had been following him. Perhaps because it had been touched by Li Dao's blood, in less than half a month the little creature changed seemingly by the day. Now its shoulders were as broad as its hips, and it stood as tall as Li Dao's knee. At this rate, it could reach nearly 1.5 meters as an adult. The other wolf raised outdoors, by Qian, had also mutated. Its wingspan was nearly 2 meters, but it was still just a chick. "Go play somewhere," Li Dao said, putting Xiao He down and rubbing its head firmly. Woo-woo. Xiao He whined softly in protest, as if saying it had only just turned a month old and wasn't happy growing so fast. Everyone inside the tent was used to this human-wolf interaction, treating it as the leader's quirky habit. Zhang Meng rubbed his sore shoulder and sat up on his cot. "Boss, when do we start the formal training you mentioned?" As soon as he spoke, the others all turned to look at Li Dao. Still holding Xiao He's head, Li Dao pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Since you're all so eager, We'll start tomorrow. The words sparked an immediate buzz throughout the tent. Excitement shone in everyone's eyes. But the thrill quickly gave way to the same worry Commander Zhao had once shown. If the warm-up training had nearly exhausted them, could they really endure the full program? Despite their unease, they quickly rallied. After all, they were called the Wild Ones for a reason. When had they ever been scared? Li Dao took in all these emotions with a satisfied nod. No doubt, this group had impressive potential. If he could truly shape Zhang Meng and the others into capable soldiers, he wouldn't have to personally supervise every detail from then on. But if that was the case, he knew he would have to be even more serious and committed himself. All right, let's replace the previous toned-down training method with the official Iron Fudu training regimen. More than half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Under the blazing midday sun, the training ground shimmered with waves of heat. 19 elite soldiers from the 6th Battalion stood shirtless, back straight, each gripping a nearly 3-meter-long black iron spear. Tied tightly to the spear tips with hemp rope were heavy stones, varying in weight, but all at least dozens of pounds, so heavy that their arms trembled from the strain. Yet, they remained perfectly still, letting sweat trace the contours of their muscles and drip onto the sun-baked, scorching earth. Li Dao held a green bamboo staff, pacing slowly across the front of the formation with an undeniable sense of authority. According to the Futu military manual, the Iron Futu unit could mount as heavily armored cavalry, charging like a living torrent of steel that crushed all in its path. Dismounted, they transformed into heavily armored infantry, standing firm like immovable rocks. The spear was the Iron Futu's sharpest weapon during a charge. Any wobble or loss of balance could cause this steel tie to collapse in an instant. For this reason, their training was brutally exacting to the extreme. Li Dao's gaze settled on Zhang Meng, the burly man at the front of the line. With prowess and physique unmatched among his comrades, Zhang Meng had been elected temporary team leader, undisputed as the first to charge. But in Li Dao's heart, the true first man should be Su Hu, the giant prodigy who, by age 12, had already reached over 8 feet tall with incredible talent. If Su Hu stood at the front wielding a spear, the Iron Futus impact might reach an even higher level. Unfortunately, with the young prodigy's illness unresolved, Su Hu was currently absent, and this ideal leader remained temporarily sidelined. Beneath the relentless sun, Li Dao glanced at the shifting shadows and barked, "Stop, rest." Those two simple words felt like a great relief. The 19 steel-like arms simultaneously relaxed, lowering their heavy spears in unison. The men gasped for breath, wiping sweat from their faces, then instinctively pulled out tubes of black ointment, squeezing it into their palms and rubbing it over their reddened, swollen arms. Hissed, the sharp sting pierced deep into their bones, tingling painfully. They all gasped, but not one complained. Without the initial hellish training that had honed their willpower, most of them would have been rolling on the ground by now. Yet behind the ointment's pain lay a reward. The overworked muscles gradually strengthened as the medicine took effect, soreness fading rapidly to prepare them for the next round of grueling training. Li Dao nodded, voice crisp and commanding. "Finish applying the ointment, and then eat. Today we patrol the buffer zone." "Understood." At his words, the line of soldiers responded instinctively in unison. Outside the buffer zone around Huangsha town, Li Dao rode across the plains with Zhang Meng and the others. The vast expanse of withered yellow grass stretched endlessly, while the autumn wind swept dry dust across the horses' hooves, kicking up swirling clouds of pale yellow sand. Li Dao had also changed into his Great Qian military uniform, a dark green battle robe that clung to his body, outlining his lean frame sharply. From a distance, he looked almost no different from Zhang Meng and the rest. Nearly a month of military training had noticeably tempered the group's edge, forging them into hardened soldiers. Zhang Meng chewed on a yellowed straw lazily, kicking his stirrup with boredom as he muttered, "This is so dull. Wouldn't it be better to just head back to training?" Xue Bing and the others nodded in agreement. The initial drills had felt torturous every second to struggle, but as strength and speed rose visibly, the sweat and muscle soreness turned into a kind of addiction. Now that training was about to stop, they felt strange all over. Suddenly, Xue Bing seemed to remember something and rode up beside Li Dao. "Boss, when do you think we'll officially graduate and become the Futu army you talked about?" Li Dao turned to size him up. Caught in his gaze, Xue Bing straightened his chest and tightened his stomach, afraid to seem slack. After a moment, Li Dao smirked. "Since you're so eager, from tomorrow, everyone's training doubles. He'll make sure you become the real Futu army as soon as possible." "What?" Xue Bing barely had time to react before Zhang Meng and the others shoved him and launched into a stream of teasing insults. Shaking his head, Li Dao snapped the reins and moved to the front of the formation. The group had indeed grown stronger, but he himself was spinning like a top. When they first clashed with the northern barbarian cavalry outside Huangsha town, Li Dao had thought the real fight was just beginning, but afterward, everything had gone quiet, making him restless. Just as he thought this, Li Dao suddenly raised his head, eyes scanning over the rolling grass. Far off, dust rose as herds of cattle and sheep moved slowly, accompanied by a group dressed in northern barbarian garb, heading south. Does anyone know what's going on? Li Dao pulled his horse to a halt and looked back. The playful chatter ceased instantly as everyone followed his gaze and spotted the approaching group. Probably just a regular migration, right? Xuebing said. What do you mean? Zhang Ming asked, confused. Xuebing explained. It's late autumn now, winter's almost here. The northern barbarian kingdom lies farther north, and it gets cold early there. Before winter sets in, their nomadic tribes always migrate south to avoid freezing. The buffer zone between Great Qian and the northern barbarians is the furthest south they'll come. They're probably planning to camp here for the winter. The sound of cowbells echoed faintly as the group moved closer. Li Dao narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? A Xuebing hesitated. This happens every year, so it should be right. Li Dao pressed. Have you seen these tribes in the buffer zone before? Yeah, Xuebing nodded. That's why I'm confident in saying this. And how do they treat you? Well, even though Great Qian and the northern barbarians are officially peaceful, there's always some friction. Usually, if they spot us in the buffer zone, they go out of their way to avoid us, trying to prevent conflict. Li Dao nodded slightly, eyes fixed ahead. Then look back now. Do they seem like they're trying to avoid us this time? Xuebing glanced back. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone turned around together, only then realizing that the nomadic tribes had, at some unknown time, driven their cattle and sheep to just nearby. Xuebing's face darkened abruptly. Clutching the reins tightly, he whispered, What are they planning? Li Dao said nothing in reply, instead calmly issuing the order. Form up, everyone. Zhang Ming and the others immediately spurred their horses apart, the clash of steel armor ringing sharply. Their shining silver spears held steady at chest height, cold light flashing. Li Dao surged forward on horseback to the front of the formation, his gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over the nomads and the swirling yellow dust in the distance. The herders lingered behind, while the herds of cattle and sheep were driven closer to the group with lowing and bleating sounds. Without orders, Zhang Ming and the others held their ground firmly, allowing the livestock to pass through the gaps in their ranks, kicking up loose dirt. Attack! A strange fierce shout burst out from deep within the herd. In an instant, several sturdy bulls and fat sheep leaped up, and from under their tangled fur emerged a group of northern barbarians. Shedding their disguises, their steel blades gleamed cold as they lunged directly at Li Dao and his men. Form ranks. Kill the enemy. Li Dao's command thundered like a clap of lightning. Zhang Ming and his comrades surged with battle fervor, thrusting their spears forward in a forest of sharp points. The sound of blades stabbing the air rang out again and again. Several northern barbarians at the front were pierced through by keen swords, their blood splattering the golden sand beneath. Further off, the approaching nomadic riders, seeing this, simply threw down their camel bags and leather pouches, drew their blades, and charged forward amid swirling dust clouds with roaring speed. A cold smile curved on Li Dao's lips. Finally, I've been waiting for you. He vaulted off his horse, boots stomping on the ground and kicking up dust. On patrol, he had not brought his dragon-patterned halberd, so he drew the black iron blade from his waist. A flash of cold light gleamed from the pitch-black edge. Before he could steady himself, for more figures sprang from the midst of the cattle and sheep. Two crouched low in sliding steps, blades scraping close to the ground aimed at his legs. The other two raised their war knives high, pointing sharp tips at his head and chest. Bang! Li Dao hooked the ground with his foot, using the momentum to spin and strike back with lightning-fast kicks. The two attacking his legs were struck in the chests, thrown backward with dust swirling, crashing heavily onto the ground over 10 feet away. Two cold blades came hurtling toward him. He raised his arm and gripped one hard. The blade cracked inch by inch until it shattered. With a backhand palm, he struck his attacker's face, snapping his neck instantly. The remaining knife came down, but with a flick of his wrist the black iron blade carved a dark crescent, slicing the enemy from shoulder to waist in a spray of blood. For enemies slain, attribute gained, 1.26. The brief system prompt sounded. Li Dao didn't glance at it, and shot forward like a lightning strike. By now, Zhang Ming and the others had successfully used their encirclement to block the first ambush wave, and Li Dao turned around confidently, facing the rapidly approaching nomadic cavalry heathen. These enemies circulated true energy around their bodies. Clearly, they all possessed cultivations. Two in particular exuded powerful auras, undoubtedly innate warriors. Before any clash occurred, several curved blades tore through the air with sharp cold light in a coordinated surround and slash. 4 silver streaks cut through the air like meteors. In the next moment, 4 bloodied heads were flung high, the warm droplets splattering the sand red. For enemies slain, attribute gained, 6.45. Li Dao flicked the blood from his blade casually. All show, no substance. His disdainful words hit the remaining nomads like an icy blast. Their eyes widened, knuckles whitening from gripping their blades. They clearly realized they were facing a formidable opponent. A congenital warrior stared at Li Dao and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be just a regular patrol?" Another congenital warrior's expression darkened as he muttered suspiciously. Could it be that the scouts made a mistake? But soon, both quickly regained their composure. Exchanging a glance, they thought to themselves, no matter what, they should deal with these people first, then go back and settle the score. None of the people before them showed any sign of releasing true qi. At most, they were postnatal warriors not worth fearing. After a brief silence, one of them spoke up first. "I'll go." Before the words had even finished, the congenital warrior surged forward to attack Li Dao immediately. Wilt and flourish palm. With swift footwork, he closed the distance in mere steps, palm enveloped in yellow congenital true qi, and struck down fiercely. Boom. The palm slammed heavily into Li Dao's chest, the force stirring a wave of heat. A look of triumph flashed in the congenital warrior's eyes. Just a mere postnatal warrior, no more than an ant. He thought arrogantly that in front of a congenital warrior like himself, this person was no threat at all. But unexpectedly, the situation suddenly reversed. The congenital warrior suddenly felt uneasy. The opponent had taken the full palm strike without so much as a falter. Instead, his energy only seemed steadier. He looked up to meet Li Dao's half-smiling, half-smirking gaze. "You can hit harder. I can still take it," Li Dao said calmly, dusting off his chest, his tone sharp as a blade. This instantaneously infuriated the other. The congenital warrior couldn't understand how the other took his full power strike unharmed, and even more unbearable was the arrogant tone. "Take this." Before he finished, a sharp palm shot out, landing accurately on his face. The palm carried terrifying power. Even though his internal congenital true qi activated to shield him, when the energy collided with the palm's force, his true qi distorted strangely. While it absorbed much of the impact, the remaining force still struck harshly against his cheek. In the next instant, the congenital warrior was flung through the air, spinning dozens of times. When he crashed down with a thud, he collapsed onto his knees before Li Dao. Half his face was swollen beyond recognition, blood seeping from every orifice. His consciousness was clearly blurred. Li Dao looked down coldly at the congenital warrior and said, "Did you really expect me to wait for your second attack?" Then, with a swipe of his black iron blade, blood splattered as the warrior's head flew off. The system prompt sounded immediately. Enemy killed. 10.36 attributes. Li Dao thought to himself. According to earlier estimations, a congenital warrior's total attributes are at least above 100. This guy had just entered the congenital stage and was pitifully weak. Although this kill only granted an attribute boost equivalent to one person, it matched nearly 50 northern barbarian soldiers. Quite a bargain. He looked up, eyes flashing with eagerness as he fixed his gaze on another congenital warrior in the nomad group. Having lost many easy targets before, he was determined not to let any opportunity slip away this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The opposing congenital nomads still hadn't fully recovered. How could one of their own fall so easily? These were congenital warriors, not ordinary soldiers. They had hoped to use these warriors to crush the Yellow Sand Town's main camp quickly, yet before they'd even caught a clue of the enemy's formation, they were already on the verge of defeat by a patrol of only a few dozen men. Meanwhile, still stunned and hesitating, Li Dao showed no sign of holding back. He strode directly up to the group of nomads. The once relaxed herders were abruptly startled by the sudden appearance of a tall, unfamiliar figure. Only it was too late to react. The nomad closest to Li Dao instinctively raised his knife, but his eyes only had time to widen in shock before a flash of cold steel cut through. His head, still frozen in a terrified expression, fell into the dust, blood splattering like a fan among the grass. This was just the beginning. Li Dao's physical strength now exceeded that of an ordinary person by more than 160 times. Most of his enemies couldn't even form the thought of raising their weapons before their lives were mercilessly taken. Damn it! The remaining innate warrior felt a wave of terror wash over him. Though he sensed no traces of innate true qi in Li Dao, the man slaughtered the others like a demon. Even his companion, who was on the same level, fell in only a few moves. As Li Dao closed in step by step, the warrior suddenly realized he was the real target. With that thought, he turned and fled without hesitation, unwilling to linger even a moment. His only plan was to get this unexpected threat back to his tribe. Li Dao had long anticipated the escape. From nowhere, he drew a black spear. His arm muscles tensed like mountain stone as he bent his knees slightly and twisted his waist. The spear was suddenly hurled through the air, charged with lethal force. Whoosh! The air was sharply torn. Within moments, the innate warrior was already sprinting more than 100 meters away. When he dared to glance back, the figure had shrunk to a distant speck. After running several hundred meters, he risked a second look, and though the terrifying figure had not pursued, a sudden chill stabbed through his chest. Uffed! He looked down to see the ebony spear protruding through his chest, blood gushing along its cold shaft. The momentum dragged him several yards before he crashed to the ground with a final thud, pinned to the grass as a lifeless corpse. From afar, Li Dao's sharp eyesight took in the whole scene. Killed one enemy, gained attribute, 11.09. A cold system prompt rang in his mind. Li Dao shook the spear from his palm and exhaled. Good thing my aim was on point. He raised his eyes and scanned the remaining nomads. Their once overconfident faces instantly turned pale as they met his gaze. What followed was a one-sided crush and slaughter carried out by him alone. Meanwhile, facing enemies repeatedly charging from the herds of cattle and sheep, Zhang Ming and the others initially fought with brute force. Soon, they began to imitate the battlefield tactics Li Dao had taught. Their movements gradually shifted from clumsy to skillful, and their cooperation grew more seamless. Though outnumbered, the enemy's threat diminished. In the past, these numbers alone would have overwhelmed them, but now opponents were cut down one after another. As the fierce battle raged, they controlled the tempo and supported each other, finally beheading the last foe caught in a pincer movement. Scanning the vast herds afterwards, there was no sign of survivors, only corpses strewn everywhere. The smell of blood drifted on the wind, and Zhang Ming and his comrades exchanged satisfied smiles. Sweat and blood streaked on their faces. Nothing could prove their strength more clearly than the heaps of their enemies' bodies. "Boss, how do you think we did?" The moment Zhang Ming snapped out of his excitement, he was already eager to claim credit. Everyone was buzzing, waiting for praise, when suddenly heavy footsteps approached. Li Dao walked through the crowd carrying two still bleeding bodies, tossing them onto the ground carelessly, as if they were nothing more than slaughtered livestock. "I just casually took down 2 innate-level warriors," he said with a casual tone. "Their skills are mediocre, but this should still earn us some battle credit." Everyone stared in disbelief. Innate-level warriors? Mediocre skills? Some battle credit? Even their leader Zhao Tong was only at innate level. Seeing such powerful enemies handled so easily by Li Dao was like watching someone casually catch wild rabbits. Their whole worldview seemed to shift. Noticing their stunned silence, Li Dao casually brushed dust off his hands. "What are you standing there for? Clean up the scene and take the bodies back to our main camp in Huangsha town." Then his eyes scanned the scattered cattle and sheep. "And round up the livestock too." Shui Bing hurriedly asked, "Boss, what do we need those cattle and sheep for?" "To sell. The ointments you use for training don't come from nowhere, right?" Li Dao's words left them speechless. After a stick of incense burned down, the blood on the ground was buried under the sand. But the return trip was painfully slow, a dozen horses leading, followed by over 100 head of cattle and sheep, then sacks of bodies strapped on behind. On the way, Shui Bing glanced back at the corpses. "Boss, do you know who these northern barbarians are? Why did they attack us?" Li Dao looked at the embroidered wolf head on their chests. "The TMU tribe, from the northern barbarian dynasty." Hearing the name brought back bloody memories from the prison camp. Almost every high-risk mission seemed to involve the TMU tribe lurking behind the scenes. He hadn't expected to run into them again so soon. "What do the TMU want?" Shui Bing pressed. "Whatever their goal is, it's none of our business for now. Let Zhao Tong deal with their headaches." Though his words were dismissive, Li Dao's mind sketched out an ominous sign. If he was right, this plain was about to become a boiling pot. As the sun set, they arrived back at Huangsha town with the cattle and sheep in tow. Inside the main tent, Zhao Tong's teacup shattered on the table with a sharp crack. "What? You patrolled the buffer zone and got ambushed by the northern barbarian TMU tribe?" Li Dao saluted crisply. "Yes. 2 innate warriors, dozens of postnatal warriors, over 100 soldiers." "So many? How did you get back?" "What about the TMU?" "We rode back." Li Dao pulled the tent flap aside, looking out the entrance. "As for those people, Zhao Tong can see for himself. They're outside." Zhao Tong's face darkened. He strode out quickly. Under the moonlight, Zhang Ming and the others stood in formation. There wasn't a single shadow of a northern barbarian prisoner to be seen. "Li Dao, where are the people you mentioned?" "Shui Bing," Li Dao said without looking. "Reporting." Shui Bing swung down from her horse, then yanked a blood-stained sack from the saddle. With a sharp flash of her blade, she slit it open. 2 bodies fell out of the sacks, as if by their own weight. A dull thud echoed through the tent, blood spreading on the rough ground. Freshly severed left ears were scattered around the corpses, the flesh still warm to the touch. Li Dao pointed to the blood-stained ground in a calm, matter-of-fact tone, as if reporting routine business. "These 2 bodies are the innate cultivators. Commander Zhao, if you doubt it, you can verify yourself. As for these left ears, they belong to the other enemies. I won't bother tallying the merits for those postnatal cultivators. Just treat them as ordinary soldiers. Also, for the captured cattle and sheep, convert them into resources at an 80 rate." Commander Zhao only caught one phrase clearly: 2 innate cultivators. He frowned and moved forward, half kneeling beside the corpse. Placing his palm on the first body's chest, he slowly transmitted a strand of innate energy into it. Within moments, his expression changed dramatically. It was truly an innate cultivator. When a postnatal cultivator breaks through to innate, the meridian patterns within their body change completely, and this is the most direct way to verify it. "Did you kill both of them?" Zhao Tong looked up abruptly, eyes filled with shock. "Yeah." Li Dao nodded slightly. Zhao Tong sized Li Dao up from head to toe, then couldn't help but whisper, You really can't cultivate at all? Want to try again? Li Dao lifted his wrist and held it out. Zhao Tong immediately pressed the pulse points and sent innate energy into his veins again. After a few breaths, his face fell completely. There was nothing. Empty, without a single trace of a meridian. Yet this very waste of a body had forcibly slain two innate cultivators with sheer physical power. Li Dao, if you could cultivate. Then his voice trailed off, unable to find the right words. As the innate energy coursed through Li Dao's body, he also sensed the almost boiling vitality intense, surging, like a sleeping beast ready to awaken. If that physicality combined with energy cultivation, what sort of monster would that be? His imagination couldn't grasp it. Li Dao's expression was calm. Ever since grasping fragmented childhood memories, he had long accepted his inability to cultivate if he couldn't take the usual path, then he'd make his own. Those two innate masters, who had suffered decades of hard training, were still beaten into cold corpses with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Even if he had the chance to cultivate one day, he might be too lazy to waste time on it. At his current growth rate, he was far faster and more direct than any orthodox cultivator. Seeing Zhao Tong's face clouded with regret, Li Dao raised his hand, reminding him, Commander Zhao, you should think about why the Tamud tribe would attack our main camp at Huangsha Town first. Attack the main camp at Huangsha Town? Zhao was stunned. I thought they were targeting our patrol squad. Li Dao sighed, giving a concise analysis. 2 innate cultivators, dozens of postnatal, plus over 100 ordinary soldiers. Do you really think such a formation was just to ambush one small patrol? Only then did Zhao Tong realize, and he guessed, maybe it's retaliation? Half a month ago, we wiped out one of their cavalry squads. Li Dao put his hand to his forehead, looking resigned at the company commander. Tell me, what do you think the buffer zone between Great Qian and the northern barbarians is for? Maintain stable relations between the Great Qian and the northern barbarians to prevent the conflict from escalating. What if one day the northern barbarians cross the buffer zone and launch a direct attack on our Great Qian military camp? What kind of act would that be? War. Zhao Tong blurted out instinctively, but the moment the words left his mouth, his expression instantly darkened. He finally realized the gravity of the situation. Li Dao, are you saying the northern barbarians intend to go to war against Great Qian? Li Dao recalled the intelligence in his mind, quickly piecing together fragmented information before shaking his head. Not necessarily the northern barbarians as a whole. More likely, unruly elements within them are stirring up trouble. Zhao Tong nodded half understanding, muttering to himself, since when do the northern barbarians have the guts? Great Qian is not a weak state. We sit at the center of the continent with fertile land and abundant resources. If we were weak, would have been divided up by neighboring kingdoms long ago. In terms of national power, any one of the kingdoms pales in comparison to Great Qian. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became. So the northern barbarians wouldn't make such an irrational move. After pondering for a while with no solution, he couldn't help but look back. What's your take, Li Dao? Li Dao's expression was calm. Commander-in-chief, making the decision is your duty. If someone else had spoken to him like that, Zhao Tong would have hit them immediately. But the 2 recently fallen innate warriors lying by the camp reminded him that now was not the time to assert authority over Li Dao. Zhao Tong's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Lowering his voice, he said, help me analyze this. With the battle merit you earned today, they'll secure you a position as a company commander. How about that? Li Dao turned to look at him. Are you sure? Zhao Tong patted his chest. If you can't pull it off, you'll take my place as commander-in-chief. Li Dao smiled faintly. If you really want to give it to me, I wouldn't mind. Enough chatter. Just help me analyze this, it's no small matter. Zhao Tong rolled his eyes. Li Dao glanced around, stopping his gaze on the border map hanging on the tent wall. Let's go inside and discuss it in detail. Everyone followed him into the tent, Zhao Tong and Zhang Meng close behind. By the lamplight, Li Dao quickly pinpointed Huangsha Town on the map. Tracing the border lines, he reviewed the terrain between the northern barbarians and Great Qian, while swiftly piecing together scattered intelligence from recent observations. Several minutes passed, and Zhao Tong was nearly losing patience when Li Dao finally snapped back to attention. Did you figure something out? Zhao Tong asked urgently. Li Dao stared at the map, whispering, I didn't expect the Tiamu tribe to strike so decisively this time. What do you mean? Zhao Tong pressed. Li Dao pointed to the buffer zone between the northern barbarians and Great Qian on the map. Here, where the Tiamu tribe and Great Qian's frontier meet, there are nearly 10 border camps comparable in scale to the main camp at Huangsha Town scattered along this buffer zone. Huangsha Town itself isn't in the center. It's closer to the Tiamu tribe's side on the edge. Yet they've committed troops to annihilate and blockade even this peripheral position. He withdrew his hand, voice heavy. If our judgment is correct, the Tiamu tribe's target isn't limited to Huangsha Town. The other major camps along the frontier are also part of their plan and this has been long prepared. Zhao Tong froze. What did he mean by long prepared? Li Dao explained. Remember the first day I reported and encountered the Baiman cavalry? Ever since you first saw them, they were likely already calculating in their minds. Those constant harassments by the Baiman cavalry were meant to wear down your psychological defenses, all to prepare for today's operation. The campfire crackled inside the tent, casting flickering light on Zhao Tong's face. He suddenly shuddered, a fine sweat breaking out across his back as his thoughts raced. So what exactly is their target? His voice was low and tense, but all the more urgent. Target? Li Dao slowly moved his hand across the sand table, finally stopping at a steep mountain pass. If nothing else, it should be this. Zhao Tong's eyes widened sharply as he followed the gaze. Impossible. How could the TMU tribe be so reckless? That's Fufeng Pass, a frontier fortress that hasn't fallen in 200 years. Li Dao just shook his head calmly, but with firm conviction. There is no city in this world that can't be taken, especially if everyone treats it like an impenetrable natural barrier. That's when it's most vulnerable. The tent fell into a heavy silence after his words. Zhao Tong stared at the sand table, his Adam's apple bobbing, unable to find any argument against it. The truth hit him hard. So what do you suggest we do? In the end, he turned around to Li Dao, eyes burning with determination. Li Dao withdrew his hand and scanned the entire map. First, we need to confirm the troop strength at Fufeng Pass. As I recall, Yinzhou maintains a standing force of 150, 00010, station near Fufeng Pass under the direct command of Jinbei Marquis Xinzhong. 80,000 scattered across Yunzhou for public security, and the remaining 60,000 arrayed on the plains to guard against Baiman raids. He paused thoughtfully, as if recalling something crucial, then suddenly looked back up. Commander Zhao, do you know where Jinbei Marquis Xinzhong is right now? Zhao Tong frowned, hesitated briefly, then pointed to a camp several hundred miles from Fufeng Pass on the map. Huh. Li Dao froze, finger hovering in the air. Shouldn't he and the main force be defending near Fufeng Pass? Why would he be out here? Zhao Tong hurried to explain. General Xin often inspects border camps randomly every so often. But don't worry, the garrison at the pass has not moved. Only his personal guard is accompanying him. Li Dao's expression grew serious as he absorbed this unexpected news. After hearing Zhao Tong's words, Li Dao's gaze immediately fell on the spot he had just pointed to on the map, and his mind began calculating again. Zhao Tong waved his hand carelessly, saying, do you really think the TMU tribe would directly target General Xin? You don't need to worry about that. Xin is a master-level warrior. Since you've never seen one, you have no idea how terrifying they are, truly unbeatable in the thick of battle. Li Dao shot back decisively. So you're saying that in future battles, all we need to do is throw a master-level warrior into the formation and forget about regular soldiers? Zhao Tong was taken aback. Then what do you mean? Li Dao leaned over, pointing at the map as he explained. The difference between a master-level warrior and a natural-born cultivator is that the former can circulate true energy, while the latter only has true qi. The phrase unmatched among tens of thousands comes with conditions. If tens of thousands of soldiers surround a master-level warrior, even just a few natural-born cultivators holding him back can wear down his true energy over time. Then trapping and killing him isn't impossible. After all, a master-level warrior still has a mortal body. He paused, then added, if the one coming out is a master-level warrior from the TMU tribe, it becomes even easier to deal with. As he spoke, Li Dao grabbed several small flags representing enemy forces and planted them on key points on the map with a clicking sound. From the terrain, if the TMU tribe takes out the border forts, they can form a pincer around the main camp of the Marquis of Jinbei. He looked up at Zhao Tong, emphasizing clearly, Xinzhong may be a master, but what really got him the title of Marquis of Jinbei is his battlefield skill. If your assumption were true, any master-level warrior could become a Marquis. Zhao Tong shivered. You mean? Li Dao withdrew his gaze and scanned the entire map. If I'm right, the TMU tribe plans to trap the Marquis in his camp and then take Fufeng Pass. Once that falls, they can sever his communication with the outside world. With no central command and panic among Xinzhong's troops and reinforcements, sending heavy forces south will make holding Fufeng Pass almost impossible. Zhao Tong's face turned pale as he weakly argued. The TMU tribe doesn't have enough troops for such a large scheme. But the northern barbarians aren't just one TMU tribe, Li Dao said quietly, making the meaning clear. Even Zhao Tong, slow as he was, understood completely now and stomped his foot anxiously. Then what do we do now? Simple. Li Dao pointed to the location of Huangsha town. They want to completely block the news line, which would be nearly flawless, but our Huangsha town camp is still untouched. Since there's a gap, we have to use it. Zhao Tong nodded repeatedly. You mean, ride fast, hurry to the Marquis camp and report personally that the TMU tribe has infiltrated the border. Li Dao finished in one breath. Right. Zhao Tong agreed, but his eyes returned to Li Dao, suddenly inspired. Li Dao, since you've analyzed it so thoroughly, why don't you make the trip yourself? Li Dao rolled his eyes irritably. If I, just a captain, went to deliver such major news, who would believe it? They might even accuse me of undermining morale and execute me. You, the commander of the border army, have to deliver it personally for them to trust you. But Zhao Tong was speechless, unable to argue. For some reason, After Li Dao's brilliant explanation, Zhao Tong felt lost and unsure of himself. Li Dao said, "Stop talking. You're leaving too late. By the time the Tamit tribe's army surrounds the North Garrison's marquee, it will all be too late." Zhao Tong gritted his teeth. "So I go alone. Do you really think sending a group is a good idea? If we take troops to Huangsha town, who will stay behind to guard the place? That way, even if we get one piece of news, we'll end up letting our whole defense line fall." "Fine," Li Dao conceded, dropping the subject. Zhao Tong took a deep breath, then suddenly pulled a heavy bronze token from his chest, his fingers white from gripping it tight. He held it out to Li Dao. "What's this? Take this token, and you'll have full command over the Huangsha town camp. From now on, you're the temporary captain." Li Dao accepted the token, rubbing his thumb over the cool metal edge. After a brief glance, he looked up calmly. "Why not give it to those 100-men commanders? I don't trust them," Zhao Tong said, locking eyes with him. "You're the right man for this." Clearly, Li Dao's well-reasoned argument had swayed this usually stubborn deputy commander. Li Dao nodded. "All right then." Within minutes, the night wind swept over the yellow sands. Li Dao stood outside the tent, watching as Zhao Tong vaulted onto his horse, reined up, and galloped northward. The sound of hooves faded into the distance. Xue Bing stood nearby, frowning. "Boss, is it really that serious?" The setting sun cast a golden-red glow across the dunes. Li Dao gazed toward the horizon, his voice calm but low. "It's only going to be worse than what I said." He knew well that all previous deductions were based solely on known intel. Countless unknown variables lurked like hidden reefs. Zhao Tong would have to convince the North Garrison's marquis, Shenzhong. And Shenzhong wouldn't simply trust one subordinate's word. He'd surely seek verification. During that back and forth, time would be lost. If the enemy took advantage to encircle them, everything would repeat itself. Zhang Ming looked at the still smiling leader in front of him and finally asked, "But boss, why aren't you worried at all?" "Aren't I?" Li Dao countered. Zhang Ming shook his head. "Not just that, I'd say you're actually excited." Li Dao shrugged. For him, rather than wasting time polishing weapons in peaceful days, it was better to harvest the lives of northern barbarians amid the flames of war and improve himself along the way. That didn't mean he relished where it meant he simply sought power. Xue Bing asked again, "So what should we prepare for now?" "Go to bed." "What do you mean?" "Sleep well, so we can face the enemy fresh tomorrow." Xue Bing and Zhang Ming exchanged confused looks. Night had fallen completely, and the campfires gradually went out. Li Dao sat cross-legged, silently reciting, "Blueprint. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 165.49. Available attributes, 34.83. Most of these stats came from contributions by 2 innate martial artists. The rest was negligible. System, allocate points. After a dozen breaths, surging heat faded, and sweat slid down the side of his neck. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 200.32. Available attributes, 0. His physique was now over 200 times that of a normal person. Feeling the overwhelming power inside, Li Dao murmured, "At this stage, early to mid-innate martial artists shouldn't be able to touch me. Higher level stats uncertain, but my strength will keep growing." He reached out to rub Xiaohei's head, his rough palm stroking the short black fur repeatedly. Satisfied all was calm, he rested his head on his arm and closed his eyes. Xiaohei half awoke, his round eyes wide and full of confusion. After a moment, it glanced at its master nearby, then got up and settled down beside him, feeling reassured. Early the next morning, blaring horns shattered the quiet of the Huangsha town camp, like a sharp blade cutting through still air enemy attack. Damn, where did the enemy come from all of a sudden? Could it be those northern barbarian cavalry stirring up trouble again? Quick, put on your armor. If Xiao Ba takes us unprepared, we'll get whipped for sure. Amid the clamor, soldiers hurriedly strapped on their armor halfway and stamped through the sand toward the assembly area. By the time they arrived, Zhang Ming and his group were already lined up, spear tips aligned, armor polished. Seeing the latecomers so disorganized, Zhang Ming thought to himself, "I used to be like them once, didn't I?" At this moment, he felt a small surge of pride. They had improved, at least. As soldiers settled into formation one after another, someone muttered, "Wait, where's Xiao Ba? He's always the first to arrive in times like this. Maybe he overindulged last night and can't get up? Huh, we'll have a good laugh at him soon enough." Before the chatter died down, a clear, commanding voice rang out ahead, "Quiet." Li Dao stepped to the front of the line. Most turned to look. A few recognized him and looked away, returning to their talks. Then Li Dao raised a black token decorated with gold patterns, the exclusive emblem of Zhao Tong. Instantly, the camp fell silent. A few centurions stepped forward. "Li Dao, how come Zhao Ba's token is in your hand?" Li Dao glanced at them steadily and said calmly, "Last night, Commander Zhao Tong went out on urgent business. Before he left, he entrusted me with the token, appointing me acting commander of the Huangsha town camp." "Impossible. You're only a squad leader." Another centurion retorted coldly. Li Dao lifted the token higher. "Seeing the token is like seeing the grand commander himself. If you defy orders, you bear the consequences." Faint memories of the bloody battle in the canyon flickered through their minds. Yet a hot-headed centurion stepped up. You want me to take responsibility? Come on then. Really? Li Dao turned, his eyes deadly serious, locking onto the challenger. The centurion opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly felt as if piercing needles stuck in his chest. An inexplicable chill rose from deep within, and the words caught in his throat. Suddenly a sharp cry pierced the sky. Everyone looked up to see a black-feathered hawk circling and calling by Shan, the falcon Li Dao had brought from home. They're here. Li Dao understood the signal. He said in a low voice, obedient ones, follow me to the north wall. He waved his hand, and Zhang Meng's group promptly fell and stepped behind him, their movements crisp and decisive, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered soldiers. Where do we go? A centurion frowned, whispering. After all, the token couldn't be fake. The centurion who had been intimidated by Li Dao earlier stiffened his neck and growled, not going. Some green rookie thinks he can order us around? No way. Just as he finished his scornful words, a second-long, sharp horn blast suddenly echoed over Huangsha town, clear and urgent, cutting through the swirling dust like a nerve-wracking blade. If the first blast was a call to assemble, this second one sliced through everyone's senses in an instant. The centurions and the soldiers, standing dumbfounded, all turned pale at once. In the next moment, they could no longer waste time arguing. They spun sharply toward the direction Li Dao had just left, breaking into a chaotic but urgent run. On the northern city wall of Huangsha town, the horn blasts now rang out unceasingly, like thunder pounding relentlessly on everyone's eardrums. Li Dao and Zhang Meng had long since ascended the parapet, facing the wind as they looked out. The sand whipped against their faces. Li Dao raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun, gazing beyond the rolling earth toward the hazy skyline. Gradually, countless black dots flickered on the horizon. Focusing carefully, he realized each dot was a helmeted head, tied hair and all. Except for Li Dao, every officer and soldier on the wall tensed up, nerves straining rigid. They recalled Li Dao's unwavering analysis from last night now. All their guesses had solidified into the harsh reality before them. What's going on? Who's blowing that war horn? Do you realize the consequences of false alarm? Can you afford it? Tell me where Zhao Laoda is. I want to confront him myself. At the city gate, several centurions who had just arrived were shouting wildly, their boots thudding. They had barely rushed onto the wall and were about to vent their anger at Li Dao, but the distant sight stopped them dead in their tracks. Just a moment ago they had been furious, but now their mouths seemed forcibly held open, unable to close. Through the swirling dust, the formation of the northern barbarians' cavalry had become clearly visible. Enemy attack. Everyone prepare. A hoarse voice shouted, trembling yet striving to steady the troops' hearts. The soldiers below froze at first, then scattered to get shields and bows, to push stones and roll boiling oil. Li Dao watched coldly, saying little. Help if you can, don't force it if you can't. Time stretched like a taut string, tightening inch by inch. The shape of the northern barbarian army grew rapidly larger. Their iron armor gleamed harshly in the sunlight. Staring at the dense crowd, Zhang Meng inhaled sharply, his voice hoarse. Wow, must be at least 5,000. Almost 3,000 infantry, 1,500 light cavalry, and 500 heavy cavalry. Shui Bing followed closely, her tone rougher than sand. Heavy cavalry. 500 armored beasts crashing like a steel tide on the battlefield. Anyone caught in their path was doomed. Huangsha town's garrison numbered only a fifth of the enemy's force, and now everyone felt the weight of a massive boulder pressing on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Not far off, several centurions finally sized up the enemy's scale. Their swagger instantly faded away. Their lips turned pale and sweat beaded on their temples. Though tough and unruly, they were no fools. When life and death no longer rested in their own hands, their bravado was nothing but a facade. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.